Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. One moment here. Small bit of... There we go. Fixed! Fixed! Hello, hello, hello. We have such a wonderful stream in front of us. Aw, thank you so much, Gynotype. Hello, everyone. Devious Chilster, Ziggy Richards, Vermin, Gynotype, Myronara, Sodally Sistra, Cointelbones, Looney, Adam Flores, Rain Tannic, Hysterier, Pondu, Lotic, HWF, Pan Nest Main, Sathers, Tootie Boots, Foxy Benedict, Bones of Doom, Lily Broar, Pavey, and from YouTube chat, Coco, Anna Smith, J, Sensei3K, 786, Alex Pamelis, I Am High, and Ivy Evans. It is wonderful to see you. And Anna Smith, hello. It is wonderful to see you all today. Don't forget, please like the video. We're trying to get this up in the algorithm, okay? Today is going to be a day of revelry, nonsense, mirth, goofery, gags, and any other vaguely silly and festive term you can think of. Were you listed? I believe so. I believe so, Adam. Yep. I believe So, goofery. Indeed. Oh, thank you, Lucretius. I appreciate that. I mean, I try to keep my energy up. I'm genuinely very excited for stream most days. Some days I'm a little tired, but most days I'm very, very excited for stream. Like today, I almost started early, but I had to hold myself back. Do the like promo? Please like, because it will bump me up in the algorithm. I would really appreciate that. Chugs DM juice? You mean Diet Coke? Ooh, I don't even know if you can hear that. Ooh. I don't have a Diet Coke button, no. Yay, Dragon Slayer, thank you so very much. It's not big, it's small. It's small. The first sip, that was crispy, wasn't it? Yeah. Marinara, don't give them any ideas, please. Oh yeah, that's just, everybody has different preferences for stuff like that. I do not have a Diet Coke button, unfortunately. Although, it might not be a bad idea someday. The mini Coke cans, they are cute. I do like the mini Coke cans. But me, I like lots of soda. I drink lots of soda because I get dried out from yelling lots. However, before we get into the festivities, we have to review some things together. Okay, everyone? Wait, actually, Vermin Hands, Diet Coke does. Diet Coke does. Diet Coke, well, listen, look, Vermin, I just finished this and I just refilled it. I finished this and then refilled it. Don't worry, I drink a lot. Diet sodas do actually have, like, listen, this Coke has how much caffeine in it? 46 milligrams, which is like less than a cup of coffee. Like it's about the same as green tea, and green tea does hydrate you. Don't worry, I will stay hydrated. Do I play D&D? Yes, I do. I have played, let me tell you what I have played of D&D. I have played 2.5, 3.5, 3.5 Pathfinder. I have played Starfinder. I have played D&D 4th edition. I have played D&D 5th edition. I have played, Shadows of Esteren, which is a spin-off of like a tabletop game. I've played almost all of them. Look, I've just played a lot of D&D. I'm so excited, Vermin. I'm so fucking excited. Hell yeah. I did a really cool lore stream. Yeah. I do love tieflings, but I usually like my own ones. Have I played Monster of the Week? No, I don't think so, actually. Excuse me. Okay, real quick, before we get into the questions, I have some stuff to talk about, okay? We have some really, really cool shit. All right? Look at this. Watch this. Ready? I'm going to show you. I'm going to blow your fucking minds. Ready? You want to be able to call in today, but I'm unable to. I love you and happy 5K. I hope I can talk to you in the future. Have fun tonight. Non-parasocial love to you too, Hannah. I don't know you personally, but I do know you as a chatter, and that's cool as fuck. Thank you for the 10.
I can talk to you in the future.
And as you can see,
tonight, Peppa hug.
The alerts are working again. As you can see, you can now tell. So I will have fun tonight. Thank you so much. You'll be able to catch the next one, I'm sure, Hannah. That's not correct. All right, right here, we got to talk about this right here. All right. In November of 2020, I set up a bunch of to-do list things, okay? First, establish a regular upload schedule of 1 clip per day. Completed. Note video recorded date. This I haven't done yet. I want to do this, but I need to figure out a good way of notifying this. So this one is not done. I will cop to that. I have not finished this one because I haven't figured out a good way of remembering that because I'm forgetful about that sort of small detail. Formalize community timestamps. Done. Thanks to Table Knife. VOD playlist. Done. Research unlisted VODs with regards to the algorithm. Thank you, Vosh. Done. Upgrade the YouTube header. Done. 5K sub silent face reveal and new Gay Fest channel and viewer call-in. Well, we're doing that right now, so I count that as done. And then the pathologic giveaway, did it. But we're going to do another one, so don't worry. And now it's time for us to create the new document. Goals. February 2021. Bum, 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 bum. Welcome, imps. You get to help us set the new goals. Because the thing is, I don't want to just become complacent. Do I look like the type of person who should be stuck forever at a 5K? No. We must go forward, imps. We must go forward. Bump, 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 bump. Anyway. Yo, no way, Jeena. I know what you're... Not today, Satan. Not today. You're not fucking tricking me today, Jeena. Not today. Not today, Jeena. You're not tricking me into getting canceled today. I'm too wise for you. I'm too wise. My wisdom abounds. I wouldn't be surprised if I got to 20 plus K subs by the end of next year. I'm gonna beat you. Oh, I'm gonna beat that goal big time. But first, we have to come up with some ideas. So, I have one, which is podcasting. I want to turn our VODs into podcasts. Sound good? Podcasting. So, we want to start actually doing the Impcast or whatever we end up calling it. It'll be a vodcast, yeah. And the goal will be to have these on Spotify, blah, 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 because I think that will be an opportunity to grow, and some people will really, really, really enjoy listening as a podcast because they can subscribe to the app and it'll just go onto their computers, onto their phones automatically. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts, so I have applications that do that. So let's put that as goal number one. Formalize the podcast process. Tempest for advice? Will do, Vermin Hands. I will do that. In fact, I will put that under here as a note. Talk to Tempest. Record intro for podcasts. And actually set it all up. All right. What do we want to talk about for number 2, huh? Because I think another thing that I really want to do this year is focus on the TikTok, okay? I made the TikTok. We have videos going up on the TikTok, but I need to start doing TikTok responses. And what that means is that I need to figure out who's who on TikTok, and I need to respond to them and go, hey, I disagree with you. Here's how I disagree with you in a concise manner. Because I think TikTok is very, very popular and has a lot of room for growth, yeah? How did I power my Subnautica below zero base? Nuclear and bio with a little bit of extra solar. Is Christian Walker still relevant? Do not know. Do not know. Don't know. Review your debate and try to get better at articulating. Tactical Warhead. That sounds like fighting words, my dude. I think I'm pretty good at articulating in general. But no one is perfect, and I'm sure there's room for me to improve. But you can always jump into Collins and tell me what you think, because I'm sure you have all kinds of thoughts from about how I should do better about articulating because I said something mean about somebody you don't like or something like that, okay? I'm sure. Get good at League of Legends? I'm already good at League of Legends. More hand movements? I can do that! Sorry. I apologize, everyone. Gay hands. So, learn to juggle? Ooh, I did actually learn a little bit of juggling at one point, believe it or not. An eyeball zone. You see, the thing is, I already promote a lot of people. I don't know if I want to do an eyeball zone. Learn my intro theme on piano. Okay, well, that would mean that I need to get a piano first. So, Feb goals that I've set based on previous conversations: bring stream into podcast form, build channel trailer. Channel trailer is definitely one. That's the next one that goes on the list. Channel trailer. Finish and upload. Now, pop them cans. Now, do we want to do a TikTok goal? Do we want to do a goal on TikTok? I don't know anything about the metrics of TikTok. Is there anyone here who knows anything about TikTok? Huh? If there's somebody here who knows anything about TikTok. The metrics are shit. You're TikTok wise. Okay, excellent. Oh, sick. That'd be awesome, Busy Bee. So, it's impossible. The algorithm's actual garbage. You know a bit about the algorithm. Slice of onion. If you want to DM me and let me know what you know about the algorithm, or if you have, even if all you have is videos or articles I could read, it would be great. So I shouldn't set goals for, hey, thank you so much.
Congrats on the 5K. New subscription from a new account because I'm finally changing over all my socials/email to my new name after officially coming out.
Hey, congratulations on coming out. Seriously. Trans, thriving, or in your, I don't know if you meant coming out as trans, but gay, thriving as well. So there you go. Or bi or pan or whatever other word you want to say. So hell yeah. Hell yeah. Duet other creators and be careful of your tagging. TikTok actively tries to quiet and shadow ban lefty creators. Oh shit, that's weird. How about sprinkling in a few more praxis opportunity segments? Yes. Good idea. Yes. Okay, so we're going to do, wait, do we want to make it, what do we want to do for the goal? Do we want to do for the goal a TikTok a day? Just like YouTube? Is that a reasonable goal? One TikTok per day? We'd have to, it will take us a little while to ramp up to that, but I think that might be a good goal to reach. One per day? Okay. One a day is a lot. Is that a lot? Well, the thing is, that seems like a lot. Well, we do one YouTube video a day. We do one YouTube video a day, so I feel like one TikTok a day would be fine. As long as we're getting the things. As long as like, and we're not going to do this immediately. I'm not going to break Alora's back because Alora does the TikTok editing. TikToks do take editing though, yes. But right now we have a TikTok editor, Alora, who is doing really, really well. Max is trying to get my attention. Oh, Max, what do you want? What do you want, Max Phoenix? This is your opportunity. I don't do this most of the time. Nothing? Nothing? Did chat die? Did chat just die? Okay. Oh, a game I should play on stream? Okay. What is it? Is it Abzu? Post funny or impactful clips from streams like out of context memes or parts where you go off. Political TikTok loves that from Vosh. That's what we're aiming for. Yep, we have a, have you all seen, okay, I've shown some of the TikToks. We're having my mic drop moments we're gonna start uploading my mic drop moments like from Monday, stuff like that. And we've already been doing some memes. So I think, okay, Abzu. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. I think I have that on my wish list on Steam. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do goal of one TikTok posted per day. So. Oh yeah, I can't get direct donations through TikTok, yet. I have to get to, you have to be a certain size. I have to hit 10K followers, I think, before I can do that. So we got a long way to go there, but we'll get there. That'll be for the future. Okay. My GME coverage was really good. The video you posted was awesome. Thank you. I've been told that I had some of the best GME coverage on the left, and I'm very proud of that. I did a lot of work, and I'm very proud of the work that I did, and I'm very proud of what I said. Same-sex relationships are now legal in Angola. That's awesome. Congratulations, Angola and Angolian followers of mine. Congratulations. That is based, indeed. My breaking news coverage is always phenomenal. Thank you. In fact, we are going to be doing that on Friday. Yeah? We have some breaking news to cover on Friday, but today is for the imps. No fucking news today. None of that bullshit today. Friday, we have some news to cover. It won't be breaking by then, but it'll still be relevant. Maybe more econ stuff in general to gain knowledge of the system we're criticizing. I know whose audience you're coming from. The thing is, yes, but I also find obsession with econ a little bit obnoxious. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to talk about it from time to time. What's this? What we got here? Oh, that's pretty cool, but I don't think we can make that into an emote, Max. Senate was just shown unknown security footage within the Capitol. Yeah, I've been watching it all morning. Yeah, Bones of Doom, not gonna happen. Yeah, not gonna happen. I got plenty to say about that, by the way. I think we might be doing a little bit of content on that, though. I'm really fucking pissed, by the way. I'm really fucking pissed about, that situation. Yeah. Not very happy. Let's just put it that way. I'm sure some of you, have been seeing me in Vosh's chat the last few nights. Oh, that debate was hell. Fun fact, I actually enjoyed... as frustrating and annoying as it is, I actually enjoyed the debate with the moral realist. Because I like nerdy philosophy debate, but moral realists annoy me. And here's a fun fact about Demon Mama. I know you all didn't know this, but I used to be really hardcore into philosophy. It's been a couple years, but yeah, I used to actually really give a shit about philosophy. My focus is slightly off, isn't it? Huh. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Huh. Perfect. Cleaned it up. There we go. I just noticed I was gifted a sub. How do I check who to thank? I don't know, actually. Good one. Pat. Fixes your head tilt? Yeah, if you're a little robot. Nibiru, don't. That is so weird. No offense, but that's so weird. Vosh's chat seemed really shitty to me the other day. So, like, what the fuck? Those children can shut up. Oh, moralism is not a favorite of mine. No, it is not. No, it is not. Nope. Don't like moralism. What was I gonna say? Mr. Philosophy PhD? Oh, the Irish guy. I thought that was a fun conversation, but I knew it. I literally screamed out loud. My partners can tell you. I screamed out loud. Like, I knew he was a vegan. I fucking called the idiot was a vegan. I knew it. Vegans, oh my God. There are so many vegans who are moral realists. It's so frustrating. Look, Caffeinated Heathen, I can't get into it here. It's too complicated, okay? We have a couple more things to talk about. We're getting distracted. This is veg-phobic? No, it isn't. I agree with vegan ethics. I just think vegans are really bad debaters. Really, really bad. Like, really bad. Ship means relationship. It's when you put two characters together, but some people do it with real people, and it's fucking weird. Wait, what's the Bones of Doom thing I need to know? Nothing. It was talking about the a certain big streamer that everybody knows about named Destiny, who I've had fucking ceaseless drama with because his community is obsessed with me. and they fucking hate my guts and literally fill my mentions with idiotic comments and abject lies about what I said and what I do. Oh my God. Can I show you something real quick? Can I show you just one example of this real quick before we get into this? I'm sorry. I know, but I have to show you this. This is how infuriating this shit is. Where the hell is it? Here we go. Watch this shit. So, here we go. Here we go. Let me show you something real quick, okay? Watch. This Friday at 8 p.m. EST, 5 p.m. PST, our top-notch hippy-dippy roundtable has stars like Hutchinson, Trihex, Demon Mama Real, K Fellows, and more. Here's my face. Hey, look, it's me. I'm showing up on Hippy Dippy. And then this fucking Pepe idiot comes in and says, you didn't learn from the first time you brought Vosh 2 on? And then Gayfesh goes, who? And then Wes goes, Demon Mama. And then I go, dude, I was literally on either the first or second episode of Hippy Dippy ever made. These people are completely lost in a fantasy world fueled by their irrational hate. Thank you so much. I do love that photo. Oh yeah, I know. I'm sure they were lisp. Let the die mad. That's all I have to say to DGG. I was literally one of the first people to ever go on fucking Hippy Dippy. Dude, nobody knows this because these people don't actually, first of all, you know what? I'm going to pull out a hipster moment. These people don't care about streaming. They don't care about streamers. They don't care about the community. They don't care about politics. All they care about is trying to score dunks in the name of fucking whatever their stupid idiot favorite fan is. They literally don't know that I was one of the first people to ever go on the Hippy Dippy podcast. So stupid. I've been on like 15 Hippy Dippy podcasts. Do you want to know why I get invited back to Hippy Dippy podcast? Because I'm a good guest. Because I make good arguments. Because I'm good, because I make the viewers entertained, because I'm respectful to Dylan, I'm respectful to other guests, and I show up on time. Bam. I already put the disclaimer on. I told him I would just put a disclaimer in the chat, and he said he was perfectly fine with that. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Some of these people are, yeah, thankfully it was quickly handled. I put a disclaimer in the Counterpoints video. Apparently Counterpoints actually removed the video that he did calling me out, and that's pretty cool. So. Oh, look, we just got another one, by the way. Oh, interesting. Anyway, yeah, listen, I am not perfect. I am not some giant-brained pillar of morality and logic. However, I do my due diligence, yeah? Yeah. I do due diligence. I do research. I try desperately to not mischaracterize people, and I put a lot of work into that. That's my promise to all of you. Do. What do you do with the do-do? That sort of thing? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I am extremely excited for this Friday. We will be going on with Hutchinson. I want to show you, just so you know. Are you ready? Are you ready to see who we're going to be on with? First of all, this is Hutch. Can you see this number? See you soon, Bones. Thanks for coming by. 345.8 thousand followers. OG COD streamer. Verified dude. And yep, I will be debating alongside Hutch this Friday. And I feel very good about that. And Trihex as well. I don't know if you all know about Trihex. Trihex isn't quite as big, but he's definitely as famous. Take a look. The one and only, the Trihex. Yes, of legend. The legendary Trihex. Yeah, he has his own default emote. Yeah, he's famous as fuck. The Trihex. I'm going on with the Trihex. And I am incredibly happy. Hutch is left. Yep. Did I hear Contra got verified? No, but that's amazing. Hey, thank you, Carly Victoria.
Dose of Soros bucks. Looking forward to Friday.
It's going to be a legendary one. Yeah, it's legendary. Next, I gotta get verified. I gotta get verified on YouTube and Twitch. I gotta join the blue check club. We're doing call-ins and celebration. So it's going to be a fun community hype stream. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna be doing fun shit. It's gonna be for you all. Yeah. You'll have to unfollow blue checkmark. What's blue? What's blue checkmark? What is that? Is that like something that makes you automatically block all blue checks or something? Lamau. But I'm very excited for this. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, we need to finish the goals. Let's finish the goals, everyone. Let's focus and finish the goals. We have formalized the podcast. We have the channel trailer finish and upload. We have the one TikTok posted for day. I got one that we can do right now. Are you ready? Are you ready, imps? Are you ready, imps? Watch this. We're gonna do something together right now. Right now. Okay, here goes. Boom! Oh, I can't do that. All right. Here we go. We're doing a community-only post. Here we go. Welcome all incoming community members. Wait, welcome all incoming YouTube imps. And then I need to post an image. Here we go. What do I want to post? Let's post my yep. Ready? Actually, we'll post this. Hold on. Where is it here? Nah, we'll post the yep. No, we're gonna post the Mama Mauled. Here we go. Posting. And then done. We don't want to do that. And now, all right, everybody, watch. Watch. Da, 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 bum, 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 bum. All right. People can now join as a member of the YouTube Imp community on YouTube. So there we go. That's a small one that we can say we did just today. Add a memberships link to your video description. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do that. Let's put this in. Done. 1,000K? Oh my God. We will add an intro video soon and we will have this done. And you will get, we're going to set this up on the Discord. It will take us a few minutes, but we will be making it, so that you get a special name on Discord if you are a YouTube imp. If you're a YouTube imp, you get a fancy name on Discord. It's going to be cool as hell. It's going to be YouTube imp, chunky imp, and then there's going to be a big old demon. And those are the special names on Discord that you get if you're a YouTube imp. Because I know there's a lot of people who really like who really enjoy the YouTube community. So we're going to put some love into that as well. Yay! Welcome YouTube imps from YouTube chat. Thank you so much, all of you newcomers. I will be adding a new thing soon. Regular History Mama segments would be good.
Go more regular History Mama segments would be good.
Yep,
the right
okay.
mythologizes history so much and the online left doesn't push back enough emo.
Ooh, Vermin, that's a good idea. I will put that on the to-do list. Okay? 5. Special color to all platform supporters. Okay. And we're going to add the do-do list. Yeah, here we go. Ready? Here we go. Ready? I want to do at least one full History Mama segment soon, okay? That's the next thing. History Mama is really hard to do because it requires a lot of research for me and a lot of practice. The last History Mama segment took me like 4 hours to do and was like a huge document. However, I want to do more of them. So we've got at least one full History Mama in the future coming up. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll try and get, I'll try and get some research assistant because I really want to have these things be good. Yay, thank you so much, BNB. I really appreciate that. Hold on a second. I need to check in on YouTube. All new imps on YouTube, thank you so much. YouTube imps, thank you. Oh, I know what we can do here. Hold on. I can fix this. I can make it so that these will have an announcement as well. Give me a second. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. Alert box. We want to have membership enabled. We need to have the text like this. Name has pitched themselves into hell and become an imp. And we'll do that. And then we'll have this one. We want to have the other image on here real quick. You're getting to witness this all live. And then we will have it play that one. We'll do that. Alert duration, enable custom, save settings. Let's test it. Let's see if it works. That one worked. Hold on, let's see if this one works.
This is a test.
Yeah! Yes! It should work now. All membership should now work. Hooray! Hopefully, that will work right away. They should work now. All right, I did that. That's for you, YouTube imps. Much love to you all. Themselves? Yeah, it would be themselves. I'll fix that in the future. Wait, it's still not working, though. Okay, that might be on YouTube's end. That might be on YouTube's end. Huh. Well, whatever. That's probably on YouTube's end. I don't know why. We'll fix that. Don't know what's going on there. Thank you, Comrade Cat, Pernicus V Noir, Ryan Baldison, Jason Sanderson, Sierra H, Moral Ago, Ivy Evans, Crosslight, to MVM, Zach Sharp, OP23N1 for your memberships. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Very happy to have you. And Marinara, thank you. I'll try to keep an eye on this stream to the best of my ability, though I imagine there's going to be lots of energy going on. Okay, everyone. Let's get back and let's focus one more time, okay? Here are our goals. So far, formalize the podcast process, channel trailer, finish and upload, TikTok posted per day, at least one full History Mama segment soon, special color to all platform supporters. Is there any other things that anybody thinks would be good? Anyone? Any other ideas? These are short-term goals. New emotes? We've had a whole bunch of new emotes. PeerTube? Oh, right. Oh. More collab gaming streams? Maybe. Oh, learning the guitar? I still got to order that, though. I think I will, though. I'm really excited about that, by the way, Jessica Metal. I really want to play that. Somniostatic, thank you so much.
I got wrecked in a grammar debate with facts and logics.
Do you have or want to do a Patreon? I do have a Patreon. I but I don't really, I only have like 2 patrons. I should do Patreon. You want me to finish setting up my Patreon? I'll finish setting up my Patreon. That's a good idea. Finish setting up Patreon. Okay? Yeah, that should be a command. Maybe I will play Earthbound at some point. Do we want a new subscriber goal? Yes. New subscriber goal. 10K? Are we doing 10K? Should we do 10K or do we want to go smaller? What do we want to do? 10K? That's a big push. 100K is too high. 10K? Double it? 10K. All right. Well, actually, you know what? We can do this rationally. Let's use our rationality here, everyone. Come on, everybody. Let's use our fucking rationality. What are we? What are we? Irrational Andes? Let's take a look. I should reach 5.58K subs around tomorrow. I've been, oh my God, I gained 700 from the panel stream. Holy shit. That is insane. That was such a good thing. That was so good. So good. That panel was so good. I do think I did well on that panel. I do think I did. Yeah. So let's take a look at the monthly gained subscribers. So during January, we gained in December, we gained 960. In January, we gained 1,200. Oh God, I don't remember how to do acceleration calculations. Oh, this is fucking calculus. I should know how to do this. Acceleration is under here, right? You need to do integrals? No, not integrals, derivatives. Shit, I don't remember how to do this. Fuck, who knows how to do this? I think you can get it if you purchase a live future projections. Here we go. You have to subscribe. Oh, hey, here we go. 4 months until 10K at this rate. 4 months until 10K. Does that seem reasonable? That seems reasonable. Maybe we could probably boost it a little faster too. And that gives me 4 months to complete these things. That's doable. All right. All right, we're doing it. Capitalize it. Capitalize what? All right. Subdrives? Maybe. Am I a coder? No, but I have done coding in the past. I'm shit at it, but yeah. Maybe looking more actively for debate panel opportunities. Debate panel opportunities are good, are really, really good for growth when there are high value guests. But right now, I'm one of the biggest guests on panels these days. It's just true. I am. I'm one of the biggest guests on panels, except for Friday. And that's when people who come onto panels who aren't usually there. I've gone from being one of the smallest to one of the biggest people on most of these panels. I have literally outlived some of the panel shows. We need a new panel show. There needs to be new panel shows. Thankfully, I know some people have got some stuff in the works. So, which I can't talk about right now, but I'll get a bump from Hippy Dippy this Friday, for sure. For sure. Also, it looks like I might be involved in a new project soon, but I can't talk about that. You want to know what Dylan got in the mail? I know. I know what Dylan got in the mail, but I am sworn to secrecy. I'm sworn to secrecy. Yeah, you are a socialist, and yet you are sub to Demon Mama. Curiors. Rip to Chud Night. I miss Chud Night. Honestly, if Chud started doing Chud Night again, that would be really fun. Chud Night was always so much fun. Except for the Biden panel. That one was painful. Maybe make a goal to make a non-debate panel. Ooh. Okay, Danny. Yep. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that, Danny. Get on a non-debate panel show. Train wrecks or similar. Tell the mods about the project? I can't. I can't yet, but I will. I will when I can. Get on cold ones. Train wrecks, cold ones, or similar. Also, well, I already have some other ones. People just love seeing people hang out. They love the spooky game stream. Yeah, it's true. The spooky game stream is awesome. Like, that was so much fun. Not only did I have a good time, but so did chat. Yeah. Okay. I think this is good. I think we are good to call this complete. Yes? Any other last minute suggestions? Going drunken peasants? Drunken peasants. Oh my god, that would be so much fun. I'm working on the P.O. box. P.O. box is in process. Yep, I'll have the P.O. box very soon. Yeah, I would love to get on drunken peasants. Holy shit, that would be so much fun. And then I'll do fan mail segments or whatever, or imp mail segments. I don't like calling people fans. Like, that's such a weird word. You're imps, okay? That's respectful. Oh, I won't go on. Fuck no. No, fuck Ethan Ralph. Fuck that guy. Behind the scenes, nicest guy you knew? That's awesome. Imp mail. Oh, it's not worth it. Yeah, Ethan's in prison. Yeah. Amazing atheist. I do want to talk to Jimmy Snow. I really want to talk to Jimmy Snow. If anybody has a connection to Jimmy Snow, I would 100% love to do that. Also, I really want to have a collab with Hannah Reloaded. Because I've talked to Hannah a whole bunch of times, but we've never actually made content together. I've made content with actual Jake, but I've never made content with Hannah, and I would really like that. Hannah and I have talked multiple times. I really like Hannah. Vosh has been on Jimmy Snow. I really want to talk to Jimmy Snow about us both growing up in cults. If you DM him on Twitter, okay, cool. All right, I'll do that then. Chick track reading Rin. Oh my god, that would be so funny. We could totally do that. Oh, that would be so much fun. Yeah, Hannah Reloaded collab would be amazing. We'll make it happen. I'm sure we can make that happen. In fact, I'm so sure that I'll put it on here. There we go. Hannah Reloaded. Samantha Lux. I've heard of Samantha Lux. I could look into that. All right, everybody. Ethan Ralph isn't in jail? Oh, he did get arrested, though. I don't know much about Samantha Lux. Is Samantha Lux huge? How do you make Streamlabs work? Oh, it's really complicated. Streamlabs is complicated. I can explain that another time. This is a lot of goals. Yeah, but I have 4 months to do all of these things. 4 months is a good amount of time. Do you want to know where we were 4 months ago, imps? Imps, let us review. Where were we 4 months ago? Let's take a look. Let's go take a look at what we were doing 4 months ago. All right? Four months ago, we had made the last document. Yeah? So the original goals document was made in early November of 2020. That's approximately 4 months ago. So this one is a good another 4 month one. It's really blown up in 4 months. Also, I mean, I've been working, is it 3 months? Oh, you're right. No, wait, it's mid-February. November. That's 4 months, right? I was counting us as in late February, to be fair. It isn't. It's early February. You're right. Whatever. Who cares? A few months ago, it was, listen, I've been working really fucking hard for a while, okay, everyone? I'm not trying to suck my own dick on screen, but I have been. I've been working really, really hard. But you all have also helped me a lot. I'm not kidding you. Your willingness to engage with my videos, to comment, to like, to do stuff like that, actually makes it possible for YouTube to put me into the algorithm. And as long as that keeps happening, I believe that I will keep growing. And you have a promise from me that I will keep making as good content as I possibly can, unless the world hits me with a meteor or some other bullshit like that, okay? Because I love this. Let's just go back real quick and let's look at where we were back in January, okay? Or not January, November. Where were we in November? Here we were. Oh my God. November, we had just, wait, we moved to YouTube on November 13th. November 13th was the first YouTube stream. Since then, in 4 months, we've blown this channel up to 5K. And even though I've been streaming total since last February, we have done really well. Absolutely incredibly. So, I think that's impressive. The first stream that we went on here on YouTube was the Bird Brain stream about the Trump coup attempt, about the Trump coup bullshit, about how he was claiming he'd been couped out of the election, all of that stuff. Holy shit. That was a long time ago. Then there was the Million MAGA March. That happened. Then there was the where Dylan got hit in the head by Proud Boys. Then there was the Mike from PA saga. Then there was the octopus video that we watched. Then there was the first gaming streams we started doing, the normal gaming streams. Then there was the Destiny debate. Then there was, yeah, it's been wild. Yeah, we've been doing a lot. I have streamed every other day since then. I don't think I've taken a single stream day off. I don't think I've taken a single normal streaming day off since that time. It's a lot of streaming. Donut cop content. Really into apologia for cops as a former cop himself. Okay. Yeah. Actually, the funny thing is, listen, even though, Mike, I had some pretty strong criticism for Mike, and I don't trust class reductionists. I do not trust class reductionists at all. I will say Mike has been personally kind to me, and that's kind of nice. And I appreciate that, even if I still don't trust class reductionists. And my critiques of Mike still hold. I was very harsh to Mike. But Mike, even though I was very harsh to Mike was still kind to me. And that's kind of all right. I'm kind of okay with that. I'm a little distrustworthy. Or not distrustworthy. I'm a little distrusting of Mike. But that's all right. Yeah. We'll see what happens in the future. Listen, one thing you should know about Demon Mama is that Demon Mama doesn't hold grudges. Or at least very, very rarely holds grudges. If there's a rational reason to hold a grudge, maybe then, but I don't really hold grudges. Listen, I had a pleasant conversation this morning with counterpoints. Okay? I had a pleasant conversation for 2 hours with Endernax. I don't hold grudges, you know? I just don't. I don't see a reason to. It seems pointless to me. Yeah? All right. It's okay, Vermin. It's okay. Did I ever figure out what to do to keep chat chill as we grow? Not yet, but we still have a lot of time. 5K. We are actually over 5K now. We are at 5.6K. That's all right, Gayfesh. You can do that. Spitestiny is the exception. I don't think I have a grudge against Destiny. I think I have very, very substantial and active ongoing disagreements with Destiny. If Destiny was to stop being such a fucking dickhead, but I don't think he will, but if he does, bygones will be bygones. Seriously, I mean that. Yep. But it's not just a dickhead. I actually have significantly larger critiques, but however, we'll talk about that another time. We're not letting that fucking take over this stream. Not at all. Yeah, not at all. Yeah, me too, Vermin. Me too. Yep, me too. You failed? Why did you fail? Oh, it's okay. Flip. It's okay. It happens. Okay. By the way, just so you know, I want to show you something really cool, by the way. Right here on this video, the impressions click-through rate is 9.1%, okay? 9.1%. And as you can see by this little thing here, this thing, that is good, but it's lower than the last few videos. You know how good that is? People are clicking. That means that 10%, almost 10% of every person who's of whom my video even shows up on their stream, they click it. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. That is really awesome. Yep, so that's really good. And that is a combination of factors that says that the team that's working on stuff right now is doing a really good job. And if we keep growing, that team is going to thrive as well. So, all right, everyone. I think we've set our goals. I'm going to save the goals document right now. Here we go. And we're going to close the goals document. Yep. And we are going to zoom out here. Oh my God, C-Space is arguing with Dylan. I heard C-Space had a problem with Dylan now. Oh my God. This dude. Fuck. Now we are going to do call-ins, everyone. But first, before we do call-ins, let me see how we're doing on numbers right now, okay? We got 146. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hey, thank you so much.
I have the eternal clout of being the first YouTube member. Congrats on 5K exclamation mark.
You do. I wish there was a way that I could notify that. We're not covering impeachment. We're doing that on Friday. Don't you worry. We're going to cover it. But not yet. All right, everybody. We have to do something. Gayfesh, are you okay if I play the new theme now? Are you okay if I do that? All right. Everyone, I have not heard this yet, so this is my live, fresh reaction to the brand new song Gayfesh has made. Are you ready? Are you all ready? Also, just so you all know, we will be doing giveaways for a code of the new track, okay? To access the giveaway, if you want a copy of the track, you need to go into the Discord and put an emote in the Infernal giveaway channel, okay? If you want a chance at being a member of, at getting a code for a free version of this song. All right, I'm ready to go here. Let's fucking do this. Only one entry. You put one emote in, and we'll delete any duos. Just one emote, nothing else. It's in the hashtag Infernal giveaway channel on the Discord. So you need to join the Discord. Discord.gg/DemonMama. All right. Here we go. I'm going to play the song now, everyone. Let me just put it up here. Let me do this. One moment. Inferno Providential. Gayfesh. All right, let's put this up here. Let's get this. Here we go. Inferno Providential by Gayfesh. Here we go. Let's play it.
This is a test of the Infernal broadcast system. Do not panic. This is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul.
Holy shit!
throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, fast would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, to sport his blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
Oh my god! The grungy. Oh. Holy shit. Gayfesh! What the fuck? What the fuck, Gayfesh? That was amazing. Holy shit, that's awesome. Holy shit. Gayfesh. Oh my god, that's good. And there it is on the Bandcamp. Yeah, you can always get a link to Gayfesh's Bandcamp. Gayfesh has done 2 songs for us, and both of them have been absolute fucking bangers. Gayfesh, thank you. That was so well worth the hype. Holy shit. I gotta scroll down because you've included an instrumental version. Where do I scroll down? Wait, were you talking to me or? Oh yeah, here. Don't worry, don't you worry. I'm gonna be getting myself a copy of these, an official copy in my Bandcamp, for sure. I already own your entire discography, but don't worry, I'm gonna give you more. Oh my god, so good. Holy shit, that's good. There we go. Let's get this one. Here, I'm getting it. I'm downloading the instrumental version as well right now. Holy shit, that was so awesome. That has definitely set the mood for today, has it not? Holy shit, that's so good. Gayfesh, you should be, I hope you're very proud of yourself because that is a fucking bop. Rips. Don't worry, Pavey. We'll play it again before the day is over. Don't you worry. We will definitely be playing it again before the day is over. Oh, wow. All right. All right, everyone. Are we ready to do call-ins? Are we ready to do call-ins? Is it time? Oh, wow, we have a lot of people in here. Oh my God, we got a lot of people in here. Oh, wow. Okay, let's do it. Hello, yeah. Jeena. I'm ready.
Yeah, all right. Ready to do this?
Let's do this. Let's make it happen.
All right. Lady Raincloud, you're going to come up.
All right.
There, I kept my promise.
All right. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Let me get your little guest tag up here. Pronouns she, her,
Oh,
correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think I remembered from last time. I'm trying to get better at remembering these sorts of things.
No worries.
Hey, it's really wonderful to hear you again. All right. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? Like, wow, congrats on
Thank you.
everything.
Thank
Holy
you
crap.
so much. It's been a wild journey, a lot of stress, but also an incredible amount of fun. So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I
You're
hear you
welcome.
have a lot going
I
on
just
right
kinda
now
wanted
too.
to- I do actually. Yeah,
Yeah?
I do have a lot going on right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm running for office.
Yeah, so I've heard. So tell us, where are you running? what you're running for? What's your platform? Give us the deets, huh?
Well, things moved a little bit more rapidly than I thought.
Oh,
There are
shit.
some people that, have they're not willing, they're kind of wanting to discount me outright, which is fine. I understand that. I've never ran for office before,
Politics.
but
Yep.
yeah, it's politics, right? So
Mhm.
no, I am Senator Rob Portman's seat here in Ohio opened up.
Wow.
He's not running for office again. So yeah, I decided I was going to run.
Hell
So right now, yeah, it's things are moving rapidly. There's some stuff that's been slowed down by COVID.
course.
I'm hoping to, at the very least, get onto a debate stage and maybe spark some different conversations. I obviously have no delusions of grandeur. I don't expect to win. I'm going in it to win. I just don't expect to win.
That's fine.
Being somebody who's never ran for office before. I'm also hoping to learn a lot so that I can bring it back to other fellow leftists and tell them like, hey, this is what worked, what didn't work. This is how I got endorsements.
That seems
you know,
like
and
the
just,
perfect, the perfect thing to do. Is like get the inside info, and then
Yeah.
we can make more campaigns happen. That the
Yeah.
what's it called? The rising tide lifts all boats sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the goal. So I know people are there. There have been some people that have been extremely supportive, which surprised me. Some people have kind of, like I said, sort of kind of shut me down outright as insane. Like, you've never ran for office, you've never held office. Why run for the Senate? Well, why not is usually my answer. Like, don't we?
If there's
I
ever a
thought as
time,
leftists,
now's
we tell
it.
people to do stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the current state of politics, now is the time for taking brave action. Let's put it that way.
Brave action. I mean, I don't know if it's brave for me to run
You don't think
necessarily.
think it's brave to run for office? I think that's a huge undertaking. I think most people would
Well,
be
I
terrified
mean,
of
for
that
me,
sort of thing.
maybe.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I think it's generally pretty brave. I wouldn't be able to run for office. I'd be nervous about that sort of thing, and I do streaming shit all day.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
obviously, I'm openly and proudly trans in Ohio. So, like, running for Senate in Ohio as an open trans woman that's also like publicly been a practicing Wiccan for years, I expect things to be what they will be from the other party. I am running on the Democratic ticket.
Yeah.
I do have support from the Victory Institute on a waiting list for candidate training from them. I have support from Emerge America, which trains Democratic women. Thankfully, I got some guidance and some direction from Danica Rowan, Delegate Danica Rowan.
Awesome. Yeah, I know Danica Rome. Yep.
Yep.
I don't know her personally, but I know
So
of her.
I reached out to her.
It's based.
Well, I don't know her personally either, but I reached out and she gave me some guidance on some people
So
to
awesome.
talk to, and there's been phone calls and stuff.
Hey.
Unfortunately, we don't have a website up or anything because COVID slowed some things down. So what has to happen is I have to get an employment identification number, statement of candidacy, statement of committee formation, FEC registration, the Federal Election Commission.
the mountain
Statement
of
of
paperwork that you have to do.
Yeah, mountains and mountains of paperwork. There are a couple other people who are way ahead of the game on me, but we're hoping to have like a website and social media and everything up here. Hopefully, if not by the end of the month, March is when things should really kick off. But yeah, so it's
It's amazing.
like, just trying to do the thing. And like I said, I don't have any delusions of grandeur of like trying to, to win, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm hopeful. I mean, it's the 2022 midterms. The election will be in November. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
You got plenty of time to make some noise, so that'll be amazing. And also, Iowa's itself having some pretty major political changes after everything that happened during the primaries and during the election itself. So, yeah, I'd say keep hammering at it, and of course, please keep us in the loop, because I'm sure once your website goes up, we'd love to have that on our Discord. You've been hanging out in this community for a long time, so we'd love to be able to support you. And do you want to talk about like some of your big positions that you're going to be focusing on, stuff like that real quick?
Yeah, we can do that real quick. I am obviously trying. So there's been something I've been personally having an issue deal with, and that is 3.1 million people in this state voted for Donald Trump. And I think it was about 2.4 to 2.6 million that obviously voted for President Biden. The independent ticket, people ask me why I don't run an independent ticket. It's because the independent ticket got like 0.4% of the vote, right?
Unfortunately.
It is not no matter how much we want it to be, running as an independent is not a valid path to election for, high level state and national, right? It's just not a valid ticket.
I agree.
So I have to play the game with the Democratic Party. What I'm hoping to run on here in Ohio is one of the first things is critical infrastructure investment, because here in Ohio, people are suffering from having bad roads, from not having adequate internet connectivity so that they can go, they can work from home, or they can do school and education online, or they can communicate with their families. That's a big issue in rural Ohio. I've actually already talked to people. I'm very lucky that I have a fellowship with the Ohio Democratic Party. I served as a staging location director for Teresa Gasper for the 10th Congressional District bid here against Mike Turner. And I've met Senator Sherrod Brown. So, I do have some connections in the political space. And so we're going to be running basically on like a self-determination, equity and equality, and sort of like critical infrastructure investment here in Ohio, mostly in regards to like improving people's lives. And that also includes Ohio as a major agricultural district as well. So, right to repair, is a big thing.
That's like taking away the ability for corporations like, say, John Deere, for example, to put where they put like chips in their tractors that make it so you have to take it to a verified John Deere dealer in order to ever fix it at all, which is like expensive.
Yes,
it's horrible.
Yeah. Well, right to repair is a thing that affects like pretty much anything technology wise. So like, but it's affecting farmers in Ohio a lot. You spend several $1 million on a combine harvester, it breaks down, and you have, like you said, you have to take it to the people. Like, imagine your car. Imagine if it with cars, you couldn't go to a mechanic. You bought a Dodge, you have to take it to a Dodge dealer. I bring up Dodge because I'm a Dodge girl. Yeah, which could be cities over, right? Yep. You buy your computer, you can't take it to Best Buy to have them look at it. You have to take it to some sort of Dell or Microsoft or mail it in or whatever.
Ridiculous.
So,
outrageous, yeah.
But we don't do this with that type of technology. We have mechanics and we have people that are Microsoft certified systems engineers and things like that. But in the farming sector, they don't have that right, right? So they don't have the right to repair because it voids warranties and things like that, which is just atrocious. So
yeah, it is atrocious.
Yeah. So, and obviously all the leftist Democratic talking points, racial justice and equality and trans rights, indigenous rights, defunding the police, that kind of stuff. I'm hoping to pull some moderate Republicans because, I served in the military, honorably discharged, disabled U.S. Navy veteran. I was a medical professional in the Navy. Not a lot of people know that. Wow. Hoping to pull the gamer crowd because I worked in the games industry for the last 10 years as a community manager.
That's awesome.
So got to have that gamer representation, right?
Hey, that you'd be surprised. Very strong.
That's true. That's true.
Gamer senator.
Gamer senator. Yeah. I also hope to be the first senator to use poggers on the Senate floor. Just saying. So.
I feel like it's possible. All right. I think it's possible. I think we could shoot for that. That's amazing.
Well, as my fellow colleagues can attest, I believe this bill is pretty poggers, Mr. President.
When we have this morning, the thing with Bernie where it was like, I believe you called him everything except for an ignorant slut. And it was like,
yes.
For one, I don't think you're an ignorant slut, Mr. Sanders. So I think anything goes at this point,
Well, true. I mean, people that believe Jewish space lasers set California on fire. I mean, what
Yeah.
bar would I be reaching if I say poggers on the Senate floor?
True.
Call my call my constituents, my little pog champs,
Your little pog
all the people
champs.
that voted
Amazing.
for me in Ohio.
Listen, I think this is a
So,
great
yeah.
tactic.
Yeah, it's great.
Well,
So yeah,
yeah.
this is here we are. I just I'm 37 and I decided, here's an opportunity. I might as well take it. I'm a little behind the game, obviously. I got a lot of work to do. But I'm kind of hoping people. I know there's some people in leftist Twitch and YouTube spaces that have some issues with me. I hope people can we can work to
I'm
heal
sure
and
they'll
set
get
aside
over
our
them.
differences. Yeah.
I have a feeling that none of them
yeah.
are relevant enough to have much of an influence. Let's put it that way. Maybe a few, but most of them are pretty small. So, yeah, hopefully it won't affect you.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll be able to see that there are bigger things to worry about. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Lady
I hope
Raincloud,
so.
thank
I
you
hope so.
so much for coming on.
Yep.
Was there anything else you wanted to say,
You're welcome,
or
Jeena.
just tell people to? I guess we'll just tell them to keep an eye open for the website when it gets posted, and I'll shout it out on stream so
Yep.
people can give you a follow and stuff.
It'll get posted. Everything will get posted on my personal Twitter.
Okay.
Once the actual campaign social media goes live, which is the Facebook, Twitter account, the website, and stuff like that.
Excellent.
I'm in talks with somebody for a website right now, but it's about $1,600.
Yeah.
So I need to get that situated, and I can't take a lot of donations. I there's a limit before I have to declare a statement of candidacy with the FEC, which is called testing the waters, which is about $5,000. So if people
Budget
want to
carefully.
donate,
Yeah.
they can. Yeah, but it would not be for the campaign yet. But everything will be on my Twitter. You follow me, so
I do.
I'm sure you'll see it.
All right. Well, thank you
I
so much.
appreciate you giving me your time as always.
Happy to have you.
All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck. All right, we're bringing in Peter, not Peter, next.
Okay, Peter, not Peterson. Hello, Peter,
Yo,
not
Peter.
Peterson. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what are your pronouns?
He, him. I use he, him.
Alrighty, excellent. Let's get this up on the screen here. All right, Peter, not Peterson. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. How are you, Demon Mama?
I'm doing quite well.
That's good.
I've been feeling the hype today. It's been a good day so far. Yeah,
It's a good day. It's a day of celebration.
Yeah, it is. So, yeah. Welcome to the show. And what do you got for me?
Well, right now, I'm in university.
Okay.
I'm a sophomore. And I'm currently organizing like a leftist student organization
Hell yeah.
on campus.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it's pretty small, pretty informal. It's like me, my roommate, and like some other friends, and we're in the really early stages of it. So we're kind of right now deciding whether or not we want to be a chartered organization.
Uh-huh. Is that
basically
where you
whether
can
or
like
not-
get money from the school or whatever?
Kind of, yeah. Whether we want to be an official school like club,
Uh-huh.
or just kind of organize informally. And we already have like support and connections with a pretty big like leftist political advocacy group in my area.
It's awesome.
So
It's a good start.
like being a non-chartered organization wouldn't mean that we're like completely cut off from resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've been a part of a chartered school, actually two chartered school orgs, one which was really small and one which was really big and had some history. There are some pretty big advantages to the chartering route. Plus, you can always have the chartered thing while you're there, and then if it doesn't work out, you can always just make the organization separate to the school. You know what I mean? There are some advantages. I know at my school, there was stuff like the president would match donations during like this like rally week. There would be like a bunch of rallies and stuff, and the president himself would like match donations to chartered organizations. So like chartered groups could get a lot of money by like they could basically double their money, which was really, really cool. And that's something that you could probably use well. Plus, who knows if there's like special events you get access to being a chartered group. But I don't know. Yeah, that sounds really amazing though. And just remember that all groups start small, but they can snowball pretty fast. So
Yeah, that's what we're hoping.
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping for.
well, that's really, really awesome. So cool. Was there anything else you want to talk about?
I don't know. I mean, you said that you were a part of student organizations. Were those like lefty student organizations?
No, this was like a long time ago. This is before I was a lefty. I was, well, I guess one you could say is like vaguely left, in that I was a member and then an executive board leader of like an international community. That was pretty large on my at my school, and that was an incredibly rewarding experience. I learned a lot. I learned a ton about working with complicated teams, of navigating the internal bureaucracy of schools, and of organizing large events. Like we organized everything from like performances to like we took part in like a huge like it was like the Global Community Festival. It was a huge event that brought a lot of people to the school that we were a part of. And then we also organized our own events. Plus we also did like trips and stuff like that, which was really, really cool. And then I was a member of a small group, which was definitively not lefty. At the time I was like, I had just left like the cult that I was in. And like I had a lot of friends who were like into like objectivism and stuff, and so I participated with like a very small objectivist society, which was a subgroup within the Skeptic Society on my campus. I didn't really participate all that much with that particular group. However, they had a lot of success by leveraging and in fact, they even did some like good stuff, believe it or not. Like they had a whole bunch of like weird objectivist themed charity things. It was weird, but they did do some good things. They weren't like a crap organization. They were just like, it was very, very, very niche interest, with some like, I don't know, interest in arguing about philosophy. And they invited a couple of speakers. I think they got some objectivist speaker to come visit and do a little lecture, and that was kind of cool. But I didn't really have much to do with the leadership of that one. I was mostly involved in the international community. That was where I spent like about a solid year on their leadership board, which was pretty intense but really good. So yeah.
Yeah, and what you mentioned about being able to learn the bureaucracy and the inner workings of the university, I wish I had an opportunity like that, because that's one of the biggest obstacles that we're considering with being a chartered organization, is navigating the bureaucracy that comes along with it.
Well, my advice would be to do what you can to find a connection. And like for us, it was really cool because we had a like faculty, they weren't faculty, they were like a staff delegate that would, you know, ensure that we weren't breaking any school rules or whatever. And our executive board was just like a bunch of really cheery and like chatty people. And so we connected really, really closely with our delegate, and they ended up being like invaluable to us, like so helpful. And we would literally invite them to our events and stuff, even though they were like a member of staff. Like we would invite them to our events, and they would come to the events, because as it turns out, a lot of clubs don't actually invite their like staff delegates. They just don't think about it. So we were one of the few groups that actually did that, and as a result, we ended up having so many more connections through that one person that we were able to figure out basically anything we wanted about the internal, like the paperwork, the things necessary. We were able to get vans so easy for our events because we had a connection who could direct us where to go. And that was like super helpful. So if the school like assigns you a delegate or something like that, or even if you are friends with a group on campus who has one, you could ask to talk to them, and chances are they probably file paperwork all day. They probably be more than happy to talk to you and give you some advice and give you some pointers as to who to talk to, where you can actually get access to the information you need. Really super helpful. That's how we did it, basically.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. No, having the right like faculty member facilitating it is huge.
Totally. Yeah, and sometimes it happens in weird ways. Like again, we were able to consult all kinds of stuff with it wasn't really their job to answer. It wasn't really their job to answer all of our questions, but they were willing to just because we were familiar with them. So that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like I know there's a lady who works here who used to run with like the Black Panthers in New York. And getting her on board would be amazing. I just don't know her and have been hesitant about sending a cold email.
Well, I mean, you'd be surprised what a warm, cold email can do. If you're friendly in a cold email, you'd be pretty surprised. Most people are very, very open to answering that sort of. Of course, you might get somebody who's like super busy or they just are bad about answering emails. But a lot of times, you're going to get somebody who's just going to respond and tell you give you a resource, and that can be truly invaluable. When I was in college, I studied film, and film is an industry that's very much, it is run on knowing the right people, and that's people, I think some people give that like the wrong, what's that?
Sorry, I was just saying I used to be a film major.
Oh, yeah, well, then you probably know a little about that. There is a lot of that. It's like some people would categorize that as like super, super insular, but it really is just a matter of it's such a complex industry that like knowing somebody who knows somebody is like really important. So going out and just meeting people and being willing to say, yeah, sure, I'll help you with that, can put you in contact with people who can get you work, who can tell you, hey, yeah, if you try filing this paperwork instead of that paperwork, it'll get processed this much faster, and bam, that saves you a ton of time. So that's the kind of thing that I would recommend for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, no, that was definitely helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, just one more question before I go, and
Sure.
this might be too much of a question.
It's fine.
But like a big issue that we're facing when we're approaching this is the sustainability of the organization. Because there have been other like lefty student organizations in the past. They just have all fizzled out, and now there's none right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm trying to figure out more about what they did that we might do differently. But if you have any general advice about this sustainability, creating sustainability within like a group like that.
Oh, for sure. That's probably the thing that I'm most able to answer, actually, because the position that I held on the executive board was public relations, which meant that I was in charge of recruiting new people to the group, and I was in charge of doing. We had these polls that we would do of what people liked each year and stuff like that. It can be really hard, but what is most important in like the sustainability of a group is systems. You need to build. I highly recommend like taking the time to sit down and like draft like a group constitution that has a set of rules that guide people what to do, so that if like somebody leaves their position, you can fill it really easily by just analyzing your constitution. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a literal constitution, but a set of things that's like, here's how you set up an election, the way that we want to do it. Here's how you do this. Here's how you do that. If there's when we need to get a new leader of the group, if it's going to be like a single leader or whatever, you need to have a way to get somebody into that position so that they can keep running the group. Have like contact information easily on hand that's accessible. So like say like your PR person fucks off randomly and you need to pick a new one. Well, there's two ways it can go. If you have a foundational document, you can go to that and you can say, okay, well, here's how we get a new PR person. Here's the election. Here's the rules to set up the election. Done. Or you can go, oh shit, our PR guy's gone. What the fuck do we do? And then you have to have 6 meetings determining how you pick a new PR guy. If you have the actual systems in place, and there are many different systems you can use, but having them in place will greatly, greatly increase the likelihood that you'll have a consistent organization. And then the other thing is realizing that like, the easier you make it for people to participate in your group, the more likely they are to actually participate. There's always going to have to be some time where you get the stick out and you go, all right, everybody, come on, we need to get together, meeting time. You know what I mean? It happens in anything. You have to kind of be like, all right, everybody, I'm prodding you all. Let's go do our meeting. Come on. Especially in college. But the easier you make it for that to happen, the less complicated it is, the less paperwork they have to do, they're way more likely to participate, and the more they participate, the more invested they're going to be. So those are my pieces of advice for that. There was all kinds of stuff that I did as far as recruitment, but that's probably a later question. As you can probably tell, I'm kind of good at cold conversations with people, like just picking up, being able to talk. That was a skill that I learned partially from doing the PR thing, but I also had a little bit of that to begin with. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that could be looked at there, but the main thing is you need to have some sort of structure, because if people don't feel like there's structure in an organization, they will not feel attached to it at all. They need to understand that, like, okay, there's a way that things are done that are communicated this way, and there's ways that we can change it if they need to be changed. But you gotta have that. You gotta have something you gotta have a foundation that people can work from. Otherwise, they'll just go start their own group, which might fail too. Okay. So yeah.
All right. Cool. That was very helpful. Thank you so much, Demon Mama, and congratulations on 5K.
Hey, thank you, and thanks for coming on.
Anytime. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Bye, Peter.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, so I see you like Vosh and stream calling, so I'm gonna bring him in right now.
All right.
All right, see Night Fang, you're up.
Hello, David
Hello.
Mama. Congratulations.
Hello.
Love to see more women streaming.
Hello.
Night Fang. Knight Fang. You are up. Give him a second, or them a second.
I'm messaging them right now.
Okay. Give him like a minute or so, and then we'll pop in. Thank you, Super ACP, for the donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Let me check in on YouTube chat. By the way, YouTube chatters, join the Discord if you want to get in on the call-ins. We have a bit of a line, but it's still possible. So, yeah. And thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Oh, you did well.
I'll just bring in Snowdrift then.
Okay.
We'll wait.
Sure. Bring Snowdrift in. Whoops. Snowdrift, you are on. Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Pronouns, I think I know, but just to be sure.
He, them is fine.
Alrighty. Snowdrift, so wonderful to talk to you again. It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I
boost you.
haven't been on the streaming scene much lately.
Well,
Just
that
don't have
happens.
A lot of time. Yeah.
Let me see here. Can you just give me a quick test?
Yeah, check.
All right,
Hello.
there we go. That's a little better.
Quiet.
Your audio is just a tiny bit quiet.
Okay.
I don't know if you have
need
a
to
gain up or anything like that you could do.
Yeah. Okay. Is that a little better?
That's much better. Yeah, that's perfect, actually.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Snowdrift, welcome back, and very happy to have you yet again. How are you doing?
Yeah. Pretty good. I am I'm reading Jacobson's Neil's Line, and it's a hidden gem. It's a very beautiful book. Highly recommend it to anyone
Fiction
who
or
likes
theory or
Yeah. It's a short fictional book, and it's just like really beautiful, descriptive, kind of poetic prose.
Oh, that's
And
wonderful.
It's just yeah, it's a really like nice, enjoyable read, considering my usual endeavors.
You usually read some pretty heavy stuff.
hmm
Yeah. So what you been up to lately?
Yeah, a lot of reading. I started up a a podcast with Adira a little while ago, and that's kind of been going well. And then I'm working on some new tunes. So that's the thing I'm trying to focus on a lot here, is get
Hell
like
yeah.
an EP out in the summer or something.
That'll be amazing. I am very excited to see what new stuff you come out with. I very much enjoyed your last big project, so I'm quite excited to hear you're working on something new.
Yeah, it's been I go through like those patches where I just don't make anything for a really long time, and then I manage to knock out a bunch of new stuff, and then I just sit on it for a really long time. So I've
You
got
know, the creative process is a strange one, you know?
yeah, you really can't force it, and
It's hard to, yeah.
yeah.
Sometimes
So,
impossible, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like the process of pulling a project together and like making everything
333.
work and sound right is really tricky. So all of like the songs on that album were just so old that it was, for me, it was at that point I was just like, I just need to like be done with these.
Yeah.
And now I have stuff like dating back, almost 2 years that is,
It's been
just
on the
not
back
out
burner
there.
a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like that album, I had an entire other album I wanted to release, but I had that album. So I was like, okay, well, let me just put all these songs out first. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, now the new album is in front of you, and
Have
that's
a sub
exciting,
from
right?
me.
Some excitement
Yeah,
there, for sure.
I think this will be an EP before like a full album, so I don't like overwhelm myself. But a lot of this stuff is like brand new. Like I've
That's
written
exciting.
a lot of stuff in the last couple weeks. Yeah.
How exciting.
But yeah, congratulations on
Thank you.
5K.
Thank you
I've
so
been
much.
like, yeah, it's amazing. Like again, I don't get to watch super often or talk and chat, but I'll stop in and I'll look at the numbers and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening here?
I know, it's been
It's
wild.
really awesome.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like I've been like the numbers have been really impressive, and
More subs.
I've been pretty stunned by that. But at the same time, I've also been kind of like, no time to think about it. Got to keep making stuff, you know. So I've been trying to really, I've been really trying to put the best shows on that I can. I got a whole bunch of like, structures in place that I'm trying to make sure that I'm improving and tinkering on, and finding ways to make inviting, fun and informative and educational, and hopefully as an added bonus, politically effective content as well. Though I admit that like I think there's limited. I don't know. I'm of like two minds when it comes to how much politics you can actually do from a YouTube. In some ways, it seems like there's certain types you can do a lot, and on others, it seems like there's not much you can do. But I'm gonna do as much as I can. So
Yeah, my praxis is my YouTube website. No, I mean, the thing is like the thing that I always really appreciated about your content, when I was like able to watch a bit more was you would always do like calls to action where people can like meaningfully engage with with local legislation or calling like your governor or your mayor, stuff like that, like especially during like the USPS stuff.
Yeah.
And I always really appreciated that, because as someone who finds it a bit troubling at times to consolidate information and knowing where to who and where to contact and things of that nature, it helped me, and I'm sure a lot of other people, with being more active on a local scale. So I think that's something that's extremely useful. So,
And it's something I do want to do more of going forward as well. Unfortunately, there's been this weird stretch of the last, I can't believe that it's like, it feels like it has already been a whole year and we've only lived through January and the first few days of February. But there's been this period of time where it's just like, what am I supposed to tell people to do about an insurrection on the Capitol? All we can do is talk about it and analyze it, and like it's difficult. So there's been this bit of a difficult period of time where in this like it's a lot of reacting and not a whole lot of being able to like advocate for super immediate action at the moment, but hopefully that will change in the future, especially once COVID's over. I have some really big ideas once we finally get COVID under control, which we don't. We do not have COVID under control. We've been living under it forever, but the numbers are as bad as ever, worse than ever. So please fucking be careful and respect the fact that there's a virus out and about. But other than that, like once that's done, I have a lot of ideas for some stuff that I want to do. More IRL. Not that YouTube doesn't exist in IRL, but more things that I'd be interested in motivating people to do. And I have some ideas, but we'll see about that in the future.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know if you saw, there was an article, I think it's Wall Street Journal the other day published that new COVID cases have gone down from 100,000 plus to like 80,000 a few days ago,
Oh, wow.
which is still bad, but
Yeah.
like that's good that, you know, we're not teetering upwards more and that we're actually, you know, coming down at least. It seems accordingly with like people getting vaccinated and such. So hopefully that's
There's
that's
the
a trend that we
vaccines. There's the fact that you don't have a constant pipe of disinformation as much as you know we can talk about Biden. I don't really care about talking about him that much, but we can admit that having Biden in there is a cork blocking an otherwise endlessly spewing pipe of misinformation, and that's good. That is undeniably good. So yeah. It's been wild. Hopefully we will see an end to this, and the poor Zoomers who have had to spend the last like year and a half of their memorable life will finally see what it's like to be able to live a life where you can go out to restaurants and say hello to a friend at a local bar or meet up with your friends at the park and do things. It's like, oh my
yeah.
God.
Could you imagine like just finishing high school or some shit like in 2020 and it's
No.
like, well, enjoy your free summer, you can't do shit.
Yeah, I can't even. It's like it's horrible to even think about. I feel so bad, and like I just hope that once we finally get it under control, that people will really. I think there's a possibility that it sparks a re-socializing for a lot of us out there, and that would be really cool if people could all hang out and get to know each other and make cool things together. And yeah, so we can hope.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I know we have a long road in front of us, so. But yeah. Well,
Okay, so my question,
Yes.
I have two. One is very easy, and
Okay.
then the other might be a little. It's not really tricky. It's more of a broad question. But the first one is Bloodborne. I'm interested to hear what your favorite. We could even say like top 3 bosses from Bloodborne are, or even your favorite encounters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh God, I love Bloodborne. Bloodborne is one of my favorite games of all time.
Same.
And God, so favorite boss.
Like I said, you could do like top 3, so that way you're
Yeah.
not like just one, because that's tough.
How about
Yeah.
Ludwig?
Ludwig
I figured Ludwig.
Yeah,
was
Ludwig
one,
is
yeah.
awesome. Like thematically, Ludwig is incredible. Like the dialogue and the atmosphere is wild. I really hate that he has the lock-on breaking ability where he jumps up to the ceiling. I hate that.
Yeah.
I think it's really inconsistent, but he's really cool, and his design is absolutely terrifying. I think Maria's pretty awesome. And
Rom.
Purge the
Rom is
flesh
cool.
Rom.
away.
yeah, the Rom fight is like, I like Rom as a character. I don't know how much I enjoyed the boss fight. I thought Maria was really fun. I really like the fight with the Crow of Canehurst. Very cool fight.
Yeah.
So
So hard.
So
Shit.
hard. And then I love, my favorite area of the game is the fishing village, the fishing hamlet, and I love that area. But the boss of that area is so motherfucking infuriating. My partner can tell you the screams, my own blood curdling beast like screams losing against that boss like 56 times before I finally beat him, because I'm bad at these games. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of some of the other bosses in the game. Like, I hated Gascoigne. Gascoigne was a piece of shit. Bloodstarved Beast is really fun, but like kind of like a lower tier boss because he's not all that hard once you figure him out.
I mean, you also got the Blood Moon presents.
Oh yeah, the Moon
Oh,
Presence. Yeah, Moon Presence.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it depends on. Yeah, I found Garamon to be very easy. Personally, I trounced that guy, but that's because I went a magic build, and by that point you hit your full stats and you just roll him.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and then God, there's just like the thing is I like a lot of the little enemies in that game. I love the fleas or the blood sucking beasts as they're called, the ones that are the big bulging tick ladies. Those are cool. The snail ladies are probably my favorite design in the entire game.
Ooh.
The shark dudes, the shark giants are so cool. So annoying.
Who's the
What's that?
the Canehurst boss? What's his
Oh,
name?
Ligarius?
Yeah.
I would love that
him.
boss fight if he didn't have that stupid spell that like has a very hard to see cloud where he throws the skull cloud at you. Bullshit.
Oh sure.
But
It's very
but you do fight what's his face? The dude with the helmet inside there, and that's a fun fight just because the arena is so wild. Alfred or whatever. Oh, Abraetas. How could I forget Abraetas? It's because I don't. You know why it is? Because I don't ever think of her as a boss. I'm like friend. But Abraetas is my favorite boss design in the entire game. I love Abraetas. I also really like. I do like the fight with the amygdala, but it's not quite as memorable as Abraetas, who I'm just like. Abraetas is just so cool. Then there's the like Witch of Hemwick, which I think is kind of forgettable boss.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have Amelia, who's really great. And then there's the secret bosses that are in the Chalice dungeons, which I fought most of those. Some of them are cool, some of them are stupid. And then there's all of the hunter fights, which are I like the hunter fights in that game, and I do like fighting Maria. Maria is such a good fight. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Amelia is my personal favorite.
I like Amelia.
I just like the fight isn't particularly hard, but I really like her design and her
cool.
like facing in the game and all of that and her effect. Like that game is just so good.
So good. I could talk about Bloodborne. Like I actually literally wrote an essay on Bloodborne. I don't remember where I posted it, but I wrote an essay about how Bloodborne is like almost a perfect game, and it has like a few flaws that make me really mad. But it is so incredibly good, and I can't recommend it enough. It is. I always say that it did Lovecraftian better than Lovecraft ever could have, and very very good game. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to hold you up too long.
It's all right.
My second question, I figured that would be quicker, but yeah, Bloodborne is so good.
I just love Bloodborne, so
That's fair. Okay, so my second question is you mentioned. Actually, before, real quick, if you do need help, like with the podcasting stuff or whatever, you can always shoot me a DM.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've had a little bit of experience with that, and like I've run through some of the platforms, and some of them suck. I started using, I think it's Podbean, which is the worst name ever. Yeah, but it's the most it's the best like bang for your buck. It's not super expensive. But with like hosting podcasts on like Spotify and so on, like you're gonna have to pay like a small like monthly fee or whatever.
Yeah.
At least in my experience, unless you can get someone to code, like a website and do all of that stuff.
Might be able to work out something like that. But
yeah,
we'll see.
If you have someone who's able to do it, then that's definitely a possibility. It's just a pain like getting your stuff out to all these distributors and doing all that. But yeah, but regardless, my
No, I appreciate
question,
that a lot, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah. Anytime, just shoot me a DM if you need it.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, moral realism.
Oh boy, here we go. Don't you?
I'm not a moral realist, okay? My take on it is that it's basically just, it's funny you mentioned objectivism earlier, and I think objectivism is just like, that's just more, I guess, like the ethics of, in some sense, of moral realism.
It is. Objectivism has, okay, so fun fact, I sort of like got onto the objectivism thing after leaving Christianity, and then I self-critiqued my way out of objectivism, and then also deconverted from objectivism the friend who originally got me into objectivism, because I think that objectivism has one of the most stupid axioms like you can possibly imagine, which is that their number one active. Okay, so their first axiom is that like A equals A, and it's like, okay, obviously you have to start from there. But then their second one is that free will is self-evident, and it's like, no, it isn't.
Oh God,
it fucking isn't. Free will is not self-evident. You can't just claim that it's self-evident. Like, and then they build everything off of that. And I was just like, how do you fucking build a philosophy? And I mean, and I know that's why objectivism isn't taken seriously by philosophy majors at all. By any person with philosophy doesn't take objectivism actually seriously, because they just jump. That's a huge jump. It's just like, yeah, well, free will is self-evident. And I'm like, okay, I get how you can say that, like, we have to behave as if we have free will because we don't have any other way to operate. But the idea that free will is self-evident is fucking foolish. And likewise for like moral realists, the idea that like, and I'm sure there's probably moral realists who could blow me the fuck out if they were like, I don't know, maybe there's some argument I've not heard, and it's been a long time since I've been into like hard philosophy, so some of this is going to be a little off the cuff and probably not like, pinpoint accurate. But a lot of moral realists seem to, like the caller who went on Navash's show the other night, which I enjoyed listening to, even though I find it frustrating, seem to believe that like science is like truly objective. But I don't believe that that's that's possible, because at the end of the day, all of science is based off of human observations, and human observations have to be taken in via highly imperfect biological sensory organs. So that is a like hard cap to our ability to claim anything as objective. To me, like the moral realism approach always seems like a desperate bid to have the last say and be right, and not have to like swallow the humility pill of saying you live in a body, you live in a meat tube that has like, that can fail in all kinds of ways constantly, that's deeply compromised by biases, and that you have to weigh those in and recognize that like there is no such thing as a truly objective, as like a truly objective observation. Now there is relative objectivity, and I would argue that like, for example, listening to science, and like in a general sense is very, very valuable for a number of reasons. But the idea that like science is somehow actually objective is absurd, and to me borderlines on like some form of religion, like where there's just an assertion of factuality that doesn't really exist. And I do recognize that there are some limitations of such a view, but I don't care. I don't care if people think that like, oh, well, I'm a moral realist, which means that means that I can tell you you're objectively wrong. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't believe I can tell you that you're objectively wrong. I think I can give you an argument for why I think you're wrong, and you can at the end of the day say, I don't feel like that's a good idea, and that sucks for me, but it's reality. Yeah. I can't stand the fact that like, oh God, it makes me so mad. The thing is like the moral realist arguments that like have driven me up a wall, it literally just feels like a lot of moral realists simply want to be a philosopher king sitting on the top of a mountain claiming that they have ascended the flesh, but they haven't.
Yeah.
They haven't. Yeah. And I know they haven't. And if you give one a slap in the balls, you'll find out that they haven't. So yeah.
It's funny you mentioned the objectivist axioms, because it also like kind of reminds me of the Cartesian meditations, which is like the cogito is the first meditation, which is, I think, therefore I am. And there's this meme of it that's the horse drawing, and like the first part of the horse is really good, and then the rest is just really bad, because like the Cartesian and I don't know, it goes from like I think therefore I am, and like Descartes doing this really cool like attempt at like solipsism, and then like I think the second or third meditation he's just like, and therefore God is real, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh wait,
Uh-oh.
no.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it's just, I don't know. Really, I remember, okay, I was literally in high school arguing about philosophy, about this sort of thing, and exploring like solipsism, and these sort of like these philosophical ideas, and like bantering them about, having dumb high school tier arguments about this type of stuff. I've always been
hell
really
yeah.
into philosophy. Although like at this point, like my ability to recite X, theory concept is pretty low, because I frankly got pretty tired of like formal philosophical arguments. I thought they became incredibly boring and also removed from reality in a way that wasn't helpful. At the end of the day, I don't think that there is any way that we can be sure that we're like not in a dream sequence or in a game, and I don't care. If I'm in a game,
Sure.
so be it. Then I'll play this game the best that I can, and if I find out afterwards that I'm no longer in a game, or that I was in a game, all right, well, at least I played well.
Yeah, that's kind of the theory of philosophy that I'm like slowly putting together myself, is this like fundamental question of solipsism and the self and the other. But I guess to point it real quick, my question was, if you were to subscribe to a form of ethics, which I know most people don't like, and I'm not particularly keen on, let's say it's not going to be more realism. Where would you place yourself? I would probably
Here comes
just
the
like
meme where everyone in chat is gonna. This is if you know that you're asking me a question that's going to forever get me clipped for this, because I'm gonna say I'm a consequentialist, and then everyone's gonna go, "Oh, it's the Vosh clown."
You could have said more like relativist or something, because
Nah.
that's where I would put myself.
I mean, I don't believe in like complete, like, I don't think that, I think obviously there's always, I guess moral relativism is like, you have to kind of bite the bullet on that, because eventually you're going to say like, yeah, at the end of the day, people can come to arbitrary conclusions, and that does mean that there is some form of moral relativism. But I think that's inherent in the universe. We can only understand the universe via our senses, and our senses are how we communicate. How we communicate is how we build philosophy. And now we're going to get into Wittgenstein. It always ends up being on Wittgenstein, that our ideas are limited by our linguistics, and our ability to communicate and via language is limited by by our literal physical organs. And yeah, so yeah,
Alright,
there is
okay.
some level of moral. I do believe that there is an inherent relativism to morality in the world. However, I don't think that the sort of meme moral relativism is a useful way of parsing existence, because it doesn't help us accomplish anything. It doesn't help us understand anything. It's just sort of a blanket, like, oh yeah, well, everything's just relative, dude. Which I don't think is useful. I think that we should recognize that while we can never have any solid, true answers about the universe, that we can nonetheless glean highly likely truths that are, if nothing else, functional truths. And those functional truths we can use to reach certain outcomes. And those outcomes that we reach for are a product of our preferences, and our preferences are a product of an infinitely complex number of factors, some of which are under our control to some degree or another. For example, in the past, I used to desire a more Christian world, and then I learned a whole lot, and I realized, actually, I don't want a Christian world anymore, because I learned more about it. So I would argue that the act of learning, the act of inquiring and taking apart my old worldview changed my preferences for the world. And I think we can do that. And therefore, I think we should aim to enlighten as much as possible. We should attempt to learn as much as we can. And from there, we do our best to build systems that, I don't know, play to our values, I guess. That's very objectivist wording, but yeah.
No, unfortunately, like you have to slip in some like objectivist language here and there. I don't even know if objectivist is almost
Listen,
like
they had some
ruining.
alright ideas. Okay, they had a few.
Yeah.
Ayn
Well, like-
Rand's whole like pieces talking about internal consistency. What was it called? What was the term that she used? Like I fucking can't remember the term, but of like challenging your ideas so that you don't have internal inconsistently held ideas that you don't notice is like pretty. It was actually very useful to me at the time, and in fact was what led me to question objectivism further, because I do think that it's good to like continually self-audit to a certain degree and try to identify contradictions, internal contradictions, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, you didn't say utilitarian, so I think you did well. You also didn't say deontological, which is Kantianism, and Kant. It's a fucking meme, but
That doesn't mean
yeah. Well, thank you for chatting.
Yeah, no problem.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll do it. We should do it again soon.
We will.
Anytime.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Snowdrift. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.
have
Have a
like
great
one thing to say to Snowdrift, dude. Your music is like the Bloodborne of like chill and meditation. I really love it.
I love it.
Thank you so much. That's very sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want you guys to go follow him on YouTube. Definitely follow his music. Go buy it. All right.
Thank you.
You have a good time.
You too.
Thank you, and bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm pulling in RGR now. She wants to come in.
Yay, Riley!
Pulling her in. Told you I was just gonna move you
Hi.
in without notice.
Hello there. How goes it?
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing well. How art you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Are you streaming right now? If so, hello to the court.
I'm literally just. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go with the core. I still like the round table.
The round table is
we're
good.
Workshopping it.
Yeah.
We're still very much workshopping that. But I mean, that's what's been historically, just because like I don't know. I really like that theme of like kind of like I don't know. It's always kind of like it always makes sense in my head where it's if you look at my emblem or if you look at my symbol, it's like you got the sword and the shield, but it also doubles as like a book and the sword. So it kind of goes back to the idea of like, oh, modern day lawyers and politicians are like, they're like modern day knights in shining armor or something like that. I kind of like carrying that.
Right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. We're working on it. But how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I had a lot of fun hanging out with the kiddos yesterday when you dropped them off.
Aw,
I
thank you
promise
for
I fed
watching
them.
them.
Yeah, I did not just give them soda pop and then take them into the backyard to shoot fireworks. We definitely did. Good things.
Why do I get the impression that I shouldn't believe you right now?
Oh no, we had a good edifying and very lawful time for sure.
Oh well, good.
No,
that's
I
great to
showed
hear.
them a
I'm
bunch
very-
of fun stuff, and we did keep an eye out on the stuff on the proceedings, but we may have sort of been teasing some of the individuals who were doing some silly things on camera, and we did watch some highlight clips, and we also did a cooking video review segment, and they got a special one. I taught your audience about holy mackerel, which is one of the wildest things I've ever discovered on the internet. I was very happy to share that with a new audience.
All right, hold on. I too am not aware of the holy mackerel. Could you please illuminate me as to what the holy mackerel is? And oh my god, my camera just went off.
Sure. Hold on just a second. Give me just 1 minute here, because I'll need to prep a little bit of a... Okay. All right, let me put the headphones back on real quick. So, holy mackerel is a inferior version of this mask that is used in a very, very strange skit comedy show that is created by an absolutely unhinged Catholic cult. And we've had a lot of fun. This is the unholy mackerel, by the way. The holy mackerel is much less stylish, personally, I think. Let me take the mask off now. We can stop
you can,
silliness.
you're more than welcome to take it off. I am permanently blinded. As my audiences who cannot see me.
They can't. Did you see that? Were you able to see what I was wearing, though?
Yeah. No, I could see it. I have your stream going on one of my other screens. Yes, I could see it. I am eternally scarred in my soul. And yeah, I have no words.
Yeah, we basically a couple of like maybe a month and a half ago or something, I was tuned on by one of my viewers to this website called The Church Militant. And they do horrific far-right, racist, anti-gay, anti-trans propaganda on YouTube. However, they also have like a website of their own that has a whole bunch of other shows on it. And one such show, which appears to be my theory or my gleaning, is that it's like a side project of one of their like editors or something along that line. Is called Holy Mackerel, and it's a comedy skit show that is basically about that mask that you saw, a guy in a suit who wears that mask will show up, and if you try to eat meat on a Friday, because I'm sure you're familiar with the Catholic practice of Lent.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
That's,
and so
that's interesting. All right.
yeah, so if you eat meat, or if you're going to eat meat, he'll snatch it out of your hand. He appears out of nowhere, and then he has this theme that plays like da 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 dun 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 da da dun, and it's actually a great little theme. But the funny thing is, like, the skits are, some of them are really kind of funny, but they're also a little pathetic and also a little disturbing, because a couple of them are super preachy, and many of them feature the like cult leader of the Church Militant giving some sort of like moral message, but a lot of them are also just frivolous, like Veggie Tales-esque hilarity. And so we've had a lot of fun. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun watching them. I've done a number of segments where we just go and watch. In fact, some of my chats, two of my chat emojis, if you look on my, if you can see on my stream, there's this astronaut fellow, is from one of theirs. Yeah, there was an episode that was so high effort we couldn't help but be floored by it, and they have a scene where the guy, he keeps trying to eat a Philly cheesesteak and eventually goes to the moon in order to try and get away from the holy mackerel, where he has an astronaut suit and he's like laughing at the holy mackerel, and the holy mackerel can't do anything to him on the moon, but then he can't eat it because he has a helmet on. But there's this one shot where he does that laugh, and there's like a perfect scene of him like doing this, like throwing his head back and laughing, and we got a screenshot of it and turned it into an emote. But it's been a blast. So yeah.
Why would you subject yourself to that? That sounds awful.
No, it's amazing. It's so good. Like, they're so funny. In fact, it's become a whole thing. Like, we even have a ship for two of the characters from the show. There's 6 seasons of Holy Mac.
There's 6 seasons?
6 seasons, and we've watched like. Some of them are like 30-minute episodes. Most of them are like 5-minute episodes, but there's some that are really long. And somebody get Oatberries the link to the video we did on it. I'm gonna have my video that we did yesterday up soon, so you can watch it and see what your audience was subjected to. But we had a blast. It is very strange, I will say that much, but we have so much fun. And the first night that I did them, I was cajoled by my chat into purchasing a copy of the fish mask, and you might see over there's a cow mask. Another one of the characters is called Holy Cow. So we have the same mask for both of those, and we also have a ship, which is that in the show there is like internal lore to the show. There's a character named Loan Shark, who's like he's like an asshole banker character who he always tries to convince the other characters in the show to take a loan from him so that he can make money off of them or something. That's like his thing.
Okay.
And there is a visible sexual tension between Loan Shark and Holy Mackerel. And so we've quite literally like there's been fan art. In fact, if you ever notice, if we get a dono, you will see an image of a fish man pulling the tie of a blushing shark and pulling him closer. And that was fan art of the Loney Mac ship, which we made after seeing the obvious sexual tension between the Loan Shark and the Holy Mackerel. So yeah, that's what I got to take your chat on a wild ride for. But
Do I need to take them to therapy? What have you done with my children?
Oh,
Do I
no,
need to
no,
take
don't
them to
worry.
Therapy?
Wait, let's
Are
see.
they
Did it
are
show
they
up?
going to be all right? Should I be concerned?
No,
I
I
think I should be a little worried.
we wholesomize it. Now, the episode we did watch was a little strange. Oh wait, look, it's gonna show up. Look, there it is.
Praise be Loney Mac.
See? You can see the shark.
Oh shit! Oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah.
Wait. And it's also very it's wholesome.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
wholesome.
Sorry,
We made it
Mom.
wholesome. And in
Yeah.
fact, there is
You were
art.
awesome.
One of my
Excited to
mods
see
from
more.
YouTube. Thank you so much for the
Congratulations
$25
on the
donation, by the way.
milestone.
We actually have a extremely wholesome holy cow drawing that was done by one of our YouTube mods who's like an amazing artist. And I actually have to get another copy of it because I apparently lost the copy that I had, but it is holy cow, very, very cute. It's amazing. I'll share it to you at some point. It's really, really amazing. So we've had some fun with it. We've basically tried to take this extremely questionable skit show that ultimately pushes like a weird cult's messaging, but is still kind of weirdly lovable and like charming in its like low budgetness and its earnestness, and tried to turn it into something more wholesome by poking fun at it and having fun with the characters ourselves. And it's been really great. So don't worry, they're not harmed. They're just having a good time with our little pretend action figures online. Oh, the brother sister thing was a little weird. Okay, that one was weird. That was a
Oh my
little
god.
weird.
Yeah. No, like all memeing aside, like it sounds like fun. You know, I always love making like things that are like either like super weird or especially things which are trying to like be intentionally harmful in some way or another. I like taking that and like making kind of the way that you deal with it into a more enjoyable experience. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of like essentially what we do online as content creators, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when we laugh at people on the far right or like conspiracy theorists or whatever, right? I mean, that's essentially what we're doing, right? Like we are taking the worst of the worst and we're trying to make it into like a more enjoyable experience.
Yeah,
so
and
like all the
refuse to
meme
make
side-
it like let them get away with making it so serious when we know it's so clownish.
Oh
And it's
yeah,
pointing
yeah,
that out.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like some of these opinions like should not be taken seriously, you know? Like, you know, the 20-minute the actually not like the 30 to 40-minute video essay which is super serious and dissects every single point. You know, that can be nice for certain kinds of content if you need
sure.
like a much more nuanced argument to be able to deal with something that someone says.
Mhm.
Like a lot of the time people who are, you know, spreading these kinds of bigoted or like harmful ideas, like they're really just like they're just talking nonsense for the most part.
Yeah.
It's very hard to actually find people who make the kinds of arguments that they do in such a way where you actually need a much more nuanced response. For the most part, they, you know, we're able to just laugh at them. And it's fun, and we should be able to.
I certainly think that's the case for. I do think there are some people who dignify like more complicated responses, but pure demagoguery, like what's on display on their website, and that's what most of the content they do is just raw homophobic demagoguery. The guy who runs the cult is an ex-gay.
Oh God.
And yeah, you can see where this goes. He has
yeah.
but we've also had some of the funniest moments out of those conversations. I mean, he had one video that was talking about abortion, and totally unintentionally he made a meme that's become another meme on our channel, which is he's like, these people wanted to deprive children of their God-given right to a mommy. And so we had a clip of him being like, a God-given right to a mommy. And like, that's been like, and I'm like, that's right, chat. Demon Mommy here giving you your God-given right to a mommy. So
Oh,
it's
God!
like, it's been fantastic. It's so good. Yeah, so like there's just a lot to poke at in there, and yeah, as you can see, the state mandated mommy, all that sort of stuff is going to fill up chat undeniably.
I imagine a decent amount of people can probably get behind that for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't
wonder.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been having a good time with it, and I don't know. I really like. I mean, again, you probably know this about me. I think we've even talked about this at some point. I think when I was on your show, like very shortly. I don't know if we went into deep detail, but I grew up in a very extreme evangelical cult, and
I can't remember if we did talk about this.
yeah, I think I probably only touched on it slightly, but it was very, very strange experience for me. But as a result, I do have a bit of a nose for finding really strange, like, content that would normally silo itself off from the world as like hyper niche entertainment for people who aren't allowed to by their religion to enjoy anything outside of their religion, and or whatever. And so there's been some moments where we've delved into content like that. This one has just been a platinum mine, because as it turns out, there is some, like, at least in the holy mackerel parts, it's clear there's somebody who's got like a bit of a heart in there, you know, as much as it's twisted to suit the needs of this weird cult. There's somebody who's laboring away at making a cute show for somebody, and that's kind of cool. So yeah.
No, it can be hard to like deal with certain kinds of medium like that, because I mean, like, often with big elaborate shows like these, you have a lot of different you have a lot of people contributing. It's not just like one person who's doing all the work behind the scenes. There's a lot of different people with a lot of competing interests. And some people, even if they aren't necessarily disagreeing with those ideas, probably aren't focused so much on spreading those bigoted ideas as they are on trying to just, like, do something good for other people, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, so no. I can understand that. Like, situations like this can be hard because, I mean, like, I don't know, you see something very similar with like a lot of cults and a lot of like, even just like, political groups, right? Like, or like political movements, usually have like a group of people who tend to be standout representatives or act as representatives for the larger movement. And a lot of people will broadly agree with them. But most people probably don't necessarily like marry themselves as much to those opinions as the people who are necessarily so much leading the charge. A lot of people probably hold like those kind of opinions more so out of, I don't know, like a totality of other circumstances. I remember.
Oh yeah, I think that. On stream. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I remember there's one conversation, like the most interesting conversation I've ever had on my channel. There was a conservative Trump supporter who came on my stream a couple, like about a month or two ago. It was right around the election. And basically I was like, all right, so why do you believe the things that you do? And, we went through a whole conversation, and it was like super chill and super nice, but it ended up being that like they believe the things that they did mostly just out of the circumstances that he grew up in.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a lot of the case for religious people.
Yeah.
That's kind of how the ideology operates and perpetuates itself, by isolating people. And it's sad sometimes.
Yep. And so like, and I think that's very true. I mean, like, a lot of people, like, I used to live in the South. I lived in Tennessee, Arkansas, Florida for various parts of my life. And like, I knew a lot of people down there who, and this is like the weirdest thing that I have to bite the bullet on, but like, and people, and I might say this and people might look at me and be like, Riley, what the fuck are you talking about? But like, hold your tongue. Like, I have to bite the bullet on the fact that there are some people down there who had like objectively terrible beliefs, and who I still have to say are some of the best people I've ever known.
Yeah.
By virtue of the fact that like, I look at the totality of their characters and I could see the fact that like the reason that, so like they were all people who that like they were so the people I have in mind in particular were members of a family who were raised in a rural Southern Baptist church town. Where you could, and you probably hear that and you already know where I'm going.
Yeah.
And there are people who altogether have like really good values. They care about each other. They love each other. They really value family and like being close with each other, in the way that like like honestly, there are a lot of ways that they're close with each other that I wasn't with my family when I was growing up, you know. And I looked at that and that was really cool. And for a while, and I also had a vested interest because I dated a person who was there when I was still in the closet, and so I was a really close part of this family, and I got to know them very well. And they were some of the best people I had ever known. I knew that they had a lot of, or not like a lot of, like they had a lot of like soft homophobic views. They definitely interpreted the Bible to be anti-LGBT, but they were like, but I mean, like, you know, like you could kind of see that they mostly went along with it, not necessarily because it's quote unquote what God says, but more so because it's kind of what they were raised to believe in the culture that they inhabited, you know?
And they're told that.
And so
A lot of times
yeah,
these sorts of
exactly.
things like this is a conversation. I mean, I even touched on this on the panel I was on with Vosh on Monday when the topic of religion came up, which is that I think that a lot of times it isn't really the texts or the religion, like the like pieces of the religion as a whole that lead to these beliefs, but rather influential leaders who dictate these things with a motivated piece of reasoning. Yeah.
So I actually did literally my my honors thesis in undergrad on this exact question.
Wow.
It's actually super interesting. Yeah. So I mean, like, just to abridge, and if you ever want the paper, I can send it to you. It's probably, I mean,
Sounds
the data is
amazing.
like a little dated. It's relying on the exit polling data from 2016 election. So I mean, like, it's 4 years old, but I mean, it's still pretty good. So basically, like, if you look, so basically, like we ran 2 different tests, right? First to see if people who were of certain denominations in Christianity had like statistically significant relationships with anti-LGBT beliefs. And then secondly, whether or not, and then we did a case study of 2 different churches, a progressive and a very not progressive Baptist church, or Baptist churches. And we did a scan of all of their documents to see like if the pastors were like intentionally influencing the scripture with political messaging, right?
Yeah.
Or their interpretations of the scripture. We could not reject the null hypothesis that they were not manipulating the scripture. The conservative church came very close to passing threshold. Basically, all that means is that like there's some evidence that that the pastor was manipulating the scripture, but not enough that we could come to a conclusion to a statistically significant degree of certainty. Usually, like a 95% threshold. And then for the progressive pastor, we found like no evidence whatsoever. But what was interesting was that only certain denominations of Christianity had statistically significant relationships with anti-LGBT beliefs, specifically mostly like Pentecostal denominations.
Pentecostal, yep. Makes sense.
Yep. So like denominations, like mostly, so you have like your Baptists, evangelicals, Pentecostals, like mostly the denominations which have very little hierarchical structure within their churches and have like the most latitude in biblical interpretation. And so the way that we kind of interpreted this data was not necessarily so much that the pastors were influencing the scripture intentionally, but rather what you see, especially in the South, is that what happens, because there's really no hierarchy in Pentecostal, Episcopal, or Baptist churches, is that if there is a split in the denomination about what a certain text means, since there's no higher authority to appeal to, the church will split. Often one person who has the gripe and who doesn't win over the majority of the congregation will just take their friends who agrees with them and go off and form a church about a row down the way, right?
Yep.
And then this will happen over and over and over again. And this is the reason why over in the South, you have more churches than like hospitals per square mile, right?
Yeah. Well, and also there is an effect of like, there may not be, like, what's the right word for this? There might not be, I can't remember the term. Like, okay, Catholicism has like a strict internal like hierarchy, but lots of these churches do have like internal hierarchy, but it's not based on any sort of is it epistemological? Like, there's no actual written rules for this. Like, for example, the church that I grew up in was a personality cult under the cult leader, but nobody would have recognized it as that. If you came in as an outsider, people would have thought, oh, well, this is a very like broad distributed structure, but it's not. It's just not formalized. And so there's a personality who guides this. And another thing that I think is really interesting that you're talking about, and this is something I talk about frequently in my discussions of like extremist Christianity, is that oftentimes it is not so much a like a direct injection of political messaging that there's like that's twisting the words of the Bible, but rather what they choose to fixate on and how they and what types of translations they choose to fixate on. And there's a lot of quiet manipulation that happens. The church that I grew up in, for example, was very, very much the pastor that I worked under or that I studied under was like an extremist by far, but he was considered and respected by many to be, he's very like literal about the Bible. However, you still ultimately control what parts of the Bible you're talking about and what context is provided for that, and that is incredibly important. And so if you have a church that or a church leader who's very anti-LGBT and decides to teach lots of sermons about parts of the Bible that could be interpreted as anti-LGBT, well, and you just don't talk about any of the other parts or any other worldviews, well, there you have it. Bam. You have a church that's anti-LGBT.
Yeah, and also they tend to interpret scripture like that could be interpreted either way, as they will tend to interpret it in the way that tends to be anti-LGBT when it could literally be interpreted to be the opposite.
Yeah.
For example, like I could think of two pieces of scripture that's often used against trans people specifically. I believe there's a rule, there's like a law in Deuteronomy that says that like the clothing of man should not be worn by a woman and vice versa. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially the essence of it. And so a lot of people will be like, aha, well, therefore, if you cross dress and therefore definitely like trans people, well, if you do that, well, then you're breaking God's law.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, there's a million problems with that. And we don't have to get like super deep into that. But like the easiest response to this would be like, no, actually, God is being super gender affirming. I'm a woman. God's telling me that I can't wear clothes of a guy. There you go. I'm doing God's will here.
Yeah.
And then they break. Another really interesting interpretation, and so that's like the easiest one, I think.
Yeah.
I think that the coolest bit of interpretation, which I actually heard from, there's a conference I did go to every year before COVID, called the Wild Goose Festival, which is cool because it's like a very, it doubles as like a hippie concert or like a hippie dippy festival over in like North Carolina in the mountains. It doubles as like, or I think it might be Pennsylvania, whatever. No, Hot Springs, North Carolina. Doubles as that, but also like a progressive, religious, and also justice conference. So it's cool because you can hear a lot of different, really interesting academic, progressive interpretations of scripture. And one interpretation I heard regards like in Genesis, there is specific scripture that talks about in the beginning God created, and God, you go through heaven and earth, land and sea, night and day, all that good stuff. And then you get to man and woman, and so a lot of people will point there, like a lot of transphobes will go point there and be like, aha, God created man and woman. There's no option. There's no, strict binary, no middle grounds, no whatever. It's you got men, you got women, nothing about gender, nothing in there.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all that there is.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will point there. But like the most interesting counter I've heard to this is that like, so for example, in the, in that same scripture, in that same area, you see God created night and day, or the heavens and the earth. It doesn't specify that God created twilight. Doesn't specify that God created the morning. Doesn't specify that God created sunrises. Like there's all different kinds of amazing gradients between night and day that are not specified there, yet we all acknowledge to exist. It talks about God created land and sea, but it doesn't specify that God created rivers. Doesn't specify that God created inlets. Doesn't specify that God created like any of the interesting little beautiful kind of in-betweens between land and sea. Like if you go through basically every part of the creation story, it gives you a strict binary, but like you can pretty reasonably like reason out that there is like a giant gradient between each binary that's given.
Yeah.
And the gradients are often like the most beautiful,
Yeah.
And so I remember the quote that this guy gave, and it still rings in my mind, is that like, honestly, like that's kind of where God resides in a lot of ways, if you're going to like interpret the scripture from a very religious perspective. Because like the idea that God exists in the in-betweens, kind of like if you take that to its logical conclusion, it's almost like God is kind of seen most preeminently in kind of people who are not strictly binary, in trans people, in people who are marginalized. So yeah, I don't know. Like,
Well,
so
and I would
to
argue
take it
that
back to your
that's a
point-
more consistent that is a more consistent understanding if you're a Christian who accepts the New Testament as God's word as well, because keep in mind that Jesus Christ was supposed to be the fulfillment of the old laws and the representation of a new way of understanding the world. No one is meant to, those Old Testament laws were not supposed to be the laws that all people live by forever. They were supposed to be a guide to, I mean, and obviously I don't believe this sort of stuff anymore, but even within the teaching, that they were supposed to be something that kept the people of Israel safe until the Messiah could come. And if you buy that the Messiah has come, then you should realize that those laws don't apply to you in that way.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
and I also,
also-
there's a whole bunch of, I remember back at the time, my family had a lot of problems with me coming out as trans, and I had a lot of debates about such things. There was I think there's a Levitical law that states something about like damaging your sexual organs, making you not holy or not a priest. I'm like, well, last I checked, I'm not trying to become a Levitical priest. So there's a whole bunch that people will use for all kinds of different stuff that I just think are really dishonest. And but I appreciate the approach that you have to those two particular examples that people use.
do you want to hear like the fun ones?
Sure.
So like those are like the more like, especially like the latter is like the more well thought out one. The ones I like having more fun with are the ideas that like so Jesus, virgin birth, only has XX chromosomes. Jesus is a trans dude.
Oh, I love it.
Also, side note, so Eve was created strictly from the rib of Adam, only has XY chromosomes. Eve is also a trans woman.
Shit. Oh fuck.
Yeah. So if people want to be like the Bible's anti-trans, be like, actually, like two of the biggest stars in there. I don't know. You might want to take another
Pretty
look at
important.
that. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty fucking
Yeah.
important.
All
I
right,
love
but
this. This is my
those are
favorite.
like the more fun ones.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of, I don't know. This is why I think that like literalism is horrible. And
totally.
I've opposed that for a long time, much like, and I think you probably will have an appreciation for this particular aspect as well, much like so-called constitutional literalism or whatever they call it these days. It's ridiculous, and people just are declaring that their version is the true version when it's impossible to determine that. Yeah. So
there's actually a really for people who want to read more into this. Oh God, I have to dig this up from the back of my memory. I haven't talked about religion as deep in the past couple of years. I need to start reading more scripture.
Well, hey, if you ever want to have
there's
talks about religion, I'd be more than happy. Although I'm an atheist, I always talk about this. I have a four version study Bible that's filled with my notes from the number of times I've studied through and read the Bible in its entirety. So.
Oh yeah, well I mean like I have a religious studies degree, so I mean like you know
that's
yeah,
awesome.
I'm totally down to talk about it. I can't
didn't know
remember.
that.
God, I have to. Yeah, totally. God, I have to. I can't remember the name of this person, but basically the idea goes like this, right? Like this is a pretty famous like idea in biblical interpretation, right? Or like a very famous theory.
Yeah.
The idea is that basically there's like this philosophical question posed that like, is there a way for you to be able to interpret the Bible while doing so in a way that in absolutely no way, or like doing so in a way where your personal experiences in no way impact your understanding of the scripture? And essentially the answer that the philosopher comes to is no, right?
Yeah.
Like all of us, even if you are like, you know, the most highly trained monk, like you have the greatest knowledge of scripture, if you have the greatest knowledge of like the Catholic Church or whatever doctrine or like a, you know, history of doctrine that you're looking at, like everyone by virtue of the fact that, you know, we are human and we bring our own personal experiences to the table when we are interpreting scripture, those are in some ways going to bias each of our understandings of scripture, right? And so the idea behind this philosophical question is that like there's no real one, like heavy quotations, objectively true understanding of scripture, right?
Yeah.
because of the fact that we cannot literally bring the people who wrote the scripture back to life to ask them what they meant.
Yeah.
Everyone, even if you're trying to be like as true to originalist as possible, the best you could possibly hope for is a well-educated guess. And that,
Yeah.
and really, you can't get any closer than that.
This sounds like we're slowly creeping into a moral realism discussion again.
I mean,
I
not
don't
really.
think I could-
Actually, I think
I'm just kidding.
I'm pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure it's actually like an anti-moral realist argument. 'Cause,
Yeah,
I mean, like, at the end of
I
the
just
day-
meant like we're creeping close to the subject. It's been one of my previous callers brought it up, and there was also a caller into Vosh's show last night who brought that up as well, moral realism.
Oh.
So it's become a meme. But no, I was
I
just
mean, I guess.
goofing
But I mean,
around.
like, well, yeah. But I mean, like, the way that I usually tend to like take that idea is just to mean that, like, I tend to view scripture as something which can form a good basis for your moral structure, and that's the way that I tend to use it. I think that I use it as like the basis for a lot of my morals.
Yeah.
But I don't try to use that as like a prescriptive. Like, I don't try to make that same prescription onto others. Like, I'm not treating it like it's some kind of like objective truth of morality. Like, I basically am like, all right, there's some good things in here. They say a lot of things. They seem to work out. I'm going to apply them in my life. And to the extent that they do work, I'm going to keep doing them,
Yeah.
And so far, it's done me pretty well. But I don't want to say that there's like an objective moral truth. Because, like, obviously, if you take that to its logical extreme, and especially if you apply that to like a strictly biblical interpretation, that's how you get like into really weird idea. Like, that basically necessitates that you have to accept. I guess that this would be where you get into like moral realism, right?
Yeah.
You have to like accept that even if you think you're acting objectively, that like you're making some subjective determinations as to what the Bible hashtag or heavy quotations objectively says, and then like hold those to be as true as much as you can, right?
Yeah. I think even as somebody who doesn't have religious beliefs anymore, I do tend to think that religious texts are best understood as a path to personal enlightenment and not as a handbook for control. And I think there's quite a lot of evidence of that. And I think that in identifying like malicious religious groups that do tend to do a lot of harm, it is largely groups that subscribe to the idea that these religious texts are tools for them to control and dominate other people and not just guide their own personal beliefs. And this, while I do think there could be some overlap, like, for example, if an entire church subscribes to the idea that they shouldn't interact with gay people, that could be that would be a very hostile environment for gay people. However, we usually see that the sort of second type, the type that is looking to use their book as a justification to control the actions of others, go far beyond just a preference or self-isolating or anything like that. They go to the point of saying we need to be advocating for everyone to fall in line with our belief, that our interpretation must be the true one, and if it is not, then we will defeat you. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very complicated discussion. I do think that there's, I don't know. It's a huge topic. Religion is a massive topic, and it's something I really enjoy talking about. But I recognize it's like it's a very nuanced issue, and also my position is different than a lot of. There's a lot of people who, became a part of the atheist or anti-theist movements and whatnot. And for a while, I did have some views like that. I've moved away from that a little bit over time, as I realized that I think that there are a lot of ways to more healthily express religion, and that there's something else beyond just religious belief in and of itself that causes the damaging stuff that I most critique about religion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I agree. I don't know, like, I'm very critical of organized religion because, like, for me, that tends to be where I levy, like, most of the blame. I understand not all of it can be levied there. I mean, like, obviously the scripture has to give some basis, like, for them to be able to, like, even if you have people who are trying as hard as they can to take scripture and use it as a bludgeon against people because of their own personal biases, the scripture has to give them some basis for that. And so, like, I can acknowledge it, like, there's like some meaningful critique of the scripture in and of itself.
For sure.
but I do also think that like like if we're gonna like levy like amounts of blame, I think that most of it can be levied against like organized religion.
Yeah, I would agree very strongly with that. Yeah. Most of the time, it's not a random person saying, hey, these are the conclusions I've come to. This is what I believe, and this is how I choose to conduct my life. It is somebody saying, hey, you, all of you out there, I'm going to stand on this podium and tell you that you should go with me to the voting booth and vote down the rights of somebody else. So,
yeah,
there's a big difference between those two approaches. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's super weird is just like, I don't know, lately I've been learning a lot more about like the history of like YouTube, especially like 2016 era and pre that, and like the skeptic community. It's so weird because like I also want to be like conscientious of the fact that like I understand that like, I don't know, because when I started off YouTube, I wasn't exactly someone who had been like online all that much. And so it was very interesting to me to come in and kind of like learn more about the history of like why, because I mean a lot of people on the left are like non-religious or atheist or whatever. It's kind of interesting because like a lot of that probably is born out of the fact that like BreadTube at one point kind of grew out of like the split in the atheist community into like what ended up becoming like Gamergate and BreadTube.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was well. So I can actually speak to this a little bit because I was like very much into. I mean, the atheist movement online, the big online atheism thing, was very valuable to me at the time, and in fact, it was like some of the like big like atheist YouTubers. I'm thinking right now of Zinnia Jones, if you're familiar with who that is. Were super influential to me. And the skeptic community absolutely became a dumpster fire, like a toxic waste dump, which then evolved, which there was this sort of all kind of happened at the same time. The atheist community sort of sprung off into this like wider skeptosphere, and then Gamergate took that and was like gasoline on it, and a bunch of like the Sargon figures, Sargon, Ethan Ralph, Medicare, and a couple of other even like I think even Shoe on Head I think got their start in like the Gamergate era. And yeah, it's very weird. Like Vadim has a lot to say about that, but like it's super complicated. And it's really interesting to me how the like atheist, I guess, movement, you could call it, the broad atheist movement online it was so easily hijacked by reactionary thought. And it really is unfortunate because it just goes to show that like it wasn't just religion that propagates some of these reactionary ideas, that a lot of these reactionary ideas are independent and will latch on, or like I don't know, I'm personifying the ideas themselves, but as memes they will worm their way into different types of viewpoints regardless of whether that's a religious or non-religious ones. And so perhaps they thrive better in like a religious environment because it can be dictated from the top, but they still persist. I mean, again, many of the skeptics became anti-SJWs, who became anti-feminists, and that's such a strange misogynistic turn that you would think, oh, well, you know, a lot of these atheists had huge problems with the inherent misogyny of many religious groups,
right.
And then didn't notice that they then started engaging in it in their own way. It's it is really strange. It's a very weird story, but it's definitely fascinating to track. I would recommend having a conversation with Vadim if you want to learn even more about it. I plan on doing a video at some point on Gamergate, and because I took a lot of notes during Gamergate, actually, something that I've always done on the internet is I've always been a bit of a information hoarder, screenshots and archives and all this stupid stuff. So I have all of this archived stuff to look at some point, and I'd love to go through and try and give people like an insight to what happened and how it happened, because so many of these like the worst figures you can think of, from like Milo Yiannopoulos to Ethan Ralph to Sargon of Akkad, got their start directly from Gamergate. Like, they were the figures in Gamergate that got huge. And it's really weird how much it actually did influence the alt-right. But it's a big undertaking. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely believe it.
Yeah.
I might head off
Yeah,
just
that's
because
fine.
I have to fix my camera.
That's okay.
And it's, yeah, but hey, no, but most importantly, congrats on
Thank you.
5K.
Thank you.
I'm very happy for you. You seem pretty cool, and I enjoy whenever we're on stuff together and whenever we chat. And I hope that you continue to grow.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming on. It's been wonderful talking with you.
I have a question. Do you deny KO's right to a mommy?
Me?
KO's God. Yeah, both of you. KO's God-given right to a mommy.
I would never deny his God-given right to a mommy.
I don't know who this is, but the answer is yes.
You deny? Very well then, RGR. This means war.
Sounds good.
At least
All
he has
right.
beaten
Well,
it.
have fun with that war. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right.
Let's
see.
bring someone else in. Bring him in.
All
Fresh
right, bottom
meat.
in.
Hello. Purple EB Chan.
Purple EB Jan.
Yeah, it's you.
Purple.
Hi. Yes, it's you.
Yes, it's you.
You'll have to turn off the stream
Yeah, I did.
or mute it. Yay.
Hey,
And
Wow.
pronouns?
she, her. Thank
All
you.
right. Well, welcome, Purple Chan, the creator of our very own Impo Comfy. Can we see some Impo Comfies
Yes.
in chat, please?
Yes, give me an Impo Comfy combo. I love it.
Impo Comfy. Impo Comfy.
Impo Comfy. Yes. Actually, it's, if I may, it's Purple EB Chan.
Purple Chan. All right. Oops. I got to correct that.
Energizer Bunny.
Oh. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Chan. Okay. There we go. Corrected.
Yes. So anyway, yes, I just wanted to thank you and congratulations. I'm very tentatively trying to get back into politics, and I found streaming to be an interesting segue into the political sphere, and evidently the drama that comes along with it.
True. Extremely true. There's a lot of drama. By the way, a 50 Impo Comfy combo. I am impressed with that.
Holy crap! It's amazing. So pop.
Somebody
so
please
pop.
kill that troll. Please. So fucking annoying.
Yes. So I guess my very newbie question,
Yes.
getting back into this, and thank you for answering it in the best way you can. But can you explain Pepe and why we're allowed to use Pepe? Are we taking him back? Is that what it is?
Yes. Not only are we taking him back, we already have. Pepe has been rescued and is ours yet again. Now, I can absolutely explain Pepe.
Yeah.
And in fact, I can
Yes, please.
also do a little bit of fun lore that my longtime
Yes,
fans will
please.
roll their eyes at. You may notice that we have a frog in our chat known as Pompo. Can we see some Pompos, please? Can we see some Pompos? Can we get some Pompos in chat, please? Thank you. You see that little Pompo there? Look at how cute Pompo is. We love Pompo. Pompo was from a stream in which I told the story of Pepe and talked about why I think it is a good thing for us to reclaim Pepe. So first of all, Pepe is a frog from a comic made by Matt Fury, I believe his name is, or Matt Fury. And it was a really chill slice of life comedy comic that was just about some friends hanging out. And the Feels Good Man was from a panel of that comic in which the character Pepe, the frog that we all know, he was explaining why he peed with his pants down all the way. And he said, because it feels good, man. And that was the original image that was used, was him like going like, feels good, man. And that was like a punchline from a comic, and it became very popular on 4chan. At the time, oh, thank you, Arrogant Prince. Really appreciate that. At the time, 4chan was, it was a edgy internet place that people hung out on and made silly jokes. There was some boards that were very unruly, like B, which was the random board. You could post basically anything you wanted. And there was a whole bunch of special interest boards. It was a forum website, an old school web style forum, really, really popular at the time. Over time, though, 4chan was always very edgy, but at one point, I would characterize it more as like South Park kind of edgy, where it was just like irreverent and not really like, it was more just like, oh, fuck you, man, like that kind of thing, as opposed to being like distinctly reactionary. But over time, that changed, specifically with the introduction of the poll board, which was /poll, P-O-L. And that is the politically incorrect board. It was a politics board, more or less, but specifically like edgy politics. And that board over time became essentially 100% infested with Nazis. Literal Nazi recruiters were pushing their ideas there because 4chan was supposed to be a place that was, mostly uncensored. You could say whatever you wanted. They didn't really want to have strict rules because they wanted to be able to talk about all kinds of weird issues and stuff. But obviously, because of that, Nazis were able to get a huge, huge foothold into the community on there, and eventually they disseminated to almost all the other boards on 4chan. And at that point, that was like, there was another. We're going to talk about Gamergate a little bit again. Gamergate was a flash point for that particular thing. The poll board had been growing. There were a lot of Nazis on there, and when Gamergate happened, the website, a couple of the boards basically turned into 24-hour Gamergate staging zones. And it was very weird. But now, of course, because it became increasingly toxic and all of the good people left, the only people that have ever been there that is left is Nazis and terrible people. As a result of all of this, Pepe, which was the frog I mentioned before, which was his face was very popular as a reaction image on 4chan, became increasingly associated with 4chan's antics. And in Gamergate, especially, and then in the 2016, which was shortly after Gamergate and had the whole Trump thing, right-wing groups who were hanging out on 4chan started to use the Pepe a lot. Now, the thing is, Matt Fury, the guy who made Pepe, is a leftist. And also the original comic had nothing to do with politics, and even the original use on 4chan had nothing to do with politics. It was literally just a reaction image. I mean, look at how many different faces he has. He has so many different faces, and there's now all kinds of variants. But it was just people were afraid to use it because they were afraid of being associated with Donald Trump. And so a whole bunch of lefties who were tired of 4chan's bullshit and 4chan taking away a previously sort of universal icon of good reaction images, decided, nah, fuck that. I don't care. It should be very clear that my content is nothing like those people. And I like the frog. So a bunch of us started using the frog, and it's caught on because, as it turns out, people like the frog, and the righties shouldn't be able to own the frog, and they don't. And to be honest, they never really did. It was just associated so strongly with places like the Donald, which were trying to like ape 4chan humor, that people were kind of hesitant to use the frog for a while. But the fact of the matter is that Pepe is just a frog with great reaction images, created originally by a leftist and used by a lot of lefties, because a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of people used to hang out on 4chan who weren't Nazis. It wasn't always a Nazi board. It wasn't for most of its history. Most of its history, it was just a place for people who felt like, I don't know, for like internet quote unquote losers to go find friends and hang out and find jokes that were funny. And a lot of trans people found communities on 4chan because, again, it's a place where it was okay to talk about edgy stuff, which, being trans, as it turns out, is considered pretty edgy in America and taboo. So Pepe was always something that I love. The green frogs, I think they're really cute. I think they're funny. And when I made my channel, I said, nah, I don't care. If people are gonna try and like say I'm like from 4chan because of frogs, well, I know they never will. But I felt like it was rescuing the frog, rescuing the Pepe from the clutches of the right was a good idea. And in fact, it's to the degree that there was a documentary last year that was called Feels Good Man, that was all about the like renewing of Pepe's image in the modern culture, and Matt Fury was involved in that documentary. He also did like the last comic of Pepe, in which he actually killed Pepe in the comic, because it was like Pepe died, and it was the whole comic was commenting on how his character that he meant to be like a cute and relatable, like kind of goofy dude, was hijacked by these people. And he also did one that was like, he also did art that was Pepe burning in hell after he died. And he was trapped in his personal hell, was being trapped inside like a monstrous head of Donald Trump. And yeah, it's really funny. Anyway, long story, that is the entire story of Pepe. And the reason why everybody is trying to, like, the reason why lots of people have reclaimed Pepe right now is because it's been successful. And everybody knows that the fucking Nazis don't get to have our green frog, and they never will. And that's why they moved to their fucking shit tier Groiper bullshit. But the cool news is that we can also make our own version. So there's all kinds of variants. There are now Demon Mama Pepes, like, which exists. Yes. There are Pompo, which I made myself. I literally drew Pompo to show that like green frogs are perfectly fine and that Nazis shouldn't be able to control our expression to that degree. So yeah, there's the story of Pepe.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's where I was going with it, but I wanted to double check.
Yeah.
And so no, thank you. Just thank you for existing in this world and being a part of our lives.
Aww.
So much communal love to you.
Hey,
and
no problem.
Just keep being awesome, and I continue to hope for your growth.
I will do my best to both be awesome and continue existing in this world. I promise you my survival is a priority. I do not wish to perish. So yeah, and thank you for coming on and for your incredibly kind words. And for your amazing Impo Comfy, which is incredible.
Yes, I hope to do more.
Yeah.
I hope to do more.
Yeah, well, if you ever have any ideas, we'll talk.
Yes, and I did the hearts because, lots of love.
Absolutely, and much communal love likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, Jeena. Next person. Next caller, please. Quippets.
You're up. This is going to be a hard rule of 10 minutes. All right.
Okay.
We're going to keep.
Sure. I haven't been timing, but if you want to time, that'd be great.
Yeah, no, I'm timing for hard 10 minutes.
Okay.
After 10 minutes are up, like we're going to move on.
I know we're already on hour 3, but that's fine. Quippets. Quippets, you are in here. Hello. Quippets. Do you want to DM them real quick? Quippets.
Oh, hello?
Hello, Quippets. What are your pronouns?
I need to mute the stream.
It's all
good. They, them.
All right, Quippets. Welcome to the show. What do you got for me today?
Well, you might remember me from last time. We talked about veganism.
Oh, yeah, vaguely, yes. It's been a while.
Yeah, I still want to talk about veganism, actually.
All right.
If that's all right.
Sure, you got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't really go into last time about it being morally virtuous or morally obligatory.
Uh-huh.
And I was just, like, obviously you believe it's virtuous, and I don't, and that's simply because of its effect on utility, and the very, very high ratio of the suffering you'll prevent to the suffering you have to cause to yourself. or
Sure.
maybe lack of pleasure from eating certain foods. I don't know. I was just wondering your take on that.
I don't. I think that attempting to do moral moral calculus on every individual decision on how easy versus how good it is largely first of all highly personal, and secondly largely fruitless endeavor. It is okay. So like for example, right now it would be comparatively incredibly easy. I know everyone's gonna have heard these types of things where it would be incredibly easy for me to walk that direction out my door, walk down the street, or even take my car and go hand out some cash to the homeless people who are out there. And I am in a slightly better position than those people. It would also be very easy for me to do that. But I'm not doing that because I have a number of other things I'm trying to accomplish, and I do try to help where I can, but I don't feel like I can help in every single circumstance. And that is sort of a judgment call. It is an internal moral calculus. And that's why I don't think but in that sort of action in general is the reason why I don't think that moral obligation is a generally good frame for many activities, if that makes sense. I think that it becomes a waste of time and mostly just an attempt to, it's mostly just utilized for one individual to try and feel like they're better to, the meme, the supererogatory versus obligatory meme is going to come up inevitably, obviously. But I do think that that there is a distinction to be made there, because again, if vegans, and this is no offense, but if vegans who do moral calculus on people's meat eating habits were honest, they would also be doing moral calculus on every product that's at their desk. They would be doing it on seeing how they would be doing a moral calculus on how quickly they could go alleviate the suffering of a nearby homeless person, which would probably take you less than 10 minutes if you live in a major city, and also wouldn't cost you all that much money. And they also would be doing moral calculus on a number of different things. So
I mean, it's kind of hard because I do often do moral calculus stuff like that, even if it's not particularly an animal product, and I do give an amount of my salary to charity each month.
Sure.
But I don't think
that's great for you, by the way. But with all due respect, and
of course, I don't think everybody has to give to charity or anything like that. I just see it as the difference between like action and inaction. It's sort of like
but there's right now you are currently spending time arguing with me about like the details of my diet when you could be alleviating harm in the world. So by your own logic, in my opinion, you should hang up the call right now and go immediately alleviate suffering in the world.
That's literally what I'm trying to do, Demon Mama.
I mean, maybe, but you're doing a calculus there, right? You're doing the exact same calculus that I do in saying that this week I am not yet a vegan because of these number of reasons. You're doing some sort of very highly personal calculus that I could never fully understand. Maybe if I knew you well or knew who you were, it would be possible for me to make like a personal recommendation on how you could do better on that or whatever. But advocacy that is focused on like micromanaging individual behaviors that are like highly complicated, in my opinion, is a giant waste of time, and it's one of my biggest critiques of the vegan movement. I
just don't see another way to stop animal exploitation, really. I mean,
I can think of a whole lot of ways.
I can't take it up. Like, I have to spread the idea before we're ever going to, I don't know, vote it through Congress. That's not allowed.
Whoever said anything about voting it through Congress? I can think of a lot of ways. I mean, I could brainstorm with you if you're actually, if like that's something you're interested in. I would encourage you that there is. I would argue that not only is there better ways to advocate for veganism that are more likely to succeed than trying to police individual diets or even push individual people to no longer just eat meat. But there's actions that are so drastically more important and valuable that if vegans just switched tactics, they would probably actually see the change that they want to see in the world.
I mean, I'd love to hear what you're.
I think I talked to you about this one last time. The cookbook idea is the one that I still think is really amazing. like the idea of vegans coming together and like taking their personal time and effort and money and whatever to put together a study of American diets or pull on data that probably already exists and then create a cookbook that as accurately as possible replicates the most common meat foods in the average American diet, and then give that book away for free en masse or via YouTube or whatever, that without ever impugning someone for whatever random moral calculus, just gives them the tools necessary to, should they desire, go vegan very easily without having to like complicate their life in a lot of ways, that would be infinitely more successful than 1,000 arguments of people as to whether they're doing the right thing by individually eating meat or not. Like that would be so much, it would be so much more valuable. Like it would be infinitely more valuable. And it would probably, my guess would that it would be in the result, the result would be thousands of people no longer eating meat or drastically reducing their meat consumption.
Here's my opinion.
Sure.
I feel like what you're doing there is the exact same thing you're accusing me of sort of like moral calculus all the time. Like, I personally don't care that much, or I do care about like the individual animal consumption and it affecting the supply line and there being less animals, but I'm more of an abolitionist on this front, and I want to spread the idea of veganism, that we shouldn't be doing any of this stuff to animals, not just limiting our consumption of it. Like a vegan cookbook given out, what's the word? Given out to non-vegans, for non-vegans to try this stuff, I don't think is getting the point across of what I really feel about animal exploitation.
Sure. What I would say is that right now,
and people
no
who
offense,
like
no offense, but what it sounds like to me is it sounds like you're more interested in convincing me at how morally superior you are to everyone else than you are of actually accomplishing the goal. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing: vegans should be, if vegans care about the goal, they should be celebratory of even a 10% reduction in meat consumption, because that is by your own argument, that is an unfathomable alleviation of harm. But they're not. They never are. You never are. It always, every single vegan conversation I've ever had has always ended up being about desperately trying to get basically an accolade, or like a do you want me to tell you like, oh hey, okay, cool, I'm glad you're a vegan, you're really, really good and morally superior? I don't think that's true though.
That's not what I
okay, can I drop in for a second? Okay, because I started the timer a bit late. Yeah, all right. We have to like jump off. I'm gonna give you 40 seconds to like make your finish.
Just give us like 5 more minutes. This is an interesting conversation. We'll do 5 more minutes, Jeena. It's fine.
Okay, fine.
We can be a little flexy, okay? All right.
Now I have to think about what I was going to say.
And by the way, like, this isn't just my own personal experience, by the way. Like, this is how every single person, like, it's literally, it's to the point where it's a stereotype about vegans, that vegans can't see the forest for the trees. And again, I don't think that it's intentional. I don't think that people are like trying to be bad about it. It's just like, there is a hyper focus on an individual purity that I don't think matters. Like, for example, I have been like steadily reducing.
It's like for the past 5 minutes, it's been a storm. I don't need any commendations for my, like, I don't think anybody who's not a vegan is a worse person in terms of.
Then you don't think it's obligatory, do you?
No. Okay. They're doing worse things in terms of affecting utility, but they're not a intrinsically worse person whatsoever.
That sounds like you're contradicting yourself based on what you said here earlier.
No.
You said that you believe it's obligatory, which means that would mean that they are a morally worse person.
People should be condemned in terms of what is effective at preventing whatever crime that is.
Sure.
Like,
well, I condemn you of severe, unchecked consumption under capitalism. We can do this all day. I grew up in a Christian church. I know how easy it is to morally condemn people for doing every single thing. You have a giant checklist of things that you do wrong every day. I just think it's a useless way of viewing the world, and it doesn't actually result in the end goal. If I was, I also really hope that we can stop animal abuse and mass animal murder in my lifetime, but I would celebrate if I was able to convince my viewers, like my viewers right now, that they should do that it would be awesome if you could reduce your meat consumption by 1 meal a week. You would be doing good to the world. Objectively, you would be doing an objective good. And guess what? But I don't think you're a bad person if you can't, because at the end of the day, diets, what's that?
I said I don't either.
Okay, then are you willing to admit that you are incorrect to say that you believe that it's morally obligatory, and you are then agreeing with me in saying that it's a supererogatory action?
I think once you, maybe we mean something different by obligatory. Like if you're completely unaware what you're doing is wrong, and it's not that you can't. Okay, ought implies can, of course. You have to be able. You have to know what something you're doing is right to do it.
Yeah, but just like how right now I literally said, like I literally said, you could probably do a lot of an incredible amount of direct good by hanging up the call, walking outside, and giving $5 to the nearest poorest person you can find.
I give my money to charity.
That's
I'm
fine,
sorry,
but do you want me to pat you on the back for that? Like that doesn't matter. You could be doing more. You should be doing more.
I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that, like, you see what I mean? Like, you don't know the diet.
You sort of gave me a pat on the back last time I talked to you. You were like, yes, you are a better person for being vegan. And
sure. Well, I don't think I said that, but I think that you're probably a good person. Like, I think it's a good thing for being vegan. I just don't think that, like, I don't think that people should be morally impugned as a general rule. What's that?
You're getting mad at me.
Huh?
So
I couldn't hear you there. You were muffled for a second.
Sorry, I'm thinking. The first time we talked, sort of said that veganism is the better choice, and the second time I've come on, you said it's better to be vegan.
Sure, it is better.
It's just not obligatory.
Yeah,
and
I agree. I never changed on that.
Pretty much the same thing, I think. And now you're saying that I'm looking for a pat on the back. I'm just here to have a conversation.
No. What I'm saying is that, like, okay, I think I apologize if that comes off as personal or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're interested in changing the world, in successfully convincing people to reduce the harm, and if you are indeed interested in reducing animal harm, then it shouldn't be about like trying to do like an abacus how well each individual person does their veganism or what their diet is at all. The goal should just be, hey, let me teach you about this thing. Let me tell you what actions you could take if this is something that interests you, and here's what you can do. I find moral condemnation in many cases to be incredibly useless, not only incredibly useless, but also insensitive. And that's why what this boils down to is a difference between whether you think it's obligatory or whether you don't think it's obligatory. And this is what it comes down to all the time. I don't think it's obligatory. Likewise, for example, right here, I have an iPhone. Would it be a better decision for me to purchase a like fair trade phone that's like not Apple branded and is non-proprietary? Yes, but it would also come with many trade-offs. And so I conclude that it's a necessary evil that I have a smartphone that can attach with other smartphones so that I can facilitate other parts of my life. Likewise, many people conclude that, hey, at this point in my life, even though I don't really like the idea of killing animals, I can't quite make that switch yet, or maybe I never will be able to. However, I'm aware of it, and if it was possible, then I would probably do it. You see what I mean? Like, but to spend so much time thinking about whether people are morally good or bad, who cares? Just conclude that the best way to get there would be to reduce these things. Yeah.
You're you're putting things on me that I don't believe.
Okay, so what am I putting on you that you don't believe?
I mean, I don't condemn anybody. I don't spend time thinking about who's good or bad because they're vegan or they're not. I'm just here for the position. When you and I do want to go back to what you said about reducing our consumption. I believe you did say that you would like to see animal agriculture not be a thing anymore.
Yeah, it'd be
And
great.
I feel like
It's just a huge problem.
yes,
Yeah.
by reducing our consumption, we're reducing animal agriculture.
Sure. And I do reduce my consumption. Yep.
If we cease our consumption, we can cease animal agriculture.
Yeah, but there's other trade-offs to that. If you cease all meat consumption, it means you have to adopt a potentially stressful diet. You have to learn a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of complications. This is another thing I encounter with
I
wait,
agree.
hold on, I'm not done yet. This is something I encounter with vegans a lot, is that they hand wave anybody's difficulty transitioning their diet. In America, one of the most difficult nations to actually transition your diet.
I spend less money. I mean,
well, that's fine, but that's
that's
congratulations again. Do you see, like, okay, good for you. That's great. I'm glad you spend less money, but that's not the truth for everyone else. Do you know there's like literally millions of people who live in food deserts and they buy prepackaged food from dollar stores in America and they actually can't get access to fresh vegetables? You know, that's actually a huge deal, like a massive problem.
Not everybody can.
Yeah.
Not everybody can.
Yeah, not everybody
that's
can. So who cares about the moral calculus? You advocate for what's good. You don't treat it like it's a moral obligation to live the most perfect life possible, because you don't either. You don't live the most perfect life either. Once again, you could be not on this call. You could be going and doing work right now to make things better for animals. You could go outside if you want to really go to it. You could go right now with a hammer and you could go break down the door of a local meatpacking factory. I don't recommend you doing this because this is illegal, but you could do that if you wanted to, and you would reduce suffering. But there are trade-offs to those actions, like pretty big ones. So just like anybody else in any situation, you have to do the calculation. And I don't really care what people individually, unless it's somebody I know personally that I can actually know about their life and the intricacies of their diet. I don't care. I will say, hey, it's a great thing if you can reduce meat. And if they do it, that's awesome. Success. More good is in the world. I don't care about it being morally obligatory, which again, is what you started this argument about, was whether it was morally obligatory or not.
People cannot be vegan. Ought implies can. Obviously, the people who can go vegan should.
Yeah, but who are you to? How do you determine who can and who can't?
I can't draw a fucking line.
Exactly. So why bother? Why would you? You can't. You can't. You can't do it. So why would you try? Why would you bother? All it does is annoy people and hurt your own advocacy.
Where you live, how much money you make, it's different everywhere. It's actually fairly easy to go vegan in places
exactly.
like India.
Infinitely complex for infinitely complex people. Why would you hurt your own advocacy by making a silly argument that fixates on whether or not someone can or can't? Why wouldn't you just advocate for the thing and teach people how to do it and then leave the fucking moral judgment part of it out of it? It's bad rhetorically, and it's also bad logically.
I didn't focus on moral judgment, not like judging people, but like making a moral judgment when I'm talking about veganism.
I mean, you did though. You started this conversation with exactly that. I know, like, maybe you don't realize it, but by saying that you believe that something is morally obligatory, that means that you believe obligatory means you have to do it or else you are bad. These are these are words. There are other ways you can say it. Like, for example, yeah, it'd be great if you could eat less meat, but you're not a bad person if you can't right now. Bam. Solved. There's the entire problem. But again, the reason why I say that it ends up feeling to me like it's about backpatting is because it feels like a lot of vegans just want other people to acknowledge that they're the goodest vegans in the world and don't actually care at the end of the day, in their arguments at least, about the suffering. It's not actually about the suffering. It's about feeling like you're morally superior. And that bothers me. And I think it's bad rhetoric.
Maybe I have been not as powerful as I can possibly be in my or as efficacious as I can possibly be in my spreading of veganism. But it's literally the only thing I think about generally when trying to spread this topic is about my effect on utility. That's usually what I think about in any decision I make. I'm not thinking about how good I am. I'm thinking about how good I could be, or how much good I could affect. I'm not asking for. I don't know why this keeps going back to pats on the back. I just
don't know either.
want to spread my position.
That's great.
And I think maybe I have been unclear about the obligatory thing.
Yeah.
I think that when you understand the argument of veganism and understand that animals are sentient and exactly what they go through in these factory farms, and when you've opened up to it all and you don't go vegan, maybe you are doing a bad thing. You're not a bad person, but you're doing a bad thing.
Sure. I mean, so are you right now. You are talking
what
to
am I
me.
doing?
Oh, well, like, here's the thing. I'm going to ruin your life because you're going to become a bad person by your own logic when I tell you this. But you're using a computer. I mean, it's true, though. I'm just saying, by that exact logic you just presented, when I tell you right now that you're using a computer containing parts that were mined with abject human suffering to an unbelievable degree, which is an objective fact, unless you bought your computer, unless you sourced all of the metals in your computer that you are talking to me on right now contains the fruits of mass human suffering. And you now know that, and you're still using your computer, you're doing a bad thing right now. Do you see how that's like a useless way of looking at the world?
No.
Okay.
If I could function in modern society without
you can
buying,
you can.
I can.
Yeah, you definitely can. You could literally get rid of this computer right now. But I would argue that it's a silly thing to do. But by your own logic, if you want to be like the way that it sounds like this sounds like moralistic chains. This reminds me of how it was like to be a Christian, where you're constantly trying to audit every single thing that you should feel guilty about at a time, instead of focusing on maximizing to the best of your ability your positive impact on the world. Instead, it's fixating on every possible mistake. What's that?
Oh, sorry, I accidentally pressed the key.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, I think we kind of need to move on. This is getting very circular.
That's fine. Yeah, let's wrap it up here. The fact of the matter is, if you truly believe that knowing about bad things happening makes and yet still participating in the system makes you bad or a worse person for doing that, you're doing that right now. And if that's the way you view the world, more power to you. I think most people suffer from that type of worldview. It leads them to feeling constant self-doubt and inability and a fixation on details that don't matter, instead of focusing on the actual battle that needs to be won, which is doing whatever the fuck that you can to reduce your impact negatively on the world. And I think there's way better ways of approaching it than trying to do hyper calculus on every activity that you do based on how much you know about it. It's just a very yeah, I don't agree with that type of approach, and I don't think it's very useful. So, yeah.
I'm thinking about which thing to talk about first.
Sure. Well, I mean, we do need to wrap this up because there are other callers who are waiting in line. However, I am open to further discussing this in the future if you would like to think on it and come back and we could have an extended conversation. I've had this argument a lot of times, but I'm more than willing to hash it out.
Yeah, just real quick. I feel like I'm still having a positive impact on utility by buying this computer and spreading not only veganism but also leftist politics.
Sounds like you're justifying an evil action.
The idea that, yeah, maybe
in the same way that I could justify a supposedly evil action by eating some meat so that I don't have to.
Those are unrelated. You can do one without doing the other.
Yeah.
All right.
This is going in circles again, as it always does. Listen, let's talk about this again maybe another time. Think about whether it actually matters, whether you're using a computer to advocate for good because you're inextricably tied into the capitalist system that also exploits animals, and whether you're actually reaching your goal by spending a lot of time thinking about the individual calculus of infinitely complex decisions as far as like what you're going to eat at the store, as opposed to how you move politically and how you organize politically. That's my takeaway for you. We can talk about this in the future if you really want to.
And it's also infinitely easier to go vegan than to stop.
Sure. Well, guess
buying-
what? It's also infinitely easier to walk outside your door right now and give $5 to somebody poor, but you're not going to do that, and I know you're not going to do that. So, bye for now. Hello, Dan the Step.
Hi, we talked on Monday.
Yeah, we speak again. Sorry for the wait there.
I'm completely fine. I completely understand that.
Pronouns
that
again, sorry?
They, them. Does chat want a palate cleanser?
Let's do a palate cleanser. We got about 10
Yes.
minutes. Hit me with it.
Yes. I want to explain to you your spiritual grandma.
Okay. Yeah,
It's,
yeah. The person,
yes.
the lady who shares my glasses, huh?
Well, yes, and
Big part of
this-
this particular organization, yeah?
well, yes. She well, she as this is more of a addendum history mama thing, but we're
Yeah,
going
cool.
to explain Mother Jones.
Hit me with
Not the magazine, but if you could get a picture of her. Mother
sure.
Jones is a labor figure during the early progressive era, and she was known to be one of the best organizers of labor movements of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And she, like, get a picture of her. She looks like a straight up a grandma. That's what everyone calls her, like a grandma.
Yep. Here you go, chat. There you are. There's Mother Jones.
Yeah. Yes. And I will give you like one quote that exactly why I think she's your spiritual grandma. As I pray for the dead, but I fight hell for the living.
Yeah, true.
I am not a humanitarian. I'm a hellraiser.
Yes, she was a hellraiser.
Yes. And the one thing is she was a badass during her time. Like, grandma goes around able to get so many people together to fight for their rights and the coal mines and all that. She literally goes to coal mines themselves and literally help them like out and organize each other in part of like unions. It was great for those movements. To explain why I'm explaining to this in the chat is that all of us together can if we actually try hard enough to start and help collectivize together and organize for our beliefs and rights to get certain things done, like Medicare for all. Yeah, she's definitely that grandma, like definitely, and much of that to what she saw is that she came from like the Chicago, like there was Chicago fire. If everyone heard about it,
It was bad.
If you mix communism and Marxism? Yeah, it was really bad. A lot of people died. A lot of people lost their homes. She was just like a regular school teacher and like dresser who made clothes. And after realizing what happened about her being destitute and all of that, she just straight up kept fighting all those years. She was like so dangerous to basically the corporatists that one attorney called her like the most dangerous woman in America.
Yep.
During that time, and she was very definitely. If we try hard enough, we could get Miss Mama here to be the most dangerous woman in America in a good way.
We're on the way. Yeah, we're on the way.
Yes, definitely.
Slow and surely.
It's dark out,
Yeah,
so
she-
I can't
yeah,
go out and
people
physically
tried to kill her
use
many
$1
times.
Does
She-
this work in place?
Even Pacific. She was so like that hardcore that she was open saying like, I will stand here till I die. And
Yep.
it's just like, if they want to hang me, let them. And it's on the scaffolding, so I'll shout freedom for the working class. Definitely like a revolutionary.
Hardcore. Yeah.
She's this. A lot of it has to continue further through other Black Lives Matters and other organizations to help get it. Like, we never get like trans rights or even gay marriage without the help of many of those organizations who tried really hard for all those years.
Yeah.
And I do think like through here we could try to do that.
Yeah,
And
for
through
sure.
much of these leaders like yourself, Vosh, or other leftist YouTubers are trying to explain why much of these should be told. I do think that people like her should be remembered. Like there was a magazine named Mother Jones that specifically was named after her, but no one really understood why it was named. No, they try to like forget it, like her
Yeah.
and a lot of other figures. And
Well, there's a
it's
lot
really
of
sad.
revisionism that goes on in the name of softening people's revolutionary images and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely advocated that issue for a while. As speaking from reading historians, as being a historian myself, I dealt with a lot of issues of revisionism. Probably the worst kind is the lost cause myths, like the South will rise if they were stabbed in the back by their industries. I'm trying to be sure to get this palette closer so for everyone. But I hope that every one of you listening at least can get an idea of who she is, and at least get inspired to at least donate or be canvassing for your fellow
workers,
candidates for office and worker rights. So
absolutely. And again, while I don't know if I'll ever be quite as influential, I will do whatever's in my power. And if it's in my power to do Mother Jonesy stuff, then I'll do it. For now, my power is to make a warm and interesting and educational community on YouTube. And I'm going to keep doing that and hitting it as hard as I can.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, I'm glad that was able to palate cleanse a lot of that discussion.
Sure.
But
the vegan conversation happens from time to time. I've had it a lot, but it doesn't really bother me on a deep level. I argue politics for a living. That's what I do. So,
I mean, I haven't done that many vegan conversations compared to you. I just know that I'm not that well familiar with ethics of veganism compared to like why veganism existed through historical logic and why people view it that way.
Yeah, I think there's really interesting conversations to be had on it, but I never basically get to have interesting conversations about veganism because it always ends up being down to, well, do you eat meat? I don't. And that frustrates me. So, yeah.
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 Well, thank you for your time. Good luck to everyone else in the chat.
Thank you so much, Dan. It's been wonderful talking with you. Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, Dan. Hopefully, we'll welcome you into the team.
Sure. If you want to go forward and looking at a researcher.
Yeah, we'll look at that sort of stuff. I think we're at the moment not doing too many expansions, but we'll have to see how the channel goes. But yeah, we'll keep the doors open for communication in the future.
Cool.
All right. Hey.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no. Sorry. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
I just says I want to say to one of the people who says the nice stuff that your chat is saying is really cool. Thank you, chat.
Thank you. Hey, Jeena, real quick, I need to run to the restroom. So I am going to put on, while I go do that, I'm also going to grab another drink. While I go do that, I'm going to put on the Gay Fesh song. So if you could if you could just tell whoever we're waiting for to just wait for that. Okay. Oh, Pan. All right, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play the song. Listen up to the song, all right? All right, I know what's going to happen here. All right, hold on. Let me put it up. Track. Here we go.
Yes, chat. Oh, yes, chat. Definitely.
1 second. Okay, here we go. Got to pop this up. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I'm playing the song. I'll be right back.
This is a test of the Infernal Broadcast System. Do not panic. This is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thoughts would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, inferno providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thoughts would stare as the offer unfolds.
I have returned. I have returned now. All right. Let's do
You
this.
wash your hands.
Yes, of course I wash my hands. I always wash my hands. You people,
All
I
right,
swear to
I'm bringing
God.
on Pan, that's name.
All right, bring Pan on.
Pan, you're
Pan,
on.
you're here.
Hello, hey Jeena.
No, it's
Thank you.
also Demon Mama. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I
So
know.
good, so good. All right, listen. I know what you want to do, but I've already warned you. We're not doing that conversation. So I hope you have something else. I hope you have, because it would be it would be a real shame if I had to blast you out the airlock immediately.
Oh god. Well, I don't have to. Well, as a person advocating for the best ideology in the world, I sadly have to concede that because I can't be blasted out of the air. I can't spend my ideology if I'm blasted out of the air.
Right,
So I'm
exactly. You need to do the moral calculus to make sure.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, chat. I apologize. But I did want to actually talk about 2 issues.
Yes.
Number 1, gun control. It may make some heads roll. And number 2, lowering the voting age.
Okay. So, you just want my general opinions on it?
Well, maybe a discussion. Like, I don't want to debate because, well, let's just say I'm not debating you. Let's just say that.
Oh, are you too scared? But you
No,
want
I'm
to
not
challenge me on anarcho-monarchism? Yes, the true, your true anarcho-monarchist coward
definitely.
colors are showing now, Pan.
Oh, really? No, because I can't debate you on those topics. I can debate you on anarcho-monarchism anyway.
I
Set up
see.
the
I
game.
see. You're specialized. I get it. All right, fair enough. All right, hit me with what you got. Pan.
Okay, I believe that there should be some fundamental degree of gun control.
Okay.
I do not think we should have like this huge not like this huge banning of guns entirely. I just believe there should be some restraint, like you would have on anything. And yes, that is my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to generally agree as well. I think that like gun control is I think a lot of people take the position on gun control that like if you're restricting gun ownership at all, well, that's bad because then people won't be able to fight back as well. But it's like, even if you were to have no restrictions on gun control whatsoever, the U.S. military could still plow you down in an instant, should they desire it. However, I think that most of the value from having like gun ownership among like lefties and stuff is that it can protect from things like stochastic terrorism. It can reduce the likelihood of that happening in your area. And if every community is reasonably and safely armed, well, it makes targeting of those communities a lot harder and a lot more dangerous. It basically raises the threshold by which a offensive power has to engage in order to oppress that community, if that makes sense. So for example, let's say that you had a roving gang of hogs. We'll call them the Hogs. They're a gang that calls themselves the Hogs.
The bourgeoisie hog.
The Hogs of Capital or something like that, right? So imagine you had a roving gang of those hogs, and the hogs were like, hey, we're gonna go crack down on this community. Pick one, a neighborhood that has a lot of lefties or maybe a lot of marginalized people there, and they go in and they are able to just walk in, and maybe some people might fist fight them, but they're armed, and they're heavily armed because they're a powerful gang, and they crack the skulls of everyone in there. That group is going to have a lot harder time picking on that neighborhood if every person in that neighborhood owns a gun. Suddenly, it's not just people who are going to be fist fighting them. They have to make a whole nother calculation. They might need to bring a whole force in, and that makes a very loud noise, and it looks really bad. You're on the news and it's showing you marching an army into this tiny neighborhood to do what exactly? It makes room for inquiries by friendly actors in the government who can go, why the hell did you need a private army to go in there? What were you actually doing? And it could reveal that they were doing that out of something else, which could result in us actually having the information necessary to, eliminate that gang or something along those lines. I
don't disagree with that. I think people should have guns.
And I don't think that basic common sense gun control affects that effect at all.
If you I think if you're thinking if you're not too much on gun control, I can understand that. I'm just if lefties are listen up here, lip cuck. If you don't support the revolution, you should be anti-gun control, lip cuck.
Yeah, well, I think that's a silly view, because the fact of the matter is that if that was the case, first of all, there's a number of reasons why I think it's silly, but also if everybody could just buy grenades and heavy machine guns and arm themselves with tanks and shit, regardless, no matter how far you go, even if you just say everybody can have fully automatic weapons without any checks and balances in regard to that, do you know how many fucking accidental deaths there would be? How many suicides? It would be a disaster. And that's the fact that
aren't there studies that say, if there's a gun in your house, it's much more dangerous? I'm not saying you shouldn't have a gun, but I do know those studies exist.
And I say this to all the time. I think that it is a good thing if you are in the right mental state and you can ensure that you're going to be safe with it, to own a gun. I think that's great. But it should be done with great seriousness, because the fact of the matter is that if you are someone who is prone to depressive episodes, that having a gun present on the property greatly increases the chance that you will not survive. It's just a fact. It's a statistical fact, and that is something that a lot of gun nuts don't like to admit, but it is true. It's completely and unequivocally true. It's just that again, I don't think that basic gun control rules are going to ever impact the viability of what I think gun ownership is valuable for, which I don't think gun ownership is valuable for a hard R revolution. I think that is a pipe dream fantasy. If anybody was to try to do a hard R revolution with like things that you can buy from a gun store, you would die. You would just be destroyed. It's not even, it's ridiculous. That type of thing, in my opinion, is not viable. So yeah. And then the other one you said was
lowering the voting age. I do, because so my view on this is that we should lower the voting age. I believe 18, yes, a good standard. I think we should lower it to 17 or 16, because most justification, if you're 16, you can drive, and 17, you can actually enroll in the military. So I think we should lower the voting age.
100%
I think
agree.
I think 16 and 17-year-olds are highly intelligent enough to know what they do, and I personally, I'm pretty smart. I am a certified Zoomer, but I am pretty smart, and I think I could be able to vote for the right person.
Yeah, zooming. You're telling me that you're a Zoomer? I never would have guessed.
You don't look. Me and Glooby behind your back, we do call you a boomer. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I understand. It's all good. You can call me a boomer all you want, because at the end of the day, the Zoomers all hang out in Demon Mama's cool place. So whatever. I don't care. Call me a boomer if you really want to. You're all hanging out here. So
that is true. Also, by the way, Marinero brought up an excellent point. Marinero, they said just deflect the bullets, forehead.
Yeah, exactly. Just use a sword. Ping, ping, ping. Just a knife. Ting. You know what I mean? You get your karambit and reflect slice the bullets in half in midair. Sting.
Demon Mama, the mod, where's the mod check? Because the mods need healthcare while dying.
Where's the what?
Where's the mod healthcare plan?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't technically have one either. So once we work that out, we'll figure something out. All right.
This is seriously, the mods cannot think. Someone help us.
The mod healthcare plan is the same one as mine, which is if the state doesn't cover it, then we use GoFundMe. That's all of our healthcare plan right now. Okay, I'm sorry, we're all in the same boat. I will say though, real quick, just so I can say, I agree with your argument on lowering the age of the vote. In fact, I would say that like you could even make a very, very reasonable argument for lowering it even lower than 16, but especially at 16. I had a job at 16. I worked a job at 16. You should definitely be able to vote at 16, especially because voting is such a small individual impact. You should certainly be able to start learning that stuff and participating in the voting system at 16, 100%. So
I know for a fact that I am smarter than a lot of my relatives who are over the age of 18, because there are some relatives who I do love, but I will have to admit they are kind of dumb because they think Donald Trump is the savior of K-Kona, brother.
Yeah. I would probably agree with you. I think I was smarter at 16 than most of my, well, okay, I shouldn't say this, than some of my relatives are these days. Now none of them know which ones I'm talking about.
Well, I don't want to hold up the line too much, because I know there's a lot of people who want to talk to you, and I will admit I am one of those people. But it's amazing mod. I love the mod team. Everyone's so nice. Even though Jeena and Silent watch me like hawks.
That's your own fault. That's because you like to shit stir.
It's my own fault. Jeena, you have anything to say?
Chicken butt.
All right, Pan. Thank you so much. Much love to you. All right. Thank you.
I do want to advertise one thing.
Okay.
So this is just advertising for a friend. Follow Dan Starlight's Twitch channel.
All right. Sick. Thank you, Pan. See you soon.
Yeah. You have a good day. Bye.
Bye for now.
Yo, Chris A.
Chris, you are in here.
Chris,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
you are free from your cocoon, my dude.
Awesome.
What are your pronouns?
They, them, please and thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome to the show. What do you got for me today?
Thank you so much. So, I wanted to chat with you. First of all, congratulations on 5K.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, no problem.
I started YouTubing in July, and I've got a couple dozen videos up.
Excellent.
I try to do about once a week. But I just wanted to chat with you, see if you had any advice about kind of starting from the bottom and kind of building a community and what that could look like?
Yeah. It's really hard to like give complete direct advice
Right.
without knowing all the details. However, there are some general rules. One of the best pieces of advice I always tell people is fill out, and I know that I'm in the process of even doing this myself because I don't have a channel trailer yet, but that one's a little hard. But for the most part, on any platform that you're on, fill everything out that they tell you to fill out, because there's a reason they're telling you to fill it out. It sucks, but sometimes, you got to fill it out. You got to fill out those things. Find an image for your background. Do all those things. Make sure all of the little things that they're telling you to do are done, because if you do that, then it will give you the algorithm bonuses that you need. Secondly, the other thing I would admit, like if we're talking about for communities specifically, have a vision for your community and spend a lot of time thinking about it. So for me, I spent probably an inordinate amount of time thinking about this community, and in fact, you can see the proof of this if you go to my if you go to the actual laws and orders rules page. You can see my foundations at the very beginning. Nobody reads this page because they all just want to get in the server and do the fun stuff. But if you actually read this, like I wrote out like a giant paragraph that I rewrote like 4 times about like how I want to structure the space and what I believe in. And there was a lot of other stuff that was for that, but that has provided an incredible amount of structure, like an incredible amount of structure that will help you make decisions as time goes on. It will make your life a lot easier, and it helps manage the expectations of your community so that people coming into it know what they're getting themselves into and know what to expect from the community, which is huge. We're all like, I think that we can all understand, like, we don't like being blindsided by stuff that's not happy or that's not nice or not uncomfortable to us. So it's really good to let people know up front, like, what your community is all about, because they're more likely to actually feel safe engaging with it at that point. Because if they know, like, hey, I can expect debates from this place, I'm not going to be blindsided by something stupid. You know what I mean? Like, if you were in like a gaming thing and you're there to just chit chat about the best builds in World of Warcraft, and then suddenly somebody starts arguing with you about the Jewish question, like, you're going to be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But if you go to a politics server where they're like, hey, we have debate channels specifically for this, and you go in there, you encounter somebody arguing about that kind of thing, you knew to expect that, and you know what you're getting yourself into. And also, you can sort of project that to people who are coming to your server and recognize that. So those are like the biggest things I can say. And then the other thing is just keep trucking. Because I know that this is like a meme, but one of the truest pieces of advice that I've ever had in my life is that, like, you have to keep creating things, even if they're not perfect. Like, there was a piece of advice for writing that I read. Fuck, there's a quote. Let me see if I can find the quote real quick. I know it's Ira Glass made the quote. Hold on
is it the one about, like, you're going to spend 10 years sucking?
Yeah, and nobody tells this to people who are beginners, but I wish somebody had told me. All of us who do creative work, we get into it because we have good taste. But there's this gap. For the first couple of years you make stuff, it's just not that good. It's trying to be good, it has potential, but it's not. But your taste, the thing that got you into the game, is still killer. And your taste is why your work disappoints you. A lot of people never get past this phase. They quit. Most people I know who do interesting, creative work went through years of this. We know our work doesn't have this special thing yet that we want it to have. We all go through this, and if you're just starting out or if you're still in this phase, you got to know it's normal, and the most important thing you can do is a lot of work. Put yourself on a deadline that this piece is a little bit less important so that every week you finish a story. It's only by going through a volume of work that you close that gap, and your work will be as good as your ambitions. And I took longer to figure out how to do this than anyone I've ever met. It's going to take a while. It's normal to take a while. You just got to fight your way through. And that quote, even though the specifics at the end aren't nearly as useful because I suck with deadlines, for example, it is true though. The idea of like having to keep making things even when you're not like perfect. I mean, I have so many episodes that were like that I look back on and I'm like, ooh, like that was kind of cringe. But some people clearly liked it, and it taught me things, like a lot of things. So like, and interestingly, this even applies like to like meta, like it applies to stuff beyond just whatever field you're working in now. I found streaming because I kept doing other things, and those things maybe didn't work out perfectly, and then I was like, whoa, wait, I could apply these skills to streaming. That'd be awesome. And then it did work out. So it's like, yeah, like you might end up not like loving every detail about YouTube, but you might, through the process of learning shit in YouTube, better refine what you want to do. And that is super cool and valuable. So yeah, just keep working on it, and keep being willing to create things even if it's not 100% perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to ask, because I know the online landscape is shifting, especially with quarantine and all that.
100%.
And I know, streaming is a lot more popular than it was even a year ago, and I know like a lot of YouTubers are kind of moving in that direction. I mean, can you speak to that? Like, I guess I can't stream. I can't sit down every day. I don't have the mental bandwidth to do that, to do what you do.
Yeah.
And all the respect in the world for you doing it. But I just want to create. This is. Can I get like deep? Not
sure,
deep, but,
sure. Go for it.
So I grew up in a very small town, and so we didn't have concert venues or anything like that. I've been a musician for probably about 15 years now.
That's awesome.
So my relationship with music was always records because I couldn't go see live shows.
That's awesome.
So I really, really loved the recorded medium. And even with music, like I was never a live performer. I was a producer, I was a composer, things like that. So, I don't want to go into the streaming world just because kind of creating a product that is discrete just kind of scratches that itch for me.
I would say that streaming is to YouTube videos what the radio is to an album.
Sure.
And that's, I think they're both distinct and will always be popular. So I don't think you have anything to worry about with that. I do think some YouTubers are reaching out to streaming for a couple of reasons. Like, for example, a lot of bread tubers are leaning into some streaming stuff, but largely for a very different purpose than their channel. It's mostly as an outreach to their community, as opposed to something like I do, which is like a weekly show.
Like, this is your content.
Yeah, this is my content. And I am happy that's the case, because there's a lot of people who I really like that we get. I really like that we get Jack Saint videos and Big Joel videos and Quentin reviews videos. And I love those things. So, and I love to watch them. So I'm very happy that there are different types of people doing different mediums. So yeah, I wouldn't worry so much about that. They are different skills. I am not as good at like the prepared content because it's just not how I work. I like being able to sort of like again, I kind of like the freestyling. I like the ability to go on tangents, to have people shout something at me from the audience, and I can go, oh yeah, all right, let's talk about that then. Like, that's my thing. And I like that a lot. But it isn't for everybody. And there's some minor nuances to like the difference in how the communities are managed. Obviously, like a lot of streaming has to do with managing your chat, whereas a lot of YouTube is going to be managing your comment sections and your Discord and stuff like that. The Discord is shared between both, but it's a slightly different pattern, I guess. But the general rules are still the same. You want to make your stuff as easy and as accessible as possible. And then, you want to give people, help people understand what you're all about and what you're doing. And that is much more likely for people to like be able to find and enjoy your work. Think about it like this, like, imagine if there was a really awesome theme park that was built in the middle of the woods and didn't have a sign. Even if it was the coolest theme park in the world, most people probably couldn't find it. Probably a couple people would, like people who were like, I'm going to go for a walk in the woods and I happen to find a roller coaster. Oh my God, I'm going to go tell my friend. But like, if you build a sign that lets people know where the fuck it is, then they'll come to the thing. So you have to think about it like that,
Right.
Yeah. So
I also, Jeena, feel free to cut me off when my time has expired, but I'm gonna.
No, you're free to go. I didn't put hard time limits on you.
Okay. Ooh, thank you.
I think it's
I'm gonna
mostly
take
because
full
debates have a
advantage.
lot more opportunity to go longer.
So, because I also, so I watched the panel on Monday,
Mhm.
and I've watched a couple panels before, but this was the first one where I like watched.
Yeah.
You know, usually
Good
I'll
one.
put it on in the background, something like that. But this I really like tuned into, and then I followed. You know, I watched your after party for a little bit, and then I went back to Prime's channel,
Yeah.
and then Prime's channel broke off to some other channel, and I ended up at 5 a.m. I was still watching these stupid debate channels. Not stupid, I shouldn't
So
say that,
good.
but I want to ask, like, because that's kind of something that I wouldn't mind getting involved with. Like, I don't think I've got it in me to, like you're doing, have like this kind of self-contained streaming,
Mhm.
but I wouldn't mind, like, you know, once a month hopping on one of these panels, and and I think I have some good ideas. I think I'm good at communicating my ideas. Do you have any advice on getting involved in that kind of stuff?
Yeah, there's a tiny bit of a debate drought these days because we lost like 2 big debate shows over the last like couple months just from people not being able to keep up with the work, because they are a lot of work to put those shows together.
Yeah.
But Prime does walk-ons after almost every panel that he does. And that means that you can just, as long as you're watching, you can hop in afterwards, get in the waiting room, and then jump on and argue with people. And that's super fun. Although I will admit that can get a little more blood sportsy than some of the stuff that I'm involved in. But there are ways to get but that is a way to familiarize yourself with the people in that community. And then you may get recommended, you may get invited onto those bigger panels. Also, there are a bunch of more formalized shows, like Doc Midnight has a like a formal debate show where it's like scored debate, which is pretty cool. And also the Hippy Dippy recruitment panel run by Mr. Geek is another one that they all do smaller channels. The recruitment show is on Saturday, and basically it's just like, hey, if you've never been on a panel before, here's your opportunity to get on a panel and argue stuff. And then if you are responsible and you don't drop slurs and you're able to play by the rules, then you get an invite to the you will potentially get an invite to the bigger shows, which is super cool. They're also really fun. And at the time, keep in mind that now this isn't the case anymore, but at the time when I first started on Hippy Dippy and the Chud Nights and stuff like that, they were that ring. Like, they've grown themselves now and are like where the big people go to argue. But at the time, they were the small ones. And there was all these other ones like the Raj Royale and these big giant debate shows that aren't really up as much anymore. But yeah, so spend some time in those communities, ask around, and again, don't be afraid to like reach out to the people. Like, if you reach out to like Twitch debates, they have links and stuff for how you can get involved in these things. They're looking for talent, so you can find it for sure. It can still be a little competitive because, again, there's only limited spots, but they're always looking for talent. So yeah. There's also Modern Day Debates is another one that's pretty cool, though they usually do one-on-ones. So but yeah, that's my advice for you is get on the ground, start meeting people, and you'll find a way to get onto one eventually. I think like a bunch of people in my community have gone on Prime shows at various times, even though they're like not streamers themselves. So that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I'm not the first to say this, but I'm frustrated by the, I hate to use this term, but the affirmative action. Like, you get 8 lefties that know what they're talking about, and then you get fucking Lecture Fan and Doobie.
Yeah, it's rough.
And it's just like, but I get why you don't just want to have all leftists.
It's hard. And the thing is, I do think there's value in the. I do think there's a lot of value in the like right versus left format.
Yes.
In certain ways, but it is goddamn do not envy the job they have to do trying to find that. And I can tell you,
trying to find it.
From a lot of people most people weren't following my channel at this time. I was literally tiny when I went on like the first and second Hippy Dippies. Some of the right wingers who showed up to those things were so bad. Like, I mean, there was like crypto Nazis, and it was just because like who else are you gonna invite? You invite the right wingers who seem okay, but then they often go mask off halfway through, and it was just a mess.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's gotten better, but it's still difficult. There's so many crypto Nazis that are like that pretend to be like, you know, MAGA. I don't know. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad state of affairs. So yeah. Well, Chris, thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, thank you so much. Can I plug my channel?
Please do. Yeah.
Okay. Chat and Demon Mama. My channel is Chris A, just like it's spelled on screen, no underscore. And you can find it directly youtube.com/XHRISA, no space, no underscore. I do lefty video essays, and then I have a series called Ghoul Talk where I kind of unpack unpack right-wing talking points for boomers, for normies.
That's awesome.
Try to make it accessible. So
Hell
thank you so
yeah.
much, Demon Mama.
Thank you.
And thanks for having me on. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Jeena. Next call. The next caller.
Oh, sorry. I was like busy. Like someone was harassing Silent, and like I just had to do something.
I'm
about
sorry.
it.
I don't know what the hell's going on with that. It's weird.
All right. I'm just picking one by random very quickly.
Hello, she who knows no name. She who knows no name.
I exist.
You exist. Hold on 1 second. She who knows no name. Pronouns. I'm guessing. I have a guess on this one, but based on the name. Oh no.
I mean.
Hello. Pronouns.
Yeah. Okay. I need to mute the stream. I'm sorry. Okay, I think that's all working now. Hello.
Hello.
She her, as would be suggested by the
name.
yeah.
That's
kind
what
of
I was
already.
saying. kind of a giveaway, but fair enough. Fair enough. All right. How are you doing? How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I was supposed to do some preparation for an assessment that's coming up, but I didn't.
That's okay. This is a chill stream, so don't worry about it.
After I get off this, I might have to go and do preparation for that. Anyway, yes, I wanted to come on here to talk about sign languages in general, and this can go in a few different directions depending on what you want to talk about. But I'll open up with my main call, which is right now is the golden age of sign language, is TM, made by me, and that name for it. Sign language history has been one of sign languages being extremely obscure and only being limited to certain communities and being very oppressed. But now we're having more and more use of sign languages globally. There has never been a better time to learn it, and I would encourage everybody to go and learn some of your native sign language, be that ASL, BSL, or anything else. Likewise, as a political call, I want sign language of the area taught in every single school, globally. I want BSL taught across the UK, and it's moving towards that, which is why I say it's the golden age of sign language.
Yeah.
It's being shown on television more. It's all the rest of it. Anyway, from there, which direction would you like to go in?
I could comment on this a little bit because I agree with you. I think I'm very rusty at this point, but when the college that I studied at was one of the country's most famous schools for the deaf as well. I learned a lot of sign language just incidentally. I didn't study it as a field. I went to no voice zones. I participated in all that, and it made it possible. One of my friends who was, I never would have I never would have been able to communicate with her if I hadn't learned sign language. And as a result, I had an incredibly wonderful friendship that would have been completely blocked off to me if I hadn't taken the opportunity to learn a little bit of sign language and then be able to communicate beyond that. Sign language is incredible. And it's also very fun and tactile to learn. I would very much like to restart learning it again. Though again, I've been I've grown a little rusty over the years since it's been so long since I've been in school. But yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I would love to see a future in which every person is duolingual with one of their languages being, or bilingual. Duolingual.
Yeah,
Wow, I was
or more.
mixing it with the website. Bilingual with one of their sentences, one of their languages being sign language. I think it would be incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable. Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I was.
Have you ever played the game Tacoma?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Tacoma is a really amazing. It's a sort of mystery puzzle. Some people might call it a walking simulator. Honestly, I think it's amazing. It's super atmospheric. The music is amazing. The graphics are beautiful. And in that world, it is a part of the sort of passive lore that every person knows sign language. And in fact, most computers, most computers are communicated with using sign language because it's just the part of the lore of the universe is that like there's lots of optical devices for tracking things everywhere, and so they make it so that you can sign to the optical devices, and that will communicate to the ship's AI, or it's really cool. And in the game it's accurate. There's like accurate sign language in the game, and it's never like it's not like called out as a part of the world. It's just very natural. You go into the game, you're introduced, it's like open the door, and you walk up to the door, and your character signs, their password into the door, and then boop, and then it goes forward, and that's how it's built into the world. So I would highly recommend the game Tacoma. I think it would be a really nice experience for you. Plus, it's a beautiful game beyond its little tidbits. It's a beautiful, beautiful game.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna have to get it now. I'm going to have to get it.
Yeah, I think it's like really cheap too. It's like $5.
Oh, nice. I'd like to call out Cottage Core Lefty and like reinforce. Yes, I hope this is an Alexander Graham Bell hate zone.
Yes.
I mean, from that, do you want to go into a tiny bit of their history, maybe? Alexander Graham Bell was the inventor of the telephone and was massively influential in getting sign languages oppressed during the century before the last one.
Yeah, the 19th century?
Yes.
Or
yes.
the
or
the 20th.
19th
Are you talking about the
1900s?
Early 1900s?
19th and 20th.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Last two, I think. Alexander Graham Bell, bad.
Yeah.
Bad person.
Yeah. As it turns out, a lot of the weirdly revered like inventor people, dudes of the turn of the century were a bunch of giant shitheads who usually just stole their inventions from other people and were like eugenicists and monsters, like Thomas Edison too, also a piece of shit. So yeah.
Oh, there was some other things that I'm kind of blanking on now. Where's the? I wrote it down in my. Oh yeah, COVID has had like the effect of COVID and lockdowns, and not really lockdowns, although that has hurt all communities. The effects of COVID, and especially mask wearing on deaf and hard of hearing people, of like. We use lip reading a lot with like masks and stuff, and I'll tell you a funny story about that. Is that like I didn't realize how much I relied on lip reading because I'm hard of hearing. Although I'm better online, so I can hear you pretty well because I can control your audio.
Yeah.
So like I didn't realize how much I relied on lip reading until I started trying to lip read masks and realized that they don't split vertically like mouths do, but sometimes they get this horizontal split that looks like a vertical like crevice, like looks like a sideways mouth. And I tried to lip read that. I also lip read Discord, which is like the green circles. Yes. I lip read that, but I look at that and like I don't know who's talking if that's not like lighting up. I lip read it, and sometimes I can not even hear anything. I can know exactly what somebody's saying. Anyway, masks are awful for deaf and hard of hearing people.
Yes.
And there've been lots of different like windowed masks that like allow you to lip read through the masks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're good.
Yeah.
Also, like
I have like not like I have like subclinical like some hearing loss, like of distinction, like where I have a hard time distinguishing sounds. So like when I'm out and about, I didn't even realize this until until I studied and like learned about these things. But I had come to rely on passively reading people's lips, because I would have especially in like cafeterias and things like that where I couldn't distinguish people, and I struggled to, and it is actually it's really noticeable in COVID, because it's like if you're out in public and you can't see, it's just like I couldn't make out what you said. I'm sorry, can you say that again? Like yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I would encourage everyone to get a winded mask if you can. I'm not, but like I'm being hypocritical there. But if you can, get one. Although, and if you can, like try and augment what you're saying with sign, because that does help for everybody, because it can sometimes clearly demonstrate what you're trying to say, especially for hard of hearing people.
Absolutely.
Also, I don't know how many people are going to be like service workers here, but someone being deaf doesn't necessarily mean that them not wearing a mask is okay. But like, if somebody is deaf or tries to, or like wants you to like lower your mask or write something down because they can't understand you, please like actually help them with that, because that's a proper reason why not wearing masks would be genuinely a thing. Also, if two people are like both together signing, not wearing masks, please like don't harass them, because there's been cases of people being harassed for doing that, even though so one thing about sign languages is they do also rely different languages to different extent. They also rely on mouthing as part of their of what they require to be understood a lot of the time. And so even in sign language, having a mask can make it harder to understand stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if somebody is like signing, or like says like signs to you they're deaf, in ASL the sign would be like to point to your ear then your mouth, that's deaf. In BSL it's the same but with two fingers. And the thing with from the ear to the mouth with one finger in BSL means hearing. So okay,
it could be a little confusing.
We get into like when we go cross sign language.
All languages like have small issues like that. Like no matter the language, doesn't matter what type of language it is, there are things that people made normal that in the language that you're like, why did we do that? Like the number of like words that sound exactly the same, like there in English, where it's just like, why? Why would you do that?
There is less of that in sign. There's just
a little
less of it in general because But although another funny one between BSL and ASL is that like what and where were reversed. I would camera and show, but I don't know whether that would be allowed. But like what is like open hand, palm up, where is shaking your finger, that's ASL. BSL is the other way around. Shaking your finger is what? Shaking like your palms up is where. And like there's a whole thing of that when you go between the BSL and ASL communities. I like to go between both a lot.
Some confusion.
I want to learn.
Yeah.
Where was I going? Oh yes. Lastly, did you cover the interpreter drama?
No, I haven't been able to cover that. Like I did see something about it. I don't remember. I feel like it was like last week, and admittedly for the last 2 weeks or so, I've been unfortunately wrapped up in stress with my own fuking channel, which is the banning and the switching to Twitch, and then I accidentally blew up my OBS setup the other day. I'm not trying to win pity points, but I had a stressful last few weeks, so my coverage on the news has been a little worse than it should have been, but hopefully I'll be getting back into the breaking news coverage soon. And yeah, I did hear a little bit about that, but I don't remember all of the details of it.
Okay, I'd like to give a quick synopsis of it, and then I will try and run through like some interesting questions it brings up. Okay, so the synopsis of it is that the Biden administration first presentation, like conference, then the person on the podium talking to the people to the news press and blah 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 blah, said that they're going to have interpreters and everything. And oh yeah, golden age of sign language. Oh, actually, before we, I'll do that at the end actually. Anyway, but they introduced their first signer for the time, and it's going to change signs. It's going to change interpreter every time because they always do that. But then it was later found out that that interpreter works with an organization called Hands of Liberty. Now, Hands of Liberty interprets and translates sign language, essentially right-wing videos into sign. It translates, and it also translated a lot of misinformation videos. Now, this would, the question this brings up, in interpreter ethics, I want to be an interpreter. I'm a bit worried that my hard of hearing will mean that I can't, but whatever. Sorry, keep on focus.
It's okay.
So, like, the ethics question this brings up is conflicts of interest. I think.
Yeah, conflicts of interest.
Or perceived conflict of interest, where like they might have like a perceived reason to not interpret the best. Now, this isn't true of like incorrect interpretation. You have to interpret correctly.
Right.
It's genuinely like vaguely illegal and extremely unethical, and you would never get employed again if you don't interpret correctly. But like, it can be about lots of translation interpretation is not about what you say; it's about how you phrase it. And stuff like, I would use in linguistic terms like classify and note. Stuff like, if somebody says this is a bad thing that's happened, do you sign it with as much emphasis, like jerk to your hand, or do you sign it like softly, where you sign like bad less than they actually said this is bad, or stuff like that, where you've heightened it towards your political agreement and emphasize it towards what you believe. Stuff like that is what it could be perceived as a conflict of interest. However, interpreters also followed a code of ethics, which is that they have to interpret regardless of their political opinion, and they have to interpret as neutrally as they can. I was watching a video by an interpreter, and he was saying about he as a gay man was employed by as an interpreter by a homophobe who was either signing or saying really homophobic shit that he had to interpret, and he had to grit his teeth and bear it because you're not. And I know this sounds like a weak namby-pamby thing, but like, this is interpretation. This isn't about saying what your political affiliation is. This is about giving information to people that need information right then when you need it. You can't do anything but give that information. That is your job. That is your professional duty to do that. So you could argue that it's not a conflict of interest so long as she has been shown to be able to professionally sign for a bunch of political topics and shows no sign of not being able to sign if she disagrees with it, which is part of interpreter ethics anyway. And
that is such a complicated situation. Like, it's like
I see. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say it's like it's like you can understand the hesitation that like or the risk of potential. Like the risk of potential bias or something like that, but on the other hand, it's like that's like saying that like somebody who's translating like should be impugned by what was written that they translated. That's like that's that is a that's a quagmire.
And like while I don't think it's been dug into precisely what she believes, on the Hands of Liberty thing, one thing worth questioning is it a bad thing to interpret those videos? Because if you say, yes, those videos should not have been interpreted, are you not bringing up the question of deaf people don't deserve to be able to see and combat misinformation?
Yes.
Are you saying that they shouldn't even be exposed to it? And it's an inflammatory question because you could argue no, because those videos should never have been created in the first place. They should be destroyed. But at the same time, that then brings up a whole set of questions of now you're creating two standards: one for hearing people, one for deaf people, where you've got these videos which are hearing, but you're limiting whether they can be translated or not.
Yeah,
it's a whole quagmire of
it really is
of like
It mirrors the greater conversation about misinformation in general, which is just like, I mean, should these video in chat, a better question is, should these videos exist, not should these videos be translated? But both of those, but they're similar though, right? Because if the video already exists, that question is a similar thing. Like, if the video already exists, then is it not just that deaf people should be able to also see this potentially, you know, dangerous idea and reason for themselves? Like, you know, like,
or even have like, one thing that I eventually would love to do would be essentially like sign language RedTube.
Yeah,
I can't find any. It's really annoying, but something like that where like I will want to create some stuff, especially for an audience. I might start by interpreting some good stuff from like you or Natalie or Philosophy Tube, stuff, just really good videos, which I think would be very informative.
If there's a way, let me tell you this: if there's a way that we can work something out on that, let's do it, because that is something I think would be very valuable, and I would be interested in doing what I can to facilitate that. I can't make any promises as to what I can do, but I would love to be able to help facilitate that, because I think that is a really important thing.
I'm not going to be able to be qualified to do that for another half a year, because as you can hear, I'm an oral person. Even though I'm hard of hearing and I hope to be like fully fluent in sign and consider it one of my languages, I am not fully fluent in it yet. And I would only be able to do BSL and only be able to do bad translations of ASL. Like, they would be able to exist. But like something like that as a like, if you were to be able to start a project of that and like have a bunch of people who are willing to help out with it, that would be lovely. As long as I'm not the only one, I'd love to get in.
Yeah, that would be something I would be really interested. The next one of the things I am working on right now, the channel's not large enough for me to realistically undertake it, especially because of the fucking rules that YouTube introduced with the removing community transcription. Is I would love to get my videos actually like transcripted somehow. Not necessarily my live videos, maybe though, if possible. But it's just like those are like 9-hour content. That might be a lot for any person to do. But for the
if you're doing a specific debate, I would love to in a few years or so, like, you practice my interpreting on them. Like, that would be something I would love to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, obviously you'd have to give me a second to say I'm a practice interpreter. I'm using this live video as practice, also to help any deaf people who need it. But like, that would be something I would love to do as a thing, if you're up for that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm definitely open to that. We would have to work out the details. There'd probably be a lot of details to work out, but that is definitely something I am open to, for sure. Yep.
But this will have to be in a few years for me personally, because I'm not at a stage where I could even close to be professionally interpret and like be ethically do so.
I'm very happy though that we're talking about it though, because I'd rather think about it in advance. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you set it up as like a channel or something, like, I'm sure there might be other people who would be interested in doing it, who are much more like qualified than I am.
Yeah.
Did you have another thought you wanted to say?
No, that's all that I have. But thank you so much for coming on. This has been a really edifying conversation, so I appreciate it.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, because I thought you were making like towards the end. Gone Native Sign Language news. The first time that the Pledge of Allegiance has been signed live on air during like the presidential inauguration, and like every deaf person that I know and every sign language involved person I know is so fucking happy about it. Yeah. She walked up there, and I was watching the version with the interpreter, even though I'm not that good at this, so sometimes it helps me to watch this so I can understand it a bit better. She walked up there, and like that woman, blah 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 blah. She did the thing, and she started signing Pledge of Allegiance. It was just like, you could see the interpreter's heart melting as well. And I had like multiple people in sign language places freak out about it, and I had like my friends message me of like, somebody's signing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
It was.
As somebody said, the Pledge of Allegiance itself is cringe, but the fact that we have it
No.
signed now is great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it's
I
great.
mean, it's always there. There has been a signed version for a while, so far as I'm aware, and it is a codified thing. Like, she didn't just interpret that on the spot. She didn't know a set of signs to do that are the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, the fact that it happened out in public and everybody saw some sign language.
Yeah.
As a mainstream thing, not as like something at the corner of the screen that only the deaf people are going to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Something as a mainstream thing that everybody saw.
It's very good.
Hell yeah.
Very good. Yeah. She Who Knows No Name, thank you so much for everything that you've brought to this conversation. It's been a wonderful conversation. I do have to move on to another caller, but thank you so much. This was a genuinely wonderful conversation. So thank you.
Final words. Learn your sign language. Thank you. Diolch. Hwyl fawr.
Bye.
That's Welsh for goodbye. Hwyl fawr.
Bye. All right, Mars Blue. You are up, Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Hello, Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Jeena, you want to DM them?
Right, I'll try that. Sorry, like I'm just like scrolling through a lot of stuff right now.
That's okay. Don't you worry. Oh no, Mars Blue says their mic is not working at the moment. Okay, well, try to fix it out, and we'll give you another opportunity after the next call.
All right. If you don't get the call right now, we can set up this conversation for next time.
Sure thing.
That's a deal.
Yeah. Oh, they're deafened and muted. Oops. Okay, that might have been it. All right. All right. Pull someone else in. No, it is not She Who Knows No Name. No, it is not. I like your voice. Hello, the guy who could. You are on the show. Welcome. What are your pronouns? I have a guess, but go ahead and tell me. Cannot hear you, the guy who could. The guy who could. Hello. You may have the wrong mic source selected. Try changing your mic source in your Discord settings.
Voice activity.
Hey, there we go. Gotcha.
Okay, sorry. I think it's some issue with my push to talk. My bad.
Okay. Pronouns.
He, him, his.
All right. Alrighty.
Okay.
How are you doing? And what do you got for me today?
So, I'm doing fine out here in the East Coast. It's 10 o'clock. And I'm procrastinating on my homework for college, but you know what? Who cares? I will deal with the consequences tomorrow.
All right. Well, listen, I'm happy that we got you on. We're gonna try and keep it around 10 minutes, so hopefully you won't be far from your homework for too long. But yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to give you the story of the redemption arc for the Kingdom Hearts 3 design team because because I noticed that Kingdom Hearts 1 poster you have in your background, and I'm like a Kingdom Hearts fan.
Yes. I have not actually played Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, believe it or not. It has been one of those things where I was like, I gotta do this at some point, but it's got to be the right time because it's been so long since I've been involved in, like, I was a super fan of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and Chain of Memories. And then I sort of I went to college, so I didn't have time to play games anymore. And, but I will get there eventually. But please tell me this story. It sounds fascinating.
Okay, so first of all, this is a redemption arc. After Kingdom Hearts 2, we all know that, Tokyo Team, dissolved, and they were replaced by Osaka Team.
Okay.
And they made some games. Some may say that they are, bad gameplay-wise. DDD is probably bad on both, but we all love Birth by Sleep. We all love Aqua. We all love the Starburst with every single different flavor. We love the Wayfinder trio. We love the Seesaw Trio. We just love them characters. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out day one, and the discourse was, to put it lightly, toxic, of course, because gameplay was the gameplay was incredibly slow. It did have a lot of improvements. I do have a document with just like points that I have. Let's see, the things that we should all remember about base KH3. It brought dodge canceling to combat. You could use items in midair, because in Kingdom Hearts 2, I think you could only do that in like wisdom form. Guarding in midair. Form changes were fun. You got grand magic. There was just a lot of stuff that you could do in Kingdom Hearts 3 that wasn't done in the past games, you know? Or it was very much updated to be better for a mainline console. So it's like, but everybody was like, the story, it felt very padded, because like the original story, you finish all the Disney worlds, and that's like, what is it, 3/4 of the game, and the last quarter is just back to back to back satisfying payoffs with Aqua, with Ven, with Roxas, with Xion, with everybody. But it's in the last half. It's like in the last quarter of the game, and it's like every Kingdom Hearts game, there's a halfway point where it's like, this is when we're done with the Disney stuff. We're going to get serious now, and it's either like 10,000 Heartless Fight or Hollow Bastion or whatever.
Yeah.
But for Kingdom Hearts 3, it was like after all the Disney worlds, which were like incredibly long, they were incredibly fun to go through, but it was just like, oh my god, it's just a lot of content. Yeah. We come to like the final, like, oh my god, I'm sorry. We come to the final world, and it's just like back to back to back lore, story, cutscenes, bosses, and you're just like, you're getting so overwhelmed because there's no halfway point. So the payoff is very like, it's not paced correctly. Yeah. And not only that, the gameplay,
I feel like there were parts in Kingdom Hearts 2 that was a little bit like that as well. At certain points. But yeah, for sure there was like, the pacing was a little more well-rounded in Kingdom Hearts 2. From what I've heard. Again, I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 in full yet, so I may have different thoughts afterwards. And I also I do need to replay the whole series, because I've played Kingdom Hearts 1 multiple times through. It's I have the Kingdom Hearts 1 poster, so it's my special one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I will say that, like, I've watched Kingdom Hearts, people in the community being like, oh, this is the good parts of KH3 and this is the bad parts, but let's get to the redemption arc. So a year after KH3 comes out, we get Limit Cut. Basically, it's the final mix DLC that you would have gotten in Japan, but it's worldwide.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Everything. Our almonds have been, oh my god. Okay. The combat is so much faster and snappier. The gameplay is so much more rewarding. Like base Kingdom Hearts 3, the guard and the reprisal system, which they implemented for this game, I'm pretty sure it's existed since Birth by Sleep, but this game was just, oh my god, it felt like you feel the final form of what they were trying to do. And I feel like Osaka Team is now like on the train to just like creating something that isn't going to be like Japan teams, but it's going to be so much better, because like they suffer from some of the similar mistakes of Japan team, because KH2 final mix, you got combo modifiers, but they weren't in the base game, and it makes the game feel so much more different. And like,
so what was that? Wait, which version is this for the Kingdom Hearts 3? Which version are you talking about? Sorry, can you say the title again?
It was the Remind DLC, and it's basically like a final mix port, but if it was, like separate DLC, like,
okay,
because final mix is just basically added on DLC, but it's in a director's cut version. So yeah, so when we come to Kingdom Hearts 3 Limit Cut, oh my god, they made everything so good. The music, like some of the music in Kingdom Hearts 3 was hit or miss, but because of the fact that you're only fighting bosses, everything just slaps. The remixes, oh my god, so much better, so much better. They fixed the issue in base game where like your finishers, you can't cancel out of them. That was a unique thing that they did, where it was like, if you wanted to like dodge out of an attack, you can do that, but you can't do it for finishers for some reason. They brought it back for this stuff. And the bosses
seems like it would make it really janky.
Yeah, and like everything was just so well designed. If I was ever going to pick a game to replay through again, I would pick Kingdom Hearts 3 every single time just because of Limit Cut.
Wow.
Yeah,
Limit Cut. Okay.
Yeah. And then the final boss, the secret boss, it's insane. Like, not to spoil anything, but the song, oh my god.
Good.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's insane. It's just everything.
Damn, you're making me excited to play through this now.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, the story for the main game, don't get your hopes up. But the limit cut, the gameplay is just like, it feels so good. It feels like base Sora is very, very good.
I mean, sometimes that makes the all the difference. Like a game could, like, even small tweaks sometimes to gameplay, if the numbers are just off, it can make the game feel really heavy and like a slog to play through. And if you snap it up, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I want to say is, like, I'm hoping for, like, Kingdom Hearts 4, they saw the mistake of not having combo modifiers in base game. I hope they have them, but the problem is that now you have so many options in the air, and air combos are so much more satisfying to pull off than ground combos that you don't want to leave the air, which I feel that's going to be a criticism that's going to be levied against the Osaka team games. I'm like, okay, you know what? To completely curb stomp that thing, why don't we just try to think of the, like, future, you know, like fires that only apply to the ground, and that's why you should do ground combos, because in the base game, like, ground combos are kind of like but air combos are the shit. Air combos are amazing.
Getting the classic juggling enemies up in the air and spinning around them and bashing them 100 times. Very satisfying stuff.
Yeah, I will say that, like, they dropped the reaction command system from KH2, but they do have it for certain fights, like Zigbar, you know, like in KH3, like, if you guard enough of his bullets, you get a reaction command where you can, like, do like a Western showdown, where if you press, like, X at the right time, you, like, dodge out of the way the last second, and then you deal damage to him. And it's like, oh my god, the Osaka team redemption arc, I'm just, like, hoping that they don't drop the ball on the next mainline game, because I'm pretty sure whatever concoction they're doing with Union and the mobile stuff, it's gonna probably be a travesty, but then I'm hoping that the next mainline is gonna be, like, amazing.
Well, I mean, there's also the possibility that it's just like this team is becoming veterans, you know? That happens sometimes, like, where they get a couple of titles under their belt and they really start to feel their flow, and you can see it in the games. I mean, I felt like that there's a totally different game, totally different setup, but with Heroes of the Storm, when they first started, it felt like they just were having miss after miss after miss, and then after a while, it's like, oh, they got experience, they started to learn from some of their mistakes, and it was just like, oh, now every single champion that comes out is a killer. And it's like, it takes time, you know? People have to learn. And so if a team sticks together and working on a product long enough, and they have the right culture in their workplace, well, they end up learning how to make a really good game.
Yeah. I guess that's the end of this segment. I hope that it was a good palate cleanser for everybody.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Your passion for Kingdom Hearts is inspiring, truly.
Yes. And to be honest, I'm not even, like, I wasn't even a fan that got into the series when it came out. It was because I got introduced by other YouTubers, and I'm like, wow, this series, it's a whole mess, but it's a mess that's very fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's an incredibly unique mess.
I can tell you a little bit of a story about how I got into Kingdom Hearts, and I've told this on stream before, but it was a long time ago, but I got a demo disc in a PS2 demo disc that was my cousin's subscription of Nintendo Power? No, it wouldn't have been Nintendo Power because it was a PS2 demo disc. So it would have been whatever.
PlayStation?
I don't think it was the PlayStation magazine. It was one of those magazines, and my cousins got that. I didn't have that, but I went over to their house on the day that the issue arrived, and so we popped in the demo disc, and it didn't even have a demo for Kingdom Hearts. It just had a trailer, and we were like, what the fuck? And like, so one of my cousins was like, that looks stupid, and then me and my other cousin were like, no, that looks awesome. And so from that moment forward, I was like trying desperately to keep track of Kingdom Hearts, and on the day it launched, I had a pre-order, and then my parents fucking got it for me. And I remember the day that I got Kingdom Hearts because I was going to fucking karate class, and my dad like handed it over to me from the front seat of the car and was like, "Hey, I got you something." I was like, "That's the game! It finally came out!" And I was so hyped for it. It was so good. And yeah, and then like, of course, I was incredibly hyped for Chain of Memories, which I know some people hate, but I liked a lot. Okay. But yeah, it was on this CD with fucking Mr. Mosquito, a game that nobody remembers. I don't think anybody even knows that that game existed, but that was the demo. I got to play Mr. Mosquito and watch the Kingdom Hearts trailer, and it was just like life-changing.
Yeah. I will have to say Chain of Memories, the story is amazing because like, oh my god, so many things were left, like, are still a mystery, but to just close this whole thing, everybody should get the all-in-one package for Kingdom Hearts. It's on the PlayStation Store, it's on Xbox. Just play the games if you haven't, played them before. Watch some Kingdom Hearts YouTubers, Super Butterbuns, whomever. Just look them up. They'll tell you which order to play the games in. That's the end of my spiel. Somebody else can talk about politics because I'm a stupid, college student who still needs to learn stuff.
Hey, listen,
that's the end of my
thank
spiel.
you so much for coming on. This has been a wonderful conversation, and truly, again, your knowledge of Kingdom Hearts is impressive. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Jeena, we got a next caller.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to bring in I'm the Radical Left.
All right. Hello, I'm the Radical Left.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up?
Hey, the Radical Left. And pronouns.
He, him.
Alrighty, Radical Left. Hit me with what you got. Tell me what you got.
So, anarchism. I want to learn about that.
All right, you want to learn about anarchism. And you've come to me, of all people. Oh, goodness.
Yes,
I think you've made a dire mistake. No, I'm just kidding. I know a little bit about it, but I'm not like a theory brain. I have a very how do I explain this? I have a very street understanding of anarchism, and while I have read some theory, I've mostly learned from a lot of other people. But what do you want to know about it? What are you interested in knowing? Because there's a lot to talk about. It's a huge jumping point. I could probably talk about it for hours, but if you have some specific things, I can probably answer those in the framework of this conversation.
Mainly a brief explanation of what it is and how it is beneficial to transition into that type of government system.
Sure. Okay. So, anarchism is a political and philosophical framework that emphasizes the reduction of political hierarchies. There are many different flavors of anarchism through the years. Everything from, it goes all over the place. I tend to lean towards the anarcho-communism, anarcho-syndicalism sort of positions. Though, again, I don't really consider myself like a hardline anarchist or anything like that. It's just my philosophical leanings. It is, again, a society, a way of organizing and participating in society that reduces hierarchy. Now, some anarchists would advocate against any existence of a government structure at all. Others advocate more specifically against a state. But regardless of who they are, except for maybe ANCAPs, who aren't really anarchists, let's be real, that most people will focus on finding ways to systemically reduce political hierarchies. Why it's good? Well, because I don't think that people should be able to dominate one another. I think that we should try to find ways so that humans can individually and collectively express themselves as freely and fairly as possible. The way that I see that as happening is by us mutually learning to organize ourselves into just systems that don't give undue power to one individual or another individual or one group or another group. Now, that's a very broad discussion, of course, of what anarchy is and why I tend to lean towards it. But there's all kinds of different specific, there's different ways you can drill down into different topics. Yeah, I think that societies where we put an individual on a political pedestal and give them the ability to make incredibly powerful calls about other people's bodily autonomy, et cetera, is not good. I think that these are inherently flawed systems. Humans, as you've probably picked up from the other conversations I've had today, I believe humans are imperfect. We are not. I don't think there is even such a thing as perfect. But humans are imperfect moral agents, and we can never, we don't want to give too much power to one individual whose flaws could be magnified such that they do great harm to others. Now, there may be specific instances where giving some level of hierarchical power to an individual could be required, but when that is the case, I think we should be incredibly careful about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes quite a sense. I would ask, would there be a police type of thing, or at least a group of people that would police other people? Does that make sense? Like a traditional police system in this kind of system.
There wouldn't. I would say there wouldn't be a police, not that as we understand it. However, would there be systems of justice? Yeah, I think there would be some levels of systems of justice. I just think that they would be non-punitive. Anarchic systems of justice would be about resolving harm and facilitating well-being, as opposed to punitively punishing people or locking individuals away. It is fathomable that there is some circumstance, like, for example, I don't know, a human being born who is literally incapable of learning, and therefore is just like a monster from birth and just wants to kill people, and there's no way to reform that person, where it might be necessary to preserve the lives of others that person be isolated or something. But I don't really think that's a realistic situation. I think that's mostly an imagination and an essentialization. I think that most people commit crimes as a product of their environment, and if we are able to build better environments and we're able to build better systems that people exist in, we will see crime as we understand it we will see that go down significantly. Now, one of the main things about anarchy is that a lot of anarchist philosophers and politicians stress the importance of preconditions, because you can't, in many cases, the idea of just clicking over into an anarchic society is simply not realistic.
Yeah, it would be like going from capitalism to socialism in a day.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen. It won't happen. And it's just not. It probably would cause a lot of harm too. But preconditions are the concept of building preconditions is the idea of with your actions to the best of your ability, or whatever, with collective actions, setting up the world in such a way that it will facilitate an anarchic system much better. And I think there are many such actions. For example, I believe that to go to an extreme that I think illustrates the point, I think that universal nuclear disarmament is one such thing, where it is in the self-interest of all humans to recognize that any human having access to nuclear weapons threatens all of humanity. We should all be able to rationally conclude that that's the case, and we should agree to no longer create nuclear weapons, or if we do, they should be built in they should be placed in a silo that can only be accessed with the mutual consent of every single country on Earth, or something along those lines. And the reason for that is okay, if an alien race was to attack us, you get into the hypotheticals. But the fact of the matter is that in our current world, we don't have the preconditions for like large anarchic societies, because there is the existence of like severe imperial societies that will literally just kill people. We need to address that first, in my opinion. And once we do that, that will not only will that open the door for like anarchic solutions, but it would open the door for other non-anarchic solutions as well. The fact that we have so many imperial powers in the world, and that we haven't yet, as like a race of beings, recognized that sort of that only harms us, that it only limits us to engage in like aggression and stuff like that is a big problem. But I think that's a huge issue that's going to take a long time to solve. No, Silent, we will definitely be doing that. We will definitely be doing that very soon. But sorry, I had to pay attention to something in chat real quick. But yeah, with regard to anarchism, I think that anarchic structures can be incredibly good. And especially in a political sense, because I think that that's where it matters the most. When we're talking about political power, the ability to determine people's access to resources, the ability to determine people's future, their access to education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We should be as what's the right word? We should attempt to be as egalitarian as possible, and the only way that we do that is by tackling these political hierarchies that exist. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. One more question about anarchism, and I want to talk about another subject entirely.
Sure.
If we were in an anarchist state today, how would it change for the everyman? How would it look like for the everyman if it changes like that?
Oh, if we were to like that's really hard to even say.
Yeah.
But I could give you some ideas of the sort of things that we would be able to look at. We would if we were to snap tomorrow, we would not have marriage laws dictated to us by some random fucking old dude in the White House. You could have relationships freely without any impugnment by any government source or any pressure from a government source on your private choices, your love relationships. There would be we would not have a disgustingly well, yes, I know, anarchist state. You know what was meant there. That was a simple slip of the tongue. But you would have we would have a system whereby people would be able to express their needs to their community significantly more directly, and not have to essentially sit by and wait for an incredibly inefficient and corrupted quote unquote democratic process of bureaucratic electoralism to answer their needs or have their voice be heard. We would not have people living in like 90% of their 80% of their lives, however much time people spend in their workplace, in complete and utter dictatorships, which is the case right now. Most people do not live in democracy. We spend a majority of our lives at work right now, and those workplaces are all dictatorships. Horrific dictatorships in many cases. Though that would not be the case if we were to move to an anarchist society. That would not be the case. Everyone would be able to participate freely as they desire in these organizations, and they would benefit to the fullest of the fruits of their labor. All workers would. All people would. If you participate in something, you will be entitled to none of it being sucked away by a purely exploitative parasite. And those are the most tangible ways. But I think that like an ideal anarchic society would also contain structures by which everyone would be guaranteed their basic needs. That way that people don't have an incentive to kill each other over food and drink.
Isn't that socialism?
Well, yes. But I mean, okay. Socialism. Well, okay, it depends. It depends on your definition. Well, if we want to, it depends on your definition of socialism. But socialism is, Socialism is the decommodified society where the workers own the means of production, and communism is a society whereby it's a classless, moneyless, stateless society. So yes, in the perfect ideal, perfect communism would be anarchic. I think that most communists would agree with that. But the difference is there's a lot of differences on how we get there. And I'm not really a utopian, so as interesting as it can be to do thought experiments about far future societies, it can be a little difficult. The thing is, like, I think that it would be a lot easier for us to reach anarchic equal societies with certain developments in the future. I think, like, for example, if we want to go into the realm of like far future predictions, a post physical society where basically human existence all takes place in like non-organic bodies, like maybe we exist in like a network, would be incredibly easy for us to build a society that's much more just in that case. But that would be like the dream preconditions. I think that we can build anarchic structures and more just societies by applying anarchist theory in the modern day. Right now, we can start applying these things, and we can start building just things now. That doesn't necessarily require going to immediately to the utopia. Will it be perfect? No. Will there still be flaws? Will there still be hierarchies? Yes, unfortunately. But we can make it better. And that's my goal. I'm most interested in just making it better than it is right now. So, yeah.
I think we all are at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, but it kind of is by nature.
No. I learned a lot. Something that I will never learn from school, ever.
Yeah. But they don't talk about it much in school. Yeah. So, unfortunately, big gap in the American education is we don't talk about any political philosophy.
In school, they just say socialism is communism bad because people get paid the same.
Yeah, I mean,
bad.
The thing is,
dictatorship.
It's very silly. I mean, the thing is, Americans have no actual critique of socialism or communism because they don't actually know what those things are. They don't know what they are practically, and they don't know what they are philosophically, and that is a big problem. Yeah, socialism is when the government does stuff, and when it does even more stuff, that's communism. Yeah. Yep. For sure. I mean, that is what a lot of people perceive of it as, but obviously that's not the case. So, yeah.
Yeah. You want to talk about how crappy schools are in general and how we can possibly change it, if it's even possible?
Yeah. I can give you one real quick one. Move away from the factory schooling model. Bam. That'd do it immediately. Yeah. Schools suck in America especially, but schools suck in general because we are on a factory school model that's significantly influenced or interested in producing good test results and not in actually educating anything. And while those tests are designed to a certain degree to represent some level of education, they're not very good at it. They're not even particularly accurate. And we already know of methods that would be better for teaching that we just don't implement because it would be expensive to do so. And in our country, we don't value spending money on education, which is fucking stupid because humans' main advantage is that we can teach each other stuff, that every human is more or less a blank slate when they're born, and then they can learn just about anything, and we should iterate and we should improve, but we don't know how because if we really want to get into it, because we're choked out by the fact that the fucking Republicans exist. There you go. There's the answer. The Republicans, yeah. So
Republicans, every single time we want to do something good, they step in and say, no, it's bad because why is it bad again?
It is one of those. I say this all the time. I know it's like ad nauseum at this point, but Republicans are a millstone around the neck of every possible world that we could have. There's like 100 different societies, some of which I think would be not good, and some of which I think would be great, but they'd be better than this, and the Republicans fucking sit there like a giant stone keeping us all back. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah. There is one school system that I have heard of, and I think it would be amazing. It's called Sudbury schools.
I'm not familiar with that particular style, but I'd be open to learning more about it. I've heard about Montessori schools, but
basically what Sudbury schools are, you probably have heard of it, just not by its name. It's a type of school usually from K to 12, where students have complete responsibility for their own education, and the school is run by direct democracy in which students and staff are equal citizens.
Wow, that's super interesting. I would love to learn about that.
I heard a lot about it, and it seems like a really great idea. It is expensive to put your child in or to be in, but
yeah, well, because they're all private right now. But
yeah, they're all private.
Yeah,
but they would just cost just as much as any other school system.
Yeah,
at least from what I heard.
Yeah,
they just don't want to change it because change it bad.
That is a lot of it, but also because we don't have budgetary room for anything. In our current school system, the way that the design has been basically, this has been the tactic of the Republican Party for decades, which has been you underfund the schools and then you use the failing of those underfunded schools as evidence to further underfund the school. They create the cycle by which they justify further underfunding the school. But we all know, any educator knows that if your fucking teachers don't have to buy books, then they're going to be doing better. Those teachers are going to have more mental space to teach the students. Well, we just don't spend money on it because half of our country, or half of the ruling part of our country, are feudalists who believe that we should return to having a king, and that king should be named Donald Trump. It's horrible.
Yes, God Emperor Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it is sad that that's what it comes down to. It's so infuriating because there's so much improvement that the world could have, but we can't because we have to spend all of our time we have to spend all of our time fucking talking about how Donald Trump is stupid. Like, it's true. We know. We like, I don't know. The world, if we didn't have idiotic people like Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell against us, it's just sad. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's the fight we got to do. So got to keep on keeping on.
Who do you know by any chance who in particular would we have to talk to or convince that we can actually change a lot of our schools? By any chance, you know?
Directly, there isn't one.
Yeah,
that's the whole design of hyper bureaucratic electoral systems, is that there's never one person you talk to. But there are options. I mean, you can always write to your to the leadership of your state and cities, for example, mayors, governors. If you're able to write directly to them, or if you're able to get together local voting initiatives to actually make changes that improve the school system. We had one go through here in my state, for example, that makes sex ed guaranteed. Every school will have a comprehensive, science-based, continually updated sex ed program, and that's in the state law now. That was voted in. Sometimes there are some electoral options that can happen, but sometimes they can be hard to even get on there. It is a very complicated, there's not one single answer to that, but if you start digging and you start doing your research, you'll find the people who are influential and who's in charge of making those decisions in your state, in your city, and you can get them out of office, or put pressure on them, or go pester them by knocking on their door, or send them a letter. It's complicated, but yeah, it is possible. I just don't have an easy answer. There's not an easy answer for that one.
Yeah, I didn't expect an easy answer. I just wanted to give at least a direction of where to go, who to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, I would start with just looking up education, who makes educational decisions in your state. Familiarize yourself with your local political system, because it does depend on the state. States have different structures for how they handle education, and once you find out who is actually in charge of making those decisions, find out what they're all about, what decisions they've been making, and if they can be pressured in another direction by whatever means you come up with.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for coming
on. That's all
on.
I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
No problem.
Well, I'm the Radical Left. It was wonderful talking to you, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Glad to talk to you.
Likewise.
All right.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let's get the... wait, hold on. Jeena?
Silent.
Yes.
We need to get silent on.
Silent?
It's time.
Silent, it's time. Get Silent in here.
Silent.
Silent. Bring Silent in. I see Silent in there. Drag her in. Drag him in. Silent. Silent.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Silent, are you prepared for the face reveal?
Well, I think I'd like to tack something on to the previous discussion first, real quick.
Sure,
about
go
who
for
you
it.
could be talking to, as far as being able to change education in the country, is teachers would actually be a really good option, particularly those who are heavily involved with their teaching unions.
That's true. Yes.
Demon, I'm sure you recall that the West Virginia teacher unions are actually kind of based.
Yeah, they're kind of based. Yep. Yeah, they are. They did a wildcat strike, like a hardcore wildcat strike, to the degree that they were literally, when the state tried to weaponize school lunches against them, they just personally cooked lunches for their students, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and like it felt like, at least for the education world, like their eyes were definitely on West Virginia during the course of that strike, and like obviously individual unions throughout the states are going to have different levels of influence, but the unions within West Virginia were really able to bring the local government to a stop, force them to capitulate to their demands, despite a lot of power in the state capital in the hands of Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And as we know from Joe Manchin, like Democrats are like heavily skewed towards the right in West Virginia as well.
Severely, yeah.
Yeah,
the most right Democrats in the country.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, nonetheless, able to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me grab the, I don't even know how would I do this? I guess I'll just bring up these images and open them on, and then I'll put the screen on, and you can give your
yeah, I guess I should
spiel.
literally preface these reveals with
preface. I get it. Oh, that's good. That was good. That was good.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to pay my writer for these quips better, honestly.
Yeah, seriously.
But I suppose like an explanation is in order, because maybe some people were hoping for like a live video feed. And apart from concerns about my radiance just burning like people's eyes out of their skulls, my real concern here is that I have recently decided that I will, as soon as it is an available option for me, be pursuing HRT.
Yes, that's awesome, and I'm very happy for you. I already knew this, but that was my actual reaction originally. But I'm showing the stream my reaction, even though I already knew this was true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as a part of that, personally, I have no interest in publicly airing my transition.
Fair. Completely fair.
But I do still want to provide the chat. I don't want to renege on the promise that I made. And so what I've provided to Demon Mama and what she will be providing to the community are two images. One is a picture of me, probably the best that I've ever looked, or at least the best that the past version of me has ever looked. And then a pick crew that sort of served as a real inspiration to eventually take this step. Funnily enough, I don't think I ever really was cognizant of experiencing dysphoria until I saw this pick crew that I had made. I guess it was just close enough to my own features that like it sort of jump-started it for me, and now it's all I can think about.
Hey! Okay, true, Gentlefish. And I feel you incredibly on such things. So, without further ado, community, are you prepared for the long-awaited face reveal? But 2? Let's do it. You ready, Silent?
Well, just one last thing.
Oh, yeah.
Please, Demon Mama community, as well as any of Riley's community who may still be hanging out, any people who randomly have tuned in, I must implore you. I won't say no simping, some simping. But not too much simping. How about that?
Yeah, not too much. Keep it cool, chat, for fuck's sake. Are you fucking kidding me? Keep it cool. All right, here we go.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun. Here is image number 1. Suck it in, everybody. Come on. And now, the pit crew. Da, 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 da. There we go. I love this pit crew, by the way. I can see why
really good.
it was so powerful. It's incredible. There we
Yeah.
go.
So now I guess you've seen where I was. You'll see where I'm heading, and I look forward to seeing all of you whenever I do get there.
I know that it will be an awesome future. And I have a question for you. Do you already have the Switch?
Oh yeah, I already have the Switch.
Yeah, look at that. You're right. That's the hardest part. Getting a Nintendo Switch? That's difficult.
That's true. I'm like 15% of the way already. Has anyone ever like jumped that far ahead on their transition? I'm an inspiration to the community, and what else can you say?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, to be fair, I think you're blowing the rest of us all out of the water, and I'm here for it. I am 100% here for it.
Once I have ascended the mountain, you need not worry, because I will be happy to help everyone else climb up with me.
Such grace, such incredible grace. Did you have any other things that you wanted to talk with me about? I figure that you have an honorary general call-in slot, which sounds incredibly silly because I talk to you all the time, and we work on stuff together all the time. But if there's anything you would like to bombard me with, critique of me, insult me for, or any of those things, you have the opportunity now.
I guess I could just like destroy all of the good faith that you and the rest of the community have for me when I say that, like, I've only played the first Kingdom Hearts and I could not get into it.
That's unfortunate.
Hell yeah. Welcome to Anti-Kingdom Hearts fan club.
Jeena! Don't make me kick. That's it. All right.
What?
We'll be having punitive measures off chat.
I have too much power over you. You can't do anything to me.
This arrogance. Be careful with your words now. Listen, Kingdom Hearts, okay. Jeena went there. Silent, I can pardon not liking it, but Jeena went there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I attempted to maintain some civility. I would prefer to remain neutral as this conflict continues to develop.
Fair enough. I mean, someday maybe if I play Kingdom Hearts on stream or something, I might be able to win you over.
Right. Frankly, I think we've put the community through so much already that this is the time that we need to just reach across the aisle. We need to start working together towards repairing our community.
Yeah, exactly. I see what you're trying to do here. I get it. The old Joe Biden maneuver. I get it. I see what's happening here. All right.
Anarcho-Bidenism it's still real to me. Damn it.
One of these days, I'll finish off the last of the anarcho-Bidenists. But for now, they're scuttling around in the sewers of our minds. Only thing worse is an anarcho-monarchist.
That's some Vermintide 2 talk right there.
Huh?
Thanks. Go ahead, Jeena.
That's some Vermintide 2 logic right there.
True. All right.
Well, I thank you for having me on. I thank the community for being so nice about my face reveal. I will see if I can dig up that pig crew because there were a bunch of people requesting it. And if you'll excuse me, I have to go back to repeatedly banning people in chat.
Oh, well, Silent, I appreciate you and everything you do for this community. And thank you for being willing to literally put your face on the line to help my channel grow. It's a strange thing, I will say. However, I deeply appreciate it. And I think it's pretty fucking cool. So thank you.
All right.
Alrighty. I guess next caller then. Thank you. Jeena, give me the next one.
Good.
All right.
Carrot for whatever. Unmute, undeafen.
Carrot.
Yeah.
Carrot 4. Hello, Carrot 4.
Hey, how you doing?
Greetings, Carrot 4. I'm going to... Is it okay if I call you Carrot 4?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Alrighty. All right, Carrot 4. What do you got for me?
Alrighty, I got one thing. I like the idea of Demon Mama Radio.
Oh, you like the idea of Demon Mama Radio. I would very much like to do Demon Mama Radio. It's complicated, especially on the internet, but it may be possible, and it is something I'm very interested in.
Definitely.
Radio Mama, that sort of thing. AM,
Because-
DM. True. Yeah, but
Because
honestly, like...
I got some like really creative ideas. Like, if you ever do that concept like this is Demon Mama Radio. Welcome to Limbo, where the party never ends. Let's see what kind of music we're going to play.
Yeah,
like that, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I can do. I think I can do some really fun intros. Yeah, I do have the Infernal broadcast system. It's true. It would be super awesome if that was ever possible. I do want to do. Okay, so in the future, I would like to do the first step that I would like to do is I would like to have like a public playlist of music that I like and stuff, so people can like tune in on that, and I can put thoughts about it. But that's probably a little ways off. As far as doing the radio stuff, it would be super cool if it was possible for me to get like on AM like talk radio or something. But that's a bit of the ways off, unfortunately. There's a bit of There's a bit of what's the word? Logistics that would need to be worked out. But it's something I've thought about a lot, and it's something that I'm very interested in doing in the future, if it's at all possible.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, or were you just hyped up for Demon Mama Radio, which is perfectly fine if that's all you got?
I think one more thing to say.
Sure.
All right. Have you ever? I'm gonna recommend you a band called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Not the movie,
or
but
the book.
Japanese. Not the book. It's a Japanese metal band.
Okay.
That did the Hunter x Hunter ending and
Fear. You said it was called. What was it called? What was the band?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
In
And
Las Vegas. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Hunter X Thompson. Oh my God. That's so good. That's too good. Oh no. Well, Carrot 4, thank you very much for coming on and for your recommendation and for the hype for Radio Mama. I hope that it's possible in the future.
No problem. And also one more thing. Trans rights.
Yeah. Trans rights and trans thriving.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Have a good night yourself. Bye.
You too. Bye.
All right. Next caller.
All right. Thinking for a second, which one should I bring? All right, we're gonna retry Mars Blue. Mars Blue.
Mars Blue. Mars Blue. Hello, Mars. Mars Blue. It looks like you might not have the correct ones selected. The correct outputs and inputs selected in your Discord settings. Go to the gear and make sure you got the right ones picked.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Oh my gosh.
Hello. We got it. Mars Blue. Pronouns.
She, her.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, and thank you for coming on. What do you got for me?
So.
Oh no, we lost you.
No, sorry. Okay.
Maybe put it to voice activation instead of push to talk.
Okay, 1 second.
All good. So these were the last words of Mars Blue. Oh no.
All right, can you hear me?
Can, yes indeed.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
So it really feels like 2020 was the year like where a lot of Zoomers, including myself, were radicalized and started becoming like really invested in political activism, which is really cool. But it seems like a large portion of these lefties don't really know where to direct their political action to.
Well, it's hard.
It just seems,
yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of them like want to do good, but their activism is limited to sharing infographics on their social media or like purity testing
Yeah.
their peers, which I don't think is effective, and it doesn't seem to make any like material change, and really just like pushes away people who might otherwise be sympathetic to the movement.
Yeah,
I don't.
I do think that the purity testing, like internet infighting bullshit, is really really a waste of everyone's time. But at the same time, I think a certain amount of it is almost inevitable. Like, people are still learning, especially when there's like a lot of young people on the internet. They're still learning a lot of stuff about socializing in general, and so it's very possible that that like some of that will fade over time. You know, but I do think that there needs to be more direction. I think part of that is part of the reason why it's hard to find directions. Well, one, nobody knows how to deal with a pandemic. None of us have lived through a pandemic like this before, even those of us who are experienced, like myself. You know what I mean? Like, I've been working and doing stuff. I'm 30, so like, you know, I have some experience, but I've never lived through a pandemic. This has been wild. I've been locked in my house for like a year. It's been absurd. So that's hard. And then the other thing too is that like social media incentivizes you spending a lot of time on it. We've talked about this on this channel with Twitter a lot, where it's like Twitter almost encourages you to fight with people because that's how you get engagement. That's how you get those notifications, which keeps you entertained, which you want to be entertained. So then you start fighting more. And that can be really hard to deal with. One thing I would say to Zoomers, especially younger Zoomers who are looking for ways to impact the world, is realize that politics is bigger than just one skill set. There are so many ways to positively engage in your politics. Whether you're a programmer or a musician or a construction, like you have some construction skills, or you're in high school and you're like just trying to decide what you want to go into, and you maybe are interested in medicine or something. Literally, society functions on specialization, and any person with specialized skills who's also politically informed can be of impact, whether it's changing your workplace or whether it's just being cognizant of the way that you use your skills and the systems that you participate in. Politics pervades so much of our lives, and being aware that that's the case, that systematically we express our politics through all of these different structures in society, can sometimes not only provide insight into objectives that you can work towards, but can also alleviate the sense of directionlessness. You know what I mean? I know something that I used to struggle with when I was younger was like, oh, I want to change the world. Like, I want to do these big things. But it was like, then I felt like, well, but like, can I do that through, being a camera person? Yes, you can. Not every person is going to be, no one is going to be the same. There's a million different positions people have to take in the world, and you can influence the world in a bunch of different ways with the skills that you have. And being aware of what skills you have and being willing to put them to good use is so valuable. And also, the added benefit is that you get to go on all kinds of cool adventures, because if you take your skills and go, hey, I can do that. Let's do something with it. You're being productive, you're being constructive, and you're learning stuff in advantage, as an added advantage. Yeah.
Do you have any advice, what you could do, like what direct political action that you could do using those skills?
Well, it depends on the skill set, right? Give me a skill set, and I'll see if there's anything I know. Cooking. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so let me give you an example. One of the most influential people in Minneapolis's George Floyd protests was a chef who would every single night roll out his food truck and serve free chicken that was crowdfunded, but it was delicious, delicious chicken that he served to the protesters. Unfortunately, I believe. Oh yeah, there's also riot ribs in Portland. The guy in Minneapolis joined the protest one night and was killed, which is terrible and disgusting and sad. But maybe I shouldn't have picked that person as an example. But the fact of the matter is that they were hugely influential and fed a bunch of hungry people. And there's many other people in other cities who did that as well to great success and did not face that sort of particular hardship. Well, I guess it's more than a hardship. This sounds very awkward now, and I'm sorry. The fact of the matter is that there are like, if you're good at cooking, and this is one of the things, cooking is really underappreciated in our society. In fact, I have to tell my partner, who's a good cook, all the time that cooking is an art, and cooking, like, food is life. Like, we have to eat to live. If you're able to provide food to people, and not just provide food, but make food delicious, you are giving one of the most tangible, positive experiences that people can experience. Like, that, it is incredible to be able to make delicious food that makes someone's day better. I've had food that has completely turned my fucking life, like my week around. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, I've had food that I still think about to this day. I love food, but so does everyone. So it is an art, but it is also something that can be applied to direct action. If you go and obviously the specifics of it is difficult. Maybe you find a group that you can work with. Maybe you find a way to fundraise money. Maybe you just go work at a local food kitchen sometimes. But if you're able to make food and literally provide sustenance to someone, and if you're able to make that food slightly more delicious and special to them, that is an amazing skill, and never underestimate that skill. It is a truly powerful skill. And I say that as somebody for whom eating food is very important. I love food. I always have. I have since I was young. I know maybe that's stereotypical because I'm a bit chunky, but food is amazing to me. I love cooking. I watch lots of cooking channels. I review food channels on my show because it's amazing. And it has been one of the things that has inspired me most and I'm not a great cook myself. I'm not that great, but I'm aware of it. I know the stuff that goes into it, but food is inspiring to me, because eating a good meal can turn everything around, and it can inspire people greatly. So yeah, there you go. My grandma makes me cry with her wholesome French cooking. There you go. Aww. That just goes to show you how influential food can be. So yeah, there are ways. There's a lot of ways you can do that. And sometimes it's just about coming up with a creative way to apply your skill. It could even be something like, if you have some tips and tricks, put them out there. Find a way to get them out there to people so that people can learn how to cook better from something that you know. There's people, a lot of times I think it's easy to forget in like our age of social media that learning things is actually kind of hard sometimes, and people don't always know where to look for information, and it can often that process can be changed by simply being willing to share something that you know, and that alone can change people's life. So yeah. Hope that makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can be that for political activism, I guess.
What's that? Sorry?
You can be that for political activism.
How do you mean?
Like, you help people learn how to be be good activists, I guess.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have a very specific skill set, and I think that I can help in some ways, and certain types of activism I'm good at, or it seems like I'm good at. I'm good at debate, stuff like that. So I just try to, again, my skill set is weird. I'm somebody with a very weird skill set. I worked in sales and for a long time out of necessity, and went to film school. So I have film skills and some communication skills. And I was kind of like, hey, maybe if I if I put, oh, wait a second, I can do debates on the internet, and that might be helpful to some people. And as it turns out, it is helpful to some people. But I didn't really know about that like a long time ago. In fact, I only really kind of figured out this combination, but I've done other things in the past. I mean, when I did writing, I think when I did history writing, I was working for some random history writing company, and I would just choose to do things that I think were really important for people to learn about. Because I had that freedom. So I chose to write about things like, I don't know, labor history and the history of religious groups, so people can find out that stuff. Yeah. So yeah, maybe. But I think people would be surprised by how impactful whatever their unique talents are, can be. Even things as simple as like, if you have CPR training, can be incredibly valuable, to everything from actual protests to participating in a school or whatever, or community outreach. These things would be incredibly. It all depends on what you're interested in doing, and then figuring out how you get there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
No problem. Thank you for coming on. It was an absolute pleasure to talk to you. And yeah, thank you for being a part of the community.
Yeah, I'll see ya. Have a good night.
Good night. Ziggy.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, okay, we got Nerd Germ. All right. I was going to see if Ziggy wanted to pop on before Ziggy had to go. That's okay. We'll get it.
Yeah, okay. I'm bringing in Nerd Germ because I just want to apologize for banning them, but I want to let them know mod decisions are mod decisions. Please respect them in the future.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello,
Nerd Germ. Welcome.
hello there.
How are you doing? Pronouns?
Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I have to. I'm messing up right now.
Oh. Are you?
Okay, it's because I had you and the stream on at the same time, so I was hearing multiple voices, so I understood absolutely nothing. That is my fault.
You're good.
I do apologize.
You're all good. Pronouns?
Oh, he, him.
Alrighty. All right.
Any all, honestly, to me. So any all. You can he, him, any all. Doesn't bother me.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. I'll put any all then, because that means people can use whatever they feel is appropriate. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to call and say.
Yeah.
I just wanted to call and say, a big fan. What do you call it? Just wanted to call and just kind of say I appreciate all the work you guys do, and I gotta say I enjoy your content. Being on, we're all leftists here. I do some modding for Bosch and stuff like that.
Cool.
So I figure I want to kind of talk to anyone who's listening right now on just basic praxis, for your engagement, like not everyone has reach, not everyone has maybe skills to be as effective, but I want to say anyone who says stuff like voting doesn't work, if voting was really legal, if voting really worked, they would make it illegal, bullshit like that. Don't listen to stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't want people to listen to stuff like that and take that as a fact, because there's a lot of leftists I've talked to.
Yeah,
that kind of just
black
believe
pillars, the doomers.
Yeah, the doomers. Yeah, I'm a doomer, but I'm not an idiot about it.
Yeah, everyone's a little bit of a doomer sometimes. It's a pretty rough time period we're all living through. So a little bit of doomering is okay, but let's try to remember to bloom at the end of the day. Yeah.
We had to get this really racist mayor out of town. And I had moved to the district he was in, and we got him out by 70 votes.
Woo! That is a close margin.
70 votes.
Yep.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that voting doesn't work.
Yep. I mean, it's true. It's true.
Elections.
Especially for local elections. Yeah. That is where you can have a huge impact. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, we also overturned Georgia and the generals, so that counts for something.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. And I just want you guys to know, this is where it matters. Local elections are what matters. Being involved. I know it's hard. It's not easy, and I don't expect anyone here to be perfect. The left has this weird thing for, and we all engage in it. I've engaged in it, and it's a little toxic. This like really gatekeeping of the left, and we need to like kind of make a coalition. Is what I want to say. It's hard. There's a lot of leftists I do not like, but I've kind of figured, the Republicans can have that golden rule of Reagan, like, thou shalt not speak ill of fellow Republicans. I think we can have, like, at least a rule where it's like, hey, if we're going to engage in discourse, we're going to be civil about it. Like, let's not have these stupid, dumbass Twitter fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twitter fights are especially stupid. I actually tend to be of the belief that lefties' ability to, like, infight without killing each other most of the time is generally pretty good, but Twitter is useless. Twitter is completely useless for communicating anything productively. Yeah, I've done a lot of talking about that. That is why we have the IMPS code after all. So yeah, IMPS code for Twitter. Everywhere else, if you want to argue with lefties, I just try to do so productively and don't kill each other, please, for the love of God. Yeah.
Yeah, save that for, like, if you're going to go for someone's throat, at least be honest about it. Like, say, hey, I engage in good faith, but if you're going to, like, use insults, just say, hey, I'm not, no promises on this one. Sometimes you just, hey, if you're debating a chud and they're telling you that, oh, I don't know, I don't know if these people are people. It's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, no, you don't have to be nice anymore. People think you have to be civil at all times as well.
Yeah.
No, don't do that either. Definitely engage in good faith, always. Always. That is the most important part of the debate.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You will lose otherwise, honestly. Or not lose, but optically you will look bad.
Yeah.
Optics are the key important thing about, I think, for me, on the terms of being on the left, is optics are important. Get your friends involved in local politics. Do little things. Like, I don't expect you guys to lift the world, but do little things. And if you can do more, do more. But at least
enough
do
people doing
the
little things equals a big thing, especially if it's all in the right direction. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
But enough about politics. I just wanted to ask your opinion on Kingdom Hearts. What game is your favorite? And I just want to know.
Oh, my favorite. Well, I always gotta go for the OG Kingdom Hearts. I love it. It's just, I recognize it's probably just pure emotional. I just love it. It's so beautiful and wonderful. The music is great. The gameplay is fun. The challenges are awesome, and the worlds are all very, very, very complete and nice, with maybe the exception of the Little Mermaid world, which I think the dance segments were kind of weak. But other than that, I love the OG one. But an honorable mention goes to Chain of Memories, which I loved a lot.
On the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I really love.
That is my very first introduction to Kingdom Hearts, and that's my favorite game.
Yeah, it's really good. People hate on the card system because it is a little bit hard to understand, but once you get it, it actually is really, really great. It's actually, in my opinion, it's really fun.
So fun. Yeah. No, it's super fun. Like it's also Nintendo. It's kind of like ahead of its time. Always.
Yeah. I love it. I would love to play another game with that style of fighting system where it's all about like carefully balancing like your deck so that you can take advantage of the card rules. I thought it was really cool. But yeah,
it's kind of like that later series of Mega Man Network games on the DS where they kind of started becoming like that too.
I never played those actually. I never got to play those.
They are so much fun. I would recommend those. Yeah, they're so much fun. I definitely like those. They were weird for an RPG. It was like a card system, like you would get battle chips and you keep them in a little folder, and then they would randomly pop up as you collected them, kind of like the cards would randomly pop up, and you would organize them in your deck, and you would use them like either that, and you like get a certain amount because you have a certain amount of power you can use, and so strategize. Anything you don't use gets shuffled back in.
That
and you have
sounds
to use
really
your attacks
interesting.
and everything. And you still get a basic blaster. I would recommend trying it. I think you would like it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I mean, I love card games in general. I've played so many card games. It's ridiculous. I fucking love those things. But yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, so OG Kingdom Hearts, though, does have to take the cake at the end of the day. Just love it too much. That's why I got the poster on the wall still. But yeah. Did you have any other questions or anything?
Just one more question.
Yes.
And given the chance, what's going on with the trial, I think there's a chance that they might impeach him, like for sure.
Oh,
like
convict, you
they'll
mean?
convict. Yeah, I think they'll convict him. I mean, they've already done impeachment. I think they'll convict him, but like they're not going to do it on that level. I think they'll do it on the state level for state charges. Like not even what happened with Georgia, but what happened with like his business contracts in New York.
Maybe.
Like tax fraud, they'll arrest him for, because that's, I think, one thing they don't let slide is for some reason money. That's America right there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's so hard to say. I mean, I was watching the hearings today, and it is galling. But at the end of, to see all the footage aligned and them laying out how close of how bad it actually was and how obviously these people wanted to kill people and how obviously they were directly influenced by Donald Trump's actions, which we all knew. But again, seeing it laid out in a single case like that is like, how can people stand by and just like so obviously just be like, yeah, all of that is very obvious and true, but no. But I think they might. I don't know. I have no faith. I have no faith in the in the humanity of the Republicans. I just don't.
Well, I mean, they're literally a death cult, so
yeah, it's
what
hard.
can we expect from that? Like, you know, not every Republican's malicious, but every malicious person is a Republican.
You know, maybe. Yeah. I think you're close on that one. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Yeah. Well, we can hope. If they convict him, that would be amazing, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it. I don't think they are going to let it happen. They don't turn on each other,
no.
so it's unfortunate.
No,
but...
they won't. And even then, I think it kind of feels like a bit like a Weimar Republic scenario we're heading towards. Like that's my thing. Like this was technically like his beer pushed and his like Night of Broken Glass all in one.
Yeah, it's possible. I think I am very concerned about it. I don't know. I hope that enough Americans will recognize that this is like the most obvious miscarriage of justice that you could possibly imagine, the most blatant and obvious like stonewalling in the name of protecting their guy, and that Americans just won't tolerate it. But Americans are kind of cowed. Americans take everything. Americans have like a broken spirit at the moment. Maybe that'll change. Maybe we'll be a part of changing that. But
and that's why I opened up with the local elections matter, because 2022 is going to be a very important year, folks. Everyone listening, you need to get involved. Yeah. Vote.
Yes.
I don't care if you don't know who. Just sign the blue ticket. Just do it. Just if you can't engage in like learning who you really want to vote for, just vote blue. Like, I'm not saying fall in line and be a corporate Dem, but vote on a local level. Like,
voting blue is always going to be better than voting red. We'll put it that way. So yeah, if nothing else, check out a straight ticket blue. And if you really need help, asking someone's opinion on their advice on what you should vote is better than not voting at all. I'll tell you that much. So
also, I mean, one thing, if you do get like a voter's guide, make sure to like read it and then also do like further research on it if you can.
The voters' guides are awesome. Yeah.
And if you don't have the time to do research, for free. Yeah, as I say, if you don't care for like reading it, or if you don't like have the time to do so, or don't care about these elections, just do straight ticket blue. That's it. Like, we're not telling you to be super educated on this.
Yeah. But I will do my best to try and help you educate. Yeah, absolutely. Nerd Germ, thank you so much for coming on. And very happy to have you on.
I love supporting you guys.
Oh, thank you so much. Seriously.
No problem. Take it easy.
Bye. All right. That was great.
Bring someone on?
Yeah, bring someone else on. Damn, we still got so many people. Troy. It is you, Troy.
Oh, hello. How are we?
Greetings, Troy. Pronouns?
He, him.
Alrighty.
How's my sound, by the way?
Sounds great. Let me just make sure you're loud enough. There we go. And actually, I'll turn you down just a tiny, tiny bit. There we go. All right, Troy, what you got for me tonight?
Well, I just first want to say that, even though I go by Law Boy, I want to remind everybody, A-Lab, all lawyers are bad. And the best I can do is try to redeem my own sins for becoming a lawyer by doing what I can to make the world a better place with the power that I have obtained.
Well, I appreciate being the beneficiary of your penitence, I guess, would be the right way of putting it.
Yeah, no, actually, most lawyers are pretty bad, but there are some pretty cool lawyers out there.
There's some cool ones, yeah.
Yeah, so for example, some people that I worked for a firm for a little bit last summer, just as like a law student, and they actually ran this like every Friday for a few hours. They go down to a local mall and they just set up a table, and they're like, "Hey, if you're homeless, come by. Like, we'll give you some advice and maybe help you out for free."
That's awesome.
So yeah, that's some really, really cool stuff. And obviously, it takes a little bit. You need to make some money elsewhere to do that, but you need to be able to give back when you can. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to do. Right now, I've got a job until the end of August, and then I can kind of go into more open practice after that. So
that's awesome.
We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Well, you have your work cut out for you until August at least. So
yeah, I suppose so.
hopefully, I will be able to keep you entertained. I have a feeling you probably listen at work sometimes, huh?
Oh well, I'm usually done working by the time that you're on, or as soon as I go to bed before the end of stream, and then catch the rest of the VOD the next day.
Sorry, I'm gonna eat a handful of goldfish.
Go for it. Go for it.
I apologize.
So no, you're fine. I guess the other thing I kind of wanted to talk about was, and it was mentioned with when Silent was on about teachers and stuff. Like just the importance of having kind of like lefty role models in like education and like sports and other things like that. I feel like is that really can't be like understated. Like I had a lot of fun, and I kind of wish that I got into more like actual leftist thought as opposed to the pseudo leftist thought I engaged in when I was a little younger.
Yeah.
But I coached a high school track team for a little while. And I was only a few years older than the people that I coached, so I would run with them, and you hang out at the meets all the time. So I was able to kind of like have some little political discussions or discussions about kind of life in general. And I think I've all you can really hope to do is open people's minds to stuff.
Yeah. I also think people underestimate the value of like even lightly left-leaning role models. When I was in high school, there was a creative writing teacher who was about as left of a teacher as I've ever had in not college, in the rural area I grew up on that's mostly red. And his classroom became basically a haven for every single queer kid in the entire school, to the degree that they would all congregate in his room, in his classroom in the morning, like while people were milling about before school started. And he had a whole bunch of cups, like mugs, and then he would have water and hot chocolate there that he would buy and put in there, and people would just hang out. And he facilitated a space that was safe for people to be queer, and people to just be themselves and talk about things without allowing bullying to happen. He didn't even really do all that much. He just made the space for it, and would say, hey, like, no fucking being assholes in here, just be nice to one another. And passively that created a space where a lot of queer students who otherwise would have been very alone were able to find one another. And that's huge. That's actually huge. And it doesn't
absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the sort of thing.
Exactly.
I think that,
you don't have to be talking about which chapter or which volume, I guess, of Das Kapital is your favorite or whatever. You just have to be, like you said, just kind of light general ideas.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I try to do in my daily life. This time of year, I also referee ice hockey, so I spend a lot of time in ice rinks, and that's more hanging out in the locker room. Guys will, which the hockey referee crowd is a lot of blue collar, middle-aged men.
Yeah.
And so we just get into these little chats, and I just try to plant some ideas in these guys and kind of see where it goes. I know that I'm not going to end up convincing a lot of them of really anything on the spot in the 10 minutes between games or whatever.
Well, I can say this much. Hockey is my favorite sport to watch. I don't really love sports all that much, but it's also my favorite to film. When I was working in sports video years ago, like almost a decade ago, I did baseball. I filmed baseball, a lot of baseball, and hockey. And hockey is awesome to film. Baseball is not awesome to film. Baseball is miserable.
A little slower. Yeah, no, I love, that's why I love staying involved. And even as a ref, you can still be, you're still kind of a teacher, especially for the younger kids in terms of how to play the game and a lot of different stuff. And even, you get to the higher levels and you can kind of talk to the players a little more, like high school and college age and stuff. And even there, there's stuff that you can do, in fact, to kind of help create safe spaces, because it might not surprise anybody who's familiar with it, but hockey culture is actually kind of incredibly toxic, to be quite honest with you, with at the youth level.
Yeah.
And this goes, I find, for I kind of have this theory about the progressive change for youth culture, if this makes any sense. So in terms of kids basically being openly hateful, using slurs and stuff like that, like in school, I feel like there's this mentality about well, they're just kids, so we'll go easy on them and not really do much, but then nothing ever changes. I guess I saw this starkly when I left my high school, which had was supposedly in a very progressive place and had this culture of kind of casual homophobia, and realizing that wasn't how real life was. Once I went to college, it was completely not acceptable to say a lot of things that people said on a daily basis.
It's especially true in rural areas, because I mean, it's not only in rural areas, but it is true because you the culture becomes siloed off and people become used to things that they think are normal and that are it's normalized hate, and then you go out and it's what, that's not it's not how other people operate, and it can be jarring.
Yeah. And it's really tough, and so that's kind of as a ref, I have always taken a much harder stance to a lot of the more toxic things that I hear, and always appropriately penalized misconduct amongst players, as I've always been directed. It wasn't until a couple of years ago that we were told that basically all slurs of any kind would get you removed from a game. Only some slurs did until literally 3 or 4 years ago.
Wow.
And it's funny because there actually was a time where for some things it was kind of a gray area, and I can remember kicking a kid out of a game for using a slur. And my partner actually was and played it off. We talked about it after the game, and I didn't get mad or anything, but obviously I was just holy crap.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people just are it's that whole thing of there's a lot of parents who just, whether it's resignation or just cowardice, they won't even there's a lot of teachers and parents who won't even speak up about bullying. You know what I mean? Explicit bullying, and it just comes out of this I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but it is something I've seen in I mean, obviously it's been a while since I was in high school, but it absolutely happened in our high school, where there were teachers who would just out of fear of I don't know, getting pushback from the children they're supposed to be watching over, they just wouldn't involve themselves, and it's you're enabling bad things.
Yeah. Right. And so that's, the importance of kind of standing up. And I guess I've been vindicated as time has gone on, that I've actually found the standards that I used to hold. I was kind of considered, at least in the refereeing world, to be more of a stickler, more of a strict enforcer of a lot of rules, especially when it came to misconduct. And now that's actually just what the standard has become.
That's good.
As the leaders have been saying, at the national level, kind of saying, well, this stuff isn't cool and we can't be tolerating this stuff in our sport anymore.
Yeah.
So it's really, really nice to have been vindicated by that. And the same goes at other levels and other scenarios, that we all have to be kind of standing up for what's right, within, reason, of course. If you're in a scenario where that would get you fired or harmed or something, obviously you need to weigh that. But, we all just have to do what we can and remember that things do, in fact, get better if we continue to fight.
Absolutely. Not just resigning yourself to a passive, like just passively watching the world stay bad is the first step in making the world not stay bad. But it's true, and it does happen. It can be really hard and grueling, but as the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And holy motherfucking god!
Oh my god! Somniostatic.
What the fuck? Are you for real? Is this for real? Am I being punked?
I don't think so. I don't think that, unless he hacked your OBS or something.
Holy shit! Thank you so very much. My god. You need a refund right now. I don't know if you're being serious, but if you are, I will do that. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much, Somniostatic. Oh my god. What a flex. Holy shit. And thank you so very much. I promise you I will use that very well. Thank you so much. And yeah, just thank you so much, Somniostatic. Troy, it's been wonderful talking with you. I am incredibly happy to hear that that you are putting your politics, you're making your politics your praxis by being an awesome ref. And I hope you continue and improve on that goal because, again, like I said, even those small things really, really do make a difference. And it can change somebody's life even if you don't notice it. So, yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to hit me with before we get somebody else in here?
I guess, I'll do the kind of the meme and give the people what they want, trans rights and, just as importantly, trans thriving.
You got it. That's what I love to hear. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm sure I'll see you around in chat. And thank you so much for coming on. It was wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Likewise.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Yeah. All right. Let's do another call-in. Wait, hold on a second. K-Fesh, is the giveaway? Yes, Somniostatic. Fuck yes. See, your efforts have paid off. But K-Fesh, is the Infernal giveaway channel working fine for you? Just let me know. All right, now we can bring somebody else in. All right, Jeena, let's do it.
And I'm thinking, oh wow, the person. Oh.
Hello, goodbye, Malachi. Lonnie, thank you so much.
Congrats on
I have been chosen.
Mama.
Hello, goodbye, Malachi.
Hello.
What are your pronouns?
They, them.
All right.
I didn't know we had so many they, them users.
We have a lot of they, thems here. A lot of non-binary people here.
True.
We got a lot of thembies or whatever the term is that people hate the most. I'm trying to annoy people at the moment.
Non-bibbery, nana banana.
Yeah, not number nanners. Anyway, welcome to the show, and thank you for coming on. What do you got to hit me with tonight?
So I'm mainly asking about content. creation as
sure.
someone who wants to put out content.
Hell yeah.
I'm currently working on a way too long video on Sam Harris that I keep losing
I love Sam
motivation on.
Cedar.
Doing the nice Vosh meme. I think the runtime is about 53 minutes as of now.
Oh shit!
Surprisingly enough, Sam Harris has said that not even that much stupid shit. I'd even talk about the philosophy aspects where he just is wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, Sam Harris. Oh boy, do I have a lot of things. Oh, I could. Yeah. You should send me that video when you're done with it because I got a lot of thoughts about Sam Harris.
Yeah. So how do you keep being interested and like motivated to talk about politics? I find it like I'm very interested in politics. I mainly want to talk about like art criticism because like that's what I'm getting my degree in.
Mm-hmm.
But like sometimes I lose like passion because like looking at the amount of like Islamic hatred, for instance, in the Sam Harris video that I've looked at is like very demoralizing.
Oh,
and I'm wondering how you can like keep like working even though it's like very hard to look at that much like bigotry.
Yeah, that is a really tough one. So there's a couple of ways that I would or things that I could perhaps give advice on this particular subject. One, you got to mix it up. You'll notice, I'm sure you've seen a number of my streams or whatever, maybe you haven't, but you'll notice that I mix things up. I will do sections with cooking videos. I will do, Radio Mama segments, Drama Mama, all this stuff. And then I will still do the very serious things. And that very much is in addition to like wanting to keep it fresh for the audience, it's also for my own sanity. I could not do a Claudia Conway story, kind of thing every single day. I would not be able to handle it. It would be too much. It would be too strenuous on my mind. And in fact, I have had that happen before. This was before most people were watching my channel. Maybe a few people were here. Back in June of 2020, I took an extended, like a month-long break, and I thought I was done streaming, actually. Basically, I was watching and trying to keep track of and provide coverage for all of the George Floyd protests, and I saw so much brutality that I actually had a really bad PTSD episode, and I was getting daily panic attacks, and I had to stop completely, and it is very difficult. So I learned from that I can't, even if I'd like to, even if I would want to, I can't cover endless right-wing violence. You can't do it. No one person can do it. And you have to learn to sort of self-regulate in the name of being able to keep working. And sometimes it seems like it would be virtuous to just power through, but it isn't. It isn't virtuous to push yourself to the edge, and you have to learn to be able to take a break and to distance yourself. And actually, Mix Vivian Wolf came on here and talked about that once. They do like extremist research, and they spend a lot of time in extremist spaces, and it can make you depressed. Like legitimately, because you're exposing yourself to the worst of humanity at all times, or at a lot, and that is you get sick of it. You get tired out. You get hurt by it. So learning to take a distance is one of them. The other thing too is have a goal in mind, because like I said about the like powering through thing, it's not good to like push yourself to the brink. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of times, any coverage, the any coverage of this stuff can be draining, but if you have your goal in mind, it can give you the wherewithal and focus to be able to strategically distance yourself from the subject enough that you can do coverage on it as is necessary. Again, this is especially true for stuff like I said, the Claudia Conway one is the one that comes to mind immediately. The situation, it's very, very difficult. But I knew what I was aiming for, which is to get the word out on this particular situation in the hopes that somebody will be able to help, that people will at least know what was happening. And if you focus on that goal, you can build something and maintain your inspiration even when it's really hard and you have to sift through a lot of hard stuff. Keeping perspective is incredibly, incredibly important in any sort of work that requires exposing yourself to hatred and negativity. So those are two of the things. And also, like, along the same vein, don't be afraid to interrupt, like, a project with other side projects, you know? So, like, if you're working on, like, a big Sam Harris video, maybe it would be worth it to have a small, more frivolous or more immediately entertaining video that you work on and launch in between, so that you don't, like... you're using a different set of muscles than what you're using for that main project that's taking a lot. Inspiration is really hard, but a lot of it comes down to just having realistic expectations, having a vision of what you want to do and where you're going, or even if it's not super precise, having something that you can look at goalposts and milestones, and, you know, keeping that perspective. That's been my experience with managing inspiration. I've also suffered from burnout multiple times in my life. I used to do writing. I burnt out really hard on writing, and that was because I didn't have the ability. I was, like, you know, working sustenance pay, you know, so it was like I needed to work, and it meant doing writing all the time, and I haven't done much writing since then because of that. It burnt me out really hard on it. So yeah, it's complicated, but yeah, hopefully that answers at least some of the question.
Yeah, that helps a lot. I will probably, before I continue the editing on the Sam Harris video, I'll take a break and start working on my script for my video on... Do you know who Chris Fleming is?
Vaguely. The name sounds really familiar.
He's like a YouTube comedian. He had a show called Gale, where it was basically making fun of, like... I think it's probably accurate to say, like, a Karen.
Okay.
He gives me gender euphoria, even though he's a cisgender man. Just the way that he talks about his own gender expression gives me this, like, sense of, like, gender euphoria. Like, he has this whole like 5-minute, like, skit where it's like, can I call myself a man? And, like, it's one of those things where I can look at where I'm like, yeah, I identify with you here, Chris. Like,
that's awesome.
Even though I don't identify as a man anymore, like, I still... Like, it reaffirms that feeling. And,
yeah. And the wonderful thing is you don't have to, you can get secondary gender euphoria by somebody who doesn't even share your gender, because you can understand. And that's one of the beautiful things of humanity, I guess, and being able to tap into empathy and whatnot.
Yeah. But so you've talked about film school. I'm just, like, curious, like, what your focus was, like, because I've heard you, like, more generally talk about it, but I was wondering if you had, like, more like what your focus was, and, like, I generally like movies that inspire you to further down that path.
Oh yeah. So when I never finished film school. I went twice. I am a serial college dropout. Basically, whenever I would get the money, I would go back to college and start learning something, and then I would have to leave, and then I would go back, and eventually I totally ran out of money and haven't been able to finish any degrees. But it's okay. Both of my times at the same film school were very rewarding, and I learned a whole lot. So when I was first in film school, my focus was originally was on directing. That was going to be my major. The film school I went to had a bit of a unique program where you had track programs that you would declare after your first or second, or after your second year. And the first time I left film school, which was actually, it was because of money. Everything's because of money, but it was because of coming out as trans and then family freak out and all that shit. I was just beginning my track into directing. However, I ended up, as has been the case in a lot of cases in my life, I ended up actually doing a whole lot of camera work, just because there was a lot of work available. So I did a bunch of sports video. I did a whole bunch of I did a lot of sports video. I did a whole bunch of video for the school, doing camera operation, a lot of camera operation, and learned. I ended up studying under a really, really famous Kodak test film director and director of photography, and he was super, super old school film. He had us learn on film. The way that you passed, or the way that you passed the class was being able to not spoil a roll of film while changing out on a specific model in a tent, in the little light-proof tent. And then if you wanted the bonus, which was you got a special treat, which I still have, by the way. It was a little toy alien he gave to all of us. Don't really know why, but that was his little incentive. You had to do it under 60 seconds without spoiling the film. And so I ended up doing a lot of technical stuff and learning a lot of technical shit, and a lot of I don't know what the right word is, indie film crap. All kinds of weird learning to jury rig stuff so you can get the shot you need, and having a whole bunch of tools on your belt and that stupid shit. But it was really great. And then I slightly later on got a little bit interested in producing, just by pure chance. And then after that, as far as films that I was inspired by, oh God, Charlie Kaufman, incredible. Love all of his movies. I've seen an enormous amount of John Ford's films, which was also very interesting. Obviously, David Lynch, very inspiring to me. I think my favorite horror film of all time is probably The Thing by John Carpenter. That movie terrified the hell out of me and has also inspired the shit out of me for a long time. I'm trying to think if there's so many movies I've come to love and enjoy over the years that were inspiring to me for totally different reasons. I'm thinking right now of the Dragon Tattoo, the original Dragon Tattoo movies, which were super they were really interesting to me because there's such a stark difference in the style of cinematography and in the construction of the film to American blockbuster films, which that there's a lot of films that are like that, but this is clearly a film that designed for a general audience that likes different things than American general audiences, and that is really, really I don't know, I enjoy that sort of thing very much. God, I'm trying to think of a whole bunch of others that I liked. There's a movie this is a random one on Netflix. It's called The Endless. Have you ever seen it?
No, I have not.
It's a Netflix original. Incredible film. It is a really weird, trippy film about brothers who left a cult when they were younger, and they start to have doubts about, well, one of the brothers starts to have doubts about why they left the cult, and the other brother is like, you don't remember because you were younger than me. And then they decide to go settle out their difference by revisiting the cult and seeing if it was actually as bad as they remember, and a bunch of crazy shit happens. And that movie is phenomenal. It is so good in so many ways, and it was made by a really small team of the two brothers who were the lead actors were also the writers for the film. So it's super, super good. And oh, there's a second movie that they did. Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh, it's so good. I'm trying to think of a whole bunch of other movies that there's been so many movies I've been really inspired by over the years. But yeah, I think that gives a pretty good idea of the sort of movies that have been inspiring to me. Interestingly, before I went to film school, I was most inspired by YouTube stuff. I watched a fuckload of like indie. Well, first I watched a ton of AVGN. And like, you know, James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, and like that guy with the glasses, like Lindsay Ellis, all of those, like that guy with the glasses reviewers and stuff. And then I watched a lot of Indie Mogul. If you remember, I don't know if you remember or know that channel. Yeah, I watched I was addicted to Indie Mogul, and I even used a whole bunch of their their tutorials to make these dumb little. My dad had a Super 8 cassette camcorder, and I made a whole bunch of movies that were edited in I used Final Cut Express on my school laptop. And I bought a copy of Final Cut Express, and at first installed it on a school laptop, then later convinced my dad to buy me a Mac so that I could edit films on it. And I made in high school, I ended up making a short, like a stupid, completely dumb, but Indie Mogul inspired short film that was believe it or not, it was for Latin class. And it was a retelling of the story of Romulus and Remus if it had actually been Mario and Luigi instead of Romulus and Remus. And it was the entire script was written in like classic Latin. And it was the dumbest shit I've ever done, but I had so much fun. So there was a lot of that like messy broom handle as a boom pole, like crappy filmmaking that I really loved and was inspired by early on. And then I've fallen out. I mean, I say I've fallen out of film, but then I'm sitting in front of a camera using the exact same stuff that I learned in film school to get like a nice picture. So I guess I haven't. I guess somehow I came back around to it just in a very different way. But yeah, that was a really long-winded response. What's that?
Can I give you a film recommendation?
Yes, please.
So, you know Pan's Labyrinth?
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful movie.
Yeah.
The movie that inspired that heavily, even the opening theme, Jack Clayton's The Innocents, it's based off of Turning of the Screw by Henry James. Truman Capote wrote the screenplay for it. It is fucking awesome. It's so good.
You said The Innocents? And who was it by?
Like Jack Clayton's the director on that. The Innocent, like multiple innocent people.
Clayton's. All right.
Clayton, like Clayton.
Oh, Clayton. Okay. Jack Clayton. All right. Written by Truman Capote. Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's fucking trippy at some points. And I think it was in the late 60s when it was like made. And it's in black and white. It's basically the whole premise of like the movie, not to like get to too spoilery, but it's basically like, is this or is this not a ghost story?
Yeah. Ooh.
It's super up to interpretation. I fucking love it.
That sounds amazing. All right. It's on my list.
So
I have like a big media list, but if you just listen to me talk about all those fucking films and you came up with this suggestion, I have a feeling you're making a good one. So
it's the movie I recommend to most people. It's pretty good. It plays a lot into like psychological elements. It's very good.
Nice.
Now more so that was I wanted to hear someone talk about film as I have a film podcast called Cannabis Cocktails and Cinema. Follow on Twitter at CCNCFM to figure out where to listen to my
cocktail
Cannabis and Cinema. Yeah, I run it with two other non-binary people, and we talk about movies. Kind of, it's more like a house party where you're kind of like watching a movie, and you basically talk about it like kind of. Like
yeah,
you
it sounds
talk
awesome.
about it in like certain aspects. It's very chill. We're a little edgy when we record, not like gamer words, but like we get edgy. So more into the how do you know like which communities to like build with? As like I have like a very small leftist podcast. I've had some like bigger media figures, like we had Quinn Reviews.
I love Quinn Reviews.
We had Actual Jake on.
We've awesome.
Had Rachel Quirky Shank from the Infinity Pod. We've had some like, and then we've had some people from just like our community. We're all originally from Actual Jake's community on his
oh,
Twitch.
That's so cool. I really like Actual Jake.
Yeah, he's a very cool dude. Yeah. Very nice. So, how do you know like which communities to like build with as you're like growing? Like, I want to start making video essays in the style of like philosophy too. How do you know which communities to like reach out and like be a part of? Like, I'm in some communities, but I don't know how I want to reach out my content into these communities, I guess.
Yeah, it can be a little difficult. This is gonna sound like a total cop-out, but I have a sort of complicated internal vibe check mechanism. Like honestly, a lot is because I spend time in those communities, even if it's like with Hannah Reloaded, for example, who I really like, and I would love to and I have a lot of overlap with Hannah's community. I just went there. I just decided to pop in one day and just saw what people were doing, popped in, tried to have some fun. They were super responsive. I'm like, yep, I can vibe here. But in a bigger, if I was to systematize it at all, I look and see, is this a community that's like, is there is it a bunch of like doomer pilled hateful assholes, first of all, and I won't spend time there if it is. Secondly, are they people who are excited about creating things and understanding things? That's another good check. Do they align with me politically is always a good check, but not necessarily the only thing, because I feel like I would get along with a whole bunch of other communities. Like I have a feeling that there's like certain content creators who aren't explicitly super political, like maybe YMS. Like I feel like I could probably get along with a lot of people in YMS's audience, but I don't know for sure. And then like whether the creators themselves are open to that sort of thing. Some creators really are just kind of walled off and want to do their own thing, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But other creators are like really, really interested in connecting, and they might even recognize you if you once you start to gain some prominence, and it depends on how much they actually pay attention to the ground. I tend to pay attention to, I try to at least pay attention to what people are doing on the ground and get familiar with like, hey, who's making stuff? You know what I mean? It's a little hard. And I will admit it's not like I don't have this sort of process fully systematized, but I always feel like for me, the best way is just to spend some time in that community. Spend some time at, for example, RGR's community, fucking sweethearts. And I spent like a couple of streams, just took a couple of days where I was bored and playing video games, popped open the chat, popped in and said hello, watched what people were saying, saw how they reacted to stuff on screen, and I was like, a lot of good eggs here. So, yeah. Did I lose you? Oh, sorry.
That makes a lot of sense. Like, one of the things I'm gonna do after, because I've been trying to plan the Sam Harris video out. It's basically become a meme in my friend's stream, because I've been working on this video since George Floyd protest, after Sam Harris basically said systemic racism doesn't exist. And I'm like, I think someone needs to like take a serious look at this person.
Yeah.
But like, do you have like a? I know that you have like a stream schedule, but do you have like an average like everyday schedule when it comes to like looking into research? And like how important to you is like making a schedule for your content?
Actually, okay, I have really severe ADHD, so scheduling is probably one of my weakest spots. But I do have a schedule, and it has helped, even though I'm not very good at them. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 p.m. PST, Sundays at 4. And that has been very helpful because it lets me plan out my time for what I need. Excuse me. But sometimes it can be hard to schedule things like research. But one thing that I like to do is like alternate between stuff. Again, this isn't mostly an ADHD coping mechanism, but I have 2 monitors, which is essential for me. I'll have a game open that I can easily take breaks from, aka not League of Legends, because that game forces you to focus for 45 minutes at a time. It's designed anyway. I'm not gonna get into that. But games that you can pause and stop, and I'll get to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll go over, work on something, respond to some texts, whatever, look in and see if there's any, read a little more of an article, take some notes, pop back to the game, have some fun, go back, and it becomes like a flow. And it's really nice. Scheduling is really hard for me, so I probably am not the best person to ask about scheduling. But I take a lot of notes, and I do have a regular streaming schedule, although I didn't set up a regular streaming schedule until relatively recently. Previous to that, my rule was I'm going to stream whenever I feel inspired whenever I feel good about streaming. And as it turned out, it was pretty frequently. And then once I was comfortable with that, I decided to formalize it. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
No problem.
I think I also have like ADHD. I just need to get like diagnosed. I don't like self-diagnosing because I know it's not great, but like I know sometimes you have to take those necessary steps to self-diagnose, even when you don't have like especially when you don't have the means to get like tested or diagnosed.
For sure. And I mean, I think that like reasonable, like careful self-diagnosis can help you make the steps necessary to get actual diagnosis. You have to be able to realize those things before. No one's going to tell, unfortunately, no one's going to tell you that. But you have to go out of your way in our system. There's nobody who's going to like notice most of the time and tell you. But if you suspect it, go get screened for it. Thankfully, it's relatively easy, I say, easy to get a screening of some sort. And I found it actually easier than I thought it would be. To be honest, it was getting a prescription that was harder. Yeah, so you got to start somewhere. So, well, goodbye, Malachi. I'm going to bring someone else on now. But thank you so very much for the amazing questions. And it was really wonderful talking to you. Was there anything else you wanted to say before we end?
Let's see. Any final memes? You know what? Not memes, but trans rights, trans thriving,
yes!
NB rights, and buy pan solidarity.
Yeah! I can get behind all of those.
Rights.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye, Malachi, and have a wonderful night.
You too.
Right. Hey, Rainatic.
Hi, Rain Tanic.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Rain Tanic. What are your pronouns?
I'm gonna go with she, they.
Alrighty. All right. Classics. Excellent.
Oh man, I'm so tired, and it's like 12:28 over here. I'm so tired.
I'm sorry.
gosh.
I'm so sorry. The lines are so long.
I'm sorry to interject.
It's okay.
Oh.
I need to interject. Okay, can we start having like these 10 minutes and stuff like that so we can get more people in?
Yes, I will do my best. Jeena. I'm sorry I've been torturing you.
No worries. All right.
Let's do it. What you got for me, Rain Tanic?
Okay. So I wanted to I obviously want to say congrats on 5K. I know literally everyone has been saying that tonight, but
I appreciate
congrats.
it. Thank you.
But This is the first time I've ever been on like voice call on like Discord ever, so this
Oh
is
my
like weird
God.
for me.
Wow. Well, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever been on like voice on Discord. So, um, but yeah, I came because I've been like I've been a leftist for like a year now,
Okay.
which is like crazy. I went from like a lib, like a lib, to like a leftist now, and I've been like I've accepted these ideas, like I understand them and everything, and they make sense to me. The only thing is, I'm sorry if this sounds a bit chatty. I don't like. I want to know like the pragmatism to it all, like how possible is it us for like to have a union right now, or like for us to like actually get this stuff, especially here in America where things are just really not great at all.
Very, very possible. I mean, there's a lot of conditionals. It's hard to unionize when you're like a gig worker, and that's why the gig economy was designed that way. It's designed to make it hard. But there's a lot of unionization efforts that have had huge success. The Teamsters had a massive amount of success throughout the pandemic, winning protections and benefits for their workers. These things are very possible. And I will admit, like, sometimes I think that that a lot of lefty channels don't focus on the victories, which is unfortunate, but they are there. It is a particularly hard time, I will say, because we have a global pandemic, but it's particularly bad here in the US. And for that, I think sometimes we have to celebrate the small things. And it sucks, but a global pandemic does make things very difficult. And there's no way I can say it's not hard. It is. It's difficult. But how do I explain this? When you even if you have to hammer at it for a long time and it feels fruitless, when you finally get a foothold, when you finally start building something, it feels really, really good. And you start to see what's possible. Again, it's kind of a broad question of how do we get the pragmatic parts. I mean, honestly, that is a problem-solving process. For me, I've gained a lot from participating in, obviously I'm a streamer, so I participated in streaming communities. And over the last year, not only has my own channel grown, a lot of people I know have built things, like a lot of really cool things. And now I can look back and go, damn, a year ago this time, I wasn't even sure if I would be able to stream. Like if I would be able to do it at all, if I would just fail on my first stream. In fact, I hadn't even decided to do my first stream yet. And I know, like, God, I remember some of the channels that I, would watch at the time had like 30 viewers or something, and now they're like pulling big numbers and stuff, like because of effort, because people built things and are making a path for themselves and for their community. And that much is exciting, but it can be hard to find stuff like that. What I would say is do your best to keep your eyes, like deliberately keep your eyes peeled for the victories and look for them, because you'll find them. They can be a little hard in the midst of a global pandemic, and it can be a little hard to know where to look, but try to keep your eyes open for them and not let yourself fall into a sense of jadedness, even if things are hard, because they are, but they're not impossible, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, things seem very like doomer, especially here in the chaos realm of Florida.
Yeah. Things are hard. Yeah, and
Yeah.
again, the one thing that, like, this is gonna sound incredibly frivolous and stupid, and in a way it kind of is, but at least it's not the fucking Black Plague, right? Like, humanity has survived way worse than this. We're gonna survive this too. Yeah, it's true that not everyone is going to survive COVID, but if you're young, your chances are pretty high. And try to keep that in mind and not doom out too hard, because there's still a whole bunch of crazy cool shit that you can do even with all this,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. It just seems like everyone's like dooming, especially like everyone like my school, like us Zoomers, where it's not. I mean, we were already like whatever, but like now it's kind of just getting to us like, oh snap, like this feels like a really big thing that's gonna last a while, because like
It already
even our
has.
teachers,
Yeah.
they're like so demoralized. Everyone's just tired. No one just like we just want to get through with everything. Everything's changing all the time. I mean, like we like connected the internet, but honestly, I don't even know my classmates, and I've been with them for an entire year. Like, I don't know anyone
so
or haven't
sorry.
met anyone. It's just very doomer right
I
now,
know.
and I hope things get better.
I'm really sorry, and it does make me really sad. And I think you saw me talking to Chud on that one post online about like the going to the bar and remembering good times and stuff. And it does make me sad. Like I'm not kidding you when I say that like I'm demon mama, you know, I have the mom instinct, and looking at all of the like young Zoomers who like are just going into high school, like they're making memories now, and their memories are going to be of like pandemic and whatnot. Just know that it won't last forever, and there are going to be things you can't even imagine that will be awesome on the other end, and you will get to build them. And you just got to find a way to last through that, and you just got to try to be as creative as you can and come up with interesting and creative and innovative ways of connecting with people during these hard times, because it is really fucking hard. And I feel you 100% on that. And every single thing that you've stated there is completely valid, even if there are some people who don't think so. The like demoralization is visible. It's visible even when I go out to the store. You can see it on people's faces, and it is a hard time, but they don't last forever. And they've certainly last for longer. I mean, fuck, the like 100 Years War in like medieval Britain or wherever it was. I fucking can't remember. 100 fucking years of bloody conflict. It is pretty bad. That'll get to you. You know, people live their whole lives in that, and that's not to downplay it. It's just saying like, hey, actually, yeah, we're in a bad time right now, but guess what? There's pretty much a hard limit to the COVID thing, which is that we have a vaccine, provided there's not some freak mutation, which there isn't yet. The one that is currently only mutation we have is also stopped by the vaccine. It'll be gone in about a year, and then the world's your oyster after that. We'll be able to go out and go to game stores and you know, game shops and play games with one another, and go to restaurants and hang out with one another and have bonfires and whatever other creative stuff that you can think of. But in the meantime, just try to find creative ways to be together and to connect with people if you can. That would be my advice. I mean, it's what I'm doing too. So the advice that I'm sharing is what I've tried to do myself, you know?
All right, a quick interjection. All right, so the 100 Years War, like I think was a war between the Holy Roman Empire, Kingdom of Bohemia, and County of Flanders.
Oh, well, whatever. Fine. It was Europe. I don't remember that particular chapter of history, but it was a long war, and it was bad, and it lasted for an entire generation. So, yeah, you get my picture. That was an offhand one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear things up.
Thank you, Jeena. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, just like one other small thing.
Sure.
So for like artists, and like because I want to make a YouTube channel, and I don't know, like I want to like do praxis, obviously support the left. Like, how can I do that through like animations or like through like art tutorials or whatever?
Well, that's a little complicated. I don't know that I can give you specific advice, but what I can say is, think about your politics, and well, right now, I mean, you haven't created a channel fully yet, and I'm guessing you have a lot of stuff that you're still learning. For now, focus mostly on your craft. Your politics will influence the stuff that you create, and as long as you're, dutifully, or maybe that's not the right word, but passionately studying and questioning your politics and growing your politics will inevitably shine through in your work, and that will reach people. The best thing that you can do is learn your craft, and then be willing to talk to people, be willing to share, and be willing to speak with your art. That is, as far as the specifics, it's hard for me to tell because I don't run I don't do like an art tutorial channel, but I have a feeling that there are other lefties out there who do art tutorial channels. And like I said, in my conversation with Troy a bit earlier, I don't know if you were listening for that, but if you were, if you weren't, I spoke with Troy about how sometimes even small things can make a big difference. I used the example of a teacher in my high school, long time ago now, but in my high school, there was a teacher who just made a space where queer people could hang out safely. And that's about all he did. He didn't really put his politics out there that much. But the fact that he was willing to do that made a safe place for a lot of queer people, and I have no doubts that that affected their life positively. And so there's always ways to do that. And sometimes they're very small or they feel small, but they actually have a big impact. So that's the advice that I can offer on that. And, other than that, I wouldn't be able to get too specific. I don't know enough about it to speak authoritatively.
Okay. Well, thanks. That's pretty much it. Like I had some, trans liberation, and the patriarchy, ACAB, all that good jazz.
Exactly.
And have a good night.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
And it was wonderful talking to you. Have a good night.
How do I end this?
You can just hit the little hang up and you'll pop out on the bottom of the screen.
Disconnect?
Yeah, disconnect. Yep.
Okay, I'm such a boomer. Okay,
You're good.
bye.
You're good. Mothman.
Oh.
Hello. Hello, Mothman.
Hello.
What are your pronouns?
He, him.
All right. I figured because of the name, but, figured I'd guess. I'd check. All right. All right, Mothman. What you got for me?
So, little background is I am in Korea right
Okay.
now.
Awesome.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about their significantly improved quarantine protocols.
Oh, all right. Hit me with the details.
So, first off, when I applied for this study abroad thing around this time last year, and whatever, there was a whole bunch of problems. A whole bunch of the other places got canceled because of the pandemic, but Korea had allowed us to come. So I had to get a COVID test within 72 hours of my flight. I had to wear a mask my whole flight. It was 14 hours, so they gave us food, but so there was stuff like that, but still.
Mm-hmm.
When I landed, wearing a mask all throughout the airport. They had us download an app to that tracks us and where we are. We have to take our temperature twice a day. We are actually quarantining, no one can see us, and we can't leave a room for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's this is what an actual response to it looks like.
Yep.
It's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, and it's also it's kind of amazing that taking those upfront inconveniences can save so much long-term suffering.
Yeah.
And it is annoying to have to quarantine, and it is fucking annoying to have to take your temperature, and it's fucking annoying to wear a mask. But the result is people don't die from the fucking coronavirus, as it turns out, which is kind of great. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is, I get to go to South Korea for a semester,
which is awesome.
And it's a whole lot safer. And in fact, the school I go to was pretty good about it. In school anyway, back in the U.S., obviously they can't test people who aren't 18, but if you were 18, you were getting tested pretty much every 2 weeks. and they were quarantining people who tested positive. I mean, I think for the U.S. they had a pretty good my school had a pretty good response. So
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised that the school did a good job at that.
Have you had to take like COVID tests frequently over in
Yeah.
Korea?
Yeah. So when we got here, or when I got here, they took my temperature first. Then I went through immigration and everything.
Yep.
I got here in the evening, so the testing center wasn't open. So I went straight to my quarantine room, and then the next morning I went to take a COVID test. And then
What type? If you don't mind me asking, what type of test was it? Like the intranasal, or was it like a?
It was both. They did a nasal swab and a mouth swab.
Yeah. I fucking hate those nasal swabs, but whatever.
Yeah.
So bad.
So yeah, my sinuses are pretty clear. But they did that. I've been in quarantine for almost 2 weeks now. Come the 14th, I will have been in quarantine for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And then I will get my second test. If that comes up negative, I will be released from quarantine on the 15th.
Well, I'm sure that will be incredibly nice. I hope you're being accommodated very comfortably. It sounds like you are, which is great to hear. See, everyone, it's not so bad. People will freak out, but we could have much nicer, and we would be over with this if we'd fucking done it from the beginning. Please, if there's anybody... I know I'm preaching to the choir with my audience, but Jesus.
It is... I mean, I don't know. It's probably because I did it all last semester anyway, but I'm used to just staying in my room.
Yeah.
So it's not super hard. I mean,
me too. I've been doing it for a year.
Yeah. I guess the worst thing is they don't take our garbage. So after 2 weeks, I have a whole lot of just empty food containers that they gave us.
That happens. Yeah. There was a question from chat. What's it like in Korea now? Are there still a lot of mask wearing, or how is average life once you're out of quarantine and out of being tested?
So they have, as far as I'm aware, they have a similar way of determining the severity of it. Like they have like a rating system. And the area I'm in Incheon, which is just outside of Seoul. It's a 2.5 on a 3 scale for them. So it's mask wearing, anything non-essential, like most things are closed, and everything is still social distanced. Tons of mask wearing still. Yeah, they're doing a lot of. They're still doing a lot of the same stuff, but I think they're mostly better. I don't, as far as I'm aware.
Let's see if I can. Let's see if we can get numbers out of Korea. What their cases are right now. Let me see if I can get the info. Let's see. How do I find this? Let's see. Let's do Korea. We've got it here. They've had total 81,000 cases and 1,400 deaths total. Doing pretty fucking good. Doing pretty fucking good.
This is their third wave, which looks like it peaked in like December at 1,000 cases a day.
Yeah.
Whereas we've well surpassed that.
Yeah, by like let's see, for US, let's just see what we're at for the numbers. I haven't actually checked the numbers in a couple days. Let's take a look. Let's find out. Here we go. US. We had yesterday. We had 79,000 new cases. Nice. We did their entire country in one day. Wow. Or the entire total number of cases that Korea has had since the beginning of the pandemic, we did in one day. So yes, But let us not. Perhaps we shouldn't dwell on it. I envy your safety in that country right now. So.
Yeah. I'm excited about being safe for a few months.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you're going to be safe too, and we'll try and stay safe over here in COVID hell world. Yeah. Any other deets you wanted to drop, or anything like that?
Yeah, just one other, or well, two other things.
Sure.
Lawboy Troy was talking about racism in hockey, and there was a lot of stuff that happened this past year. If anyone's interested, if you look up Akim Aliu, Akimaliu, he really made it. He really had a big story about racism. Several coaches got a coach got fired for using racial slurs, stuff like that. And it was the biggest current article on racism in hockey, and it's led to some positive direction changes in hockey. As a hockey fan, I've been happy about that.
I'm glad there's some positivity. That's good.
Yeah.
Positive reform is
and the other thing is, you said you're looking to use your TikTok more, right?
Mm-hmm.
I actually happen to know. So I went to high school with someone who helped found a pretty big leftist group TikTok.
Oh.
So if you want, I can give you their details.
Yeah, could you DM that to me? Because
Yeah, sure.
I won't be able to remember it if you tell me now, but if you DM it to me, I will.
Absolutely.
That would be amazing. I'm definitely trying to hit.
Totally.
That's on our. It's now on our to-do list for the goal list for the next 4 months is going to be slamming the TikTok. So that'll be good.
Well, awesome. I'll DM that stuff to you. Have a good stream. Happy 5K.
Thank
Trans
you.
rights, trans thriving, everything like that. And see you later.
Thank you so much, and thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Good night.
Bye.
All right. Cottagecore Lefty is up. Cottagecore Lefty. Cottagecore. Hello, Cottagecore Lefty. What are your pronouns? I can't hear you. You might have your wrong sources selected.
Sorry, push to talk.
Oh, you're all good. Pronouns?
Yeah. He, they.
All right. Cottagecore Lefty. What you got for me?
Well, first I just want to say it's really funny because I just checked to see like how long the line was, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm in the call. So that was a little mini panic.
I think it's random at this point. I don't know what Gina's doing.
Yeah.
I'm trusting Gina with it. Don't kill me about it. All right? Okay.
Yeah. I just know there's a lot of people waiting. But fun news that I found out about like earlier this week was that the liberal arts senator for the student gov here on where I go to college is being impeached for backing the thin blue line, which
no. Well, good about the impeachment though.
Yeah, but it was like just a whole situation because like I want to talk about this. Like I tried to learn more about the situation because I got an email about it.
Okay.
I'm talking really fast.
That's
I got
okay.
an email about it, and they were like just notifying us that he like had filed an appeal or whatever, and I didn't know about the impeachment before this, so I was like, oh, that's weird. I want to know more about what he did. So I look it up, and it's just pages and pages on Google of conservative and like Nazi websites talking about this, and I couldn't find like a single non-far right site talking about this, and that was just like, yikes, dude, bad luck.
Yeah, they're closing ranks around their little loyalists. Well, they got to do that, right? They got to try and speak up to save their boys.
Yeah, but it's just like really difficult, and like campus culture is really frustrating. That like it's such a weird dichotomy, and like there's like obviously there's leftists. I'm a leftist. I know most of my friends are leftists, and then you have like this dude, And there's also like I found
happens.
one that actually had screenshots, and he like was telling people that like fatherlessness is like the main
Oh
issue with the black
no.
community, and I was just like, oh. But it like I guess I really just wanted someone to talk to about this because like
Can
I've been meaning
understand.
to
It's
bring
frustrating as fuck.
I've been meaning to bring it up, but I've been getting like really tired lately, so I don't make it to the end of the stream to like post stream like big chat.
Yeah.
And so I kind of like I was also interested in everyone else's take on this. But it's like I also just don't know how you like get to this point where you're like especially like a liberal arts major. I don't know. I feel like we're better than this.
Well, I mean, people keep their masks on sometimes, you know? And also there's a taboo about talking about politics, even in colleges. It just shows you how
Yeah.
far the thing is, like your personal politics. People will talk about broad politics all the time. But yeah, masking on, here's the thing. The funny thing is that like the 6th made people drop their masks prematurely. These people who keep their masks on very, very tightly, you know? And kept it on the down low, and then they thought, oh, this is the moment. This is the moment I'm gonna pitch my mask off, and I can't get it back on so easily, buddy.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get some of these people out of positions of power now that they've carelessly pitched their mask off in a foolish attempt. But it's hard to say. It is true though. Sometimes people like this find their way into positions of power, and they're not always mask on people either. It's just that there is a weird, like, there's a professional taboo about never talking about politics, but I don't know, like if you're sharing thin blue line stuff and you're like in a position where you're going to be advocating for students and stuff like that should be considered, especially in a major like a major college or university. That's fair. That's fair ground. I think we should work against that in some ways.
Yeah, apparently so the situation started, and the reason that people kind of found out that he was backing the thin blue line was that people had brought up in the like student gov Discord that they wanted to like file a complaint about a security officer who was wearing a thin blue line mask, and they were concerned because like other students had told them that they felt unsafe, that like there was a security officer who was like proudly displaying this like really harmful and racist mentality. And then so people were talking about it in the group chat, and then he's like, well, my free speech, my freeze peaches. And it's like it's just
the thin blue line. I agree with people who say that the thin blue line flag is basically the Nazi flag, and that we should treat people who wear thin blue line merchandise as people who are wearing a Nazi flag on their face. I genuinely believe that. Literally, people don't realize this, but for those who don't know, the thin blue line, what that actually means is that there is a thin line of police separating the barbaric outside and you. That's what they're saying. It's literally fasci. It's quite literally saying that like there's a thin line of brave and virtuous cops protecting the innocents from the disgusting barbarians outside. And conveniently, those barbarians always look a certain way in their mind. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Like I've had conversations with my mom about this, and it's like I feel like they're like, you can be like a lib and be like nervous about ACAB, and it's like, oh well, not all police, but like if you back the thin blue line, and if you think the thin blue line is like a valid perspective, like you're racist. Like there's no way around that. You can't like weasel your way out of that one.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I think a lot of people, part of the reason, and the response from chat here is like is the reason why I do refreshers like that, because people don't realize it seems simple. It seems like, oh, it's a thin blue line just because it's blue or something. No, what they're literally saying, the thin blue line is literally, the reason why it's the thin blue line is that it's the blue line is the cops. It's thin because there's not many of them, because there's so few non-degenerates anymore that there's only a handful of blue Aryan people to protect you from the disgusting. It's just, it's terrible. It's fucking gross. Yeah.
10 out of 10 recommend John Oliver. I know lib, but his video on like the warrior mentality in policing was like a real eye opener for me. And also Some More News also has a really good episode on that. If people want to like learn more about the whole like thin blue line and the like warrior mentality and how we're like training cops to feel like they're like the last great protectors of this earth.
So bad. It's so fashy. It's unbelievable. Literally, the knee on neck thing that hold comes from a handbook called I think it's literally called the Warrior Method, and it is a handbook, a learning handbook that was distributed to many police academies across the United States that literally teaches cops to think of themselves as brave warriors fighting off bad people, and uses like a bunch of Christian quotes in there. It's so bad. Oh God, it's so bad. And if you look into it, it will just it's nightmare fuel. But this has gone on for years in our country and nobody fucking talks about it. This is why we need to talk about these things. I'm happy you brought that up, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that at your school, but hopefully they impeach the motherfucker.
Yeah. If Trump's not going to get impeached, I at least hope this dude does.
A little easier to get somebody off of a campus, thankfully.
Yeah. It has been a little kick in my butt, though, because I've been, rolling around in my head, starting a YouTube channel about, leftism. Yeah. Probably not, I am interested in streaming, but that's probably a ways away. But I am interested, especially in, history, because I'm a history major, and, talking about that. And especially because, in the museums field, God, so many leftists, so many base people that nobody knows about, and I need them to know about them.
Yeah,
because they're just...
The truth has a distinct left-wing bias, as they say.
Oh, yeah.
I think the original quote was history has a distinct left-wing bias originally, but I like to say the truth. Let's go that far.
Also a 100% true statement.
True! All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, did you have anything else you wanted to drop on me before we bring in some of our other many people in queue? Not to be rude or rush you at the door, but I don't want to make anybody mad.
No. Yeah, I really didn't have a whole lot to talk about. Final meme is transliteration now.
I agree. Now.
Now. Talk to you later.
See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Mix Dizzy.
Oh boy.
Hello. Pronouns.
Oh God, why are pronouns a thing?
I'm so sorry. There's a number of options I could offer you if you'd like from the menu.
Hey, don't do this.
You could just put they, them. It'll make everybody else have an easier time.
It's okay. All right. Mixed Dizzy. Hi. What you got for me?
I have an assortment of interesting topics I could talk about. I think I freaked Jeena out because I offered to talk about fun facts you never needed to know about seals.
Interesting.
But I think more appropriate to this stream, you could pick my brain on historical fashion.
Okay.
I have a fun fact that I like to share in every server I go to. It is. I say that my personal motto is if you don't try, you fail by default. But my real personal motto is talk about hoes every single chance you get.
There you go. All right, it works for me.
Basically, you know the whole modern thing with the femboy about you have your thigh high stockings and your garters and all of your cutesy little outfits on guys, and it's it's considered a femme thing, and it's no y'all don't even know the history of how pants evolved.
True. Have you ever has anyone seen any paintings of kings? They loved their thigh highs.
Oh God, back you go back 500 years ago. I can't remember the decades, but I know how it boils down. You started with if we want to be French, it's oh god, I'm gonna butcher it. It's chausses and brays, which is your basically your white. You got like, they didn't have like tidy whities. They had like linen boxers, but they weren't stretchy, so you just pull them up. And then instead of pants, they just wore socks under their tunics, but they were like long socks,
very long
socks, long socks that go all the way up to your thighs. And how do you keep long socks that go all the way up to your thighs on? Well, you tie them onto your undies with, little garters, little stringy garters. So you had manly men back in like 500 to 600 years ago running around, and they're literally wearing thigh highs and garters, and that's what was manly.
The peak
and
of masculinity.
What would you do if you ever deigned to wear a tunic that didn't cover your bulge? Well, you would have to oh dear, you would have to cover the little bulge sticking out from your braids in between your chausses. And that's why we have the codpiece.
Yes, classics.
Oh god, it's fun stuff. Fun stuff.
I love it.
Oh god.
Yeah,
No,
one of the best ways, like I do feel like looking, even just a cursory look at historical fashion is one of the best ways to expose the absolute unbelievable frivolity and hilarity of people who obsess over like men wearing feminine clothes, the feminization of men, like Candace Owens freaking out over the Harry Styles dress is like, it's so stupid. It's so painfully dumb. Oh my God, it makes me so mad.
Honey, do you think that fashion peaked? Do you really, really think that fashion has peaked now? And that we have never, ever, ever hit the perfection that is this moment, and we have to now freeze it now.
Yeah.
Nobody else is allowed to change. Nobody else can change from this point going forward. It's just us. We. The world revolves around us in our us moment. It's like, oh God, you wore different stuff 10 years ago.
Yeah,
you were wearing different clothes 10 years ago.
It's so ridiculous. Oh my God, it's so frustrating. And again, it's laughable, and yet unfortunately we have to discourse about it because like a decent percentage of the population doesn't even know anything about the world they live in, and it's unfortunate.
They don't know squat. They don't know squat about historical fashion, and it's like I'm not even that well versed in it. I watch a lot of much more knowledgeable YouTubers talk about historical arms and armor and weaponry and fashion and mostly European, because that's what everybody's into and has knowledge about, sadly. But there's a lot even more beyond that. But,
well, there's also the English language bias, because like
that too.
Yeah, if you're watching content that's in English, a lot of people are going to be learning from books that were written in English, which means they came from England, which means they're going to talk about European fashion. So yeah.
I'm just dipping my little toes into like a very lightweight amount of fashion, like an armchair amount of fashion knowledge, and it's not that hard to go, oh, people didn't wear the stuff 100 years ago. They used to. Have you ever heard of something called breeching? Back.
I know a number of terms for that, but you're gonna have to be more specific.
Oh God, chat's being horny. I'm not looking at chat. Even like 100 years ago, little boys didn't wear pants right away. They wore dresses. Every little kid was wearing dresses. Every little kid was because it's easier. Like, oh my God, you don't have to unbutton these stupid little pairs of pants to change a baby diaper. You don't want to have to deal with that. You don't want your son, pooping his pants and then having to wash his trousers. And you also don't want to have to constantly mend the trousers that he's growing out of. So until they were both potty trained and it stopped having, like rapid growth.
Baby pants are fucking stupid. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, that's what a stupid development. Pants for babies. And I know this because I'm the oldest in my family, and I promise you I have taken care of a lot of babies. baby pants, it's the dumbest idea. Why the hell did anybody feel the need to invent obnoxious pants that you have to try and put on a baby's literal jelly legs that have bones made of jelly that don't stay straight? The babies will not, like, they're not comfortable in them. The pants are fucking annoying. Fucking baby pants are the dumbest idea ever. Just put a sack around the baby, and the baby's gonna run around, smear food on it, fall in the mud. Babies hate wearing them. Yup. There's no baby pants are the dumbest idea ever, and they're made entirely because people want to be like, that's my son, and he wears denims. He wears John Deere branded denims and nothing else.
It's insane. This is stupid. Like I don't know if anybody's ever tried to look at historical portraits of like ancient, or not ancient. I'm sorry. Tudor kings. You can't tell the boys and the girls apart. I mean, I can, because I know what to look for in the paintings. It's what the kids are holding, what they're doing, that generally indicates their gender, or little tiny elements on the shirt itself. But yeah, you all look at these kids.
You mean if they're holding a gun, it's a boy, and if they're holding a cake, it's a woman?
Basically, something like that. But you can't, none of you people could tell. It's just, it's like, oh my god, they never had any little boys back then. Wow, where did little boys come from? I never see any little boys. They're boys in dresses. We used to put boys in dresses. That's how. Oh my god, socialist Roman, no, I will be here all night. I will no, I'm sorry. I can't talk about Roman fashion. I want to. It's it's my first love. What baby does he found?
Listen, the Romans, they knew where it was at. They had penis hats, okay?
Dizzy could talk about Roman fashion all day. But we need to keep the calls moving. We need to let other people come in. I can't just run my mouth off for the rest of the night.
Hey, look, there we go. We got the Dick's hat in. Yes! They figured out the combo! Yes, you did it, chat! You figured it out! Dick's hat. Yep.
Oh, God.
Yes, that is a real thing. If you don't believe me, go ahead and look it up. You will have a very funny read in front of you.
Oh, but yeah, no, unless you want to hear me rant more about, the other topic I had was how I think it's so dumb that people hate the modern aesthetic of demons and freak out about them, because it's very, very classically biblical and cool, and it's just weird. But
demons, you say? I believe demons are incredibly fashionable.
Yeah, well, no, like if you show somebody if you show like a modern Christian an image of a demon, your classic horns on the head and all that, they'll go, but it's like, no,
sacrilegious.
No. There's a whole ton of rich, deep symbolism in the Old Testament or the Tanakh about horns. Horns, there's a sense of power and a symbolism to them. This is why they had bulls on the altar. They farmed cows and sheep. They saw horns as symbols of strength and power. So if you have like a person with horns, that's not going to be like inherently evil. We've just had a long evolution where we stole from Greek and then Roman myths and just sort of
also modern Christians draw like the most boring angels you can possibly imagine, when in truth angels were so fucking awesome.
Yes.
Literal cosmic beings that are incomprehensible, fucking wheel eyes and eye wings and faces that always face you no matter which direction you're on, and they kill you if you look at them for too long. It's fucking awesome.
Or they have multiple heads, or it's just, oh god, it's good stuff that you want to draw.
I agree.
If you draw stuff, which I do. But yeah.
Yeah, be not afraid. And then just people shook. Exactly, Joyless Llama. Well, Mixed Dizzy, thank you so much for coming on. I would love to keep talking with you. Unfortunately, I have to be fair to everyone in the waiting room.
No, we need everybody. Everybody's got to get in the call.
It's true. Look at how many. We're definitely not going to be able to get through everyone before I collapse from exhaustion, but we're going to keep going as long as I can go. So.
All right. Well, you guys are great. My final meme is, oh God, why is gender? Bye.
True. True, though. Why? All right. See ya. Thank you. No, not Roman dick heads. Roman dick hats. Roman dick heads will just, well, that will get you a different result, okay? Listen. All right, Marstopia. Marstopia, you are on the show. Welcome, Marstopia. Can't hear you. You might have push to talk on. That's all I heard. I just heard you say I. Your push to talk might be bust. You can put it to detect. Hello?
Is it any better now?
There we go. I got you. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Alrighty. Alrighty, Marstopia. What you got for me?
All right. So I kind of just had a shoot off. I didn't expect there to be so many other aspiring leftist creators, but I see the community has a lot of ideas of their own.
True.
I kind of wanted to pick your brain a little bit.
Do my best.
The online left, you know, in the creating sphere, has a lot of different ideas, and they approach them all differently in their own ways. But more popular spaces seem to stick to the same formats. You have a lot of, you know, debate bros, and there's nothing wrong with that. I love a spicy debate here and there. You also have a lot of video essayists and a lot of media reviewers. I kind of wanted to, you know, pick your brain a little bit and see, like, is there any form of content or media that you feel like the left could take advantage of without having a huge astroturfed, like, you know, source of funding, that would, you know, like, improve our branding or our message and draw some people in? You know, I have ideas myself, but you're established, so.
Yeah, totally. I think drama is one. But it has to be done very carefully. But drama is definitely one. Fashion, makeup, believe it or not. And let's see. I think there is room for like craft and hobby stuff. Yeah, leftist cooking channel would be good. Though there's a couple people who are leaning into that sort of thing a little bit. There's a lot of weeb leftists. There's already a whole bunch of those. Makeup, we need like lefty makeup channels would be amazing. I know there's been a few, but not too many who are like super, makeup YouTube is massive. It's fucking huge. Mechanics, yeah, they could probably do that. I don't know how popular mechanic content is, but I'm sure that it would be useful. Drama, definitely. That's why I do Drama Mama, even though it's not my primary thing. I think there's room for like a principled lefty drama channel that doesn't stir drama. Like, you know, Keemstar and stuff like that. They make the drama by abusing people. I think lefties could report on it without involving themselves directly. We could do with the hobbyist thing. I think is important. There's a lot of I think a lot of lefties hide their stuff for like D&D and tabletop gaming and Warhammer and all of these really popular hobbies because they're like, admittedly, they're probably going to get some pushback to begin with, but I think there's room. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of fans. They just need to fucking get backed up. They need to have some community backup. And that can be a little difficult, but I think there is more room for like lefty panel shows, even though I know that is debatey. There's only a few in the entire world, which is pretty wild. So we could use a few more of those that are like where there's room for people to appear and you know, debate with one another, but like, you know, with different people, because it is a little bit slim. And then I'm trying to think. I think there's more room for lefty like curiosity channels that aren't strictly media. So like science, like a Discovery Channel, but with like a leftist bent, or you know, things like that. I think those are ones. Oh, Lefty Sports Channel could definitely be good, but I don't know anything about sports, so I can't help much on that. But a lefty
sports.
Yeah, Lefty Sports would be amazing.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Lefty Sports would be incredible. And then lefty, yeah, the lefty what was I gonna say? The lefty science stuff would be incredible. Like, and that's something I'd like to do more in the future, but I'm not like a scientist personally. I mean, I did study biology for a while, but I'm not hardly like completed in that. But like, I mean, curiosity stuff, you know, like Discovery Channel and Animal Planet and these things, like they were insanely popular and influential for a reason. They're just they were expensive and they didn't fit the desire of TV to squeeze out every possible primetime money making opportunity like reality TV. So they got crowded out by reality TV, but people still want them. So I think there's room for lefties to make like science and curiosity stuff. And I think that'd be really amazing. Yeah. So there's some ideas. Yeah.
One more thing, and then I'll go ahead and hop out because I want to give the rest of the list.
I appreciate that
for the call-ins. Yeah. So like my idea because I'm an aspiring creator myself. I don't have the means to get into it as of right now, so that's why I'm spending my time, gathering ideas and figuring out, what my craft to be.
Good idea.
But I feel like a lot of leftist communities and everything have the intention of like spreading ideas without like making them digestible in a way that like, so for example, I was radicalized during 2020. However, I had all these ideas like already there. So I was raised to inherit like political ideals that weren't like problematic. And so like in that way I consider myself lucky, so that this way when I discovered leftist figures like yourself, like some more news like Vosh, I was given access to kind of like gain meaning to ideas that had already been there and just needed to be filled in, like dots that just needed to be connected.
Yeah.
But I see in these spaces a lot of times, and especially like for performative like liberalism for in like social causes, that you see terms like eat the rich and ACAB. They're adopted, and these people have the ideals like to say them and mean them, but they don't know the meaning behind the phrases. And I know that there are people who go into it, but I feel like there aren't enough communities based around making it more accessible, because like you talk about like the purity testing of the left, and you talk about how like there's a lot of infighting, and honestly I just believe that it's because the left has more to infight about than the right. Like we know our ideas so much that like we have more ideas to implement it. So like how would you like go about like, because that's honestly like my goal, to form a community that not only gets into leftism but like makes it digestible, so that people who already have those ideas can more easily access information about it, because not everyone's like into researching, not everyone knows how to do like the important like paperwork and everything like that associated with like it.
Yeah.
So, like
I think that is really just a matter of us needing more digesters. Like we need more people who are able to digest these ideas and make them palatable. And that is something that I intend to be. I call myself a political edutainer for a reason. I want to entertain people and also give them the seeds that they need to start understanding these concepts. Although occasionally I do go really in depth on certain things, most of the time my interest is in keeping people entertained, having a good time, feeling good, laughing, finding new art, and also being educated. And I think that would be really important. I think I think our society lost a lot in losing things like, PBS still exists, but PBS used to be so much greater than it was. And it offered entertaining learning that was enriching to a lot of people. Everything from like Reading Rainbow and Wishbone and all of these other shows that were so amazing and really did do a lot for a lot of people and inspired a lot of people. They inspired me. And Arthur, I was just talking about Arthur this morning and how it was such a great show. And like these things I think are like super, super important, and we just need to do them. We just don't have them yet. The left online has not really existed because it's in its fledgling. The online left is finding its footing, and that just means we need more people. It is growing. The space is growing. We just need more people doing different, cool, unique stuff, and it will grow. So that's how I think we fix that problem. I think this is a natural result. I think as a natural result, the like tanky types are gonna like the like extreme, and I mean this in the, I know people have a problem with the word tanky, but the highly LARPy, like Lenin aesthetic only type channels are very off-putting to a lot of people. And while there's room for a certain amount of that, those can't be the predominant image, or else we're just going to fail to disseminate our ideas because it won't make sense to anybody. So, yeah.
Especially when they focus all their content on attacking other left-leaning creators. It just makes us seem like a mess.
Yeah. The funny thing is, though, that most people don't even know about them. The people who know about them are the leftist creators who are getting attacked by them, and they have no reach beyond that. It's just true. And this is something I've discovered over the course of coming up from tiny Twitch, going through political Twitch, going to everybody's fucking show and doing all the whole thing and getting to where I am now. The channels that just sit there and bitch about one another and other lefties all the time, nobody knows who they are. They know all of the content creators know who they are because that's our job, but no viewers? They don't have any viewers. Their viewers are the other people who join them to shit on stuff. And it's just like, okay, a handful of them have like some kind of reach beyond that, but for the most part, they're too insular and too fucking obsessed to actually grow their channel. They don't actually know how to talk to other people. They're just complaining about other people, about other creators, and they will forever live in their shadow. So, yeah.
True.
Yep.
Right,
it's sad, but it's sad, but it's true.
Honestly.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your advice. Thank you for your ideas.
Thank you.
You're a true inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
I guess for my final meme, trans rights, trans liberation now. Yeah, and that's it.
Thank you so much,
Marstopia. Absolutely. I get my taxes soon, so you'll be seeing me with a colored name in your chat.
Aw, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And just remember, the show's always going to be free. Support if you can, but you don't have to.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I know. Thank you.
Good night. All right, XX Soldier Boy fan 69.
Yes.
Hello,
hello,
XX
Demon Mama.
Soldier Boy 69. Let me get your name on here. XX _ Soldier Boy 69. XX. Pronouns.
He, him.
All right.
All right. So, as a small leftist content creator, how should I go about networking with other people?
Good job. You're doing it right now. But you got to spend a lot of time with other communities. That's the best advice I could ever give. the networking is just socializing most of the time. It's just true. It's the big secret. It's socializing with direction and thought. And like, I mean, I spent my networking, a lot of my networking was literally just, hey, I'm gonna show up to Chud Logic stream or Vosh's stream, and I'm gonna share my thoughts and put some thought into them and say something funny and make some people laugh. And people go, ha, that was funny and great. And then they remember you. There you go. On Chud Logic stream, for example, I mean, I literally got a lot of early networking through Chud Logic's channel because I would show up and I loved his show. Still love his show. Still watch all the time. What's that?
Like just by chatting?
Yeah, I would just hang out there. I would just, because I was like, all right, well, I'm working on other stuff, and I would go hang out and chat and listen to what he was saying. Yeah, exactly. You just be nice and friendly and get people to know your name. And, obviously it's easier if you have a name that's super memorable or whatever. And make sure your names are consistent across platforms. That's very helpful.
Maybe not XX Soldier Boy fan 69 _XX.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot the Soldier Boy fan. I better fix that. Hold on. I put Soldier Boy 69. Oh boy, Soldier Boy fan. There we go. But yes, the names might not be the best channel name. But I will say that, sometimes, so here's an example of something. I always believed in donating to content creators that I like. I still do to this day. The way that I rationalize it is if I was at a restaurant, if I was at a bar and I was hanging out with my friends and a musician played music that I liked and it made me enjoy it, I'd go drop a few bucks in their tip jar. And if I can do that, then I can do it for a streamer. And so I just made a thing of throwing a few bucks to the direction of a streamer that I like and also attaching a message that makes chat laugh. And in fact, I have I'm like a Hall of Famer for the best text to speech donos on Chud Logic's channel. There's literally 6 clips that are saved on his channel that are of my donos that I just made funny. And the reason why was because I was like, well, I wasn't doing that to get attention. I was just like, well, I'm pitching a dono and might as well make chat laugh and add some interactivity to the stream, and then people remember you, and that can help. I didn't when I started chatting in Vosh's chat, for example, I didn't even know I would be a streamer. I was just made the Demon Mama name because I liked that name in general, and I started chatting in Vosh's chat, and people just remembered me. When I started streaming, a couple people came over, and that was cool. So that is literally how it goes. And of course, there's some opportunities that are as you're hanging around, you never know what might happen. All kinds of wild shit has happened. I met Dylan Burns through Vosh's chat. Vosh showed up. Vosh had Dylan Burns on one night, and I was like, hey, Dylan Burns is really cool. So when I started streaming, I went on a Chud night, and Dylan Burns was in chat, and I was like, hey, Dylan Burns, I saw you on Vosh. It was really, really great. I'm doing this panel stuff now. And then Dylan Burns invited me on a panel because he was looking for panel people. It happens like that. It's literally just hanging out and doing so, as cogent, as normally and not weirdly as you can, I guess is the thing. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah. It's just doing it with some level of mindfulness and awareness and knowing what an opportunity looks like and when to take it. Yeah, that's the best advice I can give. Otherwise, it's very fuzzy. Networking is a fuzzy skill. You just have to learn to talk with people and genuinely engage with them. Being able to listen and remember things about people is super good.
Yeah. I have 2 more things.
Sure.
The first one is what would be baby's first theory, I guess.
Baby's first theory?
Yeah, some introduction to theory if you don't read
you
boring
mean leftist theory
and
specifically?
dry. Yes.
Oh, baby's first theory. Ooh, there's a whole bunch of things. Object permanence. Yes. Well, yeah, if we're talking about leftist political theory, there's a whole bunch of options. I think, again, I always like to suggest Malatesta if you're interested in anarchy. Malatesta's writings are super, super simple. He was a really straightforward and simple dude. And he wrote a lot of short pamphlets and things that were really super interesting. No, not Capital. Oh my God. Are you serious? That's like the hardest of all of them. Conquest of Bread is pretty accessible. Oh yes. Jessica Metal says watch Radical Reviewer's channel and gain knowledge. That's a really good way to do it. Radical Reviewer.
Already done.
Oh, you've already done that? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go. I would also say, like, for me, I have super ADHD, so, like, my brain and books, despite me once being an avid reader, these days don't get along so well. But
same.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the audiobook of Rosa Luxemburg's Reform or Revolution. Super, super good, super accessible, and a pretty short listen. There's a lot. There's a lot of good little ones, but that would be my recommendation. If you want something like medium length, but that's definitely digestible, Reform or Revolution is a really good starting point. It'll give you some basic ideas, and a nice argument about social change. I don't agree with everything, but I think it's really accessible and interesting. And then, of course, I always recommend Malatesta because I think I have a theory that Malatesta was like a proto ADHD Zoomer, because all of his writings are like written as if like he wants you to spend the least amount of time on a book and would rather you go outside and I don't know, throw mud pies at the police or something. I don't know. It's really great. Yeah. Audible Anarchist and Audible Communist on YouTube are two channels that make their own custom. They curate their own custom recordings of free books, and it's really good. They're a really good place. Some of the recordings aren't perfect, but most of them are pretty good, and you can listen to just about any theory book on there. And honestly, if you're like me, you can just look for the ones that are a little short to start with. Oh, they have their own website now. That's really cool. Yeah, most of their recordings are really good. Yeah. So those are some.
All right.
Yeah, those are my recommendations for that.
And cool. And you may have gotten suggestions for this from accounts that may or may not be linked back, but can you please play Silent Hill 2 on stream?
Can I play Silent Hill 2 on stream? I'll think about it.
Yes.
I've heard very good things about this. I haven't played it myself yet, but yeah, I'll think about that. That would be fun.
It's an amazing game.
It's an amazing
It's so
game?
scary though.
All right.
Yes.
I will put that on the list of game suggestions because I have a whole bunch of game suggestions, but I'll put Silent Hill 2 on there. I have had a lot of people have suggested that. So, yeah, we'll put that on the list.
Okay.
Any other news before you go?
Yeah, I guess like trans rights, trans thriving, and
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Soulja Boy fan 69XX, thank you so much for coming on, and I'm sure we will speak again sometime in the near future.
Hey yo, unmute yourself.
KNT, 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 KNT. It's your turn. KNT, KNT. Patrick.
KNT.
KNT. There are no segments tonight, Benjamin. I don't have enough time for it.
You're a goofy goober, yeah. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah. Goofy, 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 goofy goobers.
All right, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Sorry, KNT. Your time is up. Omniwave. Omniwave.
Hi, give me a second. I just need to kill my volume.
Ooh, okay.
I was playing Bloodborne and watching the stream while things were going on.
Yeah, you're all good. Pronouns?
She, her.
All right. All right, Omniwave. What you got for me?
Well, first thing, congrats on 5K.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Just wanted to say that I've been following probably since the Destiny drama, so that wasn't at all completely. I'm not like a Destiny person either. I was back in the day, but then he started going hard on the lefties and getting like lefty derangement syndrome, and really started falling out of him because of that, and got more into Bosch. But blah 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 blah. Anyway,
fair enough.
So your drama with him wasn't all for nothing because you get some viewers from it.
Happy to have you. Very happy to give you a much better home than DGG. I can tell you that much.
Well, I'm not really much of a chatter as much of my what is it? I'm a third shifter, so I usually end up watching streams, you know,
like the VODs and stuff.
3 a.m. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, hey, I am. There was a period of my life where I survived, you could say, on VODs of Vosh and the Majority Report, and it was always wonderful to be able to sit up all night playing video games, listening to awesome content that I liked. So I'm happy to be able to provide that to you now, and that's why I try to keep my VOD playlist nice and organized.
Yes, no, I do really appreciate that. I do have, and I know this is probably something that you've discussed and had people talk about with you.
Sure.
About what is it? Optics.
What about optics?
Just like the getting, and I understand, like, because I have the same issue, and this is why I don't do debate kind of stuff, because I get very, I don't want to say agitated, very emotional about it, and I'll tend to get angrier and more emotive. And so I know Vosh has talked to you about that with like toning down on that a little bit, especially early on in a conversation.
Yeah.
And this is, I admit, this is against my best interest because I really enjoy that kind of stuff, going hard on people. I want the blood, but I feel like that's more of a, whatchamacallit, it's better for growing and growth and...
I don't know.
I've
grown a lot. I've grown a lot by being a little spicy. I mean, the thing is, like, I am spicy, but like I mostly just cop to being spicy. Other people are way spicier than me. They just don't admit it. Like I am just open about being, I literally said like I'm a high spice person, but the fact of the matter is I'm like not even, the funny thing is, with a few exceptions, I do have apparently I have pissed off a handful of people like really bad. I actually have really good relations with almost everyone I've debated. It's really weird.
Oh yeah.
Like I think there's this weird well, I know why it exists, and you already brought it up. It's because there's one particular faction on the internet that is dead set to represent me as the most insane person that's ever existed on the planet. And that propagated out, and people heard that about me and then concluded that it must be true. And then also, most people's first interaction with me was not my content, but rather someone else saying, like, commentating on my comment and hyping the fuck out of every mistake that I did. Like, I mean, to this day, I get comments from people who said they watched Destiny's coverage of my thing and that I was a stupid idiot, and they never watched my original video. They didn't watch it. They only saw Destiny's coverage of it. And it pisses me off because I'm like, well, listen, I'm not even that spicy. The one that really drives me wild is people saying that I was like hunting for an opportunity to call the Scrub King an incel. I'm like, I've rewatched that VOD 3 motherfucking times, and I'm like, I literally, not only is my recollection of it accurate, which is that I literally wasn't doing that. I invited him on so that we could hopefully clear his name, because everyone else on Twitter was concluding that he was an incel well before when I said, hey, everybody, hold on, let's give him a chance. And that was why I had him on. I literally asked him on for that reason. And then I got characterized as like looking to try and characterize him as an incel, and I'm like, no, I was doing the literal opposite. This kid was just being fucking hella smug to me, and so eventually I got annoyed. Sorry for getting annoyed. And
there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there too, because I remember I watched when you had Merrick on, and she was talking about how like she had similar vibes and things that she got from a conversation with him as well.
Yeah. He's like, I'm hardly the only one. And I was like, I don't know, whatever. The thing is, I understand, but I think I have
that said for
opposition to the idea that I'm any spicier than any of these other, especially from the fucking DGGers. Those motherfuckers. Let me just have a second here. I'm just gonna do it. You want some blood? Because we've gone all day with like 0% blood. Here's some motherfucking blood. DGG and their fucking all of their little offspring, with very few exceptions, are like the most verbally abusive, hyperbolic to the point of literally lying motherfuckers on the planet. And all they do is whine about how mean and stupid everyone else is. But all they do is scream like, "You're degenerate trash, I fucking hate you, you should be wiped off the internet." I'm like, what the fuck? What? It feels like gaslighting.
It is. They're little what is it? The little spawns of destiny that like he kind of just spreads the hyperbole and then they kind of run with it.
But like some of the hyperbole isn't even fair. It's like you're just calling it hyperbole. It's a lie. That is a lie. You're not just hyperbolizing. Hyperbolizing is when I do this all the time. This motherfucker goes on the internet every single day and spouts stupid bullshit. That is hyperbole. Do they literally go on the internet every single day? No. Do they actually spout bullshit onto the internet? No. They put stupid opinions on the internet, maybe, and they probably have some okay ones. That's hyperbole. This person is a motherfucking degenerate, hypocrite, disgusting, commie, college white boy piece of shit who should be, I want to have their platform. I wish they would be gone from the internet because they harm their cause. They're destroying women. They're destroying the cause of feminism. They're destroying SJWs, anything SJW you could believe in, all of things which are have literally been said about me and other people. That's not hyperbole. That's just lying.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's fair. I do have to say, I do apologize. Sometimes I underplay things with my words.
You're good.
It's a speech pattern I have. It's really weird. It's hard to break.
You're good. You're fine. It's been wonderful talking with you so far.
But what was that? I feel like there's something. Oh yeah, there is. I am trying to slowly. I have a lot of executive dysfunction, so there is content I want to make. Like, I don't want it to be explicitly leftist. Like, obviously, like those are my obviously I do believe like we should be socialist, all that stuff. And I want to work towards that, but I want to make more like entertainment kind of stuff and just kind of have it be like as an undertone thing. And I do have a project I've been working on. I've been working on it for like, God, it's been like 2 years. It's sitting over here. I have like a costume that I'm going to be creating and that I'll be wearing like while I'm on screen the whole time and kind of play a character because I guess it had to do with what Contra said the one time where like she kind of makes a character so that it's not you on the screen. Like if you're getting criticized, it's more the character and it's kind of like a coping deal, I guess.
I think that's totally normal. I mean, I feel like that's something that that's like a coping mechanism that many people have used, you know?
Yeah.
Theater performers to musicians to streamers. Yeah, it's totally fair.
VTubers.
Yeah, VTubers. VTubers is one of the best examples of it. Yeah. Yep. And yeah. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you have a question? I apologize. My brain is a little fried at the moment.
No, I completely understand. You've been streaming for like, is it 6 hours now? 7?
I am 8 minutes away from 8 hours. So, whew.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Well, that was really all I had. So I'll let you go and move on to the next person. But thank you so much for your time, and I wish you all the best growth. And for my sake, I hope you don't get less spicy because I do enjoy that a lot.
All right. Well, don't worry. I will do my best to simultaneously improve the accuracy of my spice activation and also preserve the spice activation. Okay? That's my promise. I'll do my best. Thank you so much. And thank you. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. What great conversations today has been. Oh my God. Today's been so awesome.
Joyless Llama.
Joyless Llama, you are here.
Please spit in your mic.
Llama? Joyless Llama. Hello.
Oh.
Hello. You are cutting in and out. Maybe.
Hello?
Hi, now I can hear you. Maybe your push to talk is busted.
All right, cool.
Oh.
My mic is really shitty.
Oh, that's okay.
No,
what are your
no,
pronouns?
my mic is really shitty.
Pronouns?
He, him.
All right. And make sure you have the stream muted and you have your Discord audio on.
Sorry, what was that?
Make sure
I don't have push to talk on. No.
Okay, do you have the stream muted? Are you listening through Discord? Because it seems like there's a bit of a delay for you.
I am, yes.
Okay, all right. All right. What do you got for me?
Oh, it's actually. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Watching the Destiny versus Vosh debate, the last one.
Yes.
Would you say that Destiny is kind of transphobic?
You have asked me a question that will doom me.
Said things in that stream.
How do I respond to this?
Like, can I give you my perspective real quick?
Please do. You will spare me the cancellation. Yes.
It's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. He said things about in that stream, especially about Abigail, that I would never even dream to say about any trans creator, no matter how much I disagree with them.
Yes, he did.
Not even Blair White.
Just gonna say.
And it's just screams.
Alice Elliott, why can't I say yes? I could. But if I do,
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
the very short attention span of a certain website will be immediately sparked. I'm sure this is gonna be clipped and whatnot.
Want me to do it for you?
No. I think I can do it like this. Do I think that Destiny is transphobic? I have no idea, and nobody will ever know because you can't be inside somebody's head. However, I do think it's very, very, very odd that he's gone on multiple rants about basically every trans content creator who has even the slightest bit of a leftist bent I can think of, with any sort of platform, has accused them of being damaging to women, has accused them of being, has advocated for them to be bullied off the internet, has advocated for their platforms to be destroyed, and has sometimes used the terminology degenerate and subhuman. And I think that if you want to, put your brain to the task of putting 2 and 2 together, I think that we can pretty easily conclude that even if he himself is not, that his actions certainly empower it. So, yeah.
I that's my perspective too, especially, oh my God, after the last stream. Sorry, I just realized I didn't even say hi. I didn't even congratulate you on your 5K.
You're all
good.
good.
I was trying to figure out the audio and the stream at the same time.
Don't worry about it at all. Yeah, it's all good.
And what else? Oh, right. Damn, I wish I would have gone to remember what the person before said, because I think I had something on that. But when it comes to like left, I have another question. It's 2 more questions and I'm done.
Go for it. You take your time.
When it comes to left, not YouTube, online left in general, do you think that there's like a space for like a sort of international approach to like leftism as a whole? Because the more I look at countries' political strives, they're so similar. Every country, and every time I go on the stream, I see somebody say, hey, talk about Myanmar, talk about Portugal. And it's like, God, I wish there was a streamer that could,
Yes. Not only do I think there's a space for it, I think there was a gaping hole that was left by Michael Brooks. And I would love to do that, but I do not have the expertise yet. Someday, maybe. It is something I'm interested in learning in the future, but the international lens is sorely needed. And if there is somebody sitting out there right now who has that ability, who has that passion, and could start to perhaps fill that hole left by Michael Brooks, that would be beyond valuable. I think it could be genuinely game-changing in a lot of ways. Michael Brooks was incredible in that way, and I wish I could do more, but I just don't have the knowledge base right now. I am glad that Dylan Burns talks about it, although Dylan Burns is a little limited because he does work in traditional politics, but I do think there's a lot of room for it, and I would love to see it. I would personally love to see that. So yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
You might be looking at that person.
I hope so. I hope so.
It's just because that's the one thing that I've been looking at, and I'm sorry for context. I'm an international student.
Yeah.
I'm in the West right now. I'm from Brazil. I've lived in other places before, so I feel like I've seen that enough to know, like, oh, wait a minute. These struggles, they're the same as in my country, and the same as my friend who's from Indonesia. It's the same struggles, you know. And I think we have some Brazilians in chat. That's all right. Cool. Hypers. Yeah. One last, and then I'll let you go. I'll let whoever's behind me.
Sure.
This is more of a statement, and this might piss you off a little bit, but Godzilla would absolutely win that fight. You know Godzilla would win King Kong.
Yeah. Everybody, listen. I've had this I've had so many goddamn arguments about this. But I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Monkey win. Monkey will win.
Monkey
It's simple.
win.
Listen, I'm sorry. I look. I can show this to you right now. I will do this right now.
Yes, go
Hold
for
on.
it.
Look.
Yes,
Look.
please.
Watch
Actually,
this.
this worked a lot better than I thought. Please go.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you right now. Look. This is like hyping them all up. But I want you look at this image. This image right here of Godzilla, and I want you to tell me which one of these can look up. There's one correct answer, and that's the 2019 one can kind of look up, and that is a massive flaw in Godzilla's fucking defenses. And I'm sorry, I know that people will say, oh, he Godzilla absorbed a nuke. I don't fucking care. That's fantasy bullshit. If we're talking about trying to set up a fight, all that he has to do is stand on top of a really tall mountain and roll a big enough rock down, which King Kong could super easily pick up because he's really strong and he doesn't have tiny arms like Godzilla, and he would just drop it, and it would literally smash the fucking lizard's skull in. Sorry.
I really didn't expect that question would have as much of a long response as the Destiny one, which is kind of amazing.
It's just as substantial.
Also, one thing, Godzilla can't crouch.
True. Which means that yeah, there's a lot of things you could do with that. I mean, can't crouch. Godzilla, all that King Kong would need to really do is like learn basic like trap making, put a string at chest height, and Godzilla would just
exactly
gone.
Godzilla's just a stupid lizard in the end. Yeah, I do have to admit that, but I just did I do love how you went on that tangent for the guys. Like, no, I need to show you the evidence.
Yeah.
You need to understand this. Okay, so again, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming on. Yeah,
honestly,
thank you.
Don't know how you have the fuel needed for it, but yeah, thank you.
I don't know either, but I'm glad I do. So thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on, Joyless Llama.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Good night.
Night.
Want to say one thing? Monkey returned to Kung Fu. Lizard evolved to Lightning Beam.
I'm sus of you right now, Jeena.
Returning to martial arts is great. Evolving to a lightning beam is absolutely dumb. Everyone's done it.
Yes, true.
And everyone becomes too reliant on it that they get BTFO'd by simple jujitsu.
True. KNT, welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm so sorry about earlier.
You're all
I was
good?
predisposed.
Don't you worry. I think you mean indisposed, but that's all right.
Yeah, indisposed. Thank you.
Yes. You might be predisposed too. What are you predisposed toward, and what are your pronouns?
That's a complicated question. I'll just stick with my default, just he, him.
Okay, alrighty. Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know and I'll change it. All right, KNT, what you got for me? And what can I do for you?
So I'm curious. I want to get better at debating, convincing people, but I kind of suck at it. What are your tips? Specifically for neocons versus neo-fascists nowadays. How do I approach them? How do I get them to join our side, or just get them to move at least to being a liberal, like a Democrat?
Neocons?
Yeah,
you
neocons.
You can't.
You can't.
It's basically it's next to impossible. They are, and I know that sounds incredibly doomer. But the problem is that now if it's a neocon friend, that might be possible. If it's your personal friend and you're looking to have conversations with them, that might be possible. But in what I do, you can't. There's no way. If they're a neocon or further right, demagogue. They are very set in their positions. They are not looking to have their mind changed. They're looking to fucking rile people up for a second civil war. That's where their brain state is at, and you have to recognize that. Their audience might have some people in it that are appealing to you, but your goal is to prevent them from spreading their shit-ass ideology elsewhere. And that means you prove them wrong clearly, articulately, and also make them look like a fucking idiot, because that is the best thing that you can do. If people are convinced, okay, so right-wingers flourish on the perception of power. So if they look strong and they appeal to your sort of gut biases, then people will go, yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, he's such a straight talker. I love him. He really gives him what for. They did this with Trump. They did this even with fucking John McCain. It's like, he's a straight talking, he tells it like it is. If you show them as a fucking clown, that's the worst thing. Notice how much, the one thing that got under Donald Trump's skin is when he was mocked. When he was made fun of by the international community for being like a fucking buffoon, he couldn't handle it. He loses his shit, and it exposes him. Nobody fucking respects like a clown that's trying to pretend to be dangerous. I mean, imagine if there was if Adolf Hitler walked up to you, and then instead of pulling out a gun, he pulled out like a squirty flower. You know what I mean? You'd immediately be not scared anymore. That's the thing that you kind of have to do. Yeah, like it's clown shoes. It's like putting a red nose on but that is what you have to do. It is a game of rhetorically embarrassing, and not just embarrassing, but making the audience embarrassed to be associated with someone like that. And that doesn't mean that you just have to be emotionally run circles around them, because I don't do that. I put a lot of research into the things that I do in the name of more effectively embarrassing and making them look like fools. Because I realize that a lot of the rhetorical battle is that right-wingers are trying to sell they will play to bias and then sell you on the strength of their bias, that the world is a place and you libs are too soft to live in it. And if you don't let them have that, they fail. Their entire advocacy is based off of that. It's based off of appealing to those biases and then selling people on the strength. And if they can't do that, they have nothing, because they don't have the facts on their side. These people are idiots. I mean, genuinely. I mean, not all of them are idiots themselves, but they peddle an idiotic ideology, an ideology that is inherently contradictory and obviously so. You think that it's the thing that is galling, that stuns liberals a lot of the time, is they can't believe that anybody would line up behind Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's ideas are so stupid. It's so obvious that he's just like a filthy criminal who doesn't actually care about any of his followers, is literally a steak salesman who sells dry ass fucking factory farmed steaks that taste like shit, and yet he wins because he sells people. He appeals to their biases and then convinces them that he's strong enough to deliver.
It's the aesthetic. It's the aesthetic, because that was his whole thing. He's like, I'm gonna make everyone strong again. It was just the stereotypical hyper masculine businessman that America.
He's an entrepreneur. I respect that he's a businessman, that he's gonna run the government like a business. Well, if they don't believe, if you can convince them to not believe he's a businessman and instead that he's a joke of a failure, but you can't just, the thing is, the lib approach of just smugly snarking doesn't really work. You actually have to demonstrate that, and then also, sell it. You know what I mean? You have to sell the idea that that's true.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because I do kind of do that to extent. I go on I was just literally arguing with someone who says the Jews deserve what they got. I didn't even know how to approach this person. It was on TikTok too, a really mainstream app. It was some video where it's this guy was playing music in a Jewish neighborhood because he thought it was funny, and and in the comments oh, that was rude, and the guy just replies well, they're Jewish, so they deserve it. I don't even know how to respond.
You can't. To somebody like that, the only response to someone like that is mockery. That, unfortunately, that is true. And vicious, vicious mockery. And it sucks. And and there is such a thing as ineffective mockery, and there is such a thing as like flubbing a mockery, but as long as you can do it well and you can make them look like a fool, well, you know, that's the only thing. You can't reach somebody who's that far gone, like in the public sphere. Maybe if it's a family member, yeah, probably. I've said this many times. Like, I think that, like, in many ways, you have to. It's the same conversation as like, how do you get people out of Scientology? You can't. No YouTuber can get people out of Scientology.
Yeah.
If you have a family member who's in Scientology, you can actually help them out. But that's a very unique circumstance, and you're going to need help with it. But as far as YouTubers and TV shows can't get people out of those types of ideologies, they're indoctrinated. And indoctrination is only broken by basically incredibly powerful emotional appeals. And I know that sounds really bad and terrible.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like, because I used to be like a neocon, and like, because I was the belief that's like, oh, I believe in, like, you know, the small worker business. I believe everyone should do what they want. And then, you know, when I actually looked into it and saw that they didn't actually support, like, you know, ideas that help people, that's.
Well, some
I
people
know
are
exactly
some
what you
people
mean.
are right wingers because of circumstance. They grew up with those ideas as the only ideas. I mean, a lot of people are like that. That's how indoctrination works. And so there are some people who are in the position where it's like they're in a position where they're capable of questioning, and those people, I think, have a very high likelihood of getting out. Those people will self-motivate most of the time, though. There will be something bothering them somewhere deep inside that says, like, something doesn't seem right. Like, yeah, I'm a conservative, but I don't know, I have these weird questions. And then they'll go seek out the answers, and they'll find the answers because they're open to them. But the hardcore, like, those people who buy into the ideology 100%, no frivolous YouTube video or streamer is gonna switch them from the position to where they're open-minded. If their mind is closed, you just have to prevent the damage that they do, unless you're, like, again, a relative. I mean, I even know I was deeply indoctrinated. I grew up in a cult that was really good at indoctrinating people. I was a believer. I believed 100% in God and all of this stuff. And it took me making a friend who was very different than me, who had come from a religious background but was an atheist, spending hours having, you know, these very patient conversations with me, and us connecting on a personal level, and me realizing that the stuff that I believed was hurting people. I mean, I remember, I've told this story before on stream, but I remember one of the moments where that actually happened on a palpable level was a friend of mine who I'd been friends with for a really long time, and who had, in fact, like, at one point we'd been, like, almost dating and stuff. She called me to tell me that that she had fallen in love with a girl, and I remember I was literally walking on a lacrosse pitch, and like, talking on the phone, and I just had this moment of, like, where my fucking blood ran cold, because I was happy for her. I was really happy for her, but my religious upbringing was literally screaming, like, you can't be happy for that. And then I just decided to be happy anyway. It was a very, very stunning moment, and that actually broke. Like, I would say that was, like, probably the first crack in my, like, deep religious indoctrination, where I was just like, oh God. And shortly after that, I completely deconverted. I have told the joke that I was literally this is so stupid, but when I deconverted from Christianity, I was literally on the toilet. And I had
really.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I had just come from a conversation, and I had to run to the bathroom because I drank in a whole bunch of caffeine, and I was fucking sitting on the toilet, and I had this moment where, like, I was sitting there and I went, oh my God, I don't believe in God anymore. And I was like, oh no. But that was, like, again, that was probably like a month after this first thing happened, where this friend of mine had told me, like, that, like, I had never had, like, a close friend come out to someone, and they trusted me enough to come out to me. And I was like, again, like I said, there was this profound moment where my blood felt cold, because there was this part of me where I'm like, no, like, I've spent my whole life learning this religion, but I was happy for her. I was really unironically happy for her. And the happiness in her voice, I couldn't do it. And I couldn't hold to the religion. And again, that was the first crack. That was the first crack.
I know exactly what you mean. Not to like put on my own things, because like
no, you're fine.
Yeah, because like I had like a similar epiphany that sent me down like this path when it was literally just a Reddit post that I found. I don't know, and it was just egg, like IRL underscore egg, and I was like, am I trans? Because I used to despise them. It was like this deep hatred in me because I was like literally disgusted. But then it's like, oh my god, am I that? Because even as a kid, I was like obsessed with stuff like body swap movies. And like I was envy. Like I don't.
That's a real egg IRL moment. Damn.
Yeah. No, and I would read like captions and everything all the way till middle school, and then like, oh my god, and then like it broke, and that's why like I said sorry, it's confusing because I still don't know where I am now.
Listen, it's totally fine. Every single trans person has been at that exact moment, and that's okay. It's perfectly fine to not know and to just default to whatever you're comfortable with for the time being. Just know there's a ton of people in this community who can offer you warmth and maybe not advice, because that's really hard to give personal advice, but they can certainly offer you some level of communal support. But yeah, what's up?
Can I ask you one thing? So I have been seeing a therapist. I just don't know how to bring up like these ideas or thoughts I have. I feel so embarrassed. I guess that's just internalized. Like I don't know how to bring that up. Not that it's self-help, but like.
I mean, it can be a little hard, but just remember that your therapist is there to help you. And if you trust your therapist, maybe they're not the right therapist to talk about this stuff with. That's possible. But if you do trust your therapist and you've had a good experience with it, you just got to push yourself to do it. You just got to say, hey, can we talk about gender stuff or something? Because I have all these thoughts, and then just let them know. Their job is to help you. And in my experience, every single therapist I've ever, with one exception, which was the weird cult Christian therapist I got sent to at one point. Every other therapist has been not just super supportive, but also incredibly helpful. Even ones who weren't specialized in gender. My first therapist, back in my home state, well, after the Christian one, of course, the first real therapist I had no understanding of gender and was a little bit clumsy with it, but was totally able to find the resources in like the course of one session and help me out immediately. Was super supportive, even though he didn't know all the terminology and everything, got me resources, got me phone numbers, and was able to be like, help me ask directed questions that got me talking about it more. So just remember they're there to help you. And obviously, always a rule with therapists, you got to feel comfortable with them in general, but just know that they're there to help you. So
thank you. I'm sorry. This is a new thing for me because I'm just scared and everything like that.
I feel you. I can tell you the moment that I realized I was trans, which was shocking. And it was very weird because for me, someone came out to me as trans, a very close friend of mine. And then I said, but I mean, I feel a lot of those things too. And there was this awkward moment. It was truly one of the most awkward moments of my life. And I was like, uh-oh. And that started it. And I was like, I don't know where to go from here. It was literally a record scratch moment. It was hilarious because I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I think about those kinds of things. And we were really similar. We were super similar. That's why we were such close friends for so long. But I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, it was literally an uh-oh moment because I realized what I had just concluded. And that there was so much similarity between what we were talking about. And that started a very interesting chapter of my life. And it is scary because our society makes it very scary and for a number of other reasons. However, there's also a lot of excitement to be had in exploring and seeking out these things. And it was it happens like that sometimes. It really it kind of pops on you and you're like, uh-oh.
Thank you for that.
Hannibal Buress hands
that's really
gif,
comforting.
Well, like I don't know how long you've been watching me or whatever. I have talked about my experience coming out on stream. I had about one of the worst possible like coming out stories you could possibly have. Maybe not the worst. I didn't get killed or anything, but I did have a pretty bad time with it. And I can say, even having endured all of the shit that I've been through, it was worth it. And it does get better. And I know that's like the libbest thing in the world to be like, it gets better, rainbow flag, TM, whatever. But it's true, it does. And there are a lot of people, there's a lot more people out there than you might think who are willing to help you and protect you and be on your side. People who will surprise you. My best friend, who hangs out in this chat all the time, I've been friends with them for 20 years. And when the time came for me to tell them, not only did they support me, they also like instantly were willing to put their like their actual material capabilities on the line to help me, because my family had kicked me out at that point. And they were just like, nope, I don't care. I'm coming to get you. I'm picking you up. You're moving into my spare room, and I'll make sure that you have a place to stay. You're not going to be fucking homeless on my watch. And I never would have expected that, even from my best friend, to just go that far. So
that's amazing. I'm sorry, I don't know if Jill is the right word. I just don't have that environment. Like that's amazing. Thank you. That was really sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know, again, I can't really offer like a whole lot of personal advice or anything. But you know, just remember that like, even though it can be hard and even though people can be hostile, there's also a lot of people out there who care, and you are stronger and more on the money than you probably give yourself credit for. I spent a lot of time in my pre-transition and early transition doubting myself, telling myself that I must be wrong about these things because everybody else was telling me I was wrong or whatever. But that was not true, actually. I actually did do a lot of thinking. I was actually putting a lot of thought into it, and I should have seen that, but I couldn't because I was lost in this like post-Christian, like guilt obsessed, like self-doubt obsessed thing. And just have some confidence in yourself, and just know it does genuinely get better, and there are people out there who will fight on your side. So yeah.
Thank you. That's really uplifting. It's difficult for me because I still live with my parents, and I don't need to say much. It's the stereotype.
Yeah, a lot of us are in that situation. But
yeah,
just remember, also, here's another tip. And it sounds like we may have had some similarities in our past with the stereotypical parents that don't really accept you or whatever. And the one thing that I want to tell and this isn't just for you, this is for every single trans person in my audience, whatsoever, especially younger trans folks and people who don't know if they're trans yet, but might be questioning. You do not owe anyone anything. And by that, I mean you don't even owe them the truth. You do not have to come out to people if you're not comfortable. You can lie straight to their face. You can put lipstick on and somebody goes, "Are you wearing lipstick?" You can say fucking no and just walk away. You do not owe them anything. In a society that can punish you for being trans, you do not owe them the truth if they're not trustworthy. And that is a mistake that I made because I thought that it was like morally bad to be like deceitful about my trans status to people that I thought cared about me, and that caused me a lot of harm. You don't owe them anything, and you definitely don't owe anything to the government or to like gatekeepy doctors. When I learned that, when I learned that I don't have to bend, like I don't have to be honest when somebody is trying to psychoanalyze me on a 2 decades old standard that I know is bunk, that I could just lie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That I know what you mean because I'm studying to be a nurse right now, or at least I need to apply for the program, and that's the one thing I want to be because I've heard stories, and that's like what scared me so much about like doctors who aren't accepting.
The good news is they are increasingly rare. It's true. It's just true. It's increasingly rare that there are doctors who aren't accepting. I have been, God, I've lived everywhere in this goddamn country, and the worst I've ever received, as far as like doctors that aren't helpful or accepting, is like nurses who were stupid and weren't paying attention and asked me insensitive questions. That's the worst. That's the worst I've gotten. Besides that one psychotherapy thing, which that was not the fault of the doctors. That was the fault of the insurance companies who required me to get a psychoanalysis before I could get before I could get my orchiectomy, which is bullshit. And most places don't do that anymore. But since then, doctors have been like awesome to me. Like my endocrinologists have been fucking amazing. The young, like the doctors that I have now are like younger. They're not only are they like super supportive, it's not even an issue. Like I wouldn't even put it in my mind. They're just like, hey, how are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then we get to chatting and it's just awesome. They're totally accepting. And most doctors these days are like that. It's pretty rare that you find these hyper conservative doctors anymore. It's just, thankfully. So
that's awesome. Thank you so much. This you've been awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And you are awesome too. So did you have anything else you wanted to throw at me or whatever?
Oh yeah, this one's kind of a meme, but for anyone who's wondering, like I did this with my brother. I got him to be not apathetic, or like more sympathetic to socialism because I dressed it up as democratic capitalism. It worked. It works. I'm not lying. It works. Use it. It works.
Yeah. Now, okay. See that sort of thing. Now that kind of thing with personal people that you know who you could maybe slip that sort of thing in. That can be ways to chip away at the ideology. If it's somebody you personally know who you have a lot of emotional connections with, you can sell them on ideas that you can't from like a platform like this. And that is some good thinking, because it's not always possible, but sometimes you can get people to rethink things by reframing it like that. And again, the equation changes when you're talking to like a personal friend or a relative as to whether you can pull somebody out of extremism. And the thing is, I just try to make I guess it's a point of honesty for me that I don't want people to think that like my content will de-radicalize your like QAnon addled uncle, because it can't.
Yeah.
It can't.
Yeah.
It's only family members and personal friends that can do that. That's how these organizations are designed. Yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean. I have a cousin. He's just gone. Oh my god.
It's
I want to
unfortunate.
post political stuff on my Instagram, but I don't want to start any drama. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I mean, again, like that's the state with, like, most of my family doesn't even, like, it's crazy. Most of my family doesn't even know that I have like a actually successful YouTube channel that does politics stuff, because I just don't care. I don't want their fucking input. You know? They don't even know.
No,
they're just like, you do video stuff. I'm like, yeah, I do video stuff. I do video work. I'm definitely not like a 5K subs, with my own website, YouTube.
Oh yeah, congratulations. I'm sorry, I totally forgot to say that.
You're fine. You don't. Everybody got you before that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so very much, Canty, for coming on, and I wish you truly the best. Hopefully, we'll see you around some more, and hopefully, my content can continue to be valuable to you.
Thank you. No, it is. Thank you for having me. Your chat's been absolutely wonderful. They're all sweethearts. Thank you.
They are indeed, and thank you. Have a great night.
Hi.
All right, Seb's Dev.
Yes.
Hello.
He, him, or he, they. I'm still kind of figuring out, but.
All right, well, we'll give you the classic he/they combo.
Yes.
What can I do for you?
First of all, congratulations on 5,000 subscribers.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
I'm very hyped
about it. Tweet also. I've been like here. Yeah, I also won the code, and I was like, "Oh my god, I won!" And it was random. What was I going to tell you? My mind just went blank.
That's okay. That's okay. You can take as much time as you'd like. Sorry, I was just typing something to my my lovely Alora, our TikTok editor. So.
Oh yeah, I wanted to tell you that I've been so far for like a month here watching you, and it's honestly such a wholesome community because I stumbled into Twitch politics very randomly, and it was the only things I heard from debate lords in general were like bad things, and I randomly watched you in a panel that was with Frames,
Oh
and I was like,
yeah.
okay, this bitch knows what's up,
Yeah.
knows her stuff. She, I have to check her out.
Thank
Then
you.
then I came. Buffy V was here. It's one of the first friends I made on Twitch, and I was like, okay, this community is fucking awesome. I've told you this way too many times in Twitter, but yeah, honestly, mad props for that.
Well,
And yeah.
it is the community is probably the thing. I mean, God, it's hard to stratify these sorts of things, but the community is probably the thing I care the most about in all of this, and I am so incredibly determined to ensure that the community continues to have a radiantly warm
shows.
effect. Yeah.
And it shows that you really care. And by the way, for the ones asking, I'm from Peru. That's why I have this kind of weird accent. My
I don't think it's
English is
weird.
not my first language. Well, it's weird as in like not the typical United Statesian accent, you know?
Yeah, I would have guessed if I was gonna guess, I would have said Spain, but
Oh my god.
but I don't know. Like, but again, I'm not super. The thing is, like, it's been years. Like, God, I used to. Never mind. I used to be much better at placing Spanish accents, but it's been a while since I've spoke or practiced my Spanish.
Damn.
And
Oh
so-
my god. Like literally every time I'm here in the stream, I learn something new about you, and it's incredible.
Oh,
The
like, I mean, so my partner, for 6 years, this was my ex, from a long time ago, but, she was Puerto Rican, and, part of her family only spoke Spanish, and we were together for 6 years. So I picked up a lot of Spanish. I never could speak it very well, but I could understand, over time, a lot of it, but it's been so long, it's all fallen out of my brain. You know how it is, like that. But I used to be able, like, because we would spend a lot of time when I would go visit her. We would spend a lot of time with her grandma, and her grandma didn't speak any English. She lived in the U.S., but always spoke Spanish and like got along fine because
it tends to happen with immigrants families.
Yeah, but she was like super communicative, and so over time I started to pick up a lot, and I got over that time I got a lot better at I was taught by my ex taught me how to spot various different accents, but again, it's all fallen out of my head by this point in time, so I'm no good at that anymore.
No worries. I have a couple of questions that I wrote down because I didn't want to forget.
Yeah,
The first thing I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite director and screenwriter?
Screenwriter, Charlie Kaufman. Favorite director. That's a tough one. God. I really like David Lynch. I really do. I also like John Carpenter. But I also really like Guillermo del Toro. And I'm tempted I'm tempted to say, like, it's not really film, but he's so influenced by film that I almost want to call him an honorary film director, which is Hideo Kojima. Even though he's a video game director. Yeah, maybe a couple of years ago I would have said Tarantino, but there's a lot that I respect about Tarantino, but Tarantino is also like I don't know. There's a lot to say about Tarantino.
We don't have to talk about it. I know.
Yeah,
I
everyone
get
starts spamming feet.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking more about the weird, like, insisting.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
a film snap also. I know what you're saying. I know. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Yeah, but but yeah, I really appreciate Lynch in a lot of ways, and I always like, oh fuck, there's so many John Carpenter films that I really love. There's just a certain, I don't know, there's so many good fucking John Carpenter films, and God, it's been, let's see, who else? I'm trying to think. There was a period, so for a couple, like about 4 or 5 years ago, God, 5 years ago, it would have been 2016. So yeah, 5 years ago, I worked a job. I worked a lot of hours at a movie store, like a movie rental place, and which is like the most anachronistic. What's that?
Like Tarantino.
Yeah, like Tarantino. Unironically, I got the job because I'm like, well, I went to film school, might as well try my hand at it, and I ended up working so much, and it ended up being a pretty cool job in that even though it's like it seems like a huge anachronism these days, but it was the movie rental chain was still popular where they were, and I got one of the benefits of the job was that employees could rent movies for free, and so I rented fuckloads of movies, and I would go home every night and just pop a movie in with my partner, Gynotype, who you've probably seen in chat from time to time, and we would just watch all kinds of movies. And I'm trying to remember all the films that we watched. We watched so goddamn many, and all the ones that I liked. Oh God,
what a treat! What a treat!
It was really nice. That is one of the things. It was a period of my life where I watched so many films, and like I haven't been watching films at the same rate, obviously, but I do miss that benefit. That's one of the few things I miss about that job. The job was kind of hell in some ways, but I got to see so many movies, and I would also put on the cool thing was I would sometimes work late shifts, and when it was late shifts, there was a rule at the place, which was that you couldn't put anything over. You could only put up to PG-13 movies on during the daytimes, but on the night shift, you could put whatever the fuck you wanted on the TV, because after 10 o'clock, the same rules as TV. So I would put on fucking R-rated movies up on the TV screens to play in the lobby. So I'd be fucking vacuuming and stocking films and just watching awesome. Like whatever I wanted. I threw all kinds of stuff up on there. I watched like Breakfast Club up on the screen, which I mean now seems like a tame movie, but at the time, but like at the time it came out, it was R, and it does have it has some heavy shit in it. So there was a lot of fun movies I watched. And I watched a whole bunch. I was going through this like 80s movie period at that point in my life, and so I watched a whole lot of 80s movies. And also my manager was at that place. Okay, my manager at that job had the worst taste in movies ever. Let me tell you, you're gonna scream. His taste in movies, Harry Potter. That was it.
Oh my God, no.
Always.
You just said my manager had a terrible taste, and I was like, I know what you're about to say. And I literally thought about Harry Potter.
Yep. All he liked was he would just every single fucking shift, another Harry Potter movie goes on, and we would watch through the series, and then he would be like, oh, maybe we'll pop in the third one today. And I'm just like, I hate you. Put on anything, please, anything other than a fucking Harry Potter movie. And it was unbelievable. So I know those stupid movies like from beginning to end now. Thankfully it's been years, so I can kind of like appreciate them nonetheless, but oh my God, at that point in time I was just like, kill me. Also like one of the directors that like drives me one of the people who I like their films, like all of their films, but now Christopher Nolan. So Christopher Nolan is like a director who I have liked almost every Christopher Nolan movie I've ever seen, but I just like, I don't know, I don't list him on like my list of top directors, partially French horns, yeah, partially because the only person I ever met who listed Christopher Nolan as their favorite director was the most insufferable person I've ever met in my entire life.
I mean,
yeah, and it was
you
just
have to be insufferable to have Nolan as your favorite.
You do,
I mean,
you do. It's like this person thought that they were the smartest. They literally, oh my God, it's so cringe. I could tell you like a decade's worth of cringe stories from this person. I worked on a bunch of projects with them. They wrote, I could tell you the movie they wrote. Oh, but I don't want to like give it away. I guess it probably wouldn't. They made a movie for their like thesis in film school that was one of the dumbest. They were trying to make a high concept movie. It try hard high concept. Let me give you the pitch, okay? You're gonna cringe out of your skin with this. Yeah, chat, get ready to cringe because it's fucking cringe. All right, it was a movie, desperately try hard high concept. It was a movie about a guy who was bestowed with a superpower to stop time in 7-second intervals. And that was the entire concept.
Is it rude if I leave the call now?
No, I wouldn't blame you. It's so bad. And the movie was worse than you could imagine. Like literally that was the pitch. And like, I'm not kidding you. He could stop time to vines. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
He shot for his like, he shot for his, like, he did like an Indiegogo, like to raise some money to shoot the film. And he shot a 20-minute, like Hollywood style director's interview with himself. About the depth of his own concept of like, well, it really makes you think about about like what life really means if you could stop things for, but only for a little bit. And I was just like, you're the dumbest person I've ever met. And since then, I don't even like talking about the fact that I like some of Christopher Nolan's movies because I just think of that fucking film and I want to die. So I hope that answered your question in the longest way possible. It really makes you think, man.
I think this is the most I've cringed ever.
I promise you, experiencing this firsthand was worse. So you get to have the second hand, and now you can imagine the raw power of having somebody approach you and be like, "You're a writer. You'll appreciate this. Here's my idea."
It's like I already know the Christopher Nolan is my favorite director type, and with this story, I'm like,
It just all clicks into place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more question about the movie stuff.
Sure.
Did you like Fincher's adaptation of Dragon Tattoo?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you like Fincher's adaptation of Dragon Tattoo? Of the girl with the dragon tattoo?
Oh,
have you watched it?
Yes. Okay, I did actually. I did actually like David Fincher's Dragon Tattoo, but for very different reasons than I liked the first one. It was good. It was the reason why I liked it was because it was so categorically American, and he didn't seem like bothered by that. He just kind of embraced it and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna make this different." And the thing is, like, do I like it as much as the original film? No. But I did like it, and I thought it was still very good. The original film was shocking, but it wasn't like it didn't have that like hyper voyeuristic action obsession that American movies have, if that makes sense. Which David Fincher's definitely did. Like the revenge scene on the like abuser was So again, it was
Oh,
so
fuck.
voyeuristic. It was so over the top, but it was done well. So as much as I
Yeah.
can go, yeah, that is so fucking categorically American. He just said, yeah, this is going to be an American movie. It's going to be gross and voyeuristic and sleazy, and I'm going to do it good. And it was. It was good, and it was sleazy, and it was voyeuristic, and it still told the story well. And I thought that, I actually thought that, God, what's his name? I'm blanking on his
Rooney
name.
Mara.
Oh, Rooney Mara is great. I really like Rooney Mara, but the
The
guy, the James Bond guy. Why can't I think of his name? What?
Yes, him.
Yeah, I can't think of his name right now. Daniel Craig. Yeah, Daniel Craig. I thought Daniel Craig actually did great in the role. I thought he did great. He did a good job.
Yes.
Yeah, I was impressed. Yeah, I thought like some of the things that were like a little bit less interesting was like I felt like the like main villain guy wasn't as they didn't sell him as well because it was so over the top that he kind of felt like a Bond villain as opposed to like the character like the like rotten corrupt murderer guy from the original. But again, still well done, still very well done, so I did enjoy it. And the visuals were great. It looked good. The movie looked so good.
Yeah, because like Fincher is literally my favorite director, and I was like, okay, if this bitch didn't like that version, I'm like, unsubscribing, never going back again.
Yeah,
Just
no,
kidding, just
I
kidding.
can understand liking Fincher, and I did enjoy it. Though again, I have my slight preferences, but I can't let I don't want to let a preference get in the way of a very good adaptation, which I enjoyed a lot. The acting was top notch, so yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the real question I wanted to ask is, what is the value that you find in platforming right wingers in debates or in like panels and stuff? Because like like platforming right wingers in itself, it's kind of problematic. Why even bother like trying to spread their message? I can get maybe trying to get and radicalize their platform, but I wanted to see if you had like maybe more reasons or other opinions, I guess.
Yeah, well, most of the time I don't platform right wingers. I am taking a slot on a place they are already platformed, and I just want to make sure that I do the best. So like when I go on a panel, I don't have any impact on who gets on that panel. There are guests, there's going to be righties and there's going to be lefties. I'm going to take the lefty position and I'm going to fucking slam the righties. But when I do platform a righty, it would be because I am confident, and I will admit that this is a personal call, and I recognize that there is a risk that I wouldn't succeed or that I fail. But I usually think that I will go into a conversation confident in my ability to expose them and humiliate them in front of their own audience and in front of a much wider audience, which will, in my opinion, inoculate that audience to their rhetoric. Because if an audience, an undecided audience, if I go, say, to Hippy Dippy or I go to Modern Day Debates where there's a lot of undecided people or middle of the roaders, if I show up and I make a right-winger memorably look like a fool and they remember that, they're going to be recalcitrant. I don't know if that's not the right word. That's a terrible word to use. They're going to be reluctant to ever absorb their rhetoric in the future, because they're going to go and they're going to remember that time I saw that fucking clown right-winger get absolutely destroyed factually and rhetorically. And that's my goal. Now I do try to be very careful about platforming. Most of the time, though, it's just random people with no platform whatsoever who come on my channel to argue with me. That's most of the right-wingers I encounter, or they're on a platform that already exists and they would be there anyway. I'm not really gonna give a platform to like vicious demagogues. And if I am going to, like, I guess you could say that I kind of platformed Rob Noor, kind of, in that like I said that I would debate Rob Noor, and that debate happened because he agreed to debate me, and I agreed to debate him. But he also has a radio show, so he kind of already has a platform that at the time was bigger than mine. And I destroyed Rob Noor. And that video is, I think, I still will suggest people go watch. If you want to learn about the history of Antifa and also why right-wingers suck at talking about anti-fascism, watch that debate with Rob Noor. It's one of my favorite debates I've ever done, and I absolutely trounced him. So, yeah. Yep. And so that's the reason why is there is a utility in doing that, but I do think it should be done carefully. I don't believe in frivolously platforming right-wingers. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. We got to move on to the next.
Right, that's fine.
I just wanted to close with I stream. On Sundays I get into international stuff, international history, and actually you mentioned Michael Brooks earlier, and I wanted to end with be kind to people, be ruthless with systems. That
I love
is
that Michael
the
Brooks
phrase.
quote. Yeah.
That is the quote that I think everyone in the left should live by. And yeah, please take care, everyone. Good night.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sebs Dev. It's been wonderful talking with you.
Yes.
Good night.
Thank you so much for you too.
All right, Rivera, you can.
Rivera.
Hey, thanks for bringing me on. How you doing today?
Hey, doing good. How are you? Let me get your guest text up here. Rivera Life and pronouns.
Sorry, had the echo. I'm he him.
Okay.
Yeah, congratulations on 5K. That's freaking awesome.
Thank you so much.
Takes
I really
a lot
appreciate
of work.
that. Yeah, it's been a lot, but I've had a really good time doing it. So
I guess. I mean, you wouldn't be able to stream as long as you've been streaming today if you didn't enjoy it.
It's true. I'm almost
Good
at
God.
9 hours. Holy shit.
I know. It's amazing. So yeah, I had a couple things I wanted to talk about. I appreciate you coming on. There's been a few times I've wanted to talk to you, and we did. You did come into Discord once when I was in the room.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the most important thing, I was wondering if you saw the whole Nathan J. Well, I guess I know you did because you liked my tweet about Nathan J. Robinson and his whole thing.
I plan on talking about that on Friday. Though, man, Friday's schedule is getting jammed. But yeah. I think I have a couple of things. I need to talk about impeachment on Friday, and then I would love to talk about that. There's also a really huge thing happening with Kotaku right now that I'm really interested in talking about, which we'll probably do after the panel because I'm on a huge panel on Friday. This week has been jam-packed. But yeah, I did see that.
Pretty cool when your schedule starts getting filled up.
Yeah.
Nice to not be like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to talk about today. You've got lots of stuff you could talk about.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I actually am friends with Nathan Robinson on Facebook.
Oh,
and
sick.
I direct message him and he says he's willing to talk to streamers in general. So he hasn't said yes to you specifically. I just wanted to see if you were interested in having
I
him
would
on.
100% be interested in that. I would we probably need to schedule for next week because I just don't have the time this week. But I would totally 100% be open to that.
Yeah, I don't know what he'd be down for. Like he might just be willing to come in for like a 10-minute, breeze in, say hi type of thing, or maybe
give him his what's happened
to
him and what's up, and a couple of shout outs. I would love that. So yeah, if you can make that connection,
cool.
I'd be totally open. Yeah.
I made a connection for Vosh once. It was actually I was responsible for his Nico House debate. So
oh damn,
that didn't go so well.
Well,
but I think this one would go better.
It happens. All right,
Oh, Vermin Hands is here, so yeah, I'll have to.
Yeah,
she remembers.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
I do.
I DM'd Vosh, by the way. If you wanted to mention that, because Nathan would definitely go on with Vosh if he's open to it.
That'd be awesome. I seem to recall Vosh liking Nathan Robinson's stuff.
Yeah.
So
no, he. I remember once on stream he was like, "Why doesn't Nathan follow me?" So on Twitter, so I DM'd him, and Nathan now follows him. So
hey, damn, making those connections.
Connection.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. I have a little channel myself at Rivera Life. I've been kind of intermittent with it. I'm on Twitter at Rivera Life. But yeah, I want to start a Twitch channel at some point.
Hell yeah.
But I love talking to people.
Or
My
YouTube
biggest
channel?
discussion so far was I've actually debated Adam Friended.
Oh wow, really? How was that?
For a little timer like me, that was kind of a huge opportunity. And I just bring it up because you were talking about debating people.
Yeah.
And I think I did well because he took it was a typical capitalism versus socialism thing.
Hmm?
And I was expecting him to I don't know what, like, I went in with I think the strongest approach you can go for socialism. I really like it, but he just straight up was willing to own the whole hierarchy thing. Like, oh, democracy is not that important to me. I think billionaires earn their position. I don't care if they have power in the world. And I was like,
well,
oh, okay.
All right, cool.
It kind of put me a little bit off my balance, but I think it did make him look bad. And I've had some of his fans message me that, that it made them consider socialism. So that's always super
that's
cool.
awesome. Yeah, I mean,
obviously a
Mask Off
lot
doesn't
more
sell well most
angry
of the time.
fans.
Yeah.
I mean, if you make somebody look bad, their fans hate you.
Yeah.
So I did get a bunch of that for a while.
Yeah, and I gotta say the mask off approach usually doesn't work out too well for people these days. Sometimes though they can still make a following, but yeah, the mask off approach usually it pigeonholes you in it puts you in a spot where you can't really expand outside of your pre-existing niche because nobody wants to talk to people who are just like, yeah, I hate poor people and stuff like that. So yeah,
seriously. I just wanted to tease my background. Jeena, I mentioned it, and Jeena liked the concept, so just wanted to. We have similar origins, as we've talked about it in chat before.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I literally from like it's a long story, so just to not cap it, you know what I mean? Just to put it succinctly, from first grade on, I was homeschooled.
Okay.
With ATI, IBLP. Are you familiar with them?
I don't think so.
Institute of Basic Life Principles.
Mm-mm.
Like, if
Not off
you
the top of my head.
didn't go to their seminar, then I guarantee like a lot of people in your church and your pastor did. I guarantee they did. It was huge, especially in the 80s and 90s.
I don't
it
seem
was
to
huge,
recall
huge,
off the
huge.
top of my head, but I may know if
all
I was able
those
to see more.
evangelical fundamentalist shit, like the roots come from there.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like
surprise me.
it's literally the Duggars from the television show.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what
was
they're
what was
in.
what was the acronym again?
IBLP is like the broader organization, and ATI is the homeschooling curriculum.
Oh yeah.
Advanced Training
my God.
Institute.
Yeah, here we go. Let's take a look.
Oh yeah, you can totally Google
I'm
it.
definitely gonna have to look into
I was so like I was in it from, well, I finished first grade in a Christian school, and then second grade on, it was that I literally graduated in it. And after I went to their Alert Academy, like you could Google alertacademy.com just to see it. It's like full on, almost like a militia, like military-esque basic training. Like we went on endurance hikes and made you do push-ups. It was like 8 weeks of basic training. And
seems
like it wasn't
these churches
military.
end
Like
up into
they don't teach you fighting, but they teach you like emergency response skills and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like intensive brainwashing.
Yeah. It's to like create the sense of urgency and extreme purpose that like comes from like military aesthetic and stuff.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we listened to like an extreme Tea Party naturally because that goes with it.
Yeah.
We listened to Rush Limbaugh and Michael Savage and all those yahos like every day.
Yeah.
And I was like, most of the people I know have gotten out of it. Like my younger sibling, they've gotten out of it.
Yeah.
But most of them like weren't super devout. Like I was super devout. Like I read, just like you, read the whole Bible, memorized it. Like the whole freaking 9 yards.
Yeah.
So a bunch of stories. I've thought about the whole process of coming out because people ask a whole lot, and a lot of stuff we could talk about on that for sure.
Yeah. God, it's one of those things where like in some ways I feel like my devoutness almost led me, or my type of devoutness led me to being able to get out of it almost, because like I was so devoted to asking questions and reading things and verifying these things in ways that other members of the church
totally
wouldn't. And it was like, so I started to pick up on things that, like, questions from the Bible, contradictions in the Bible that I couldn't resolve, and things that made me feel really weird. And then I go, and then that, like, by being very passionate about it in like a really earnest way, it made me have a different perspective than a lot of people who talk about how important it is to do these things but don't actually do it.
Yeah, 100%. No, it was similar. I actually remember when I was like 12, and the pastor, I think, had just done a sermon on truth and how important it is or something. And I remember making a commitment to myself that I only believe this stuff because I believe it's true. If I ever didn't think it was true, I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I've always been passionate about truth. It took until I was age 28 to seriously question it. Like, I was in it a long time.
Yeah.
And it took a long process, even as an adult, for me to finally get out. But definitely interesting. And people like you and I who come out of that, we often talk about like the first crack.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Like, you
It
have
is.
this shell of certainty around your worldview, and until it cracks, like, everything just bounces off.
Yep, it does.
At first, it's funny because it compares to Jesus' parables about faith, I think, like, because doubt works just like faith does. You're just planting seeds, and if you can get that seed of doubt to sprout and like crack its shell, that's when everything else can start pouring in that can grow.
Yeah. And the thing is like the whole thing is like, these ideologies, like Christian, like extremist ideologies and stuff like that, they rely on isolating you, because somewhere inside, I don't know, maybe it's just a fact about the universe, maybe they don't even realize it, maybe the leaders don't even realize it, but eventually one of them will crack you if you have any like truth seeking or genuinity in yourself, and you aren't like, I can climb up this structure and use it for my own gain. If you're not that type, like, enough exposure, something will stick, something will hit you, but a lot of it does bounce off, and they know that, like, okay, well, if you're indoctrinated enough, a lot will bounce off, and we just have to hope that nothing actually sticks. But there is stuff, like, again, for me, it was the hit of like having someone close to me come out, and that
There's
was like
100% people inside it who don't like. There's Matt Dillahunty talks about a secret group for pastors who are atheists, but they can't come out because they'd lose their whole source of income. That's definitely a thing that happens.
Yeah.
But I have a huge, like, my experience and just knowing my own mind until the age of 28. I have way more, I guess, charitability towards people being sincere than a lot of people do, because you literally can be exposed to it all and still be sincere. It's amazing how well the human mind can rationalize.
Yeah, I think it's rare that there are people who will be exposed to all and all.
So, like Ray Comfort, he's been exposed to it all. I think he's sincere. Now he might stretch it sometimes, just because he believes in his thing. Like, he's not completely honest, but I definitely think, and I've met him.
Oh, I have a family member who's like that, who has been exposed to all sorts of things and still is a 100% believer. But also, I know this. I don't want to tread on
how it
things, but
happens,
I mean, yeah, I personally think that this family member is a bit.
Little small interjection.
Think about this.
Go ahead, Jeena.
Yeah, let's just try to wrap this up quickly.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine, because we do got to get other callers on. Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely move on. I just wanted
I'm sorry
to say,
to rush you. It's just Gina's keeping me in line.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
I appreciate it. Lots of people waiting. It's been going a long time.
You're gonna get like royalty treatment with a brand new thumbnail slapped on top of that segment.
Oh.
Yay! Thank you. I'd love to talk some more.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I was just think about when you're talking to any deeply ingrained, serious conservative. This is for everybody in the chat. What or not? If you're talking to a conservative, just realize you're not debating them. That's why no matter how good your points are, it's hard to convert them, because what they're basically just parroting what they've heard. And if you defeat their argument, they don't think you defeated the argument. They think you defeated their version of it. And in their head, if the person they heard it from was here in their place, he would have beat you. Like,
Yeah.
well, if
Yep.
Ray Comfort was here, he would have
He
kicked
would
your
have
ass.
gotcha. Yeah, that is so true, though. That is really
You're,
true.
you're trying to debate somebody by proxy. And that's why trying to reframe things, you have to get people to actually think about it themselves. You have to get people out of their NPC dialogue tree, or there's like no chance of it.
Yeah.
And really,
it's
you
hard
need
to do. It's hard to
build
do.
rapport. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
Like online, it's virtually impossible. But I've designed a lot of arguments because I've been doing this for the last 10 years, ever since I changed.
Yeah.
And studied epistemology, and I've tried to design arguments to be as brutally simple as possible, because you need to make something so simple that somebody who's trying not to understand can understand.
Yeah.
Like, I'd
It's
love
a
to go
lot of
over my
hand-holding, and that's why I said
anti-young
it's
Earth
like-
creationist arguments and other stuff with you sometimes.
Yeah, and that's again, like we've said like so many times today, like it's hard to do over the internet, and because of that, it's because it requires a lot of hand-holding, a lot of patience, a lot of retreading the same ground to try and get them to rethink things. Yeah, so
100%. Yeah, I'm an analytical kind of on the spectrum, autism spectrum kind of person. So like the logic worked for me.
Yeah.
And it's taken me years to realize that's not how most people think. So
Yeah.
it really does come down to personal connections to get people out of that, more so than just raw logic.
Yeah, I agree with you on
Anyway,
that.
super appreciate you bringing me on, and
Yeah.
congratulations again.
Thank you so much for coming on. What an amazing conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rivera.
You bet. Have a good one.
Good night.
Canary, you're up.
Bat Canary.
Hello.
Hello, Bat Canary. How are you?
Pretty good by yourself.
Good. I'm doing great right now. I'm getting a little hungry, but that's about it.
Well, you've had an 8-hour stream, right? So I can imagine.
9 hours so far. So yeah,
9 hours.
Just
Okay.
crossed the 9-hour threshold.
Went by
Pronouns?
really quick. Oh, I guess all any. They, them. I guess if I have to choose, I'm still a little genderqueer on that. So
That's okay.
Sorry.
We embrace our gender queers here.
That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's try to make this quick. We have more people we
Yeah.
want to like try to get in. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
Well,
I'll
then,
keep
yeah.
going as long as I can, Jeena. I promise.
So congrats on the 5K for one.
Thank you very
so
much.
I never heard that a lot today, but just to continue that.
I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't care. I'm happy to hear it every time I do.
Awesome. It's up to you like a long time ago, I think, because Vosh gave you a shout out once, and he was like, "Oh, get her past 1K." I was
Thank
like,
you,
okay.
Vosh.
Yeah, that was back when it was like the 1K mark, I think. He was like, "Oh, get past the 1K mark." I was like, "All right, go sub," and I was like, "Oh, she's cool."
That was
And
when
saw
I
you
tried to
on a
make the
few
jump
panels.
to YouTube from Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess my issue. Someone kind of touched up on it a little bit earlier. I did see my prompt that I wrote to come in was discussing trans issues, the way they're discussed among content creators in our circles, or I guess even outside of our circles. And yes, I'm sorry. Now that I said congratulations, I'm gonna say sorry because I might, back to that topic of Destiny.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's all right. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. So,
yeah, I mean, he's kind of the one that, I've had these thoughts for a while, but seeing his debate with Vosh and even his attitude recently was just kind of made me think about this some more, and I can hint these conclusions. Because I used to watch his content every now and then. I'm not a full-on socialist. Sorry, I'm a sock dem or a suck dem.
What do you think I'm going to do after going on a whole thing about how vegan shouldn't be judgy? I'm just going to be like, ew, you're just a filthy sock dem. Ugh, pathetic. It's all right. It's fine.
And even then, I still disagreed with him on a lot of stuff. I mostly watched him because I think I got into him because of that tag team debate that Vosh did with him.
Yeah.
Before then, I was just like, oh, this guy's irritating, and I was a Karpinski fan, so I was like, this guy's annoying, he's loud, I don't care for him. And so I was tag team debate, and I was like, oh, maybe he's a good ally, we'll see. So I was like, I started watching him, and sometimes he had some good, he had a few good takes, had a few good, okay, cool. And then what really got me to because there were a few moments where I I'm not watching this anymore, but then I'd continue anyway. But there was the one thing that got me was, I don't know if you kept up with that recently, but there was the whole Chud Logic stuff. Now, I don't know who this person is. I don't know much about them or anything, what the drama surrounding them.
but Chud Logic is a very good friend of mine, and yeah, I could again, I have the drama has more or less evaporated because there wasn't much to it to begin with. Yeah, I've been friends with Chud Logic for a long time. Yeah, what's that?
Wait,
Right.
can we
Oh,
have
yeah.
a ban Chud?
Wait, I'm sorry.
So should I just should I go just unban Chud right now?
Wait, Chud shouldn't be banned.
Wait, is he?
No, he's
unbanned?
not. He never banned. We never banned him.
Wait, didn't we like kick him out of the community
Nope.
or something?
Nope. I just told him I came to an agreement with Chud that that we were going to remove titles, fancy titles, but he was never banned.
Okay. Okay. That's
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, so I don't know much about him, and I wasn't, I don't know anything about the drama, nor was I ever like casting any judgments. But I did. Something that did bother me about the whole thing was I think there was this content creator named Alice Evelyn. She's a trans YouTuber. I don't know if you've heard of her. She's a very small YouTuber, but I think she was one of the ones. Kind of, I don't know if she was part of the drama or not. I don't know. I just know that one time on Destiny stream, he was covering a criticism she made of him.
Yeah.
And immediately when he brought her up, I mean, she looked fine, but immediately he started doing a little, oh, chat, don't say it, chat, don't say it. Obviously insinuating about her looks, and I was like, okay, that's a little okay. What the fuck, I thought you were an ally. What are you doing? Yeah. And then he completely he did not respond to her arguments at all. He wasn't talking about what she was saying. He was just like, I think she brought up how sometimes people don't understand how patriarchy affects men and women's relationships, and I think he immediately brought up well, I hate to say it, but my inner turf is coming up my spine right now, and I'm just like, what is he saying? And he said, that was a quote from him, and then he said, I don't think she understands how patriarchy doesn't necessarily affect you in this sense, because when we talk about that with men and women, we talk about the strength difference between men and women. I'm just like, what the hell are you on about? This has nothing to do with patriarchy and men and women. That does not understand how these things work. So I got annoyed, and I went to her video because I was like, I want to see because he exited out of it, and I want to see the whole video. So I went to go watch the whole video, and at first it was fine, and then I refreshed it an hour later, and it got massively downvoted, and it was just obviously his community was going over to it and mass downvoting it.
Yep.
And then afterwards, I went on her Twitter, and they were all harassing her on Twitter, and I was like,
yeah, they're the worst brigaders on the planet.
Yes, they're
never,
people.
No one. There is not a single. I've fucking conflicted with an absolute fuckload of other content creators. Never once has anything even come close to the amount of brigading that I get from that fucking website.
Yeah, no, they're insane. And then the fact that he talks about, people don't keep their chats in line and their communities in line, but he doesn't do that with his own community. So I remember I wrote a big post about it on the subreddit, being like, hey guys, look, because I'm from ContraPoint's community. That's where I came from.
Yeah.
I do love Vosh, but that's where I originally came from. She's my, but yeah,
we love ContraPoints in this chat.
Hell yeah, she's my queen. So I mean, she's what kind of made me learn a lot about my own gender and stuff. So I always love her. So I wrote kind of a nuanced big thing about hey, what I appreciate that you can be an ally sometimes, but also this take was really bad and this and that, and immediately got a bunch of downvotes and people talking shit and all stuff. Yeah. And then I don't know, so that just led to a bigger thing because his debate with Vosh when he was being super aggro towards Philosophy Tube for literally no reason, a week after she's this big thing about her coming out as trans, and it's a big celebration, and we're all very happy for her. We're all like, oh my god, so great. And then just immediately just goes nuclear. She's a piece of shit, and I hate her. And this is I'm like, oh my god, really, dude? This is the time for that? Come on. It was so it made me realize he has this weird attitude toward trans women. So I wrote that in the chat, in the Vosh chat. I think today on his stream, one of his chatters linked him to that screenshot of me saying that in the chat. I was saying he has some weird transphobic stuff or whatever. He has some weird veiled transphobic stuff, or just wait till you find out that ContraPoints is actually a bread tuber because he denies that for some reason. And then he responded oh, these dumb commie far left, this and this and that, weird LGBT people on the internet, this and this and that. And I'm like, first of all, I'm not a commie. Second off, you didn't respond to the argument. Then he says something about I have trans friends, so I can't. Obviously, I'm not transphobic. Yep. So I realized aside from him, it's this attitude that some. I don't say leftists because I think bread tubers are fine. H-Bomber, Contra, all of them, they tend to be pretty fine on this. Of you and Vosh, of course. But I find a lot of these kind of thing because I love David Pakman, I love Kyle Kalinske, I love all of them. But they tend to have this attitude.
I'm an OG fucking Pakman listener, although I don't listen to him as much these days. But people know somewhere in my Discord, there's a link to the first thing I fucking ever did that put me into this politics thing was I was a call-in on David Pakman's show in 2016 on the night of the election, and I called in. Yep, I called in and talked about trans issues with David Pakman because I was an avid listener to David Pakman for 3-4 years at that point. And yeah, somewhere the clip exists somewhere on my Discord.
Oh my god, yeah. I need to find that. That's awesome. I need to watch that.
Yeah.
I love David Pakman, but I find that like a lot of these content creators, they're very good on like, I mean, even Destiny, as much as I have issues with them, they're very good on the actual policy when it comes to trans rights, right? So they're like, yeah, of course they should be allowed to transition. They should be allowed to, you know, this and this and this, and use the restrooms and that. But when it comes to the attitudes they have towards certain trans people, trans women specifically, they tend to be very, very aggressive and tend to have like these weird, like, I don't know, the way he acts towards certain trans women, the way they act towards certain trans women, or like, and I feel like that expands to just LGBT in general, where it's kind of like that attitude of like, kind of like your Aunt Carol that's not necessarily racist, but you know, she sees a black person and she gets a little aggressive, like that weird attitude, like that veiled racism. She calls them ethnic or something. You know, that's how I feel about a lot of these creators.
I think it goes way worse than that. I think you're being very charitable to him. And of course, I mean, I have a bias. I don't know if you ever saw the video. I mean, I think I have a very justified bias, but I don't know if you ever saw the video of him crashing another panel to scream about me, in which he he says that I'm like a subhuman degenerate, and he advocates, he's like, I want her to disappear off the internet I want her to just die and disappear off the internet forever. And said that I am actively harming trans women, actively harming women, that I'm actively harming social justice causes that I believe in.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a little weird. And that was directed directly at me on a panel that I wasn't on, where I couldn't even argue. And all of this was because of a weird disagreement I had with the Scrub King, which he decided to make a big deal out of and get his I mean, literally took a pretty mild conversation, one of the least spicy conversations I've had, and used that as an impetus to send his stands at me for weeks at a time. They're still commenting to this day. I get probably every single day now. It's been well over a month and a half since the Scrub King conversation, over 2 months or 2 months since my conversation with Destiny, and I still get 2, 3, 4 comments a day, many of them explicitly transphobic, specifically on the video of my conversation with Destiny, which he never uploaded on his channel, interestingly.
Right. Yeah, he did the same thing with the Alice thing when he clipped her, or he realized it was a bad take, because after he started talking about the patriarchy thing, he kind of like, I think he went to one of his little breaks, the commercial break things that he does, and he came back and just started playing games and just completely forgot about it while his chat brigaded her videos and her Twitter. And I was on her Twitter, like, looking at the comments and responding to some of them, and yeah, they were absolutely transphobic. Something about, like, how do you not know that men and women are different, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh my, this is like shit I hear from TERFs. Like, how are you a quote-unquote ally when you're talking to people like this? Like, do you not understand how that's an issue? And, like, the way that he responded to me today, he found my screenshot, instead of, like, thinking about, like, okay, a bunch of trans people are bringing me some legitimate complaints about the way I act. Maybe I should respond accordingly. No, it's, oh, these online LGBT far left commies are just dumb as fuck and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, this is why you don't learn, and your community just learns this toxic behavior from you, and this spreads to everyone else. So Destiny's definitely worse than a lot of them.
And you know what's really, really funny? So one of the main things that people do is that they take my original conversation with Destiny, and they first of all change what I said, and they say that I said that he was transphobic, and I never said that. I said that I think that he was engaging in behavior that was, had that effect. It had an effect of lining on those lines, and I also got him to admit that. And then they say that I said that he was transphobic, and then they proceed to brigade the fuck out of my videos and support like this idea that, like, first of all, they lie about me, but then they say that they use that as justification to fucking freak out on me and say that I'm harming trans women and that I'm a bad representative and that I should shut the fuck up because I'm hurting trans women by existing in public. It's so fucked. I'm not kidding you. Like, that is a common thing. There was a thread. I could go on forever about this. I could God, there's so much shit that happened. There was a thread that was on the front page of Destiny's thing called "What to Do About the Demon Mama Question."
Jesus Christ.
These people are insane.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of back in like 2015, 2016 when Sargon would like have his like little brigade of assholes that would go and attack Riley Dennis or Milo Stewart or something just because they disagreed with him in a video or something. It just reminds me so much of that.
Yeah, you got it. Yep.
Like, it gives me that vibe. Every time I look at him, this is fucking gross. Like, I hate these people. And again, it's like the Aunt Carol thing where it's just like, I'm not racist. I support, I'm very, supportive of BLM and I vote for Democrats and this and that. But also when I see a black person, I get very aggressive towards them and I call them ethnic and I touch their hair. It's like that same attitude, that same mentality and the attitude that they have towards LGBT people. And it's so annoying. Oh my God.
So, Well, I hate to rush you or anything, but was there any other memes you wanted to drop before we end the conversation? I gotta be fair to everybody who's waiting.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you very much for having me on.
No, thank you for coming on. Seriously.
Congratulations on 5K, and this is just the beginning. You know, we're gonna get 10, 20, 30, 100.
I hope so. I sure hope so.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you, Bat Canary. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye. Hello, that one medic. That one medic, your turn is up. Hello, that one medic. Tell one of these dorks to ask when to dump my BB. Is that Blackberry? Ooh. You might have missed that. You might have missed that one. Might have missed that one, Jaderv. That one medic. That one medic. Hello, 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 that one medic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay. Big boy, big boy, big boy, big boy 20, big boy, you are up. I would love to do that, Mars Blue. I would love to do that. Big boy 20. Hey! How are ya?
Oh my god. You can hear me. Holy shit.
I can.
I'm flipping out. Okay.
Pronouns real quick?
My pronouns are he, him.
Alrighty. Welcome to the show, big boy. What can I do for you?
Hello. So I had so much stuff to say, but because we're moving fast, I have
I'm sorry.
the 4 most important things. No problem.
All right.
So I have 2 questions, and the last 2 things are just going to be really fast. So first things first. My origin story is basically the whole, I'm 20 years old and I'm the whole, edgy teenager who, oh, by the way, I'm sorry if I fuck up. English is not my first language.
That's fine. You do not have to apologize for that. Thank you for coming on the show and being willing to come on a show and speak in not your primary language. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was an edgy teenager who got radicalized and fell down the alt-right pipeline through anti-SJWs and all that stuff, and totally classical liberals and not neo-Nazis.
Love those.
And eventually, I found out about BreadTube, and I got exposed to leftist streamers and leftist content creators, and many years later, I am here a progressive socialist, which is POG. But my question, I had to get rid of a lot of bigotry.
Yes.
I had to get rid because I fell down the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
And the last, let's say, the last bigoted thoughts that I got over were against trans people. I was very against trans people because I did not understand them, and eventually I understood them.
Yeah.
But there is one thing that I don't get about gender.
Sure.
That I wanted to ask you.
I'll see if I can answer it.
Gender abolitionism.
Mm-hmm.
You can pretty much tell what it is and what it stands for by the name, but how would it work in our society? Like, what changes? I know that it's a very long-term goal, but let's say hypothetically that tomorrow we wake up and we live in a world where gender has been abolished.
Mm-hmm.
What changes would there be in language? What changes would we have to make in our day-to-day interactions?
I think there's a lot of different ways that you could look at that. I think one thing is that people would probably by default use gender-neutral pronouns in general, like they, them. And I think that we would not have... our stores would be considerably more enjoyable to shop in because they wouldn't have... things would be sorted by size and style as opposed to men's and women's and then size and then style. And men's clothing would probably have a huge jump in quality because currently men's clothing blows ass in quality. Sorry, pardon the language, but it's true. Men's clothes are all like boxes, and most men have to buy at specialty stores if they want to have clothes that look good on them, because there's a stereotype that you should have that, like, men should basically wear like a square shirt and a square pants because otherwise it's feminine or something. Those are the big things that I can think of. The other thing too is that like another thing I could imagine is that there would be probably either there would be a move towards like single occupancy or mixed gender bathrooms that are actually private. Like for example, like for some reason in America, mostly because of cost, men and women's like the men and women's rooms and restrooms have no privacy whatsoever. They have like these really shitty stalls that have giant gaps on the bottom and top and almost no privacy whatsoever. And that further justifies like keeping them separate because of some random reason. But there are bathrooms that are increasingly common that aren't like that. In fact, like McDonald's is a great example. New McDonald's stores have these they have these like basically like individual toilet stalls that have like actual doors on them, and you just close the door behind you and you have complete privacy. Nobody ever sees you going to the bathroom at all. And that's awesome. Why don't we do that anyway?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some other things that would be like that. We don't ever use, we actually don't like, we don't use gender that much in our lives. It's like, there's all of these weird anachronisms that don't have anything to fucking do. Like, I don't know, like we have so many things in our lives that have nothing to do with gender. And all I can, the biggest benefit is that there would be a massive pressure release on people who aren't gender conforming or who currently gender conform out of fear, but would prefer in a world in which they wouldn't be punished for it to like experiment with their self-expression. And I actually, again, I can't like I've spoken to a lot of presumably cis people who have expressed to me in private, knowing that I will be in good confidence, that they really would like to do things that are not gender typical, and they're not interested in transitioning. They just would want to do something like, I don't know, have piercings or have painted nails or use makeup, and they don't feel like they can. That would be gone immediately. There would be people of all body types and all whatever like differences being able to express themselves however they desire. I think we underestimate just how much arbitrary gender bullshit is in our society that actually harms people. There are so many women in our society right now who would really like to be able to butch it up sometimes without getting weird looks. And there are all kinds of men who would really like to pretty up a little bit and still be considered men or whatever, or still be able to be as masked as they want. And these things completely disappear in a gender abolitionist society because you don't need to worry about, you don't need to worry about, you know, how do I say it? Like, you don't need to worry about figuring out, okay, well, am I a man? Can I do this? No, you just are a person who does whatever you want. You can be a fucking JoJo's character if you want to. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Okay. I see your point. I'll definitely do my own research on the subject too. So second question, a bit of background. I found you through Destiny, not because I'm a Destiny fan or because I watch Destiny.
Sure.
But because the first lefty streamer that I watched was Vosh, and then I watched Hassan. So my perception of Destiny was initially formed by his interactions with Hassan and Vosh, and my initial perception was not very positive. And
I wonder why. Yeah.
After so much time, you know, it all checks out. My perception has gotten worse of him. So I was like, okay, I argued with a lot of Vosh fans who like Destiny, and they told me that he's not so bad and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, there are a lot of people who are positive towards Destiny. And I'm like, maybe that's for a reason. I have negative opinions of him. One day I was like, okay, I consider myself an open-minded person. I have negative opinions of him, but I am biased. These opinions have been formed by watching Voss and Hassan. Sure. So let's watch his stream, and I will make I will come to my own conclusions. So I log on to Twitch. I search Destiny. And I'm like, and I see the stream title, arguing with crazy Twitter person.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
yes! Yeah, you're probably the only person who's ever found me through that conversation. I'm pogging out of control right now.
and I'm like, huh. Okay, I guess he's having a spicy debate. That's a bit of an edgy title. So I log on, and okay, maybe this, I don't know how this will sound, but honestly, I say this with all my heart.
It's okay.
After watching that debate, I was like, you are awesome. I immediately looked up your YouTube channel. I immediately subscribed. I immediately started watching the VODs. I was like, oh my god, she fucking tore him a new asshole. Holy shit.
I told
my
you,
god.
motherfuckers, I did. I knew it. The true, finally, an objective source. Somebody who came from totally outside of the sphere. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm indulging in these compliments right now. Oh.
No problem. So my question was, I know you watched the epic comeback, the epic battle of the new Voss X Destiny arc. What did you think about it? What are some quick thoughts that you can give?
One of the most unhinged, verbally abusive, totally only I don't even know how anybody who isn't completely into the DGG hero worship thing could ever could ever come away from that conversation without being like, this guy's a psychopath. Because there was stuff that was one of the things that really got me. And I know that this is I know we're doing the hypocrisy thing, but this guy spends the whole argument talking about hypocrisy. And then he accuses Vosh repeatedly of rhetorical tricks. And then it becomes his turn and he does fucking cartoon voice. He's like, yeah. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about rhetorical tricks? You're literally doing schoolyard level insults. And then you're being like, oh, Vosh, you don't even realize when you're doing rhetorical tricks. Now here, let me do a Patrick Star voice to do an impersonation of you, which definitely isn't manipulative and an attempt at a rhetorical emotional appeal. Oh my God, it was so unbelievable. And it actually, oh my God, I see people responding to it and they're like, oh my God, dude, I really thought Destiny had some really good points. I'm like which one? And then people will bring it up. They'll be like, well, he really had a point about the whole rent strike thing. I'm like, you mean when he literally doesn't know how a rent strike works? And it was literally obvious by the way that he was talking about it? I'm like, how do you say that's a good point when you're literally advocating to spoil a rent strike? If the rich people continue paying, rich people are the most important people to participate in a rent strike, because if they keep paying their rent, which is likely to be more expensive than the other people in the fucking building, then they're going to say, it will spoil the strike. What do you mean? Oh my God, I was losing my mind. And I know, I'm sorry, Vermin, I'm sorry if I cringed you out by screaming in Vosh's chat and losing my mind and malding in the chat, but I could not believe how unhinged that conversation was. It was one of the most absurd conversations I've ever listened in my entire life. And I was just losing. I was losing it. So there you go. There. We're fucking 9.5 hours in. I'm allowed to have a fucking scream off about how fucking mad that conversation made me. Holy shit.
I understand. And before I move on to my last 2 points, I just want to say that the moment where I got extremely fucking mad and I wanted to throw my phone to the wall, at the wall, it was the moment in which Destiny said something along the lines, and you can correct me if you want, but he said something along the lines of, I have never been uncharitable to anyone I have ever talked to, and
nothing I do is performative.
Yeah, nothing I do is performative and all that stuff. I'm like, motherfucker, you, in your initial conversation with Demon Mama, you titled the stream arguing with insane Twitter person before she even came on your stream. Are you kidding me? You have always been charitable? Holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, it is actually stunning how, but again, it reminds me of a personality cult. Reminds me of cults. That's That's just what it is. It's like, I don't know, when somebody is blatantly denying falsehood and just being like, I am never performative in a conversation. Literally, he said this multiple times. There's clips of them out here. Hassan fucking quotes the nothing I do is performative thing. He said that in my conversation with that, I talked to him about how absurd it is to claim that you're never performative. And then he goes into conversations and does voices. What is that? Is that not performative? What the fuck are you talking about? This is absurd. You're just inducing like cognitive dissonance in your followers so that their brains shut off and then they'll eat up whatever slop you plop in front of them. Whatever. It makes me so mad. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So like when I first came into the Discord, I said that I wanted to talk to you about European politics.
Sure.
And like, okay, this is kind of my last point, but before that, I just want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
So I live in Greece, and I am Greek, and I really hate the fact that white nationalists and neo-Nazis have monopolized the words like culture and all that stuff, because I like Greek culture. I believe that as a progressive person, you can say that you like your culture. Like I like Greek food and traditional Greek dances and traditional like Greek fashion and all that stuff. I like Greek history, Greek mythology. I like my culture, while at the same time recognizing the fucked up parts about your culture and your tradition and all that stuff. And I really hate the fact that every time every time I want to talk about culture and tradition and all that stuff, I have to like make a 500 paragraph opening speech so that I don't sound like a white nationalist. I really hate the fact. So my question is like, do you believe that there can be a balance where you recognize the bad while also liking the good parts about cultures and histories and all that stuff?
Yeah. Oh, I 100% believe so. In fact, I think it's essential that we do so. I mean, what is the study of history but learning to appreciate the wonders and pitfalls of the past? I think that it is incredibly important, and I think that lefties should be more bold in how they embrace and critique their culture. I think that we should be shameless about being willing to say, yeah, you know what, America fucking sucks, but god damn do I love fucking cheeseburgers, and holy fuck do I love barbecue. You know what I mean? Because it's true. Why the fuck shouldn't we be able to celebrate the best parts of our culture? We should be. The problem with the way the right wingers and the fucking Nazis and these hyper nationalists is that you can't, they won't accept that there's flaws. It's this whole thing of like they have to create like an imagined like folk that like is, it can't be that like George Washington was an influential but deeply flawed man. No, he has to be a god hero. It can't be that like okay, I know that okay, actually I don't know. Burgers and barbecue are pretty fucking good. But the whole thing is that like the right makes like they squish the nuance out. Everything has to be all black and white. It's either it's America good and you can't say a bad thing about it or I'll fucking shoot you with my double barrel shotgun, and everywhere else bad, and if you say anything good about him, you're a fucking commie. That is the stupidest way of looking at the world, and I would love it if lefties would realize that we don't have to play that game, that we can say, yeah, actually, there's shit that I like about America. There's shit that I love about Americans. There's a million fucking beautiful... You know, a lot of my chat is a bunch of fucking beautiful, amazing Americans. And guess what? American just describes where you live and where you probably grew up. And it doesn't have to mean like some kind of weird, hyper fucking spiritual, like, I am an American and that means my blood runs red, white, and blue. And if you dare impugn my legal system, I'll spear you with an American flag. Like, just it doesn't. It's such a strange thing, and I do agree because there's so much to appreciate. Everything from Like everything from food to dance, like you said, to music, to the unique to the actual historical stories, to even the fables and the folklore of every place. There's so much to enjoy. And we can't, because it gets held hostage by these absurd black and white thinkers who can't acknowledge the fact that there are actually really amazing and interesting humans that live all over the planet and have their own unique flavor and special things that they bring to the table that's completely different than ours, and also really awesome, and also has some flaws too. There you go. There's a song. I want to say it's like a version of the Finnish national anthem, and it's like, what's that? Sorry, what's that?
Wrap it up a bit.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was ranting a little bit. But the whole thing that I was gonna say, there's this song from I think it's a Finnish, a variant of the Finnish national anthem, and it's like, I'm trying to remember the lyrics exactly, but it's like, God bless Finland and the green plains and the snowy capped mountains, which are as beautiful as the treasures of every other nation, and every nation has treasures of their own that they are proud of as well, and we can both be proud of this. I can't remember the exact lyrics, but it's super fun. It was poignant to me, and I was like, damn, like, why can't we have a more like actually like rational version of this? Because we'd be able to appreciate so much more shit, and we'd be able to share more shit. Yeah, so yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's what I had to say. The final things that I want to say is there are some big like stuff that are happening in Greece right now. Essentially, in case anyone doesn't know, the government is trying to pass legislation that will abolish the asylum that colleges and universities have, so that police can freely enter and arrest anyone.
Oh my God.
They're trying to pass legislation that will have guards and police patrol universities and be able to enter classrooms as much as they want. They want to privatize the universities like public education, and they also want to create more legislation that limits the amount of time someone can study in universities. And so there are like huge protests going on all over the country, and like I'm sure there are some Kickstarters and stuff out there. Anyone like educate yourselves and see what's happening. It's really fucked up. I personally, I am immune compromised, and I also have asthma, so I'm scared of COVID, like terrified, and I can't go out there and protest with like hundreds of people, but I'm trying to do what I can from home. So yeah, that's
and never
it's
feel
really
bad
fucked
about
up.
that. Staying alive is important. A dead comrade is no good to any of us. So please take care of yourself and do what you need to do to stay alive.
Thank you. And for a final bit of self-promotion, I am a theater student, and currently we are working with Harvard University, and me and two other people are directing a short movie about an accident, a plane that has to do with planes. A plane crashed in Germany like 5 years ago, and that stuff. It was a tragedy. And if you will allow me, once it is ready and all that stuff, I can post the links in your chat or in your Discord.
Please do. Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was fun talking to you.
Thank you so much. It was really wonderful talking to you. Thanks for opening the door for me to do rants. Have a wonderful night.
Bye.
Bye. Floofy.
Oh my God, am I up now?
You're up. I'm sorry. I'm so slow. I get distracted and my brain goes out the window. Floofy.
I was coming in and out. I had the stuff kept popping up, and My pronouns are like she, her, they, them.
Yeah, you have them on the Discord, so that makes it easy for me.
Oh,
Hell
yeah,
yeah,
true.
Good on you for having the pronouns on the
'Cause
Discord. It
I'm-
makes my life
'cause
easy.
I'm trans too, you know? Trans right.
Trans thriving.
Yeah, I mean, sorry,
you
I
got for
froze
me?
for a second.
You're
I got
good.
too excited.
It's okay. I understand. You get the excited freeze. It happens. What you got? What you got for me? Or what can I do for you? How about that? You got shit you want me to...
COVID hasn't hit like too hard for me. I mean, because like hearing the other guy talking, you know, I haven't really been in fear of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's... I mean,
although my problems now are being my my disability, unable to work, and I'm facing some hardships right now. Hopefully, get through them. I have no idea.
I believe you can. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Remember, the human brain is evolved to freak out when we even get slightly close to danger. So usually you have a little more margin than your anxiety might tell you. So just remember that.
Yeah.
And keep fighting, even if
Yeah,
it feels
lately,
scary.
lately I've been doing a little bit better. The past couple of days weren't so well. But like, you know, today's been good.
Good.
You know, today's been good. I went and got prescriptions at the store. You know, got myself a extra large cherry Slurpee from 7-Eleven.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Treat yourself.
Oh my god, you can hear the gears turning in my head where I'm thinking too fast and I have no idea.
Treat yourself. True. Listen, I
mean, yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah, they
especially
are.
Like especially the sushi at Fred Meyer. I mean, I know.
Yeah,
you
we
know
get
what
the
I'm
Fred
talking
Meyer
about.
sushi all the time. Yep.
Posture check. Oh god, I'm horrible. I'm like
get to your
cross my
posture check.
legs.
Yeah. Oh my I always that's my one posture weakness is that I sit with my
I'm
foot
sitting
underneath my
I'm
leg.
sitting with my crisscrossed, you know.
Yeah,
Where you're like
yeah. I do it the
crisscrossed,
halfway,
like
so it doesn't disturb my back as much, but I also have pretty good posture, all things considered.
I've been, I guess myself, like politics wise, I started out like very like skeptical of a bunch of stuff, and then like I kind of became religious, and then during like the 2016 election, I did start going like right, partly because of like edgy memes, and then like partly because like the pressure of like everyone around me.
Yeah.
Like right after it happened, I was like, right after the election happened, I realized that like how dumb it was, and I don't know how I got into like leftism and like, because like I became like Bernie supporter and stuff. I don't even remember how I became into leftism, and then more recently gotten into watching like Vosh, which was introduced. I was introduced to Vosh by my D&D DM. He might even be watching right now because he's been watching you too.
Hi DM. Hi D&D DM. I'm internet DM. Demon Mama.
I'm really hopeful for like the future, hopefully of politics. I mean, of course, who knows what this presidency will bring, but it's already a little bit better, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly some wins. I mean, like I said earlier today, I'm happy that at the very least we have a cork in the giant shit spewing pipe that we previously had. the fact that I'm serious. I know that's very crude, but previous to January, Donald Trump was able to immediately get access to every single airwave in the United States of America and talk about fucking COVID denialism or not wearing masks and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
And now even if Joe Biden is literally asleep in the podium, he's not doing that, and that's fine.
Yeah, like all the QAnon stuff that's going, that is like, even the people that are like in the White House are getting into QAnon, and it's like, my great aunt, not the aunt I live with, that I'm sadly leaving her house, but my great aunt, she got into QAnon, and she's been crazy. Where she sends like 20 links to conspiracy theory, QAnon stuff to my grandma like every single day. And getting like crazy, and it's like, oh gosh, right? Like,
yeah, the forward email relative. Yep.
Like, what the hell happened, right? Like, she was actually pretty good. She was actually pretty good before the election, but then the election rolls around, and all of a sudden she's like,
it can
crazy,
happen
and it's
surprisingly
like,
quick. I mean, again, I had Retcon on. My best friend, his family went like, they've gone full fucking Trump cult. And it's wild because I've known these people a long time. They were like they kind of were casual Fox News watchers and whatnot. They had Fox News on a lot, but they were never super like preachy about politics. And then all of a sudden, Trump.
I'm not sure about my parents because they're like hardcore religious and they've been like LGBT phobic, but they don't talk politics.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, they talk very against leftism, but like once you ask them about like political views, they like zip their mouth shut and say, we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to, they're like, even though they do talk against like leftism a lot.
Yeah, it's more like casual. They don't want to have a serious conversation. They're more like the type of like, they'll make a quip about it or whatever.
So I have no idea who they support and what party they're part of,
Well,
I don't even know
if they're
they're
dunking on leftism, chances are they're probably Republican, but unfortunately. But...
Yeah. I mean, at least it's looking like I'm gonna have to go back there. At least my dad's being a little bit better on the phone. I mean, I'm not really sure though.
Well, I really hope you're able to find something, work something out. And again,
yeah, I don't want to go. I don't want to go back there because I
get out ahead of it and put your mind to it and see what you can solve. And don't just give up. I know it's easy. I know it's tempting. Not easy.
It feels like I'm in a circle because I've been in a bad place before, and was running in circles, and then everything got better, and then it seemed like it fell apart again. Everything got better where, now I'm over in Washington and stuff. Yeah. And then boom, it's looking like I'm running back into a circle again and going straight back where I started, right?
Yeah, it's hard. But again, like
the biggest worry I have is just like if I am forced to go back to Idaho, will I be able to get on the insurance there, like the free insurance there, and will that insurance cover like my transition, right?
I hope so. I mean, most states do, but you can always do some research in advance and then, make decisions accordingly. It's complicated, but yeah, more research is always better than less when you're trying to figure out. And if you've got time, it's better to get on it early and save yourself the anxiety of being in an unideal situation. Then
yeah, I've been getting more active.
Good.
Especially, I've been trying to get more active these past episodes. Oh my God,
You're all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, untie my tongue. I've been getting a little bit more into gear these past couple of days.
It can be hard.
Because usually I'm very like hands off and laid back. Because I find that that's what works best personally for my disability and keeping my mental health, keeping my mental health good, just try and stay relaxed, laid back as possible. But
Yeah, I feel you.
You know, got to start pushing myself.
Yeah,
especially
I mean,
since
it's sometimes just a matter of like, sometimes you gotta like buckle down and spend a little bit of time, you know, being really proactive, and then you'll be able to buy yourself time to relax in the future. And it is
Yeah.
hard. It's not fair. It isn't. Yeah, it's not fair. But remember, you
I got
just gotta.
so many weird. I have so many weird stuff going on, like the government's like failing me with all their programs and stuff, and then I don't got much family that are helping, and then like I got my older sister.
Remember, you
where
qualify
she's
for this round of COVID aid, so almost guaranteed. Nearly every person, dependent or not, is going to qualify for COVID aid this time around. There's very few disqualifications, so don't forget about that.
Yeah, but like my sister, she keeps like talking into my ear where she's like, oh, you can work through sheer motivational, you know, thinking and stuff, and it's like, no, I can't. That's the issue. I'm disabled.
Don't
right?
let them get to you. Focus on what you need to do to take care of yourself to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
And don't let those types of people get to you. There's a bunch of people who have a lot of fucking shit to say, and they don't know shit about your situation. So, yeah.
Yeah, where she's like, oh, you gotta take control of your life and push forward so you're not controlled by others. And it's like, well, I'm disabled. I gotta rely on others, right?
That's how it is. Yeah, that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. It is.
Yeah,
It is ableism.
I came on maybe to see if people have any ideas or resources that they can send me. I am in the Discord now.
Y'all, if anybody has resources, you're in Washington, you said, right? Or no?
Yeah, I'm in Washington.
You're in Washington. If anybody knows of any resources for a disabled trans person in Washington, who could benefit from some help right now, shoot it Floofy Momo's way. Floofy Momo is in the Discord. Okay. Would be very. I would love that
if people do want to follow me, I mean, of course, Discord's my main form of communication nowadays, where I'm on like Discord 24/7 unless I'm sleeping. So like, cause like my phone's on me all the time too. And if you want to find me, and if people want to find me on other places, like, I mean, all you have to do is search up. If you search up Floofy Momo, and then on a couple places it is Floofy Maki, M-A-K-I, which is my chosen name. Because some places, sometimes people get my username before me, sadly. But that's mostly like Twitter, and that's just my Twitter and Twitch usually.
Yeah.
But yeah, if people want to find me in other places, you know, I mean, I got a TikTok that's semi-successful, where I get like 150 to 300 views.
Oh shit. Well, Floofy, it's been really wonderful talking with you. Got a couple more people in line, so I hate to rush or anything, but any other last minute hot memes you got? Any spicy memes to drop before we bring in the next caller?
Apart from trans rights,
and trans driving.
Find some good stuff to find some good stuff people to puff on. You know, relax.
Exactly. You gotta get yourself a nice indica. Yeah, chill out. Put on a good movie.
True.
Or if you're like me, you smoke a fuckload of sativa and then you watch Midsommar and you go. Ah!
I recommend Skittles. That's what I do.
Hey, nice, good shit. Very fruity. All right, Floofy. Thank you so much for coming on, and I wish you the best of luck. All right, cool. Well, I'll see you. All right, have a great night.
You too.
Good night. Yeah, I'm the endurance streamer. I'm training for the for the fucking future. All right,
let's do it. You've been up like 24 hours, right?
What's that?
I've been up 24 hours right now.
Jeena, I want you to go to bed. I'll take over from here.
Nah, I'm perfectly fine. I'm coked up on monsters right now, so.
All right, fair enough. Okay, I won't doubt you anymore. But
yeah,
all right.
Never mind me. 21. You're up.
All right. Hello, never mind me. All right. I'm minding you. What are your pronouns?
Sorry, you just typed the name. Could you make that Pave? He, him.
Oh, okay. Pave. Ah, I recognize your name.
Oh shoot, I've got the audio like desynced in a stupid way.
Make sure to turn off your stream.
Just mute the stream.
One freaking second. Okay. Shoot. Why can't I hear anything on Discord? This is stupid.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know how to
Settings.
fix this. Shoot. I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect.
All right. I mean, I do love the sound of my own voice, to be fair.
Okay, I'm super sorry. That was dumb.
Did you get it? Did you get it fixed?
Yep, everything's fine.
Amazing.
Or at least. Hi.
Hi.
Yo.
Welcome to the show. And what can I do for you? What can I do for you, Pavey?
Well, first of all, congratulations on 5,000, obviously.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to come on and advocate for Godzilla in the fight.
No, not another Godzilla oh God.
All right, keep it to 5 minutes then.
All right, hit me with your Godzilla
I'll
takes.
try. I've written up some notes.
Oh my God, you Godzilla nerds. It's simple. Monkey. That's all you need to know. Monkey.
Look, I like King Kong on a personal level more than Godzilla. I've seen 3 movies between the 2 characters.
Okay.
2 of them were King Kong. I liked them a lot more. But I just think that there's a lot of things that give Godzilla rather the advantage.
Okay.
I can start with some potential points that, one might argue in favor of King Kong and go against him. This is your stream, and you're the one with 5,000 subs or whatnot. So,
and as we know, sub count determines who's correct. Yep.
Yeah, totally. But maybe I can change the person with the higher sub counts mind.
Shit! Trying to go for the throne, huh? All right.
Well, you would still have the throne. You'd just be right. So one might say in favor of King Kong that he's got intelligence. Monkey is more smart than Lizard generally.
True.
But certain movies have shown that Godzilla can collaborate with governments and people or whatever. So I don't think it's really applicable for these two monkeys.
What is this fucking silly fantasy bullshit? I thought we were talking about fucking Godzilla versus Monkey, not whether in a comic book Godzilla can have a sit down for tea with the head of state. That's Jesus Christ.
No, people, people talk with Godzilla to be like, look, we need you to take down this big moth that's causing us problems. This is not comic book stuff.
Average Godzilla enjoyer versus fucking King Kong understander.
I'm not even a Godzilla enjoyer, but whatever. On a similar note, tactics, someone might say King Kong has that advantage.
True.
That King Kong generally he fights dinosaurs, and Godzilla kind of fits that archetype.
True.
But the dinosaurs he fights are usually just fucking animals that he finds that don't really have this atomic superpowers or whatever the fuck or intellect that Godzilla has. And the last sort of King Kong point, and the one I'm closest, instinctually to conceding on, is body design. You're talking with that one person who is and you're Godzilla can't look up. Someone posted a GIF in Discord of Godzilla looking up, but it doesn't even matter. If Godzilla has a fucking beam weapon, your thing about King Kong being able to go up higher doesn't matter. He fucking destroys the sorry for misgendering Godzilla, destroys the environment. King Kong can't fucking go up there and do any of the special
tactics that monkey might be able to do otherwise.
Except there's another problem here, which is that Godzilla can't just destroy the environment, because Godzilla, being the defender of humanity against other monsters, can't afford ruthlessness, but monkey can. Oh, that was my trump card. I've been holding that one up my sleeve all day, because guess what? He might have nuclear or Godzilla might have nuclear breath, but Godzilla has to care about the humans. King Kong don't give a shit. So guess what? No nuclear breath, because that would roast all the humans. Oh, what are you going to do about that one, huh? That's the one I've been keeping in the back pocket.
That's a very good point. I will say, though, that I do have something in mind on that sort of front. Not a direct counter to that, but like something similar. And that's the location of the fight, which I don't think has really been taken into account.
All right.
Just the trailer that we've seen for this movie, I don't remember whether they show multiple fights that might happen.
Yeah.
I assume there will be multiple fights in the movie because it's a movie. But the one that we see, King Kong is being transported on this aircraft carrier or whatever, and Godzilla comes out of the fucking water and goes after him, which, by the way, is clearly going to harm some of the humans, kind of undermines the protector of humanity thing, but whatever. I can ignore that. Godzilla, very strong in the water. I think that's an environment where Godzilla wins. I had written down in my notes that Godzilla wins in a city because of the environment thing, but I can totally see the atomic breath not being viable there, so I'll concede
Kill
that.
everyone. Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
Also,
I mean, you could be careful.
Here's the
I guess,
question.
but whatever.
Question about the. Here's the thing. So I will agree that in the ocean, Godzilla would win, but the problem is that monkeys are too smart to jump in the water and fight. Have you ever seen a monkey fucking jump into water? You know that monkeys' natural predators are fucking crocodiles. They're never gonna go in that water. They've evolved to avoid the fucking water like that.
I mean, chimpanzees will lure chimpanzees that they have fucking beef with into the water to drown them, but that's usually like standing water.
Yeah, and that's also like
the
chimpanzee war. They're tricking each other. So yeah.
I will say though that it's kind of irrelevant because King Kong might be forced into the water as a result of the circumstances we saw in that trailer.
Kind of unfair, though, isn't it? That's like the humans tampering with it. Yeah.
So I'm sorry. Are we trying to debate on like just a flat stadium or whatever who would win, or who would win in this movie that we know is going to exist?
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know, because I don't know enough about the movie yet. I think that if it was in a
Nobody
city...
does.
Now, usually when I think of monster fights, I think of, like, I don't usually think of them happening on, like, a Final Destination. Yeah, there goes Silent with the Final Destination. I don't think of them happening in Final Destination. I almost always will imagine a monster fight happening in a city of some sort or another. And if it's in the city, there's a couple of things. Not only is there the concern of like Godzilla having the responsibility to not melt all of the humans that live in that city, but also most cities are made out of concrete. And as you know, concrete is highly resistant to most types of radiation. So Godzilla could fry King Kong if the line of sight was ever made. But I think King Kong would simply scale the buildings and come from above with a spear or a radio antenna. Yeah. Just pick up a radio antenna and then just come down from on top and go right into Godzilla's eye, right into the other eye, done. Or wait for Godzilla to open the mouth and in with the radio tower, dead instantly.
I think it was very smart of you to say into the eye, because literally one of the things I have here is that Godzilla's skin would be very tough and resistant. Godzilla definitely has the advantage in terms of like armor and toughness there.
Also, guess what?
So
Godzilla can't turn around real fast. So if King Kong could get behind Godzilla, there's the old butthole attack, and I think that is a genuine concern. I don't think that Godzilla is smart enough to figure out.
I think then we're watching a different movie, though.
Maybe.
So are we gonna,
And
like,
there's a whole nother debate.
Circle strafing Godzilla. Exactly, Sathers. Yes.
Okay, we got a few more people to go, so like,
All right.
let's wrap this up.
Listen,
I also think that Godzilla is probably much huger. That's my last.
Maybe. Okay, that might be fair. We'll see. Pavey, this was a wonderful intellectual battle.
Thank you so much.
I am impressed by your prowess. Thank you so much for coming on and arguing with me about Godzilla and King Kong. I actually enjoy this argument quite a lot. So.
Hey, it's no problem. It's paved, by the way, in case I come on again.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
All right.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you so much, Pave. It's been wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Congrats again.
Good night.
Good night. Beans.
All right. Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal.
Raise the metal gods. Come on, rise up. Rise up from your grave. Play us those sick jams, Jessica.
Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal. Da 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 da. Oh, I would beat King Kong? I don't think I would. Jessica.
All
Jessica's probably in the bathroom or something. All right, let's
All
bring
right,
somebody else in. We'll bring Jessica back in. Devious Chillster. Devious Chillster.
Oh, yo.
Hello, Devious.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Hit fucking 5K subs. That's amazing.
I know, right? Thank you so much. I'm very, very hyped for it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, what can I do for you, Devious? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. We were going to eventually do a talk that we still need to schedule because
yes.
I've been really busy.
That's all right.
But I wanted to talk about one thing about it real quick, give
Yes.
a little bit of a, I guess, foreshadowing or spoiler, not actually fully spoiler, but like a little peek into what we're going to talk about.
Sure.
One thing we were going to talk about is stuff like cluster B personality disorders and how people are using them against politicians and how it actually hurts people who really suffer from them because people are using it all wrong and using it as a pejorative attack.
Yeah, you mean like psychopath and sociopath and bipolar and borderline and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I
stuff like narcissistic.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
narcissistic. I think there's some worry of that. But it is complicated. I don't know if Unhinged falls into this category. Yeah, I'm very interested to go back and forth with you on that because it's something I'm undecided on myself. And I have one of those diagnoses myself. And yeah, before all the haters jump in and go, oh, narcissistic personality disorder. No, it's not. It's borderline. And I'm thankfully have it very well under control as much as it can be. So thank you. Assholes, motherfuckers who try to use that shit against me.
Borderline personality disorder actually has some interesting representation in the local media, or not local, media that's been, God, what's the term? It's like it's recent. In recent media. There we go.
Yeah, it was in Curio did a really really great video on BPD representation that was incredibly emotional and impactful for me. But yeah, for sure. I do think there's some risks. I also openly will admit that I sometimes indulge in such usages. However, I also think they're, I don't know. It's really tough. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because lots of times the inclination when you hear somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she starts speaking about Jewish space lasers, is immediately go, oh, this person's insane.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you don't really have to be insane to believe that kind of stuff or to actually use that as a sort of way of getting your way.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, even the most insane things will just be stuff that will be stuff that's basically not, I don't want to use the term brainwashed, but will be put into you from a young age. And there's nothing wrong with you mentally. You don't have a mental disorder.
Yeah.
You just don't understand things the
Yeah.
way that other people do because your perspective is different.
Yeah. And I think one of the this is complicated, but I think one of the reasons why I really don't like it when people say like, oh, this person is mentally ill or whatever, but I don't have as much of a problem when people say this person is insane, is because like there is an increasing attempt to retire terms like insane from being used clinically at all. And so instead of having anything really to do with mental health, it more has to do with like irrationality. As shorthand for irrationality, sort of like unhinged being shorthand for like not having your emotions in check in the moment of engaging with other people, which I do think is something that people should be impugned for. If somebody is not checking their emotions and is causing harm to others because they're being careless with their emotions, I think we're perfectly fine to impugn people for that. I think we should be okay with socially impugning people for that within reason.
Oh yeah.
And so
Like,
I
I'm
do think
not-
it's a really complicated discussion, but there's a lot of nuance to it, and I'm really interested to discuss it with you because I feel like you will have extremely valuable opinions to share on it. And I would like to do a longer term one, although right now I'm rushing everybody through because
I just wanted to give a little peek into what we were going to talk about.
Absolutely.
For people who don't know who I am, I do have, technically, I just have an AA degree in psychology. But the thing is that I've also studied it way after. The reason that I didn't get my full bachelor's and master's degree is because I got very, very sick. Something called complex 1 deficiency disorder started to peak up, and basically it's a very rare disease. I can go into it later, but the idea basically is that I was originally going to try to go into sex therapy, but that kind of that didn't really work out. But I was going to then go into therapy for autistic young adults, generally using cognitive behavioral therapy to help them transfer from a home life to a life on their own. Mostly due to my best friend at the time, who was on the a higher end of the autism spectrum disorder. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, damn. I really look forward to us having a longer form discussion, and I do apologize. I am actually my endurance is starting to flag just a little bit, so I apologize.
No,
if
I
I'm a
understand.
little like losing energy. I've finally at the 10-hour and 15-minute mark, I'm finally starting to be like,
I know you're the streamer with the most stamina I've seen by far, honestly.
Hassan beats
Oh,
me.
yeah.
I got to keep training. I'm not ready to challenge Hassan
You
yet.
gotta raise that power level.
Yeah, I do.
Code.
Let's see here. I understand. I will leave, but the final meme would be trans rights. And please, please, for the love of God, do not feel bad for going to therapy. Everybody needs it. Go to a therapist at least once.
Extremely true. Extremely true. And that is a great ending meme. And trans thriving is what I would say.
It's trans thriving, yes.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
see
you
ya.
so much, Devious.
Mhm.
Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal. Can't hear you.
Yeah!
Can't hear you.
Huh?
There we go. I gotcha. Hello, Jessica.
Hey!
Hey.
So I wanted to tell you, congrats on 5K subs.
Thank you.
That's a hell of a lot of sandwiches. That's something you should celebrate.
I will never be able to eat them all.
Never be able to eat them all. And so I wanted to tell you that, and I also wanted to bait you
Uh-oh.
on whether on mayonnaise as a condiment.
Wait, you mean like whether it should be defined as a condiment?
No, as in whether or not it's a garbage condiment.
No, it's a great condiment.
No. See, now we have to argue.
I've already
because-
had this one. I've had this debate before. Mayonnaise is fantastic. I'm sorry, it is. It's
No.
fantastic.
No, mayonnaise is foul things were done to eggs in the process of creating mayonnaise.
That's like saying foul things were done to mustard seeds in the process of creating mustard, or foul things were done to tomatoes in the process of making ketchup.
No,
This
like
is irrational. This is an irrational hatred for mayonnaise because you can't handle the savory, and it is good.
I can't handle it because it literally triggers my gag reflex to the point
Damn.
where there's certain foods I can't eat where it does that. But like mayonnaise, just to me is gross. Like well-meaning people put it on a sandwich, and I'm like, thank you for making me a sandwich, but I'm now going to go throw up.
Well, with all due respect, I'm very sorry for your affliction because enjoying mayonnaise is one of life's greater. I wouldn't say greater, but it's one of life's pleasures for sure. And the fact that your body refuses to allow you to enjoy the incredible condiment that is mayo is unfortunate.
Now I have no problem with things like mustard, and I recognize that I have weird eclectic taste of my own. Like for instance, I put hot sauce on everything, just everything.
Hot sauce on everything? Okay, but that's pretty cool though. Hot sauce is really good.
Okay, so what's your favorite hot sauce?
What's my favorite hot sauce? Okay, I'm always a sucker for real good buffalo sauces. But that's kind of a basic bitch opinion. I actually really like, what are they called? Scotch bonnet hot sauces.
Okay.
I love it. It's so hot though. I've become over the years a little bit vulnerable to hot sauces after a incident I had with a cluster of seeds that wasn't removed from a meal, and it absolutely one of the most painful like acute stomach pains I've ever had was eating a cluster of seeds that was unintentionally left in food. And since then, my tolerance for hot food has gone down quite a bit, but I still like it nonetheless. And Scotch bonnet hot sauces are a huge soft spot for me. I love the flavor. It's like just tangy and enough and just citrusy enough that I really love it.
What do you think of Frank's Red Hot?
I like it. I like Frank's Buffalo a little bit better. The actual specific buffalo sauce, but we always have Frank's Red Hot and Frank's Buffalo in our house because we use it pretty frequently.
Yeah, I've been eating that a lot lately because like I'm diabetic, so I was eating sriracha a lot, and then I realized that it had a whole bunch of sugar in it. Like that's the second like main ingredient in it, and I realized like I can't be eating this anymore, so I switched back over to Frank's Red Hot.
Yeah, Frank's Red Hot is a classic, and with regard to buffalo sauces that you can get out and about from like fast food, honestly, McDonald's creamy buffalo is really good. I'm actually really impressed with their buffalo sauce every time I go there. And also I really like Chick-fil-A's buffalo sauce.
The apostate.
Yeah. No, actually though, unironically, these days I'm not even afraid to say that I like Chick-fil-A because while Chick-fil-A is like repugnant at the top level and that they're like their CEO and shit donates to anti-gay causes and whatever, not only is Chick-fil-A's food quality like 100 times better than every other food place ever, but fast food place ever, but they actually they actually respect COVID restrictions. Like, I'm not kidding you. They have extra employees on staff. All of their employees are outside, socially distanced with masks. They're given the equipment they need to stay warm and taken care of. And even though they do the cringy "it was my pleasure" bullshit, they actually have a system in place so that people don't get fucking sick. Everything is done no contact. They put the food on a tray. The tray is passed through a secure window to the people outside. The people bring it to your car and give it to you in the window, and you take the food off the tray. That's the only fast food place that actually goes that hard. And I gotta say, I appreciate that level of respect for your laborers, even if their CEO wants me to not be able to get married. I gotta say, sorry.
Yeah, like, well, I understand. Like, I obviously don't like them because of them funding the Exodus International, whatever.
Yeah.
But like my biggest disagreement with them is they want money and I don't have any. That's the big disagreement.
Yeah, I mean all food places. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all places that I keep having the same disagreement, and the disagreement is they want money from me and I don't have any.
Also, this is a small random take, but the best fast food sauce in existence is Chick-fil-A sauce. Sorry, it's really good. I'm sorry. I know I'm going to be canceled for this, but Chick-fil-A, they're less expensive than Popeyes. Their chicken is better than fucking Popeyes by a large margin. They actually use quality ingredients. Also, fun fact, Chick-fil-A is one of the only fast food places that hasn't stopped serving salads. Every other fast food place to cut costs during COVID stopped serving salads, not Chick-fil-A. And Chick-fil-A sauce on their waffle fries, God tier. Don't care. No ethical consumption under capitalism. Suck my dick.
I like that response. That's the best response to everything, I think. But you would think I would like Chick-fil-A. I've never actually had it because I've always done that whole lib shit. I'll never eat at Chick-fil-A kind of thing. But like, you would think as a fellow trans woman, I would live up to the stereotype of I want anything that's like has pickles in it, and they apparently marinate the chicken in pickled brine.
Yes, they do. And that makes their chicken tender and delicious. And actually spiced. They actually season their fucking food. You know what sucks about fucking McDonald's chicken and Burger King? Okay, Burger King chicken is a joke. But McDonald's, hey Dylan, how's it going?
Oh shit, Dylan.
Hey Dylan, get those Dylan pets going in the chat, everybody. What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, they actually season their fucking food. McDonald's doesn't season their fucking chicken. They put black pepper on it and that's it. There's actual seasoning on the food at Chick-fil-A. I know it's a meme to hate Chick-fil-A because of the contributions of their CEO, and sure, but let's be real. The McDonald's CEO, the Burger King CEO, they all donated to Trump. Donald Trump fucking put in the fucking trans ban. It's all the fucking same at the end of the day. Just eat the food that's healthy for you and recognize we all live under capitalism. Yeah.
Right, like you're kind of red pilling me on Chick-fil-A now.
I'm sorry,
you mean to tell me there are white people that season their fucking food? Holy shit.
Yeah. Believe it or not. And also, here's the other sad fact is that even if every gay person in America stopped eating at Chick-fil-A, they have such fervent support from religious people that they will never go out of business. Every single religious person on the planet is like magnetized they are like, it's like God requires them to stop at their local Chick-fil-A on the way home from church. You can never defeat them. They're around whether you like it or not. If the chicken's good, I say fucking eat it, whatever. But yeah, I agree. I like seasoned food. I like food that has flavor, and Chick-fil-A has flavor, and they use actual vegetables, which is yeah, anyway, I'm sorry to red pill you on Chick-fil-A and give you the curse of having to eat the transphobic chicken or whatever, but at the same time, yeah, bold take. I like food that has flavor. Yeah.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
And then one final thing I was going to do before I let you go for the night, because I know you're super tired.
I still got a few more calls to do.
Yeah. You mentioned that you were a fan of Kripparrian.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Kripparrian from the game Path of Exile, and I want to red pill you. Since you got me on the Chick-fil-A, I want to red pill you on Path of Exile. You've mentioned before also that you like the whole Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction games.
Yes, I do. Yep, love Diablo 2. Played the fuck out of it.
Okay, Path of Exile is basically a clone of Diablo 2.
Okay.
And it's a free-to-play game.
All right. Okay.
So,
sounds intriguing.
And the skill tree is basically, it's enormous. It's like the size of Final Fantasy X.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. So there's like unlimited build types that you can do. Like if you want a witch that goes melee, you can do that. If you want a marauder that's a spellcaster, you can do that. There's all kinds of cool things that you can do in this game, and it's free to play. And I always like I try and stream it in the Discord whenever I can. Right now they about a month into the new league. It's free expansions every 3 months.
Wow, that's a lot.
Every 3 months, and they're massive expansions. It's all free. The only thing that I consider slightly pay to win with it are the stash tabs, because if you buy premium stash tabs, you can set them up to where you can sell items to other people in the game.
Oof.
So that's the only
That's
like
a little
weird
shitty, but
pay
it's
to
not.
win
It's
thing.
not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad at all. So if you really enjoy that, I am an action RPG nut. So
Yeah.
I'm always like trying to red pill people on this game because
Damn,
I've been
it
playing
sounds
it.
fun. I mean, I've heard of it before. I've just never gotten around to actually playing it. I did play Diablo 3. I played Diablo 3 in beta. I got into the beta and it sucked. But I did go back and play Diablo 3 after all the expansions. It was pretty fun, but still had nothing on Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is wild.
Oh yeah, David Brednick, the one of the original creators of Diablo 2 from Blizzard North, has actually on record stating that Path of Exile is the true spiritual successor to Diablo 2.
Wow. Damn,
So-
that's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, Jessica, I hate to rush any of this. I actually need to run to the
Nope.
bathroom real quick. But thank you so
go
very
ahead.
much, and we will talk again soon for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So thank you so
absolutely.
much for coming on tonight.
No problem. So for final memes, trans rights, trans thriving, NV
Yes.
rights, NV thriving, and trains rights.
Agreed.
Public transportation. Public transportation is everything. So go ahead, do your thing.
We'll do that. I will be right back. Everyone, whoever's in this call right now, don't say any slurs. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Nomers.
Now you little fuckers in chat, okay? You little bastards, you little dunderheads in chat, okay? I saw you all posting Pet Dylan when I got in here, and I found that extremely offensive. I never approved my face, my likeness being used in that matter. I could sue every single one of you who post Pet Dylan for copyright infringement, okay? You little communists, you little bastards. Look, I don't appreciate it, and now you're just posting it more. Why? Well, now you're gonna get double sued, okay, you little fuckers? Double sued, triple sued, quadruple sued. Oh, Demon Mamas, I'm gonna take Demon Mama down
dude.
with this stuff.
Sue me down in anger, and you'll never forget me in your entire lifetime. I'll always be with you.
I mean, your money will be with me because I'm gonna take it all away. Okay, I'm gonna throw you out all. I'm gonna throw every single chatter out on the street. You dunderheads, you absolute dunderheads. I'm gonna fucking take your car. I'm gonna take your house. I'm probably gonna take your life partner. I'm gonna take it all. Okay, so you better stop posting that Pet Dylan.
I'll
in
force
chat.
lightning your
That's deeply
mansion,
offensive,
so it wouldn't
deeply
matter
offensive.
anyways.
All right, Dylan, I need you to calm down, or I'm never going to send you any pictures of Tanahashi again. All right?
Look. This is bigger than Tanahashi. This is bigger than wrestling. Okay, this is my brand. This is my image, and I will not let this Pet Dylan emote stand. This is offensive, deeply offensive.
We Jedi invented the concept of death, and we don't even know how to spell it.
I don't know what type of nerd shit that was, but anyway, back on to Pet Dylan. Look, I see you guys still posting it. I just want to tell you something. Did you know every time you post a Pet Dylan emote, Joe Manchin takes another dollar off the $15 minimum wage? Okay, so we're already in the negative minimum wage. Okay, you got to pay to work for a company now. Good job.
Dylan,
I guess now people will actually learn that you actually have to fight the corporations for your pay. All right, don't ask government for it ever again.
you've fallen for our trap, Dylan. You've turned chat into accelerationists.
They're accelerationists now. Man, I mean, They don't look like a bunch of Angie Speaks fans.
Okay, hold on. Now, Demon Mama specifically asked you not to say any slurs, and
Who
that was
said a
definitely
slur?
a slur.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Who said a slur?
Silent.
Silent.
I said, yeah, silent.
All right. Oh, what are we doing? Is this the? Are we doing like a big gathering of the minds now? I'm lost.
All right,
Help me.
Demon Mama. This is my friend. This is my friend Dylan Burns, and he's gonna explain to you why the stock markets are absolute BS.
Hello, Dylan Burns. Mr. Burns, are you the
Dylan
stocks
Burns
guy?
is very nervous. All right, he's very nervous. And hey, don't mute me. Don't mute me. But he's very nervous, and I have to speak for him because, like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to stock markets.
Okay. I trust you. I'm gonna mute you now. No!
No!
What a great moment. All right. All right. Dylan, welcome to the show.
Welcome. I'm sorry you have such a dunderheaded chat.
I guess I do
I'm
have a
gonna be
dunderheaded
suing them off a copyright infringement. They're using my likeness in the Pet Dylan emote without my permission,
I
without
see.
my express permission.
You mean that was me, Dylan? You're fighting with me.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna
sue
take
me?
you down. I'm gonna
Alright.
take you for everything you got. I'm gonna take everybody. Look, everybody's in chat. I'm gonna take their house. I'm gonna take their car. I'm gonna take their
Good
jobs.
luck.
I'm gonna take their significant others. It's all going down. Okay.
It sounds like a bulletproof strategy. I don't think.
Of course.
I think we're all ruined. You can have my 2 Diet Coke cans.
Look, the judge will just be like, Dylan, can you get a spot on the Hippie Dippy recruitment panel? Sure, okay. Boom, I win.
How are you doing today? How was your stream today? I heard you debated
doing
C-Space. How was it?
Yeah.
Worth watching?
Oh yeah, it's really worth watching. Donald Trump was friend with Jeffrey Epstein because he was part of a CIA op.
Oh, wow. That's a new one.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've come to us at an opportune moment. We are having a giant call-in stream. I'm at my 10.5th hour, and I am rapidly declining in energy. But I'm doing my best. So what can I do for you tonight, Dylan? What can I do for you?
Well, I just wanted to report you on the C-Space thing because I thought you might be interested.
Please do.
So we talked about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, China, the Muslim ban, and that one was particularly interesting because it was like, well, okay, so number one, did Donald Trump say this on video? Well, if you can get proof of Donald Trump saying this on video, I'm like, we got it. Well, what about his like follow up and clarifying exactly well, he did. He said this to Rudy Giuliani, who then said it publicly on Fox News, and then it just kept going and going. Like the goalpost.
Oh, was he standing for Donald Trump? Is C-Space a Donald Trump supporter?
Yeah, he's a Donald Trump supporter.
What? Okay.
You didn't know that?
This is I think that C-Space might be an op.
What? Wait. What was he saying on your show?
Oh, I mean, he was arguing about how he was saying that the stock market is just magic, and anybody who invests in stocks is a moron. And then he had a stocks guy named Mr. Lorenzo come on, who was very confused, and then he proceeded to yell at Mr. Lorenzo before raging out of the call and saying, "I'm going to call you right now, Mr. Lorenzo." And then I ended up talking to Mr. Lorenzo and said, "I'm really sorry your friend C-Space dragged you in here. We had a pleasant conversation," and that was the end of it. Oh, also, he had some weird thing about, he almost said a slur, but I stopped him, and then he said, all right, well, I guess I can't say that. People I don't like. And I was like, excuse me? So, yeah. It was an interesting conversation, to say the least. He also screamed no in like a comical, like cartoon movies fashion when I told him I was going to mute him because he was trying to scream over me. I said, C-Space, I'm going to mute you.
It was hard to get him admit that the Earth was round.
Oh, he's a flat earther? Damn.
I don't think he was. It was just very hard to get an answer out of him.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting an answer for pronouns. He really struggled with that one. It seemed like he didn't study for the test.
Ask them. I don't know the pronouns actually, so I'm gonna have to ask them next time.
Ask duder. Those were his official pronouns. He said just use dude or duder, and I'm like, okay, dude. He said use the normal ones. Then he said just use the regular ones. And then he said you can just go with dude. And I'm
The
like,
normal
okay.
ones. Oh, God.
Yeah, I am a male. He did scream that. It was very funny. I enjoyed that part of the conversation quite a lot.
I would have just guessed. I would have just started with like neo pronouns.
Yeah.
I just would have been like, well, I guess we're just gonna have to guess.
Faye Fair, Zizim. Yeah. Who won that debate? Number 2. Silent must be freed. Yeah, he did go wild over it. It was pretty wild. It was definitely an interesting conversation. Well, I'm glad you got to experience the C space. I don't know who he's going to target next, but he'll probably do a takedown. He'll probably do a video on his channel where he'll title the video
He said he liked
Dunderhead.
me.
What's that?
He said he liked me, but he said he liked me a lot more than you.
Oh, that's fine. He made a video about how like idiot moron grifter demon mama blown out by enormous dicked Chad C space or something like that.
I honestly don't know if he'll make that video on this one because it seemed like he was very laid back the whole time. He seemed to be like, while we disagreed on everything, he was much more and his reason he said it's like nobody in your community has yelled at me. Yeah, I don't know if he was sad about it or happy about it. Because like he might be like he was like, fuck, I've got nothing to be angry about. I had no clue. I couldn't put it together.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character.
He is an
Honestly, I want him
interesting
to come
character.
back. I hold no hatred towards him. It's
maybe you should get him on a panel.
He wanted to be on a panel a while ago, and so he sent me a DM like in December, and literally 5 minutes after he sent me the DM, I hadn't even taken a look at it. I was like asleep. He then posted a comment on one of his videos saying, "Dylan is dodging me. He refuses to have me on." And then I'm like, "Yo, this is not exactly how you're gonna get on my panel." And I posted this. He was like, "Oh, well, I didn't expect you to respond." And then I was like, "You got to go through the recruitment process. Here you go." And then he never did it.
Of course he didn't.
And now I also found out he doesn't have a camera, so he's not on Heavy Dip.
No camera.
Even though, oh my god, that would be golden. Great.
Maybe you could set up a no cameras Hall of Fame debate in which all of the no cam people over the ages can sit in a hallway.
We have Ankar.
Ankar,
Ankar, C-Space, Doobie.
Yeah.
We get them all in a
Chud Logic.
Chud Logic, yeah.
I do get a bit of a feeling of like,
instead of throwing Chud Logic under the bus, I'm gonna throw my friends with conservatives.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god. Oh my god. Holy shit, that is a mass collection of Dylan pets. Oh my god, look at that. Amazing.
Why are there so many? I don't even know what half of those flags are.
They're amazing. They're all incredible.
Why can't we have more like lesbian flags? Like there's like a little axe.
Axe?
Have you not seen the? It's like I just want the lesbian flag is a literal like pair of axes. Let me check.
You sure you're not thinking of like? That sounds like.
What is the flag with the okay?
The flag with an axe on it is the fucking the fascist flag.
Well, no, I'm not thinking of that. I'm not thinking of the fascist flag. I'm trying to figure out which one is the. Oh, whatever. What I'm talking about, basically, in the gay community. Okay, I like the colors, right? Colors are fun and everything. Can't we like, I don't know, like have like one flag that is like, woohoo, we're gay, and this is like a rocket launcher, you know? Just like get a little bit more intense with it, you know?
Yeah,
like,
we could, you know, you want to LARP a little harder. Like maybe it should be.
Let's say you're a homophobe, right?
Like maybe maybe the flag should be like a spread, like spread ass cheeks, and then like a dildo like rapidly firing towards the ass cheeks.
Well, no. I'm not thinking like let's go like super like sexually homo. I'm thinking like,
okay.
I'm thinking like we need to get like intimidation, like become it more intimidating. Like let's say you're a homophobe, right?
Okay.
You are like protesting against gay people, and you're like gay people suck or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then you get into the crowd of an anti-gay rally, and then you see like a flag kind of pop out over a hill, and it's the rainbow flag, but it literally has like an AK-47 on the front of it and a fucking sword on the other side, and then you just see a horde of gay people kind of come over the mountain.
True.
I think that's a lot more.
What if the flag
fuck
just
off than the
actually
other
has
one.
a gun on it, like a real gun,
Like
and
a
that
real-
way
like
the
a taped
flag
gun?
could shoot you? Yeah, like there's like
taped
the
gun.
flag is
like
like
every time it flaps in the wind, it just
yeah, it
shoots
just
off a
fires.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea.
We're getting on, or it could be a flag that's coated in razor blades.
Maybe instead of it being a flag, it's like a pelt of a skinned animal.
Ooh, yeah, like a pelt of a skinned transphobe.
Okay, this is getting little. Is that? Well, you're on YouTube. So
On
it doesn't
YouTube,
matter.
we could do welcome to the Hell Zone. We could say whatever the fuck we want on this website. We get up to all kinds of nonsense.
I'm thinking like a skinned like a goat. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, goat pelt.
It's like how the Kazakhs, or I forget which one it was, play golf with goat corpses.
Do they?
Yeah. Have you never seen that game?
No, haven't.
Goat corpse basketball. It's great.
That sounds vaguely. This feels.
It's called.
racist.
It's called. No. This is a real thing. It's called Buskais or something. Let me send it to you. It's really interesting. It's also super dangerous.
Okay.
Here you go. I sent you a link to it. It's super interesting. It literally is
Uses dead
goat
goats
corpse
as a ball.
Yes, it's literally goat corpse basketball, but also you're on the back of a horse.
Wow, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Like
It
remarkably
is. Also,
dangerous.
the goal is literally like a cement block with a hole in it,
I can
and
see
many
that.
people just jump into it.
Oh, but that's dangerous. Also, well, that sounds wild, but also metal as fuck. So I can't really look down on it. So
That really sounds like a real life Mario situation.
going into a pipe.
Yep.
Damn.
Just jump straight into a pipe with a piranha plant.
Yeah.
This is the type of stuff we should do at like gay pride events, right? This is the type of shit that like if you're a homophobe there, you're gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna hate from a distance.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Like,
We need to up the threat levels. I see what you're saying.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this
I
is
agree.
some hardcore intimidation shit, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. All
Like
right,
we
I
have
can
like
sign on
this
on
right next to like a slapping tournament, like right next to like I don't know, like somebody swallowing swords, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like we need to make like the
nuclear
gays
test
like
area.
Spartan, like yeah. We need to make the gays like Spartans.
Yeah, I see. Wait a minute. I feel like you're shaping this in your ideal image.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Dylan's like, wouldn't it
Look,
be
I'll-
great if there was just an army of rippling muscled Spartans and that
That's
was
not-
all the
look,
gay pride parades?
Okay. I don't think my dream scenario is a bunch of men throwing around a dead goat, okay? I don't think that's my dream gay scenario.
Well, I mean, I was just saying towards the end, you know, it's going. It's like maybe we'll have a wrestling tournament with the biggest and strongest and peak fitness men imaginable, and
Oh, and if you get pinned, then you just have to, you know.
yeah, you just have to. It's the rules, yeah.
That's the rules, yeah.
Replace the dead goat with a live Dylan Burns TV. Oh no! All right, Dylan, it's been wonderful. I got to take these last few calls, and then I got to go catch some sleep.
I gotta go to sleep. It's
Yeah.
literally almost 5 a.m.
Thank you so much for coming by.
No worries. You have a nice day.
Much love. Bye, Dylan.
Bye.
My friend, you know what? Call me later because that was absolute bullshit. You were talking about the liberal Bible and how they all want to like get rid of nukes when nukes are actually good, my friend. Call me.
What?
Oh boy. Oh, remember your debate? Yeah. There we go.
All right, Emstaduda. You are up, Emstaduda. Emstaduda.
Hello?
Hello.
I just want to make a disclaimer. I know this is weird. I'm 13. I'm probably your youngest
That's all right.
viewer. I'm oddly mature. It's odd. I'm also
believe you.
oddly interested in politics.
Hey, that's cool.
I have two questions. One is more of a personal advice question. And wait, I just want to make sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, pronouns though, real quick.
Okay. Oh, he, him.
All right. Ems to Duda. Hit me with it.
The first one's pretty quick. So my dad is a liberal. And I'm very interested in politics, like I said, and I had my first debate this morning. And I'm just gonna skip through the context, but my dad asked me, about what the topic of this debate I was having was, and I chose not to say. But I wonder, what's your opinion on this? Next time something like that happens, should I tell him that I'm arguing for socialism? Because I was afraid to say that because I guess socialism doesn't look very appealing. Because socialism is when the government does stuff.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Communism does more. That's really going to be up to you.
100 billion people.
Yeah. That's going to be up to you at the end of the day. And you have to kind of, I wouldn't be able to advise you on that. I will say some people have really strong emotional reactions to it, but others don't. It really depends on whether you believe your parent can tolerate an academic discussion about political philosophy. Some parents can't, some can. It really depends on your situation. If you're worried about it, you don't feel pressured to, It can be tough. Yeah. But I'm very happy to hear that you're getting into it and excited and learning about these things, because that's hella awesome. I was really, really political my whole life, even though my political views were very different when I was 13 because I grew up in a cult. But nonetheless, I was very interested in politics regardless, and that has always stuck with me and has led me to continue questioning things and learning throughout the course of my life. So it's really great.
Okay, and then my second question, this might be longer.
Sure.
So I had my first debate, as I said, and it did not go well because, okay, how do I explain this? Let's see. The person, the other kid I was debating, he was representing mixed economy. He basically kept saying, oh, well, we'll mix the capitalism and the socialism, which pretty sure you can't do that, right? Because wouldn't socialism require that the state mandate that every workplace is democratic?
It's not necessary that the state mandates such a thing in socialism, but socialism definitionally would be workers owning the means of production and moving away from the commodity form. Usually when people are referring to mixed economies, they're referring to a place like Cuba, where Cuba has a multiple currency system. They have basically like a labor voucher, an analog that's used for all internal transactions, but then they also have visitors, and there's what's the term? There's an intermediary currency that you can get if you are like traveling there and you want to be able to buy products. It's complicated. I would argue that if we're going definitionally, Cuba is not socialist. They are aspirationally socialist, which is fine, and there's lots of good things about Cuba. But I don't think they've met the definitional requirements of being a socialist country, much like Russia wasn't a socialist country. They were aspirationally socialist. And so, yeah, it's kind of complicated. That's a really hard argument to have. And it usually, that sort of an argument is often going to, somebody who would be arguing that sort of position is going to rely on probably the ignorance of the audience, not knowing that, like, okay, in political philosophy, socialism is a very specific thing that has not been achieved by any country yet, to like the full degree. But there are a whole bunch of pre-socialist and socialist ideas that can be implemented. I think that would be to great positive effect. But yeah, I can understand where that would be a difficult conversation. But Yeah, it can be a little hard to explain the distinction there. Mixed economy, like the mixed economy sort of thing, the best example of that in the modern era is studying Cuba. And if you'd like to learn more about that, I highly recommend studying how Cuba's economy works. I think Bad Empanada actually has a video specifically about this that's super fascinating. That's a very I don't want to say it's low ideology, but it's an analysis of how the Cuban economy works and what its strengths are, what its weaknesses are, where it hasn't reached what definitionally socialism, and where it has surpassed other things. It's a really interesting video. Look up. I think it's just called the Cuban economy, and it's a video by Bad Empanada. Yeah. That said, do not follow Bad Empanada on Twitter. That is true. Bad Empanada is not a pleasant person to follow on Twitter, but Bad Empanada makes very good YouTube videos.
Okay, so the issue I had was it sounded like what he thought mixed economy was basically social democracy. It sounded like what he was supporting was social democracy.
Okay.
And he was saying basically, oh, well, mix socialism and capitalism, but what he thought socialism was, he basically just thought it was higher regulation.
Yeah, that's not what socialism is.
Like capitalist corporations.
Yeah.
And, like Medicare for all and that type of stuff, where I guess the state wouldn't own these industries, but would decommodification be the right word to describe it?
No. Well, okay. So in social democracy, there are some things that are decommodified. So in social democracy, healthcare would be decommodified. I mean, in most social democratic propositions, it would be. But in socialism, when we're talking about decommodification, we're talking about like full decommodification, as in things aren't bought and sold like as commodities anymore. They're not like, for example, stuff isn't produced to be bought and sold. Stuff is produced for need and for want, not for selling and for buying. It's kind of a complicated distinction that's difficult to explain. That's difficult to define exactly without understanding further theory. But the basic idea is that in a socialist world, this is ideal, like philosophical, like the ideal socialism. Obviously, no one has achieved this yet. It would be difficult to achieve this in the same way that like ideal capitalism has never been achieved either. So in an ideal socialist world, the production would be, all means of production would be owned by the workers, meaning there would be no more owners of businesses whatsoever. Workers would directly have ownership over the means of production, and you would also no longer be producing things for the purpose of selling them. They would be produced for societal need. That includes like luxury goods. So like you could have a system, a government that says, oh yeah, okay, so people, for the well-being of everyone, we need to produce a whole bunch of TVs because people really love TVs, as it turns out, and guitars and stuff like that. They wouldn't be built for the purpose of buying and selling them. They would be designed for the purpose of fulfilling a societal need. So the thing is, social democracy doesn't really fit that definition. Social democracy is very, very limited in what it decommodifies. Like, for example, healthcare. Healthcare in social democracy would be, healthcare is no longer bought or sold. It is provided as needed by a whole bunch of workers who provide it, recognizing that they are going to be fairly compensated in a currency that can be used to buy and sell other things, but that they're working in an industry that provides a need. Does that make sense?
I think so, maybe, but my main question is,
it's kind of, these are pretty complicated concepts. So yeah.
So my main question is, what do you do in a debate? Well, my issue was that I tried to explain to him that nothing about that was really socialist at all, because socialism is an economic system in which the means of production are democratically controlled, and nothing about that imply democratic management of the means of production by workers. So I tried to explain to that, and he just kept, it sort of just ended up being, you know, I'd say that, and then he'd say the same thing he said before, and it was just that back and forth. And then someone asked me, the moderator asked me, you know, like, okay, can you prove that's actually what socialism is? By telling me about a socialist country. Like, what's a socialist country? And I said, there's none. Yeah. So my main issue, and I lost the debate pretty much because I could just not prove that, you know, it was weird. He was misrepresenting socialism, but not in the, you know, socialism is when the government does stuff way.
Yeah.
Well, sort of like that.
It sounds
so what
like...
do you do?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
My question is, what do you do in a debate when someone is misrepresenting your side of the debate?
That can be kind of hard, especially if you have like a moderator that doesn't know. I would recommend, like, in a situation like that, you could, depends on the debate, because if you're like in a formal debate, you might not be able to do this. However, if it's like an internet debate, just bring up some examples. Bring up various definitions of socialism from verifiable sources. Because at the end of the day, what socialism means is we decide that. We decide what words mean. And we decide what these are because there are philosophers and people who have conceptualized these things and set these definitions. And you can say, all right, well, here's what socialism means as defined by this. Here's what socialism means as defined by this. Here's what socialism means as defined by this. And what you're saying, what your opponent is saying socialism means, is not agreed upon by anybody else. They're basically using their own magical definition of socialism. So that's what I would recommend, is that in cases like this, a non-fallacious appeal to authority can actually be valuable. And when I say an appeal to an authority, I mean the authority of consensus, in saying that, like, hey, like, words only have meanings if we can agree upon what their definitions are, and you're saying you're making up your own definition that disagrees with everybody else's definition. Does that make sense?
I see. So a lot of definitions online, I've looked up, you know, definition of socialism before, and often, you know, it's social or democratic ownership of the means of production or whatever. But oftentimes you'll see state control of the economy or something like that. Yeah. So that is an issue I have.
Well, even if they say state control, which I would contest, and I would contest that on like on a matter of fact, which is that very few I can't think of any off the top of my head like political philosophers or political thinkers besides maybe Stalin who would say that socialism is definitionally when the state controls the means of production. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much, Vermin. Have a wonderful night. It was really great having you by. Thank you so much. No, I don't even think Lenin did, because I don't think Lenin would have defined socialism. I don't believe, and I could be wrong about this, but nothing that I've read from Lenin said that he would define socialism that way. He just believed that was the way to get to socialism, was by having a state entity do that. He believed ultimately the state would need to dissolve functionally. Maybe Mao. I don't know enough about Mao. So you might find some like some people define it that way, but I feel like there's some political dishonesty going on there with regard to the actual philosophy that's involved.
So I think
it is hard.
I think this is going to be a good place to wrap up, so we can like move on to other people.
Sure. M Staduda, I do have to move on to other callers, but I hope I was able to answer most of your questions and at least give you some jumping points Yo, Vosh with the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so very much, Comrade Vosh. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Seriously, thank you so much. It means the world to me.
I wonder when I get your dick or something.
What's that?
I wonder when I get to suck Vosh's dick.
Jeena, what the fuck?
He shouted at me to do it one time during a Dark Souls 2 game playthrough. All right.
Oh, I see. Oh, I mean, you were commenting and you said something, and then he said, "Suck my dick, Jeena," or something.
Yep, basically.
This is some lore. Oh my god. All right, Jeena. All right, Jeena. Don't make me cancel you. Wait, we lost Emstaduda. Emstaduda, if you're still listening, Emstaduda.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. All right. Yeah, okay. We'll just... Okay, Orion, are you ready?
Orion, are you here? Are you prepared?
Yeah, you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, Demon Mama.
Hey, Orion, how's it going? Orion, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
All right. What do you got for me tonight?
I was gonna do the meme and be like, well, actually, just the regular ones.
Just the regular ones, yeah, exactly.
But I won't put your tortured brain through that.
Oh well, my brain is a little tortured at the moment. I apologize. I'm waning in energy. However, I will do my best to answer your questions, field your concerns, or whatever else you might have for me.
All right. I just want to say congrats on the podcast.
Oh, thank you so much.
Let me get claps in chat for Jeena. She's a trooper, claps. Even though she seems to be falling apart.
Jeena's going fucking aggro on Vosh here.
Don't worry, because after this I have to go do homework anyway, so like... Oh well, it's all crunch for me.
Well, thank you so much, Orion. I really appreciate that.
I have one serious thing I kind of want to get your input on.
Sure.
Don't ascribe to me the wrong position here, but basically I argue a lot with righties.
Okay.
And something that came up, and I'm not trans, so I can't, I don't have the first-hand experience.
Mm-hmm.
But like they were going off on the kind of like the meme of like a man MMA fighter becoming a woman to I'm sure you know where that's at.
Yeah, I know where the meme goes. Yeah. Okay.
What would be your response?
What would be my response?
Like I have my own, but like I kind of diversification.
There's a couple of responses. So there's been a significant amount of study on this. The most recent study that I'm aware of states that there are some advantages, like biological advantages, that aren't removed by HRT. But it's one study, and there's been many. And tons of sporting organizations already have perfectly reasonable standards in place. Like, for example, the Olympics, you can't you can't switch leagues until you have suppressed your testosterone, for example, or your testosterone if you're a trans woman, until you've suppressed your testosterone below a certain threshold for over a year, so that you don't have like the muscle advantage, and that's been perfectly fine. And then the other big thing is that if it was true that like trans women have like some sort of mystical, like deep biological advantage over other women performer or other women athletes, then we would expect that the women's Olympics would be dominated by trans women right now. But despite the fact that the Olympics have allowed trans women who've suppressed their testosterone for over a year to perform, there has never been an Olympic gold medalist who is a trans woman. So functionally, it just doesn't seem to be a problem ever. So it's scaremongering is what it is. It's scaremongering.
It kind of sounds like the same kind of thing where like basically it's like an imagined position where like, oh well, I can imagine
they'll say all kinds of stupid
MMA
shit.
Fighter.
Yeah, it's scaremongering. They imagine. Here's what it is, and I'll be very frank with you, because I've encountered this a million times. What they think of is they imagine a basically, if you can think of like the Undertaker. You know the Undertaker? You familiar with the Undertaker?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what he looks like?
Yeah.
They imagine.
I'm older than you, Demon Mom. I know the Undertaker.
I'm just making sure. I don't know if you're not a wrestling fan. I love wrestling, so.
No, you're good. You're good.
Though the super
saw
fans
Ric Flair.
were in chat earlier. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So, yeah, fucking Ric Flair. But yeah, what they imagine is in their mind, in their little boogeyman, they imagine the Undertaker wearing a pink dress, crushing the skull of like a tiny woman with blonde hair who's like, "Oh my god, I just wanted to fight." That's what their imagining is. And then the Undertaker's
Right,
like,
it was like they have weight classes.
yeah, the
Like, we
Undertaker
already
goes,
have a
the
system
Undertaker
for
looks
this.
at the camera and goes like this, "I am womanhood." And that's what they imagine in their minds. And it's hilarious on its face, and it is deeply transphobic. And it's silly because it is not reflected in reality. The fact of the matter is that trans women have been performing in sports for a long time. Most sporting organizations have already settled this, and they just don't care. And it hasn't had any negative effects. The trans women aren't crushing the women's leagues in any sport. So even this new study that has come out that says there are some advantages that are preserved even after being on HRT for a while, it's not enough that any of the leagues have been disrupted. Again, if it was such a huge problem, if the advantage was so large as some people seem to argue that it is, you would expect trans women to be crushing every single league without question. And that you would expect that to be especially true in the fields, in the sports that are already known to have the biggest musculature advantages. And there isn't. There isn't. The stats don't exist. There's no spot where the leagues are dominated by trans women. It just doesn't exist. So it's all just made up in their heads, like everything else. Unfortunately,
it's just like the minimum wage thing. Oh, we can't possibly do it, even though like every other country.
Yeah. I mean, it's that, and it's like it's the other thing is like the here's the thing. There's this really great thread I saved. I might go over it in the future. But there was this thread that I saved that's like all of the talking points that are used against trans people have been used against gay people in the past, almost all of them. The bathroom conversation, same. Sports, same thing. They used to accuse, they would be like, "Oh, we don't want gay men allowed in sports because they're going to try and go into the locker rooms and molest boys." And it's just like, okay, this is just scaremongering. This is just fucking scaremongering. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have no evidence of this. You're just inventing somebody that you're scared of and projecting your like weird prejudices onto them. And that's what it is. That's what it boils down to. And I think that calling them out on that is good, although it can certainly help. It, like in my case, because I'm familiar with this, I literally just read this new study that was done last month today. Thanks, Silent, for sending that to me. Because there's a lot of people who keep up with this research, and I try to do that. But at the end of the day, it's not about the research. They don't care. They've never read anything. Yeah, well, they've just invented.
It's very aggravating.
Yeah, in their mind,
it's aggravating arguing with righties because you just there's no acceptance of reality. It's just how do you argue with that?
Well, yeah, and also even worse, it's not even just that they're not aware of reality. It's that they've created one in their mind that is the most ridiculous, cartoonish caricature, and also very malicious and nasty. You know what I mean? It's there's a great example of this in Vosh did a really good video on this actually. Vosh's video on not I know he just gave me a dono, but I'm shouting out his video because it was really fucking good. He did a video on Blair White's a response to Blair White talking about the Janelle Monáe or whatever her name is. I can't remember her name, or Monet. I can't remember what her name is. But the bodybuilder. Did you see that video maybe?
I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeena Marie Kroc. That's what it is. What was the name I was thinking on? Yeah, the trans weightlifter. And there's.
Oh, yeah, she's the one that didn't even want to be she didn't want to be special classed or something.
Yeah, no, she didn't even. She was the picture. There's pictures of her competing. She competed all the way until she ended her career against men, and then she transitioned and stopped doing weightlifting and stopped competing, and that was completely mischaracterized. And they show this one picture from that is chosen because it's not a flattering picture, and it's not a flattering picture or anything because this was at the peak of her bodybuilding career when she didn't identify as a woman yet, and they use that because it fulfills that fantasy, this idea that there's like this like they're in their imagination of, again, like the Undertaker in a pink dress claiming like I am womanhood, and it's just like, come on, this doesn't even exist. It's so and they do this to people who actually did what they even would want, like Janae Kroc, like literally stopped competing in order to transition and didn't go back into weightlifting, didn't want to anymore. That's like what they want to happen, and they still go after her. It's so bad. It's so bad. And again, it's because it's motivated reasoning is what it is. And it's so frustrating because you do have to do all of this footwork to prove that it's motivated reasoning, when at the end of the day, it's just prejudice. It is just prejudice. Irrational prejudice. Unfortunately. So hopefully that answered the question.
I don't want to hold you a whole lot longer, but I do have a final meme for you.
Please do.
All right. No true leftist would say Godzilla would win.
Oh, God, man, I have pissed off more people than I ever with my Godzilla takes. Wait, did you say? Wait, did you say? Wait, did you say no true?
You're right.
Oh, wait, you're saying I'm right. Hold on, I misinterpreted that. Never mind. Awesome, agreed. I was worried I was gonna have to debate, but true, monkey.
And here's why. Leftists look at like material analysis, right?
Uh-huh.
So like a material analysis of history. Do you see a lot of dinosaurs? I see a whole lot of monkeys around.
Yeah, exactly. There's fucking hominids everywhere. Primates all over the planet. We're fucking flying all over the place. True. And guess what? It is not King Kong's fault that he's all by himself. If there were more of King Kong's kind, they would be social. And guess what? Fucking lizards, they ain't social. We're learning how to cooperate, but King Kong would. Just saying.
Yep,
saying.
Sure.
Yep. Well, Orion, it was a pleasure talking with you. Thank you for the incredibly thought-provoking question. I really, really love to be... It's a huge relief to be able to discuss this topic with people who want to actually learn about it, as opposed to trying to confirm their biases. So I appreciate that a lot, Orion.
I don't know how you do it. Like, I can't hold on for that long with just like that empty-headed, smooth brain type shit. It's like,
to be completely honest, I usually can't. Most of the time, I don't engage in that type of discussion because it's too exhausting. It is truly exhausting.
Even the people that are supposedly on our side, like I might have to take some blame for some of the heat you caught on for Discrub King, because I blew him up in chat like way before you did, because like he had bad vibes from like moment one. I was like, yeah, this ain't a good dude.
No, whatever. I don't think so. I don't think I highly doubt that you were to blame for that.
I was just saying, I was dunking on him all over the place in chat, and it was like,
it's all good.
And then like your take on it was like way chill, and I was
yeah, I do think that I was in retrospect, I'm like, wow, I was really charitable.
Dig up old drama.
No, whatever. It's not that old. It's like 2 months old. I mean, I know time doesn't mean anything in COVID time, but yeah, it's no big deal. It was a huge thing, and I still get comments about it, so I don't mind chatting about it from time to time.
All right, get some sleep.
Thank you.
Congrats on 5K.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night.
See ya.
Bye. All right. The one medic. That one medic. Medic. Hopefully they will answer this time. Medic. That.
If they don't answer, I'm just gonna disconnect. We're not gonna wait for them any longer.
Have they responded at all?
I've never even sent them a DM, actually. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Give them a quick DM. Is it tomorrow? Is it now? I don't know anymore. Time doesn't matter. All that matters is that right now I'm talking to my imps. Oh, thank you so much. Alora, you're amazing. I agree that would be awesome. It'll probably need a little bit of chopping up, but that one would be really good. It is getting so late. Wait, it's 2 a.m.? What the fuck am I doing?
We're just replying to a couple more people.
All right.
Waiting for one medic. I'm sorry.
All right. Did we get a message?
Nope. I'm sorry.
All right, next. Oh, hello, Silent. Hello, Silent. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we get... Silent, I think, was just hanging out. Wait, Silent, were you wanting to come on and talk again? What about the other two? No offense. No offense. I don't want to dunk on Silent. All right. Young, dumb, something. Hello, Silent.
Oh, what's going
Hello?
on?
Oh, I don't know. Jeena brought you in because you were in the waiting room. Did you want to talk?
Yeah, after bed, I can wait for some other people, though.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll finish off the last few, and then we'll have a little... We'll get Gay Fesh, Billy Mack, and yourself in here, and we'll have a little send-off, okay? Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. All right. Young, dumb, and full of communism. Nice!
What's up?
Why, hello.
Sorry, I'm slightly starstruck. I guess very nice to be here. I very much enjoy your content.
Thank you.
I'm sure you get that a lot, and you deserve it.
Thank you. Pronouns?
I didn't. Oh shit! Sorry. Any all of them. I
All
don't
right.
care.
Hell yeah.
Just try and misgender me.
Yeah, you can't. Listen, that's I respect it. I respect it. A purveyor of fine pronouns, I see.
Yes, a they of culture or a man of culture.
Yeah, damn unmisgenderable. That's the Chad move
Yeah.
right there. What can I do for you tonight?
I guess I was kind of wondering about like how you like stay, or how I guess a person could stay motivated to like keep learning more and like keep like creating things when like, because I feel like I keep going through periods where I'm like, yes, I should, I want to learn more, I want to read more theory, and like then being like, man, just getting to a certain point and just being like, wow, shit is bad.
Yeah.
I don't know, I didn't really have like any specific intention. I guess I just want to like, if it's something you're willing to go into, like I'm just really curious to know like how, like, you know, you, a person who like makes content like regularly, like I guess find like the
like motivation,
you know,
or inspiration.
the energy and the motivation, to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it can be hard sometimes. But I think one of the things that is most important for me is continually seeking out wonder. And that's gonna sound really like woo and hippy dippy and new agey and whatever, but it's true. I have always loved learning. I find learning intrinsically enjoyable and entertaining, although there have been periods of my life where I feel like I've lost track of that, for sure. But there is a really amazing, like, okay, so something that I found that was really valuable for me was, you've probably heard, if you watch a lot of my content, you've probably heard me meme about League of Legends, right? Maybe a little bit, maybe not. I don't know if you watch my video game stuff. I talked about when I like stopped playing League of Legends a lot, and the reason for that, part of the reason, this is a little bit of a simplification because this wasn't the entire reason, but part of the reason was because I found that while League of Legends has a certain there's a certain satisfaction to like getting the skill and leveling up and getting better at the game, it's also ridiculously repetitive, and also it doesn't really give you anything new. Even when you're getting better at that game or whatever, you never really get anything new and amazing. And that sense of awe and wonder and of being surprised at the world and what it contains is really important for motivation. And I think that a lot of things in the world right now, a lot of products and things that are put in front of us are designed to basically keep us on a drip, so that we keep buying their product or whatever. And this is going to sound really like, why child use phone? But that's not what I'm talking about, really. It's more like, I think it's an approach in how we do things. Since I started playing like way more like single player games, and not even single player games, just like games that are designed to challenge and make you think and stuff like that. And diving into other types of art and watching documentaries again and stuff like that. I found that it is highly motivational, because it's like, oh my God, like, and also engaging with my community is one such thing, because every single time I engage with my fucking community here, and other people's communities for that matter, is provided that they're like a wholesome space and not like a rotten hellhole, which there are many. I find there are incredible, amazing, and unbelievably talented people, and it always makes me go, what the fuck? How is it possible that I'm still meeting people that are amazingly talented and blow my goddamn mind? And that makes me go, oh shit, I want to talk about this, or I want to go talk about this thing. And it's a process of seeking out what wonders remain. And also in that process of seeking out those things, you also realize that you're never going to see it all. It's impossible. There's so much that we can't even fathom it. And that's fucking cool. And that sort of stuff is what is the bloomer fuel in a lot of ways. Because it means that
I like that. The counter to doomer.
Yeah, it is the counter to the doomer. And I've been a doomer, like, holy shit. I mean, I've had some pretty, again, before I started streaming, I was in like one of the worst like living situations of my life. Very, very crowded. It was very unhappy. I was dealing with a lot of depression and stuff like that. And like, I had to deal with some of that before I could even start streaming, because it was making it very like maybe physiologically difficult for me to even like, because of depression. But it's like, but outside of that, like outside of like, okay, I need to like get an antidepressant or whatever to fix a chemical imbalance. Outside of that, there is actions that you can take that that are intentionally cultivating bloomer fuel. And again, one of those ways is by recognizing that like going out and seeking those new things is in and of itself inspirational fuel. And you have to trust to a certain degree. It is a little bit of a leap of faith in saying like, okay, I'm a little nervous to go do something new, or to look into something new, or to undertake something new.
Yeah.
But you have to trust that there's at least a chance, maybe even a good chance, that you'll pull something away from it that'll make you go, woo, that's really fucking cool.
Yeah, like I think I do a thing where I get like really intensely interested in like one specific thing, and then I just kind of drop it forever. Like I was like I really like calligraphy, and I and like I grew up speaking Arabic. Like my family's Lebanese, so like I really love Arabic calligraphy because I think it's like one of the prettiest like art forms out there.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I got like really into learning trying to learn like the different styles and like how to like proportion letters correctly and like how to arrange them, because like that stuff's like actually quite like I found like doing Latin stuff like like Latin characters way easier, because you just need to focus on like doing each one, and if you're not doing anything like cursive or like to do with like very specific arrangements of letters, like you can just be like, I made this look all Gothic-y and it's cool. But like I feel like with Arabic calligraphy, it's like it's having to constantly think of where to position stuff, and like with respect to each other, like that's kind of built into it. So you need to get good at that if you want to make something pretty. So it took me a while before I could be like just a lot of stuff where I'm just like, man, this fucking sucks. but like eventually it kind of like starts to click.
Yeah.
And like I think I kind of see what you're talking about, because I remember when I started like making like writing out passages that I was like, all right, yeah, that's good. Like,
and the thing is with that is like, I mean, I can sympathize with like doing a lot of, I mean, again, like people are always amazed by the number of anecdotes I have about random shit because I've done a million different things in my life. And I think a certain amount of that is fine and healthy. You know, like you're gonna sometimes jump into a hobby or like start investigating something and you might not like it that much. That's fine. But if you're like consistently finding yourself like falling out of love with things that you're pretty goddamn sure that you do love, it could be that there's a number of things it could be. It's very hard for me to give specific advice. However, it's also possible that there is sort of an unacknowledged fear of the work, not the work part, but the difficulty part, the part where it starts to be a little harder. And I understand that completely. The best way to overcome that is to take some time to reanalyze what it was that made you like that thing in the first place, and see if you can't still see that around, because chances are you probably can, and you might be able to diffuse that sort of that sensation of like, oh, like I'm scared of the shit I gotta do. Pardon me. Oh, the yawn hit finally. Oh, I haven't gotten a yawn yet so far. Finally hit me. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. So that is one of those things. It can be really hard. I will say that motivation is, especially in the age of COVID, really hard. And you are not a bad person. You shouldn't be cruel to yourself. And please, for anyone who's still listening at this ungodly hour, be kind to yourself, okay? It's okay to challenge yourself to do better, but please be kind to yourself. Don't fucking beat yourself up if you're struggling with motivation in the middle of a global pandemic, please. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
That was like a big thing I struggled with. Like I still am to an extent, but I used to be like really hard on myself about like just about everything.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, it kind of,
it hurts.
Like looking back on it, it was almost like I would think about myself in ways that I would never, like I would judge myself in ways that I would never like do to other people, right? Like, and like it kind of stepping back and realizing that, like, or being made to realize that, like,
I think something that people don't realize, I think something that a lot of people don't realize, and I don't really know, I haven't quite figured out why this is, outside of like a vague sense of like our society does this to us a bit, because of a confluence of capitalistic forces and a bunch of other things. But people think that like we are able to, like our brain or our mind or our emotions are able to distinguish between insults from other people and insults from ourselves. We can't. I promise you, you can't. You might think you can, but if you call yourself a fucking idiot, it may as well be the person that, like, your partner calling you an idiot. I'm serious. You might not think it is, but yeah.
When I was like in like the lowest points of like my own kind of like depressive like states, like I would sometimes just like, I don't know, almost find myself hoping that like I would overhear like people talking shit about me, because it would like give me a justification to feel the way I felt, right? Because it was like, well, I feel this way about myself, so other people must, right? Like, so yeah, I kind of see what you're talking about, like that kind of
being kind to yourself is like perfectly perfectly is not only, it is required, is what I would say. You have to be able to be kind to yourself, and that doesn't mean like, some people will take this like, what if I just did like what if I just tell myself I'm good all the time? Well, no, you're probably not gonna. If you're struggling with telling yourself good things now, you're probably not going to struggle with that sort of thing. And it isn't about saying you're never wrong or like saying you're the most perfect person on the planet. It's just about being kind. You just need to be kind to
Yeah.
yourself. You don't necessarily need to heap praise on yourself or believe that you're the most perfect. It's not about anything like that. It's just stop fucking being mean to yourself. It is unbelievable how much we like once our reward structures, like and our motivational structures, get trodden down by fucking capitalism bullshit. This is especially true for neuroatypical people such as myself and people who are autistic in the audience. This is a documented phenomena, by the way, that like a lot of neuroatypical people end up being really depressed because they go to work in a traditional work environment and they might be really good at some tasks, but because they're not good in the way that other people are, they're continually given negative reinforcement, and over time it destroys their internal ability to actually build a motivational cycle at all. And we have like it's unjust, but we can also recognize that and we can do better for ourselves, not for anybody else, but for ourselves.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're neuroatypical, but I imagine that there's neurotypical people who also struggle with this as well. Yeah. So that's something to consider. And yeah, motivational cycles are hard. It's not easy to do, especially when we live in a world that's pretty fucking cruel to us. Just be kind to yourself and try to find the wonder in the world, because that fucking shit is bloomer fuel. And sometimes it means taking a vacation from the stuff that you think you're supposed to be working on. Sometimes it means going and watching a fucking octopus documentary or some random. I mean, I think of that because every time I think of like something that took my breath away recently, I think of that octopus documentary I showed to the stream that was just like, what the fuck?
I don't think I caught that stream.
Oh, it's real good.
I'll try to look for it.
Yeah, I don't remember which stream it was from. I think it's in the title. If you search octopus on my channel, you'll probably find the VOD. It was it's amazing. It's called the alien biology of octopuses, and it's like a little mini documentary. It's like 15 minutes long. Fucking incredible. Will blow your mind. I didn't even know it was possible. They have fucking now I'm ranting about the octopuses, but they have organs that let them like they have such fine control over sections of their flesh that they can they'll have layers of different colored what are they called? They have different names. They're like these little structures that let them not only change color, but let them sense color.
Oh, yeah.
They can
those
feel
things, yeah.
color. And I'm like, what? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's so cool. So fucking
I think
cool.
it was I think it was like a deep look video that like did they looked at like cuttlefish's eyes, right? Because their pupils are all like weird looking. Like they're not like circles like us. Like they're not like little slits like snakes or cats. They're like these weird fucking like bumpy things.
Yeah, it's like
But
a
apparently
W.
that's, like, that helps them. Yeah, that helps them like distinguish colors a lot better.
Yeah, it's
Or,
really
it
amazing.
put different colors in different focus. It's really weird.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, super cool. So see that kind of stuff, and not everyone is going to be super jazzed by octopuses or whatever, but there's a lot of wonder in the world, and finding that can be unbelievably valuable. So I do have one I think one last caller to do. So unfortunately I will have to call this the end now. But thank you so much for coming on. I'm really happy you like my content, and I hope to keep producing stuff that you enjoy as time goes on.
And thank you for making for like producing this content, and also thank you for answering my questions, like giving like a really thoughtful and just nice answer.
You're welcome. Thank you for the thoughtful questions.
To you.
Yeah, likewise.
And yeah, speaking of motivation, 11-hour stream, fucking like props.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep. Like, I'm gonna conk out after this. It's gonna be ridiculous. But for now, I got a little bit more to burn through. So.
All right. Well, thanks again. Thanks for the chat.
You got it.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Hawaiian juice box. Hawaiian juice box. Enter the cage.
Aloha, love.
Hello. How are you?
I'm starting to. Your fatigue is starting to pass on to me.
I'm so sorry.
I'm doing pretty good. I just got done with work.
Hey. Oh. Dragon Slayer, thank you so much. By the way, what are your pronouns?
She, they.
She, they. There we go. And let me just answer Alora here real quick. 11, 36, 42. Bam, there we go. Excellent. Okay. What can I do for you, Hawaiian Juice Box?
So, like, I've been hearing about you on the internet, bits and pieces, and I saw the panel that you were on yesterday, and that was the first like introduction I had to your content. So, I guess first off, congrats on getting 5K.
Thank
I've
you.
heard that's a huge milestone.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I had a couple of questions, just like with approaching people when trying to talk about like left politics.
Sure.
It's been stuff I've been trying to workshop because once I can get the stuff set up, I plan on making my own videos, things of that nature.
Excellent. That's incredibly exciting.
One of the questions I had when it comes to tactics is like, I've been trying to think of a way to like jingoize communism, basically.
Jingo-wise?
You know how the right is like, it's our free, like the libertarians are like, it's our free right as Americans to do like X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Things like that. So I kind of wanted to sell communism in that vein. Like, hey, you and me, we hate big government trying to control things, and these big corporations like Jeff Bezos having all his millions of dollars.
I see what you're saying.
Do stuff without him. And how would you go about trying to do something?
If I were you, the first thing that I would do is research the American labor movement from the early 1900s, because there is a whole lot of pre-existing rhetoric that is very good that you could probably draw on that would be incredibly valuable to you. I actually did a video on called, it's the only history mom up on the channel right now, called The Battle of Blair Mountain. And that could be an interesting start. It's a fun video. It's my content, so I mean, obviously I'm going to recommend it a little bit, but it's a fun video that talks about a very strange part of American labor history that does talk about a lot of that sort of thing. There's also, I play a song at the beginning that's a protest song about the Battle of Blair Mountain. The Battle of Blair Mountain was a literal battle between striking mining workers and and a private militia owned by their that was hired by the mine owners, which was then backed up by the U.S. military. Very messy situation, but also fascinating.
Holy shit.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Did you know that there was a literal war called the Coalfield Wars that you never learn about? It was a literal war between striking coalfield workers all across the Midwest and the U.S. military. Yeah, pretty weird.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. Nobody ever talks about the Coalfield Wars. Real thing. You can look it up on Wikipedia right now and start reading about it. But if you're interested in learning about some of the language that could be, could appeal to the more gung-ho Americans out there, which you'll notice I do a bit of that myself. I have some pretty strong rhetoric sometimes. I can be pretty harsh about saying things like, these Republicans are holding you and everyone you care about back. They want us to return to feudalism, and I don't even care if you're a socialist. I'm a socialist. But if you have a different worldview that's slightly different than mine, guess what? The fucking American Republican Party, unless you want feudalism, they're taking you to feudalism. So we got to get rid of these people together. I'll do stuff like that. And a lot of that is informed by older labor rhetoric that was really good. Earlier today, during this show, I had a conversation with a historian who came on to talk to us about Mother Jones. Mother Jones is somebody you might also enjoy researching. Mother Jones was a badass.
I was listening to the stream while I was at work, and I heard that bit.
Yeah.
I've got some more homework to do, but okay.
So there's some stuff you could do. If you want something fun that the Battle of Blair Mountain, again, my content, I try to make it very fun. So it's not super dense, but it'll get you some information. It'll give you some ideas of what to look up. You could check that out. You could check out my Battle of Blair Mountain video. There's a lot of other cool stuff like this online, but it all depends on what you want to do. That's a great place to start picking up that type of rhetoric. I do think you have to be a little careful, otherwise you might come off a little too LARPy, but it can definitely be used in the right situations. Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to understanding the American psyche and channeling it into not just labor solidarity, but general solidarity that says things like every single day you go in and you clock in at work alongside a bunch of other Americans. Some of those Americans are trans, some of those Americans are white, some of those Americans are black, and all of you are being equally exploited by the fucking Jeff Bezos is up at the top. And if you can't learn to get along with your trans coworkers, your black coworkers, your white coworkers, your Asian coworkers, if you can't get along with those people, they're going to crush you. And they're going to crush you right now, because right now we're not all getting along. We need to come together, and we need to stand together in fucking solidarity. There you go. There's some rhetoric.
There we go.
This type of stuff.
That's under.
I can't give you a complete handbook, but I can tell you where to start looking so you can develop rhetoric of your own that will fit that what you're reaching for.
Yeah, it'll get the fire started. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And then there was something with the minimum wage debate. One of the the one that everybody was shitting on. What was his name from that panel?
Lecture fan?
Yeah, lecture fan. He was like one of those like true libertarians, and he tried to say something along the lines of like government shouldn't be involved in finance or whatever. Like ANCAP, I think. Like he said something to me that if. Or maybe I'm getting it mixed up, but anyway,
I don't think we did. I don't think on Monday we talked about the minimum wage. You might be thinking of another conversation I had. I have had conversations about minimum wage with ANCAPs before, but I don't think that was on Monday. But I can certainly field it because I've talked about it a whole bunch. So
so there's a popular talking point with ANCAPs that I like to say where like to think about where it's like when they try to say that businesses would have regulated themselves to be less racist and they didn't need stuff like the Civil Rights Act. There's a talking point that I don't hear a lot of people use that I think is interesting.
Okay.
And I've had this conversation with a friend of mine that's gone to college, and he's a proper philosopher now. He has a degree. He pointed out that rather than a business try to make money by appealing to Black people, specifically when we're talking about the Civil Rights era, they would rather hold on to the money from white business owners that want to be racist. So it is actually not good for them. Like, it's not good business sense, because rich, racist white people will pay more money than a poor Black person or a poor Mexican person itself. So it's like, your argument that the government would regulate itself and we would have just naturally stopped being racist doesn't work in the real world, because rich racists have a lot of money.
Yep. And they know that, and they try to keep it that way because then they can keep the system racist. It's still happening to this day. Why do you think people like fucking Rupert Murdoch spend so much money funding Fox News that churns out racist rhetoric? Because it's a self-perpetuating process, and it's silly. ANCAPs are we don't go to ANCAPistan, 'tis a silly place, as they say. It is a ridiculous land of fantasy, where they claim things like, oh, businesses will regulate themselves, even though they had the opportunity to in the past, and they don't. They just don't. They will always take the shortest path to the most money possible. And as it turns out, that's a really horrible way to run the world. Even if it's financially efficient, it's terrible, and almost no one likes to live in that type of world, except for those who are on the very top. So if you're on the top, great for you, but everybody else has to live in a shit pit. And I don't think we should have to do that. So I find ANCAPs to be really frustrating to argue against because they live in a fantasy land, more so than others, in that they will just literally tell you to your face things that have been not actually that have been proven false in the past. And they mostly just go, well, like, you know, invisible hand of the market will do it. And it's like, okay, well, a ghost, a wizard did it. It's the ideological equivalent of a wizard did it.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just like, okay, well, we can't have like a fruitful discussion here. It's also like you claim to hate the state, but in order to enforce property laws, don't you need a state?
Well, see, the funny thing is, Sam Cedar. Somebody mentioned earlier, Sam Cedar has some funny has some funny conversations on this, and he does. If you look up Sam Cedar debating libertarians, he gets to almost the same point with most libertarians every single time, which is he gets to a point where he goes, okay, so what happens if somebody violates the NAP and you don't have the power to do anything about it? And then he's like, well. And then the callers will go, well, I mean, you just kill the guy. That's one of the calls, literally. The guys, you just kill the guy. And it's like, so your solution is that if you have a dispute, well, then you just kill each other. Okay, nice civil society you've created. You've successfully reduced us to medieval warlords killing each other over scraps. Okay, if that's the type of world you want, go ahead. Go play your fucking video game ideology and come back when you're ready to sit at the adults table. Like, it's just so silly. It's like, okay, so like, I mean, there's literally one where there's the conversation I'm referring to. He literally, the caller literally says like, well, then maybe you just hire somebody to assassinate the guy. And it's like, what? Why do you want a world where it's like normalized to hire assassins? It reminds me of, have you ever seen Whitest Kids You Know?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, never mind then. There's a skit, there's a silly skit in Whitest Kids You Know where it's called, it's like Business Sniper is the name of the skit, and the whole thing is it's like this like lawyer or business owner guy is talking to his intern, and he's while he's talking to the intern, he's like, I built this company with my bare hands. And it starts as like a business, like motivational speech. And as it's going, he like pulls out a sniper rifle from under his desk. And he's literally shooting at the offices of the other business people in the building across from them because they're in a skyscraper in New York. And it's like, it gets increasingly more absurd. And it's like joking about how like the business people will literally kill each other. And that's all I think of whenever I think of fucking ANCAPs. It's just
because
the skit.
Because if you try to get away with regulations, they'll just murder each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As it turns out, that's a terrible way to run the world. You could also have, hey, why not just have kings that kill each other? I don't know. It just becomes very silly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then this is like one last thing, I guess, to top it off. I've heard your opinions on pineapple on pizza.
I knew this was coming. I knew it had to come eventually. I don't.
At least it's with the last person.
Yeah, I don't personally like pineapple on pizza. However, my partners do, so I abide pineapple on pizza in the house. To me personally, I can't do the citric acid on the cheese. I can't do it. It squicks me out.
I was initially like you, but then one of my old coworkers, he converted me, but basically by adding mushrooms to like the typical ham and pineapple, and the mushrooms really help to like undercut the sweetness, so it's very gentle. Because for me, normally without something else, it's like I'm like, no, throw it in the trash. But the mushrooms actually made it really palatable, and it's not like the pineapple flavor isn't overpowering everything else. It's just very subtle and under it.
The thing is, I can actually imagine that being pretty good. Maybe I'll have to give it a try, because if you cook mushrooms in wine, they also do a similar thing where there's just enough sweetness to be good. I will give that a try sometime, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
if I think of it.
I'm glad
And if
to.
not, you can pester me about it in the future.
I will. I will. Okay. And again, congrats on hitting 5K.
Thank you so much.
And
I'm happy to have you in the imp army. Very very happy to have you here. Thanks for the thought-provoking conversation. It was really wonderful.
have a good night and trans rights.
And trans thriving.
All right.
And
Night
trans
night.
thriving.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Gayfesh and Billy Mac. Billy Mac, welcome. We're all hanging out. We're having a little hangout. What's it like to hang out with all of these stars of the channel?
Oh, it's new chicky bricky
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Billy Mac. What's up?
Hey, wonderful. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that it's a real pleasure to get to talk to you. Congrats on 5K.
Thank you.
I was introduced to your channel through watching Vosh.
Cool.
And I liked Vosh's. I still like Vosh's channel quite a bit. But I feel like I found more of a home in the Demon Mama channel.
Thank you.
I just kind of wanted to say that I think like one of the things that I have really appreciated is through listening to your streams, more your streams than the like isolated videos. I feel like there's more of a comfortable feeling by sitting and like engaging with the more natural elements that are maybe not specifically segmented. Though I do love the drama
My
mama
tangents,
streams.
yeah. What you're saying is my tangents.
Well, your tangents, I just think you've got a positive energy a lot of the
thank
time, and I
you.
really enjoy that.
Appreciate that a lot.
But I guess like one of the things that I've before I guess finding leftism, I guess I've been kind of left leaning for a long time, but before finding leftism, it was kind of difficult for me to maybe describe why I felt sort of uncomfortable world as it is.
Yeah.
I have kind of like my family all teases me about this, but I have a weird relationship with money.
Yeah.
Where I don't really like to do things that I enjoy for money.
Yeah.
Everyone always talks about how you got to like grow up and figure out what your what you want to do with your life. And what I've found is that I don't want to I don't have a dream job necessarily. I'm 27 now, and I've got a degree. I went to school for philosophy.
Hey, cool.
And loved my degree, loved my education, always like learning, love finding new jobs. But I don't ever think about like, oh, this is what I want to settle into for the next 40 years and about it that way. And then like realistically, once people start offering to pay me for things, I feel more uncomfortable. Like I play music, and the moment that people start wanting to pay me to play music, I feel less comfortable playing than I do if I'm just playing for free.
Well,
so I think
it's
that
possible for
go ahead.
No, sorry. Please continue. I thought you were finishing your thought. That's my bad. Go ahead.
I was just I think that like kind of learning about the strange pressures of capitalism has helped me understand maybe a little more why I have felt this way.
Yeah.
It's just a thought. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that I appreciate you. But I did want to ask a question on the note of philosophy. So my specialization was in applied ethics.
Okay.
And I've noticed that in the kind of debatosphere, the rule of the land ethically is utilitarianism. Nobody is ever really willing to entertain any arguments from outside of utilitarianism, and I guess that makes sense for